Hello guys, like and hype this video, for more daily updates. Chapter 1. I just joined the Fengling Yueying sect, so why did I travel through time? Qin Jue was extremely speechless. Life is hard, so it makes sense to cheat when playing games, right? Unexpectedly, I had so much fun that I died suddenly while staying up late to cultivate immortality. Qin Jue is no stranger to time travel and loves online writing. It has even become commonplace in novels. Players who belong to the cloud have cleared the game. And reality has just begun. Discovered from fused memories. The place where he is currently is in front of a mountain gate called Taking Sect. This is a famous sect in the Jingguo immortal world. That's right, Qin Jue traveled to the world of immortality and truly became an immortal. But, the beginning of the collapse of heaven. Even if he is an orphan, he has been reduced to a beggar. The clothes are in tatters and cannot cover the body, the whole body is dirty, the face is sallow and the muscles are thin. At this moment, the whole body is tired and weak, and there is a feeling that the body has been hollowed out. It's full of blood, and it's likely to happen again at any time. The reason why I came here was because the original owner heard that the Taking Sect was holding a conference to recruit disciples, and wanted to try his luck. After all, cultivating immortals doesn't have to worry about princes and generals, it only depends on spiritual qualifications. Even if he is a beggar, as long as he has spiritual roots, he will have a place in any sect of cultivating immortals. Coming to Taking Sect was also regarded as the last straw. Unfortunately, the reality is often so disappointing. After enduring hunger and grinding his bare feet until they were dripping with blood, he finally reached the gate of Taking Zongshan Mountain, but he couldn't hold on and starved to death. Replaced by him through time. Qin Jue observed 2.5 seconds of silence for the original owner. Suddenly, a mechanical sound sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host has traveled through the world of cultivating immortals, and the infinite golden entry system is activated. Each time the host advances to a higher level, he can obtain a golden entry. Given a gift pack for newbies, do you want to open it? The system is here? Unlimited golden entries? Isn't this just what I did while playing games in my previous life? He even brought this thing over. Very good. Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Jue was immediately overjoyed. This is a good hook. In his previous life, he relied on this plug-in to modify various entries in the game, and it was extremely enjoyable to upgrade all the way without any hindrance. That feeling of cheating, I still feel so good when I think about it now. Even this plug-in has followed you, why don't you just lie down and take off? Okay. System, open the novice gift pack for me, I want the golden legend. As Qin Jue recited excitedly in his heart, the reminder sounded again. The novice gift pack is opened, and the host is given 3 golden entries. Peerless Immortal Posture, full of charm, unparalleled temperament, 360-degree handsome with no blind spots. Perfect spiritual root, top-notch spiritual root with all attributes, capable of cultivating all dharma in the world and the 3,000 avenues. Anti-heaven enlightenment, the root of wisdom is outstanding, the understanding is amazing, and sudden enlightenment is just the norm. Hearing the continuous reminders, Qin Jue smiled numbly. 3 golden entries, this is the start you should have as a time traveler. A moment ago, he was worried about his heavenly collapse start, but he didn't expect a 2-level reversal so soon, with 3 top golden entries. A cheating life is meaningful. Extract all entries. No hesitation, just choose to extract them all. The next moment, he felt a wonderful change in himself. It felt like I was being purified, my whole body was warm and very comfortable. Not only was I exhausted, but all the minor injuries and illnesses on my body were gone. Even my feet, which were worn out due to the rush, were repaired unconsciously and no longer felt any pain. At this moment, his body has completed a new transformation. Although he no longer felt weak, Qin Jue still felt very hungry because he had been hungry for so long and there was nothing in his stomach. It's a pity that because the clothes are too shabby, the hair is messy, and the face is always dirty, except for a pair of bright and deep eyes, the peerless appearance cannot be shown at all. It feels like a pearl covered in dust. But there is nothing we can do now. Who calls him a beggar? Now I have no choice but to attend the Immortal Ascension Conference first, and then take care of things slowly after I have a place to stay in Taking Sect. Entering Taking Sect is not easy for ordinary people. Every disciple of the Taking Sect will be accepted into the sect after passing a strict assessment. The existence of the Immortal Ascension Conference is actually to screen out the seedlings who can practice. The first step of the assessment is to detect the spiritual roots, which is the basis. Spiritual roots are everything. Without spiritual roots, everything is just nonsense. After deciding to settle down in Taking Sect, Qin Jue also stood up and walked into the mountain gate behind him. After coming in, he found that those who had gone up the mountain before were now lined up in several lines in a square waiting to be tested. Seeing this, he randomly selected a team and lined up. But not long after queuing, someone quickly noticed his presence, and many people cast disgusted looks. There is no way, with his current appearance, it is difficult not to attract attention. Hey, it stinks. A beggar also wants to dream of cultivating an immortal, which makes him laugh like an immortal. Hey, isn't this the beggar at the door? Why did he come in? Does a beggar really want to become an immortal? Ha 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 ha. Behind Qin Jue was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. At first glance, he looked like the son of a wealthy family. The young master turned around and glanced at Qin Jue, then turned around quickly, covered his nose, shook his head and said to himself, I don't know how to raise the threshold for the Taking Sex assessment. All cats and dogs can come in. That look is as disgusting as you want. The meaning is self-evident. It is simply that participating in the assessment with Qin Jue lowered his grade. Qin Jue was extremely speechless at the reactions of the people around him. Do I stink that much? It's quite dirty, but in this October, with the crisp autumn weather, it's really not that smelly. Qin Jue is now empty-handed and has no energy to argue pointlessly with these people. He is fully confident about this test and assessment. When the test results come out later, he will naturally shut up these guys. What's wrong with the beggar? In front of spiritual roots, everyone is equal. Before the test, everyone was the same. In front of Qin Jue, a man in civilian clothes turned around and retorted for Qin Jue. Qin Jue glanced at him, and the other party smiled at him. You must be able to detect the spiritual roots, let them take a good look. Thank you, you are so kind. Qin Jue nodded, deeply impressed. Soon, as the team slowly advanced, it was finally the turn of the young man in civilian clothes in front of Qin Jue. The spiritual root test is very simple, just put your hand on the spiritual test bead. That bead will automatically sense the spiritual roots in the human body, and it will glow if there are spiritual roots. The brighter the light, the better the spiritual root. On the contrary, the darker the light, the worse it is. The commoner boy came forward, first registered his name, and then placed his hand on the spirit testing bead according to the instructions of the disciple next to him. The next second, the beads glowed. However, only 1/3 of the part has light, and the more part does not light up. It's bright, it's bright. I have spiritual roots, I can become an immortal. Ha 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 ha. He acted very excited. Because after testing for so long, only one person out of hundreds can make the spirit testing pearl shine, and sometimes even hundreds of people don't even have one. How could this not make him excited? The Taking Sect disciple who was in charge of the test next to him also changed his cold attitude and looked at the commoner boy with a smile. While recording, he said, Chen Peng, top grade spiritual root. Most of the ordinary disciples only have middle to low grade spiritual roots. There is no problem with joining the sect with high grade spiritual roots. As long as Chen Peng joins the sect, he will definitely be better than the disciple responsible for the test. Naturally, he will not dare to neglect. After Chen Peng finished the test, it was Qin Jue's turn. At this time, the young master behind Qin Jue was already very jealous and wanted to take advantage of Chen Peng's good luck. He wanted to test it immediately and get the first step. Little beggar, I'll give you 10 taels of silver, let me go first. Okay, you go first. Qin Jue let him indifferently. Anyway, I know my talent. He also wanted to see if this young man was so good at talking. Young master came on stage and registered his name and age according to the procedure. He also placed his hand on the spirit measuring bead. Then. The spirit measuring bead didn't shine at all. How could? His face suddenly turned pale, and his body seemed to be empty. If you don't become an immortal, you will still be immortal. 100 years later, it was nothing but Lois. Next. The young master walked off the stage like a zombie. It's Qin Jue's turn. After registering, Qin Jue's heartbeat also accelerated a little. He put his hand up. A special power came from the spirit measuring bead. Then. Radiant. The spirit detecting bead emits a strong and full light, as bright as the sun. Everyone in the square was so flashed that they subconsciously covered themselves with their palms. Ah! So shiny! So bright! This is Tianligan. This is definitely Tianligan. With such a burst of light, the spirit measuring beads were filled to the brim, causing many people present to exclaim in surprise. In their opinion, only the legendary Tianling root can make the spirit testing pearl emit this kind of light. However, what they don't know is, Tianligan is only the limit of this spirit bead test, not Qin Jue's real limit. Chapter 2. Hearing everyone's exclamations and the light flashing behind him, young master suddenly turned around. His eyes widened, never expecting that a beggar actually possessed the legendary heavenly spiritual root. A beggar, Tianligan? What combination is this? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it was true even if he was beaten to death. He even asked people to go back and continue to be beggars just now. How come you can meet a genius just by mocking anyone? Why? Why? He obviously looks better. He was unwilling to do so. There were mixed feelings for a while. Immortal fate, why is it so hard to find? When Chen Peng saw this, his eyes widened and he was very surprised. The little beggar not only has spiritual roots, but also heavenly spiritual roots. Very good. Then he glanced at the young master and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Brother beggar is getting better now. Chen Peng was sincerely happy for Qin Jue, and he couldn't bear to let the rich take advantage of all the good things. This is only fair. Qin Jue completed the spiritual root registration, and the registered disciples were also surprised and frightened. With the best attitude, they asked Qin Jue to wait for him to inform the elders of the sect. Soon the news that Tianling roots appeared in the sect's test reached the ears of the senior officials of taking sect. All the top brass were shocked. As soon as they heard the news, the elders quickly came to the test site, and even the sect leader showed up. Is that Shi Xingfeng, the leader of taking sect? Are all the elders following sect master Shi the inner sect? They are all so powerful. Just the aura that spreads out invisibly can make people feel like a mountain is overwhelming them. As expected of Tianligan, it actually alarmed the entire taking sect's top brass. Everyone who came to attend the Immortal Ascension Conference was shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of a group of high-level officials. Usually, let alone the ordinary people who come to participate in the selection, even many low-level disciples have a hard time meeting these big shots. This time I saw so many at once. No need to think about who they are here for. After everyone paid their respects to these senior officials, they turned their attention to Qin Jue on the examination table. Really? The senior officials nodded to the various disciples and examiners, but didn't say much. He went straight to find Qin Jue. The sect leader Shi Xingfeng even directly cast a spell and disappeared instantly with Qin Jue. He was afraid that Qin Jue would be robbed if he was too late. Seeing this, many elders behind him turned into streams of light and followed closely. It goes as quickly as it comes. The senior executives who had just settled down left in the blink of an eye. After all, with such a top talent, there is no need to continue the remaining assessments. Except for the absence of a beggar, the scene was the same as before. Only the extremely envious people were left to continue the assessment. In a palace on the top of a mountain. Looking at Qin Jue in front of him, Shi Xingfeng was overjoyed and very excited. There are too few Tianling roots. Not to mention taking sect and Jingguo, even if you look at the entire world of immortality, there are only a handful of them. Their taking sect actually produced one. This is something they never dreamed of. My name is Qin Jue, right? Where are you from? How old are you? Shi Xingfeng held back his excitement and asked Qin Jue. In a daze, Qin Jue felt like he was wrapped in a comfortable breeze. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he and a group of senior officials from the taking sect had appeared in front of the hall. He had also paid a visit just now and knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was the head of the taking sect. Back to the sect master, this disciple has just turned 18. His parents died young and he has been living alone in various places in Jingguo these years. Qin Jue answered truthfully. After all, with his appearance, everyone can tell that he is a beggar, so there is no need to make up any other life experience. Hearing Qin Jue's words, Shi Xingfeng couldn't help but his eyes lit up. What a cultivator fears most is worldly concerns. With his identity as an orphan and his Tianling roots, he thinks he is a natural-born cultivator. Then, regardless of the scorching gazes of the elders around him, he spoke again, okay, great. From now on, you will be the 5th disciple of our sect leader. Are you willing? He was about to accept Qin Jue as his disciple. Hearing his words, the elders nearby were dumbfounded. Good guy, why the hell did you accept a disciple by yourself without even asking? The elders thought he would be polite to them. Many people still think that once the sect leader asks them, they will immediately rush to become their disciples. In the end, Shi Xingfeng never even thought about being polite. This is for the sake of Tianligan, and I don't even want to lose face. The elders were dumbfounded not only by Shi Xingfeng but also by Qin Jue. He also didn't hesitate. After hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, he agreed without even thinking. I am willing, disciple, to meet the master. Originally, he came to taking sect to find a place to stay. Qin Jue didn't hesitate and immediately became a disciple obediently. If you want to become a disciple anyway, it would be better if you can become a disciple. Thus, the process of becoming a master and a disciple was already over as soon as it started. Seeing that there was no chance at all, these elders glanced resentfully at their proud sect leader, shook their heads and went back with regret. After worshipping as a master, you will naturally have to solve your stomach problem. Seeing that they were all gone and only his master and disciple were left, Qin Jue asked, Master, this disciple has not eaten for several days in order to go up the mountain to worship his master. Can you let him eat and take a bath first? I heard from him that he traveled for several days just to join the taking sect. Didn't even eat. Shi Xingfeng was even more satisfied. This shows that this talented disciple of mine has great perseverance. A summons was immediately sent, and a beautiful female fairy was summoned within a short time. This is a woman who looks like she is in her early 20s. She has snow-white skin, a slender and well-proportioned figure, and a slender waist. She is dressed in an emerald green dress that shows her shape, neither vulgar nor genuine. When the sword falls to the ground, the spiritual energy flutters, making it feel like a fairy descending to earth. Seeing this scene, Qin Jue's eyes flashed with surprise. As expected of a cultivator, these female monks are all fairies. Such beauty, such figure, and temperament. Those so-called celebrities and internet celebrities in previous lives cannot be compared with them. Master. The female fairy bowed respectfully to the sect master. Shi Xingfeng nodded and introduced the two of them to each other. This is the disciple I just accepted, your junior brother Qin Jue. You must have heard that he is the one who awakened the Tianling root. She is your fourth senior sister, Yi Hengwei. Hengwei, take your junior brother to eat, take a bath, change into clean clothes, and then bring him back to find you as your master. Yes, master. Yi Hengwei smiled and looked at Qin Jue. Welcome to taking sect, little junior brother, we will be a family from now on. Let's go, senior sister will take you to wash up first. With that said, she directly pulled Qin Jue onto the Fijian. He was quite enthusiastic and didn't think he was a beggar. In the past, Yi Hengwei had always been the youngest junior sister, but now that she had an additional junior brother, she was still Tianligan, so she was so happy. It was the first time for Jian Qin to fly. He was definitely not used to it. As soon as he took off, he was so shaken that he grabbed Yi Hengwei's slender waist. Don't be afraid, senior sister's flying sword is very stable. Yi Hengwei held his hand, slowed down the flying speed thoughtfully, and allowed Qin Jue to continue hugging him without saying anything else. She knew that Qin Jue was still immortal, and it was normal for him to react like this for the first time riding a flying sword. Thank you, senior sister. Qin Jue said gratefully but did not let go. After all, flying in the sky for the first time is not under your control. Even if the speed is not fast, you will not feel safe if you don't hold something in your hands. Well, that's right, senior sister's waist is really soft. Chapter 3. The flying sword, which was specially slowed down, passed through the taking sect. Along the way, the clouds were steaming and the clouds were bright, and cranes shuttled among them. There were also rainbow bridges on the jade towers on various mountain peaks, and the light flowed between them. Be a beautiful fairyland. Qin Jue has just started and has no place to stay. Yi Hengwei simply took Qin Jue back to his cave. Soon, the two came to a mountain peak. Junior brother, below is senior sister's cave. In our taking sect, inner disciples can basically get a mountain peak as their own cave to practice. You will have it too in the future. Yi Hengwei introduced it while flying. Call out. Fall quickly and enter the mountain peak. After landing, Yi Hengwei said hello, and several female disciples immediately came out. These are Yi Hengwei's maids. After all, the cave is so big that there are a lot of chores and someone needs to help take care of it. Several maids looked at Qin Jue curiously. I wonder why Yi Hengwei brought a dirty man back. This is my junior brother. You go and prepare bath water for my junior brother, as well as a change of male disciples' clothes. Yi Hengwei didn't explain much about Qin Jue's identity and directly told them to do it. Then, she took out 2 pills and said to Qin Jue. Junior brother, this is the Bigu pill. You will not be hungry after eating it. And this one is the essence cleansing and marrow pill, which can remove impurities from the body and will be of great benefit to your future practice. But you are not yet capable of refining and absorbing it yourself. Senior sister will help you refining it first. After speaking, a red spiritual fire appeared in Yi Hengwei's hand, slowly melting the elixir. Yeah, thank you, 4th senior sister. Qin Jue thought he would get something delicious, but he didn't expect to get the elixir directly. Also, I heard that people who are cultivating immortals are fasting and usually don't prepare food. Yi Hong smiled with a pretty face, and the elixir in her hand was almost refined. It first turned into a liquid, and finally into 2 balls of gas, which were then injected into Qin Jue's body. As the fragrance of the elixir floated into his body, Qin Jue felt that his whole body was sublimating and all his pores were relaxing. His body was automatically absorbing the power of the elixir, causing him to feel hot all over. Not only was he warm, but he also felt sore and bloated, as if all the gaps were being filled. This is the Bigu pill and the essence cleansing and marrow pill working at the same time. Well, that's good. It's absorbed so quickly. It's worthy of being a Tianling root. Seeing Qin Jue, a mortal body, absorb most of the power of 2 pills so quickly, Yi Honggui's eyes couldn't help but light up. At this time, the maid who prepared the bath water also came back. The bath water is ready. Junior brother, you can go clean up with them. Qin Jue nodded and left with the maid. But because the impurities have just been discharged, there is also a smell. Coupled with the already dirty appearance, and being covered with sticky impurities, it looked even dirtier than before, causing the maid who led the way to frown and cover her nose subconsciously. They have been staying in Yi Hong's micro-cave mansion and don't know Qin Jue's talent, otherwise they might not show it even if they dislike it. Qin Jue blushed slightly. He couldn't help it, he felt bad too. I can only wait to wash the fragrance and blind them. Soon the maid took him over the screen and came to an antique room. In the middle is a circular pool, with a bamboo basket filled with flower petals and a wooden rack for clothes next to it. As soon as he came in, Qin Jue smelled a refreshing fragrance. The whole house is filled with fragrance. It is indeed a place for fairies. This smell is somewhat similar to Yi Honggui's. I just don't know whether it was spices and herbs used, or whether the 4th senior sister brought them with her. The maid brought him in and left. There was no such nice thing as helping him bathe and change clothes as he thought. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to get rid of them. Taking off his tattered coarse linen clothes, Qin Jue went down to the pool and started cleaning. However, as soon as he started washing in the water, he discovered something special. Hey! This bath water seems to be unusual, doesn't it? Tisk tisk, you are indeed a sect of cultivating immortals. Even the bath water is full of spiritual energy. He found that as long as he soaked in this pool, there would be a faint spiritual energy quietly entering his body through his whole body. In addition, there is still the remaining potency of the elixir in the body. He felt like his body was changing. It's like there is a strange power, there is a special sense of qi in the breath, and it can be controlled through thoughts, allowing it to flow freely in the body. Feeling all this, Qin Jue suddenly showed joy. Could this be the spiritual energy entering the body? Is this qi refining? It turns out that this is what it feels like to cultivate immortality. He gradually became immersed in it. Soon. Congratulations to the host for successfully introducing qi into the body and breaking through the first level of qi refining. I got a golden entry, do you want to claim it? I heard a sudden warning from the system. Qin Jue was still a little confused for a moment. Ah, this is the first floor? I haven't learned the magic yet. Is this perfect spiritual roots and heaven-defying understanding? It is indeed terrifying. View entry. Hide the secret of heaven, the destiny jumps out of the way of heaven and cannot be deduced. It can hide one's own talent and strength. Looking at the introduction of this entry, Qin Jue was pleasantly surprised. This is good, this is good. The destiny jumps out of the way of heaven, even the way of heaven cannot detect it, and it cannot be deduced. This is simply exclusive to Lao Lu. In his previous life, he read online novels in which the protagonists were either being targeted by heaven or being hunted all over the world, which often made him frightened. Although I have plugins around me. But I also don't want to live like that, fighting against the sky and the earth all day long. You've already cheated, so why bother working so hard when you can just lie down and become stronger? After receiving the entry, Qin Jue felt that the spiritual power in the pool gradually faded, and after a while he could no longer sense it at all. I think it was completely absorbed. After he was almost finished washing, he stood up and got out of the pool. At this moment, he felt more refreshed than ever before. The whole person seemed to be different. Then he came to the side and put on the clothes that the maid had put on the wooden rack in advance. This is a men's green shirt, which has been worn by disciples in previous assessments. It is the daily clothing of taking sect disciples. After tidying up, he opened the bathroom door. Seeing Qin Jue coming out, the two maids guarding him were about to speak. But when the words reached his mouth, no sound came out from his open mouth. OMG! What kind of face is this? What a peerless beauty! Is this the same person who came in just now, all dirty and smelly? After changing into clean and well-fitting clothes, Qin Jue became a completely different person. The body is slender and straight, the face is as clear-cut as a fine carving, the eyebrows are sharp and the eyes are starry, the temperament is outstanding, and the appearance is heroic. Is there still a hint of filth? It's like banishing an immortal to the earth. Even though I have seen many extremely handsome brothers and sisters in the immortal sect, compared with the man in front of me, those brothers pale in comparison. What's wrong? I've finished washing. Please take me to see fourth senior sister. Ah, the sound is so nice. So warm and charming. Why haven't you noticed it before? After hearing Qin Jue's voice, the two maids finally recovered from their daze after a long time. Ah, Sister Yi is waiting in the front hall, we will take you there. Their faces suddenly flushed with shame, they lowered their heads quickly, and they couldn't even speak. Their bodies seemed to have some uncontrollable stress reactions. I have never seen such a handsome man. Well, thank you. I followed the maid to the front hall and just stepped in. The same scene happened again. Yi Hongwei and the maid who had been waiting here seemed to have been immobilized when they saw Qin Jue's appearance, and were unable to say a word for a long time. That tall and straight figure, that flawless face, those deep and bright eyes, everything is in perfect proportion. Even though he is only wearing the regular clothes that every disciple has. But Qin Jue has an extraordinary temperament. Not only are they stunning at first sight, but the more you look at them, you can't help but feel sinking. The maids who had previously disliked Qin Jue for being too dirty and smelly now had a different look. The contrast was huge. Ah! So handsome, so handsome. If I had known he was so handsome, I should have rushed to take him to take a bath just now. There was even a chance to help him bathe. With such a perfect figure, what does it look like in the shower? Yi Hongwei's face was slightly red and her eyes were bright. Found a treasure. I didn't expect that my junior brother's true appearance could be so handsome and lovely. The look before and after washing is completely different. The corners of Qin Jue's mouth raised slightly, and he knew that after showing his peerless beauty, the way these people looked at him would definitely change. Qin Jue, haha, a bunch of handsome dogs, that was not what they looked like just now. No, there is a sense of danger. They are not greedy for my body. Looking at the cannibalistic eyes of the women, Qin Jue's body trembled. Feel firsthand what envying is. Chapter 4. Other side. Taking Zongshan Gate Square. The spirit measuring orb flashed again, lighting up with a dazzling light. Yayan, Tianligan. I heard the words of the disciples who were being assessed. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. They all looked at the testing table with disbelief. What? Tianligan? Didn't he just get taken away? Why did another one come out? When did Tianligan become so worthless? Are they still appearing in Taking Sect? Both the people taking the test and the Taking Sect disciples in charge of the assessment suddenly felt that the world had become a little strange. Normally there is not even one Tianligan in the entire Jingguo, but two appear here at once. Compared with Qin Jue and the beggar Tianligan, this Yayan is in huge contrast. This is a young man with an imposing manner and fine clothes. Not only does he have a majestic appearance, but there is also a natural pride between his eyebrows. At first glance, you can tell that the background is not simple. It was like two extremes from Qin Jue's disgraced beggar attire at that time. Everyone focused on Yayan, who had outstanding temperament, and wanted to know who the new Tianligan was. Most of the people who participated in the entry test came from all over Jingguo. His identity was soon recognized. Isn't this Yayan from the Ye family? I didn't expect that he would also come to take the taking sect assessment. It turns out that he is from the Ye family, one of the great families in Jingguo. No wonder he has such an extraordinary demeanor. I didn't expect that the Ye family would actually have a spiritual root. The Ye family is going to become the #1 family in Jingguo. Hearing everyone's exclamations and, Ye Yan on the stage looked calm, neither arrogant nor impetuous, and behaved quite magnanimously. It seems that having Tianling roots is a very common thing. But the corner of the mouth that cannot be suppressed. But it shows that there is something unusual about him. In fact, he had been tested in his family before coming to taking sect, and he already knew his talent. This situation could have been explained directly to the taking sect, and there was no need to come here for assessment like ordinary people. I came here for testing again because I actually wanted to experience this feeling of appearing holy in front of people. He was very satisfied with the people's amazement and attention. In order to achieve perfect performance, he even rehearsed his actions on stage many times in his mind. The only drawback was that he was overtaken by a beggar. So although the effect was pretty good, it didn't have the shocking feeling of the first Tianling root appearing. But Ye Yan didn't care either. He has a family background, and as long as he practices seriously in the future, he will definitely soar into the sky. With the same Tianligan, it is impossible for a beggar to catch up with him. Although the Ye family is not as good as the top sects like taking sect, it still belongs to the upper-class immortal cultivating family in Jingguo. He believes that with the help of resources from both parties, it is only a matter of time before he can surpass a beggar with no background. Soon, news of another Tianligan came out of the test, and it reached the sect leader Shi Xingfeng. When he heard the news, even as the leader of a sect, he couldn't hide his excitement. This is simply God's blessing to taking sect. One Tianligan is enough of a surprise. Return 2 at a time. It's hard to even think about taking off. Then Shi Xingfeng acted quickly and brought Ye Yan back to the main peak hall. This time, seeing how fast Shi Xingfeng was, the other taking sect elders simply stopped coming. Needless to say, this is a sign that the sect master wants to be his disciple again. It's simply impossible for them to rob people. Who makes him the sect leader? He is also the person with the highest cultivation level in taking sect. Even if you want to grab it, you probably won't be able to grab it. After all, no one who can come to be a disciple is a fool. Who doesn't like to have a strong person as a disciple? After asking about Ye Yan's life experience, Shi Xingfeng suddenly smiled. Okay. It turns out he is the little guy from the Ye family. His future achievements are limitless. Ye Yan, are you willing to join the sect leader's sect and become my 6th disciple? Of course, Ye Yan couldn't ask for this, and he quickly paid homage to his master. Disciple Ye Yan pays homage to master. As a member of the Ye family, he naturally knew who was the most powerful in the taking sect, and he had been prepared to worship Shi Xingfeng before he came. Now I got my wish. Just when Ye Yan had just completed his apprenticeship, Shi Xingfeng was nodding his head with great satisfaction. Yi Hongwei just happened to come back with Qin Jue. Suddenly he looked at Qin Jue, who was following Yi Hongwei with handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Shi Xingfeng couldn't help being slightly stunned. Which disciple is this? Why haven't you seen such a transcendent and outstanding temperament before? Even if he rarely pays attention to his disciples, he should be somewhat impressed by his handsome appearance. Ye Yan also flashed his eyes. Who is this? Does taking sect still have such outstanding disciples? Not only is he so handsome, but he also has such an otherworldly temperament. As if she had anticipated their reactions, Yi Hongwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker, showing an expression as if she was watching a show. Disciple Qin Jue, pay homage to master. At this time, Qin Jue stepped forward and bowed his hands to Shi Xingfeng. Hey! After hearing Qin Jue's words, Shi Xingfeng reacted in surprise. Is this the 5th disciple he just accepted? Isn't the contrast too great? Just now, he asked Yi Hongwei to take the newly recruited fifth disciple to take a bath. I didn't expect the gap between one before and one behind to be so big. Even after washing it, it was almost unrecognizable. What a good disciple! He turned out to be so handsome after being cleaned up. He is as good as my master when he was young. Not bad. Seeing that the true appearance of his newly recruited fifth disciple was so outstanding, Shi Xingfeng was extremely satisfied and nodded repeatedly with a smile. Because he was in a good mood, he praised Qin Jue and even became narcissistic at the same time. Master is so shameless. What do you think of him like this? He wasn't so handsome when he was young, right? Yi Hongwei heard his words and a row of question marks flashed through her mind. After listening to Shi Xingfeng's words, Yan also showed a sudden realization. It turns out that this is also Master's disciple. I never expected that a person with such an outstanding temperament would be my senior brother. He was far away at that time, so he only knew that it was a beggar who had awakened his Tianligan. He didn't know that it was Qin Jue in front of him. I even felt emotional in my heart. Such a person, even if he is as good as he is, he must avoid his sharp edges. He often receives praises, and he considers himself to be the best in the entire Jingguo, both in terms of demeanor and appearance. But now that I saw this senior brother, I felt ashamed of myself. Master, who is this? Seeing that Shi Xingfeng recognized Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei curiously asked him who Yan was. Haha, this is the disciple I just accepted. His name is Yan. He will be your sixth junior brother from now on. God bless the taking sect. Not long after you left, another heavenly spiritual root came to you, ha 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 ha. Hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, Yi Hongwei suddenly looked surprised. What? Here comes another Tianligan. What's going on at this Immortal Ascension Conference? Why are there two heavenly spiritual roots? Qin Jue couldn't help but glance curiously at the new sixth junior brother. I thought to myself, it seems like this is a real heavenly spirit root. Doesn't it mean that it is rare in the entire world of immortality? Why am I just joining now and here comes another one? This Lao Deng, it's not like he's never had any good food, right? Chapter 5. Haha, maybe this is God's will. Our taking sect is destined to take a step further. Shi Xingfeng said cheerfully. He continued to turn to Yan and introduced, this is your fourth senior sister Yi Hongwei and fifth senior brother Qin Jue. I hope you can get along well in the future and work together to bring taking sect to a higher level. Hearing his words, Yan quickly replied, Disciple, please follow Master's teachings. Then he smiled slightly and turned to Qin Jue and Yi Hong with a slight salute, Junior brother Yan, I have met the fourth senior sister and the fifth senior brother. A very personable and polite look. After both of them nodded, he seemed to have thought of something and asked with some confusion, by the way, where is the beggar Tianligan from before? Master, did you confiscate him? Before Shi Xingfeng could answer, Qin Jue, who was standing next to him, glanced at him and touched his nose and said, Ahem, junior brother, I am that beggar. Yan was speechless. What, in the blink of an eye, he became his senior brother. A step too late. It's just that he couldn't figure out how the little beggar, who was still so downcast and completely black before, suddenly transformed into such a charming person. Not only is he so handsome, but he also looks like a beggar. As if that's what he was supposed to be like. Is this what a person who has been a beggar can have? Just when Yan was still struggling in his heart, Shi Xingfeng saw that several people knew each other. He opened his mouth and said, Okay, from now on, as fellow disciples, you can move around more and get familiar with each other. I will take you to settle in first. After speaking, he raised his hand and cast a spell, then led the three of them out of the main peak hall and appeared together at the sect's main peak not far away. The main hall is usually where Shi Xingfeng handles sect affairs and discusses with the elders. The training and residence are usually at the sect master peak next to it. As soon as they arrived at the sect's main peak, Qin Jue and Yayan were surprised by the scene here. Not only are there many fairies and auspicious animals, but also all kinds of fairy birds and spiritual grasses. The quality is also very high. You can tell it is precious at a glance. None of them are ordinary things. Especially the aura is extremely rich and majestic compared to other peaks. Know how many times? Qin Jue feels that the level of aura here is at least 3 or 4 times higher than that of Yiheng Cave. Even if Yayan is the legitimate son of the Ye family, he has never seen a place with so many top-grade spiritual herbs and rare birds, and such a strong spiritual energy. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is indeed the core peak of Taking Sect. It seems that he made the right choice to join Taking Sect this time. If you can keep practicing here, you will definitely make great progress. Shi Xingfeng saw the reactions of Qin Jue and Yayan. Every one of his previous disciples had the same expression after coming here. Not to mention ordinary disciples, other people, even the elders, cannot enter without their permission. This is a benefit that can only be enjoyed by becoming one's own disciple. Give them exposure and let them know that there are many benefits to becoming one's disciple. I thought that after the two of them established the foundation, they would be assigned a cave that was not much weaker than this one. After Qin Jue and Yayan saw the difference, then, he was going to personally guide the two of them in their cultivation. After all, it is Tianligan. This kind of preliminary introduction is the top priority. Naturally, he has to teach it himself before he can rest assured. After taking a few people to a dojo, he then opened his mouth and said to Qin Jue and Yayan, "In order to allow you to better enter the practice, I need to re-examine your talents. The spirit test beads can only detect that your spiritual root qualifications have reached the Tianligan level. The specific spiritual roots need to be carefully tested. Only by practicing the corresponding exercises based on your respective spiritual root attributes can you avoid detours and complete foundation building as soon as possible." Hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, Qin Jue suddenly realized. At first, I thought it would be the same no matter what technique I practiced. Fortunately, he has top-level spiritual roots with all attributes, so there is no need to choose, and he can cultivate anything. Yayan seemed to have known about this in his family for a long time, but he was not surprised at all. Hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, he took the lead and stepped forward confidently. "Master, check mine first." As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Jue. That look seems to say, "Just wait and see, I will definitely surprise you." As for the attributes of his spiritual root, as a member of a family that cultivates immortality, he naturally already knows. Both have Tianling roots, but there is a gap in their attributes. He thinks that he can definitely beat Qin Jue. The other party turned out to be just a beggar, and he didn't want to make any difference at all. When Shi Xingfeng saw Yayan taking the initiative to check first, he didn't think much about it. After all, it doesn't matter who takes the first test. Let Yayan come to him, and then put a hand on Yayan's shoulder. Only about 3 breaths passed. Really? After Shi Xingfeng used his spiritual power to test him, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. Yayan has a good talent. He has fire spiritual roots. Not only can he refine elixirs and weapons, but as long as he practices appropriate techniques, his combat effectiveness will be stronger than other spiritual roots. Yiheng was also quite surprised when he heard Shi Xingfeng's words. 6th junior brother has fire-type spiritual power? Not bad, this type is rare. She didn't expect that this 6th junior brother of Tianligan actually had fire-type spiritual roots. Fire spiritual roots are basically the best ones. Even if they are not heavenly spiritual roots, they are usually very popular. Not only are they powerful in combat, but they can also refine elixirs and weapons. Once they are successful in cultivation, no one in the world of immortality dares to offend them easily. Ye Yan was very satisfied with the reactions of Shi Xingfeng and Yi Hongwei. This is the effect he wants. Haha, even if we have the same heavenly spiritual root, there are still differences between high and low. I am a fire element. My fifth senior brother should be shocked, right? Thinking in his mind, he couldn't help but look at Qin Jue. However, the imaginary stunnedness did not appear. This cheap senior brother of mine seemed to have not heard the words of his senior sister and master at all, and was actually thinking to himself with his head down. What is he thinking? You got lost after seeing that I have a fire spiritual root. Are you pretending to be serious and don't know? Haha, there's no point in pretending you can't hear it. It's not as good as me to wait until the next check. What's the use of being handsomer than me? When you find out later that your talent is not as good as mine, you should be ashamed of yourself. What he didn't know was, Qin Jue was actually wondering whether he should fully demonstrate his talent. His talent is so awesome. If the top-grade spiritual roots with all attributes were fully displayed, he was really afraid of frightening everyone present. After all, they don't look like they've eaten any good food. Okay, Qin Jue, it's your turn. Hearing Shi Xingfeng calling him, he thought about it and finally decided to hide it. Otherwise, if you are too outrageous, it will not end well when the time comes, and you will expose too much of your own details. Well, let's show off our water spiritual root talent. Thinking about it, he used the entry conceal the secret to hide all the other spiritual roots, leaving only one water spiritual root. As for the qi refining level that he had just broken through too quickly, in order not to be noticed by Yi Hongwei, he hid it from the beginning. No matter who comes to investigate now, he is just an ordinary genius with water spiritual roots. Chapter 6. When Qin Jue stepped forward, Ye Yan and Yi Hongwei couldn't help but look curious. As Ye Yan watched, he was hoping in his heart, I hope it's not the fire element. As long as it's not the fire element, even if it's the Tianling root, no matter what element it is, it won't be as good as mine. Yi Hongwei was a little nervous for some reason. Although she knew that the fire element was rare, she still hoped that Qin Jue could also be a fire element. After all, the fifth junior brother, as the first senior brother to join the sect, can't be worse than the sixth junior brother who joined later, right? Most importantly, the fifth junior brother is so handsome. Just when Ye Yan and Yi Hongwei started to get nervous. The same as 3 breaths. Hey, he actually has water spiritual power, and his water talent is also pretty good. It seems that Qin Jue was born to be a member of our taking sect, ha 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 ha. The talent of the water element is very consistent with the core technique of our taking sect, the Taking Yuandao Sutra. It has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. As long as you practice diligently, you will not be much worse than the fire element in the future. Shi Xingfeng announced the result with a smile on his face. At the same time, it also explains why water talent is good and its connection with taking sect. Hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, Qin Jue couldn't help but smile and nodded. As expected, Shi Xingfeng could only detect water spiritual roots. And it just fits the taking sect's technique, which is perfect. He was also very satisfied with the effect of deceive the secret. Sure enough, it's watertight, Ness. Seeing Qin Jue's water talent, Yi Hongwei's eyes flashed and she relaxed. I didn't expect it to be the water type. Although it is not as good as the fire system and cannot refine elixirs or weapons, as long as you practice the Taking Yuandao scripture, your future combat power will be very good. Moreover, it is mainly the same as myself. Great. Thinking in her mind, Yi Hongwei quickly smiled happily and helped Qin Jue explain. The water spiritual root is great, just like me. I also practice Taking Yuandao Zhenjing. This technique is much stronger than other techniques. There are very few people at the same level who are my opponents. Fifth junior brother, if you don't understand anything in the future, you can come to me anytime, just like a family member. There was even a lot of intimacy between the words. Ah? What? What does it mean to be a member of the taking sect? Why is he the most suitable to practice the core skills of taking sect? Not weaker than fire spiritual roots? What's going on, Master? My spiritual roots are obviously better than his. Are you comforting him? There is also fourth senior sister, how come we are a family? I am also your junior brother, don't I deserve to be a family member? After hearing Xing Feng's words, and the fact that Yi Hongwei explained so much to Qin Jue and acted so kindly, Ye Yan's forehead suddenly turned black and he was extremely depressed. I originally thought that no matter what kind of spiritual root I had, I couldn't compare to myself, but I didn't expect that the core technique of taking sect was also water-based. So much so that the fourth senior sister regarded him as one of the family members. Just now, fourth senior sister praised herself for saying only one sentence, but she actually said so much to him. Humph, senior sister must think that he is handsomer than her. Yan go. Damn it. Ye Yan was depressed. Here Xing Feng spoke again. Hongwei, you and Qin Jue have the same spiritual roots. You will teach him the introductory formula of the Taking Yuandao Sutra first. I will take Ye Yan to choose a technique suitable for him. Yes, it's even more uncomfortable this time. Ye Yan needs fire-based skills. Although the core of taking sect is the water system, the sect is so large and contains many skills. It is not difficult to find one that suits Ye Yan. He planned to take him to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to have a look. After Xing Feng left with Ye Yan, Yi Hongwei began to teach Qin Jue. For some reason, her beautiful face showed excitement. Okay, master, and sixth junior brother are gone. Fifth junior brother, let's practice hard. With that said, he explained the exercises to Qin Jue. Although the Taking Yuandao scripture is most suitable for water-based cultivation, there are many complicated and profound aspects in it. It took you and me, senior sister, a month to learn before I started. Junior brother, you must study hard. As if recalling the predicament she was in when she first entered cultivation, Yi Hongwei had a serious look on her face, rather sighing. To this, Qin Jue nodded seriously, yes, senior sister, don't worry, I will study carefully and attentively. After all, this was also his first time practicing immortality in real life, and he was still full of expectations for the real immortality cultivation technique. Seeing his positive attitude, Yi Hong's eyes flashed and she nodded with satisfaction. In the past, she had always been a junior sister, and she had always listened to the teachings of several senior brothers and masters. She never expected that she would be able to experience the feeling of being a teacher today. I thought about the teaching methods of my master and senior brothers before. Yi Hongwei said to Qin Jue, I will teach you the formula first. You listen carefully and try to memorize them all. But you can memorize as much as you can. There is no need to force it. Let's take our time. Then, while reciting the formula, he explained the operation method and key points. The formula is like this, here is like this is going to. After she finished speaking, she asked, Junior brother, have you remembered everything? Qin Jue, yeah, I remember everything. Remember everything? Real or fake? Impossible. This stinky brother is definitely fooling me, right? Qin Jue said that he remembered everything after listening to it once. Yi Hongwei didn't believe it at all. Taking Yuandao Zhenjing is the core technique of taking sect, even if it is just the introductory formula for the early stage of Qi training, it is quite complicated. To be able to become the sect master's disciple, she was also a genius when she started. At first, she read it over and over again, and it took her 3 days to slowly remember it all in her mind. She didn't expect that her junior brother only listened to her explain it once and memorized it all. In fact, what Yi Hongwei didn't know was that Qin Jue not only remembered it, but he also understood it. The part Yi Hongwei taught him was the qi training part of the taking Yuandao Zhenjing. As long as he practiced according to her teachings, he could practice all the way to the 9th level of qi training. Because there is the entry of top comprehension added to it. Qin Jue found that just after listening to Yi Hongwei's explanation once, he remembered every word, and he understood all the meaning of what she said. He even understood Yi Hongwei's writings and had more insights into many of the key points than what she said. Really or not? Then recite it and let me take a look. If you dare to fool me, 5th junior brother. As a senior sister, I have to, Yi Hong narrowed her eyes, pinched her slim waist with her jade hands, and pretended to be stern. Seeing her look of disbelief, Qin Jue knew that she wouldn't believe him unless he showed her a real guy. Immediately he started to memorize it. Haha, just carry it, isn't it easy? The mantra is, it's going to be like this here, and it's going to be like this again, this, is going to. Really? Whether it was all the formulas or the complicated key points she just explained, Qin Jue blurted them out. There is no difference at all from what she just said. Yi Hongwei was shocked. He didn't expect that everything Qin Jue said was true, and he actually remembered all the exercises he taught him after just one try. Chapter 7. Once again, just once. Whether it was the formula or the key points, even the details of her tone of voice were exactly right. Could it be that this is the talent of the top Tianligan? But the exercise formulas are not ordinary classroom studies, and they cannot be memorized by rote. If you cannot understand the true meaning of the Tao, it is impossible to remember it. This all depends on the ability to comprehend, right? Really remember it all at once. Junior brother, how did you do it? Have you ever been exposed to this technique before? Are you really an ordinary person? Yi Hongwei was dumbfounded. Seeing her like this, Qin Jue smiled. Sister, do you believe me now? I said I remembered it all, but you insisted on me reciting it. After I recited it, you said that I was not an ordinary person. Oh, it's difficult, it's too difficult for me. Hearing Qin Jue's slightly joking words, Yi Hong blushed slightly and felt a little embarrassed. Hey, isn't it true that junior brother is so awesome? Senior sister, I have never seen a genius like you before. Junior brother is worthy of being a Tianligan, and his qualifications are indeed excellent. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't figure it out, so I just thought it might be a trait of Tianligan. Then she quickly said, then you try to introduce qi into the body according to the formula and see if you can successfully start practicing. Generally, it doesn't matter if you fail a few times at the beginning. It's normal. Just take your time. After giving some advice, you try first, I'll go get you some spiritual spring. There is a spiritual spring on the main peak of the sect. The spring water contains very strong spiritual energy. If it is used to assist in cultivation, it can draw the energy into the body faster. She decided to bring it back for Qin Jue. Thank you, senior sister, I'll try it first. Wait for Yi Hongwei to leave. Qin Jue tried to practice according to the formula. The main peak of the sect is already rich in aura. This time he tried, combined with the top-grade spiritual roots of all attributes, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in like a tide. Just in the blink of an eye, a sense of breakthrough emerged spontaneously. This feeling was difficult to suppress even if he deliberately suppressed it. It's as if there is something blocked in the body and it needs to be vented urgently. It is not something that the will can resist. I can't bear it anymore. At the critical moment, he quickly activated the secret of deception. Boom! In an instant, all the spiritual energy directly broke through the current blockade of the veins and entered the new realm of veins. Second level of qi training. That's when. Just after the breakthrough, the system prompts appeared immediately. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the second level of qi refining and obtaining a golden entry. Do you want to receive it? When I heard this prompt, I knew that my plugin entry had been updated. Qin Jue directly extracted it without hesitation. Receive. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden entry, eavesdropping on the heart. Eavesdropping, when you focus on others, you can overhear their inner voices. Eavesdropping? You only need to focus on a person to hear the voice in his heart? Interesting, this entry is fun. If anyone has any thoughts in front of him in the future, they will have nothing to hide. This is simply the nemesis of those hypocritical people. Hehe, with this entry, if anyone secretly talks bad about me in the future, please don't blame me for causing trouble. After reading the introduction of new entries, I felt a new realm of my own. Qin Jue thought for a while, and then used the secret to hide his realm in the Qi training level. After all, the world of immortality is full of dangers and uncertainties. Now that I have just stepped into cultivation, I am not yet strong enough to not be afraid of anyone. It is not appropriate to expose too much of the real situation to avoid attracting too much attention. Keep as many trump cards as you can, so that I can have more space to become stronger in the future. Fifth junior brother, I'm back. How is your practice going? Can you feel the spiritual energy? After a while, Yiheng came back from the spring water. He asked, and at the same time handed Qin Jue a gourd. Now, this is spiritual energy spring water. Drinking it can help you practice quickly. Especially for someone like you who has just started and absorbs spiritual energy slowly, the effect is very significant. Is it slower to absorb spiritual energy at the beginning? But my cultivation just now didn't seem to be very slow. Hearing this, Qin Jue couldn't help but think in his heart. Thank you, senior sister. Seeing how magical the spring water she said was, I said thank you and took it out of curiosity. After he took the gourd, Yiheng asked, Junior brother, how is your enlightenment? Can you draw spiritual energy into your body? If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Smelly brother, ask quickly, you must have questions, this technique is not simple, let the senior sister explain it to you. Ask quickly, I will come over and post it with you. Junior brother is so good looking, the more I look at it, the more I want to see it. Hey? Good guy, this is what I feel. Qin Jue looked at Yiheng who was looking at him seriously with a strange expression. Just now I tried to focus on the other person, but Yiheng inner thoughts rang in my mind. I just didn't expect that the senior sister, who looked serious on the surface and was still seriously asking about her cultivation situation, was actually thinking about this. I can't see that my senior sister is such a contrast. Tisk tisk. Ahem, fourth senior sister, is this spiritual power? He touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. A wisp of cyan gas appeared in Qin Jue's hand. He asked pretending to be curious. Seeing the spiritual energy that suddenly appeared in his hand, Yiheng was immediately filled with questions. Sky. How long has she been out? It won't take more than a quarter of an hour. Did you successfully draw Qi and step into the first level of Qi refining so quickly? Can spiritual energy be directly revealed? How did you do that? Are you really human? Oh my god, what kind of genius is this? Even if you bring Qi into your body, you can also release your spiritual power. It took me half a year to learn how to do it. Smelly brother is too awesome. Oh, wow, I found a treasure. Junior brother is mine, mine. Yes, before I just said that I was not an ordinary person, now I am not a human being at all. Qin Jue had a dark look on his face. Pretending not to know what she was thinking, Qin Jue replied in a normal way, it's very simple. I introduce the Qi into the body according to the formula you taught, and then I can directly practice the first level of Qi. Yiheng, it's very simple. Just reach the first level of Qi refining. Okay, you are a Tianligan genius, everything you say is right. Yiheng was speechless. Looking at the gourd in his hand, Qin Jue was ready to open it to see what the spiritual spring looked like. As soon as you open it, a light fragrance comes out. It is worthy of being the spiritual spring on the sect's main peak. Then try to take a sip. The spring water flows in smoothly, with a sweet taste, and at the same time, the rich spiritual energy spreads to the limbs and bones. Cool. This spring water not only tastes sweet, but after drinking it, it can directly increase spiritual energy. You don't have to work hard to absorb it at all. Good stuff. Qin Jue couldn't help but his eyes lit up and he admired from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Qin Jue's reaction, Yi Hong smiled, raised her head, and proudly said as if taking credit. How about it? This kind of spiritual spring can only be found on the main peak of the sect. It can't be found anywhere else in the taking section. This is a benefit that only our sect master's disciples have. Nodded. Qin Jue gave her a thumbs up directly. Immediately afterwards, he held the gourd and took 2 large mouthfuls of it. Soon, I felt that the meridians throughout my body were being filled again. He knew that this was about to break through again. Feel every change in your body. Qin Jue's face was filled with relief. This is cheating. So cool. Breaking through the realm is really as easy as drinking water. Chapter 8. Feel the refreshment of the spiritual spring. Qin Jue resisted and did not drink any more. He was afraid that he would really be able to break through on the spot. After a while, Shi Xingfeng and the others will almost be back. He had just demonstrated that he had broken through to the first level of Qi training, which had already shocked Yi Hongwei. If he broke through again immediately, it would be difficult not to be regarded as a monster. Not only is it troublesome to explain, but it also doesn't fit in with my low-key plan to cultivate immortality. Hold it in for a while. Drink it later when you are alone. When the time comes, you don't have to worry too much about how you can make a breakthrough. You have good self-control. Now that you have just started practicing, the amount of spiritual energy you can absorb is limited. Excessive intake will only make you bloated. The more you drink, the better. Seeing Qin Jue covering the gourd and not continuing to drink, Yi Hong said with slight appreciation. Not knowing her true thoughts, she thought this was a sign of Qin Jue's strong willpower. When she first got the spiritual spring, she was so satisfied with the majestic spiritual energy that she drank half a gourd. In the end, only a small part was absorbed, and the rest was wasted, which made her feel regretful and uncomfortable for a long time. In fact, with Qin Jue's talent of the best spiritual roots in the entire system, coupled with his heaven-defying understanding, as long as he doesn't want to stop, no matter how many spiritual springs there are, he can quickly absorb them and transform them into his own cultivation. Then Yi Hongwei spoke again, by the way, junior brother, you have reached the first level of Qi refining. How do you feel? Is the spiritual power still running smoothly? Especially the outward release of spiritual energy, which involves many details. Senior sister, as someone with experience, can help you correct your shortcomings, so that you can master the strongest way to use spiritual power as soon as possible, so that your spiritual energy can be released faster and smoother. I know that she wants to help me improve, and it is indeed my first time to come into contact with this, and I don't know if it is really perfect. Therefore, Qin Jue explained his understanding of the first level of Qi refining and the release of spiritual energy during his cultivation. This level of Qi training starts from Danshan like this, to Baihui point like this. As for the release of spiritual energy, it has to go through this meridian, and then from here. Senior sister, do you think this is correct? However, Yi Hongwei became more and more surprised as she listened to Qin Jue's explanation. It can still be like this. She found that her understanding was actually not as good as Qin Jue's. Especially some of the details, I had never noticed before. There are so many details here. My previous understanding was too shallow. I see, no wonder Master said before that I didn't understand the true meaning of the exercises. It is indeed the Taking Yuandao Sutra, it is so powerful to fully understand it. At this moment, her voice was full of surprise and exclamation, as if she had been enlightened. But on her pretty face, there was only a hint of surprise. Calm nodded and said, "Well, yes, junior brother, you still have some understanding." This tone sounded like she had already known and understood this. Actually, while saying this sentence, "Junior brother is so smart. This kind of understanding is at least better than 10 of me. It's interesting, I can't tell that senior sister is pretty good at pretending. However, wouldn't it be a bit too stupid to not even understand these simple details?" Looking at Yi Hongwei, who looked calm, Qin Jue remained calm on the surface, but in his heart he couldn't help but doubt the other person's IQ. Ahem, put aside the martial arts for now. Junior brother, you are now able to release your spiritual power and can learn simple spells. Sister, let me teach you a spell first. Knowing that his understanding was not as good as Qin Jue's, Yi Hongwei stopped asking about the details of the technique. Instead, teach him the spell directly. This is water archery, which is the most basic attack spell. Watch it. As she spoke, Yi Hong stretched out her white jade hand, and a ball of light blue spiritual power condensed in her hand, like a drop of water the size of a fist. Then she raised her hand and waved towards the distance. The water droplets turned into 3 water arrows and shot out. Boo-hoo-hoo! Bang bang bang! In an instant, a big tree with 3 people hugging each other exploded into 3 holes in the distance, and the center was bright from front to back. Seeing this scene, Qin Jue's eyes flashed. Is this magic? Isn't that the power of Barret in the previous life? This is still the most basic. What are the effects of those more powerful spells? Or what will be the effect if someone with a powerful realm uses it? How's it going? Are you scared? Junior brother, can you try? Remember to follow the spiritual power operation method I just taught you. Seeing that Qin Jue was stunned, Yi Hongwei was very satisfied and asked him to try it in his own way. After nodding to show understanding, he recalled all the details of Yi Hongwei's action just now, as well as the method of mobilizing the spiritual power of water archery. Qin Jue stretched out his palm and opened it, and instantly a ball of light blue water dropped in his palm. Then he followed suit and raised his hand to hit another big tree with water droplets. Boo-hoo-hoo! Similarly, the water droplets turned into 3 water arrows and shot out. Bang bang bang! This big tree was also blasted with 3 craters, the translucent center of which was even larger than the one made by Yi Hong's micro-water arrow. Not only did he learn it in one go, but he also had to refine his control over spiritual power. Ah! It was successful. Seeing this scene, Yi Hong suddenly opened her mouth. Ah ah ah! Junior brother is too awesome, isn't he? He just learned it by watching me perform it once? And this power seems to be more condensed than my control of spiritual power. She was dumbfounded. She remembered that when she tried to cast the first basic spell, it took her 6 days to finally cast it. As a junior, I learned it just by watching myself perform it once. Is it difficult? I just followed the method of my senior sister to concentrate my spiritual power, and I did it. Seeing Yi Hongwei's reaction and listening to her inner voice, Qin Jue was a little confused. Is it such an exaggeration? I really just followed what I was doing. Well, it seems that my senior sister is a bit stupid. Well, it's really not difficult. Although I'm not as fast as you, senior sister managed to learn it in just 1 day. What does it mean to learn by force? Senior sister, can it really happen in a day? When asked so many questions about what to do, I said just 1 day at a time. Okay, I'll teach you the water wall technique again. After a few harsh words, Yi Hongwei began to teach Qin Jue other spells. They are all basic water spells, such as water wall, water knife, etc., which can basically achieve simple defense and attack, and are relatively useful in the early stage. It didn't take long for Yi Hong to teach Qin Jue magic. Not long after, Shi Xingfeng and Ye Yan are back. Both of them were smiling, and it seemed that they had found a suitable technique. Shi Xingfeng looked like he had found a treasure and praised excitedly, "Ye Yan is really a genius that is rare to see in a century. My understanding is so strong, I just learned the technique a few times and I can already draw qi into my body. Today is such a good day. Not only have I accepted 2 Tianligan disciples, this Ye Yan has excellent intelligence and talent. This kind of understanding is rare even among Tianligan. It would be great if Qin Jue's Tianligan also had this kind of understanding." While praising Ye Yan, Shi Xingfeng's thoughts also appeared in Qin Jue's mind. Quite greedy. Chapter 9. Hearing his master praising himself in front of Qin Jue and Yi Hongwei, Ye Yan had a humble look on his face. "Everywhere, master teaches me well. If it weren't for master's teachings and guidance, the disciples wouldn't know how to feel the spiritual energy. But I was very proud in my heart. In fact, his family has been exposed to cultivation for a long time, and he has studied how to introduce qi into the body in the early stage countless times. It's just that in order to be able to learn more powerful techniques in taking sect, I didn't actually practice. Haha, the heritage of a big family like mine cannot be compared to that of my 5th senior brother. One step is slow, every step is slow. 5th senior brother, right? It's just that you got started before me. From now on, I will let you experience the feeling of being surpassed by your junior brother. I'll see if you are still embarrassed to let me call you senior brother." However, Yi Hong slightly noticed that he was blowing rainbow farts at Shi Xingfeng, but she secretly pursed her lips. He complained even louder in his heart. "It's just about introducing qi into the body. With 6th junior brother's level of understanding, he's not even qualified to carry 5th junior brother's shoes. Is this just flattering? Is this a genius that is rare to see in a century? Master has never eaten any good food, and has never seen what a true genius is." Qin Jue looked at several people with strange eyes, his eyes moving back and forth on the 3 of them. It turns out that listening to your heart is such a speechless thing. As expected, it is sanctimonious and unpredictable. Seeing that Ye Yan was still flattering his master. At this time, Yi Hongwei finally couldn't bear it anymore. She wants them to know what true genius is. I don't know if he thinks Ye Yan is stealing the limelight from Qin Jue, but even his words smell like tea. 6th junior brother is really awesome, then you should learn more from 5th junior brother. Although you can draw qi into your body very quickly, the 5th junior brother is already proficient in magic." "What? 5th senior brother knows magic?" Hear this. Ye Yan was stunned for a moment. "What? Can you do magic? How long have you been here? How can you learn magic? Isn't it fake? Doesn't mastering spells require the release of spiritual energy? Doesn't it mean that this guy is already in the qi refining stage? How long did it take for him to practice Qigong and enter the qi refining stage so quickly? How did he do it? Could it be that he, like me, has learned about cultivation before? That's not right. Even if we have learned about cultivation before, we all started as ordinary people. Why is he faster than me? I don't believe it, this is not true." Ye Yan screamed crazily in his heart, not believing it to be true. Shi Xingfeng was different. Hearing Yi Hongwei's words, he was instantly overjoyed. Qin Jue already knows magic. Originally, I thought Ye Yan was a rare genius for being able to draw qi into his body, but I didn't expect Qin Jue to have such a big surprise for you. In amazement, Shi Xingfeng excitedly said to Qin Jue, "Quick, let me show you how to use it." He just heard the news at first glance and subconsciously wanted to see how far Qin Jue had practiced. It's not that I don't believe my disciples' words. When Ye Yan heard this, he immediately looked at Qin Jue attentively. He couldn't accept it at all. He didn't believe that not long ago he was a beggar who had never practiced cultivation before, and could learn spells so quickly. I want to confirm it with my own eyes. Yi Hongwei also showed encouraging and expectant eyes. Smelly brother, please show it off. Let them see what a real genius is. Quick, quick, let master eat something good. Seeing them all looking at him, and hearing Ye Yan's inner voice, he knew that he would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Qin Jue gave Yi Hongwei a look that said, "What are you worried about?" He decisively stretched out his slender palm and saw a ball of light blue water appear. Then he raised his hand and waved towards the distance. Whoosh! In an instant, 3 water arrows were arranged neatly and shot out at the same speed. The target was pointed at a large tree that had been pierced by water arrows and was already crumbling. Bang bang bang, boom! A big tree that had just been shot by a water arrow fell to the ground. This time, it is faster and more powerful than when I first learned from Yi Hongwei. Seeing this scene, Shi Xingfeng's eyes flashed and he looked very excited. Okay, okay. Sure enough, you can do magic. I can't believe it, I can't believe it, Jue, you actually have such a peerless beauty. I think your spiritual strength is at the peak of the first level of Qi refining and is about to reach the second level. Not only can he master spells so quickly, but he is also about to break through the second level of Qi refining. This kind of talent and understanding is simply a top talent that is rare to see in thousands of years. Okay, okay, God bless my taking sect, God bless my taking sect, ha 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 ha. She was so excited that he burst out laughing. He was so excited at the moment. Even the name Qin Jue was unconsciously changed to Jue. When he checked the spiritual root attributes before, he had clearly felt that at that time, his disciple was just an ordinary person without any spiritual power. He thinks this is absolutely correct. From the time an ordinary person brings qi into his body to mastering spells proficiently, no matter how talented he is, even if he has good spiritual roots and understanding like Ye Yan, it will probably take him more than half a month. And Qin Jue did it so quickly. It proves that his understanding has reached an extremely terrifying level. Not only do you possess the spiritual roots of heaven, but you also have such peerless understanding. What is this but a genius? The key is that this is still his apprentice. As long as Qin Jue can continue to cultivate smoothly in the future, it will be difficult for the taking sect not to take flight. Ye Yan was also completely dumbfounded at this time. His eyes were wide-eyed, and he could only keep repeating one sentence, fifth senior brother is so awesome. So awesome, so awesome. When Yi Hongwei saw their reactions, she couldn't shake the smile on her pretty face, and her eyes were full of pride. Humph, did you see it? What is genius? This is the real genius. No one in the world can compare with my 5th junior brother. Shi Xingfeng was excited and Ye Yan was dumbfounded. Qin Jue also followed suit. Showing a humble look, he said, "Everywhere, senior sister teaches me well, and senior sister teaches me well." Hearing his words, Ye Yan was shocked and dumbfounded and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn it! You pretended to be there. If the teaching is useful, why do you need a genius? If it is useful, the world will be full of great cultivators. And master, are you too realistic? Just now you said that I am a genius that is only seen once in a century. Now that 5th senior brother is here, I will become a genius that is only seen in thousands of years? The joy on Shi Xingfeng's face never faded. He continued to praise Qin Jue's beauty. Then he made arrangements. In that case, Hongwei will stay at the sect master peak for the time being and teach Qin Jue how to practice well. There are some resources here for daily practice. Each of you has one. It is considered as a meeting gift from my master. As he spoke, 2 storage bags appeared out of thin air in his hands, one for Qin Jue and one for Ye Yan. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Qin Jue and Ye Yan took the storage bags and thanked them at the same time. Nodding, Shi Xingfeng turned to Yi Hongwei with a smile and said, "Okay, Hongwei, arrange for them to stay first. Remember to find a better yard, don't treat my genius apprentice badly." Chapter 10. After Yi Hongwei accepted the order, he took the two of them out of the place where Shi Xingfeng lived and went to find a room for them. There are many rooms in Sect Master Peak, each with its own courtyard. These rooms were originally prepared for the disciples of the sect leader, and the conditions and environment were not bad. It's just that over the years, Shi Xingfeng has not accepted many disciples. The first few disciples, after building the foundation and becoming qualified to open caves, chose to go out and occupy a mountain peak by themselves. That left all these rooms empty. Not long after leaving, Yi Hongwei brought Yayan and Qin Jue to a small courtyard. This courtyard only had 2 rooms. It was right on the roadside. The door was blocked by a bamboo forest, and the scenery was not the same. Not good. The only advantage is that it is relatively close to Shi Xingfeng dojo. Yi Hongwei pointed to the courtyard and said to Yayan, "6th junior brother, you will live here from now on." After saying that, regardless of Yayan's reaction, he took Qin Jue and left. And with Qin Jue, he walked along several bluestone roads, crossed several hongqiaos, passed several courtyards, and finally came to a large courtyard. Not only are there 4 or 5 rooms, but the front door of the courtyard also faces the steaming clouds and rosy clouds, and the scenery is very beautiful. Arriving at this courtyard, Yi Hongwei took Qin Jue in with her. Then he smiled and said, "This courtyard is relatively large. I have lived in it before. It is just suitable for me to live with you. If you have any questions, you can ask me in time. This is all to better help 5th junior brother in your practice. After all, Master asked me to teach you well. Senior sister, of course I have to do my best. Junior brother, all this is for cultivation. He, from now on I can see the beautiful face of my stinky brother every day. Smelly brother is so handsome, if I don't see him for a day, I will definitely go crazy. When the time comes to live with my stinky brother every day, maybe I can still, he. Hearing her voice, Qin Jue subconsciously took a step back. Isn't this not good? Hey, woman, you are in danger. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Qin Jue actually wants to live alone. After all, his talent is too terrifying. Once he starts practicing seriously, he will definitely be very powerful. Living with Yi Hongwei will be very troublesome if he is noticed. Seeing Qin Jue's reaction, Yi Hongwei's pretty face blushed slightly at first, then she turned serious and said in a tone that did not allow for decision, "What's wrong? I'm your senior sister, and I won't eat you." "Okay, don't say any more, it's just decided." Seeing how determined she was, Qin Jue couldn't refuse for a while. After all, she is my senior sister, so it's not easy to disgrace her, right? For no other reason than he is good. It's just a courtyard, not a room, so there's nothing to worry about. Okay then, senior sister Lao will take care of you from now on. Seeing Qin Jue finally agreeing, Yi Hongwei's eyes flashed with an imperceptible glint. It was even harder to suppress the slight curling of the corners of his mouth. He, don't worry, little brother, my senior sister will definitely take good care of you in the future. Mine, everything is mine. Ha. I found that Yi Hongwei was thinking about whether she had something or not. Qin Jue took out the gourd from before and interrupted, "By the way, senior sister, I'll give you back your gourd." Gourd, just keep it for use. This gourd is also a space treasure. It will be convenient for connecting to the spiritual spring in the future. Yi Hong waved her hand slightly and said calmly, "This is what I have used, my little brother must use it every day. In that case, we can kiss every day, he. Wow ha burp." Qin Jue was speechless. "Okay, you are really greedy for my body. If it weren't for the fact that you, senior sister, are still charming, beautiful, and in a happy mood every day, I might have sued master and wanted to live alone. Next, Yi Hongwei helped Qin Jue choose a room, also chose one for herself, and then returned to her room. After all, you can't really stick to him all the time. Qin Jue just settled down and had to leave some personal space. After Yi Hongwei left, Qin Jue looked at the layout of the room. It was neither too simple nor too luxurious. There were tables, chairs, and a bed at the end, with the quilt Yi Hongwei had just spread on it. After sitting down on the chair, Qin Jue took out the storage bag given by Shi Xingfeng just now. There are no restrictions on it, and you can see what's inside if you sink your mind deeply. A Jingshen futon should be used for meditation and practice. There are also 3 books, one of which is the Taking Yuandao Zhenjing that Yi Hongwei taught him. It is just a complete book and contains the cultivation formulas and methods for all realms. The other 2 are relatively thin, one is annotations on exercises and the other is cultivation notes, both of which look very new. Isn't this written by Master himself? I never expected that this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes could have such a careful side. In addition to these, there are more than 1,000 shiny milky white stones inside. These should be spiritual stones, right? It is not difficult to tell by looking at the appearance of these stones. He took out a piece and held it in his hand. I have already practiced by introducing qi into my body. Immediately, I felt that it was full of rich spiritual energy. Yes, this is a good thing. If you use this spiritual stone and combine it with the spiritual spring in the gourd, I wonder what effect it will have during cultivation. Looking at the spirit stone in his hand, Qin Jue couldn't help but want to practice again. Just now at Shi Xingfeng Dojo, I stopped forcibly when I was about to break through because I was afraid of being too exaggerated. It's still not very good so far. Now I no longer have any worries, so I can't bear it anymore. Just do it if you think of it. He took out the Jingshen futon and sat on it. Then he opened the gourd and took a few sips. Holding a spiritual stone in each hand, he started to run the Taking Yuandao scripture. Suddenly, the pure spiritual energy in the spirit stone in his hand quickly entered his body. The original milky white color gradually darkened until it turned into 2 ordinary pieces of jade. Just finished absorbing the spiritual stone and the spiritual energy in the spiritual spring in his belly. Under the impact of the large amount of spiritual energy, the realm bottleneck was instantly broken. 3 levels of qi training. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 3rd level of qi refining and obtaining a golden entry. Do you want to receive it? Receive. Water Genius, proficient in practicing water attribute techniques and spells. Water Genius. Okay, you are the best at playing with water, right? It seems that it will be easier to practice the Taking Yuandao scripture in the future. He casually threw aside the spiritual stone that had absorbed the spiritual energy. He stood up, yawned and walked towards the bed. I have just started cultivating, and I am still at the low level of qi refining, and I am not yet able to do it without sleeping. In addition, I have experienced too much all day today, and my spirit is already extremely tired. From the beginning, he became a beggar and almost starved to death. Later, he plugged in to get money, participated in the entry test, and then became a disciple of Shi Xingfeng. He also successfully learned the immortal cultivation technique and basic spells, and is now at the 3rd level of qi refining. It can be said to be a big ups and downs. He took off his clothes, turned around and lay down. Smelling the faint fragrance on the quilt, Qin Jue slowly fell asleep. Chapter 11. Early the next morning. A small spiritual sword as thick as a finger flew in front of him. The small sword was light blue and instantly shattered into a mist. The mist trembled and shimmered, and Shi Xingfeng's voice came out, "Come quickly to the master's dojo. This scene is quite magical. Hey, is this a summons from master?" As expected of a master of cultivating immortals, he is so capable in conducting communications. I don't know when I will be able to do it. Qin Jue looked surprised and felt very novel. At the same time, I also look forward to when I can reach this state. After washing up and going out, Yi Hongwei was already waiting in the yard. When she saw Qin Jue coming out, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I can't get enough of my handsome junior brother. Master asked us to go there. As expected, we should introduce other senior brothers and sisters to our junior fellow apprentices, as well as related matters after you get started. Hearing this, Qin Jue suddenly understood, nodded, and was about to go out. At this time, Yi Hongwei reached out to hold him and said, "It's too slow to walk over. Senior sister will take you over with your sword." As he said this, he thought of something, and a blush appeared on his pretty face. After Qin Jue got on Fijian, he naturally put his hands on her slender waist, which made her delicate body tremble slightly. Junior brother's hands are so warm. I really want to keep them like this forever. Then, Yu Jian was very fast. After a while, Yi Hongwei took Qin Jue to Shi Xingfeng dojo. After arriving, in addition to Shi Xingfeng, there were 2 men and women who looked to be in their 20s, and a little girl. Seeing Yi Hongwei appear with Qin Jue, they did not show too much surprise, but looked at Qin Jue curiously. At this time, Yi Hongwei came up to meet them and said hello to them. Hongwei paid homage to master, and met senior sister and second senior brother. Hearing her words, Qin Jue knew that this was a senior brother and sister he had never met before. Judging from the appearance alone, his temperament is outstanding, and he is indeed worthy of being a disciple of the sect master. After bowing to her master and 2 senior brothers and sisters, Yi Hongwei turned to look at the little girl. "Little junior sister Ying Ying is here too. Why didn't you go hide and seek with the spirit beast today?" Hearing Yi Hongwei's words, the little girl suddenly said cutely, "Humph, those spirit beasts are so stupid. They can't find me every time. Now they don't dare to play with me when they see me. Dad said I have 2 more talented senior brothers, so of course I have to come and see them. He he he." After hearing the little girl's words, Qin Jue knew that she was his master's daughter. "I didn't expect it to be so lively and cute. Interesting." At this time, Yan also arrived sweating profusely. Unlike Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei was leading him on the way with a flying sword at a very fast speed. After receiving the summons from Shi Xingfeng, he arrived last even if he kept running. Fortunately, it is the closest to the dojo. If you lived far away, you would probably consume a lot of spiritual energy every time you travel. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Shi Xingfeng began to introduce them to each other. "This is what my teacher said. Your 5th junior brother Qin Jue and 6th junior brother Yan, who have Tianling roots, are all here to join the sect's Immortal Promotion Conference. Yan has fire spiritual roots. He can directly draw qi into his body as soon as he starts practicing. He has a very good talent. Qin Jue happens to be talented in the water system. He can practice the core skills of our taking sect with twice the result with half the effort. The most important thing is that he has a very strong understanding. Not only did he enter the qi refining period when he started practicing, he also learned basic spells. Such talent and understanding are definitely top-notch geniuses that are rarely seen in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. With the 2 of them joining the taking sect in the future, it will definitely be even more glorious." When talking about Yan, it was just a very good sentence. When Qin Jue arrived, Shi Xingfeng's face was obviously even more joyful. "Why do I only have one very good sentence and then disappear? How come there are so many introductions to the 5th senior brother? Partiality. Master is definitely showing partiality." Not knowing what Yan was thinking at all, Shi Xingfeng then introduced his 2 senior brothers, sisters, and daughter to Qin Jue and Yan. "This is your senior sister Yan Yunfen and second senior brother Yin's Hai Jun." Then he looked helpless and pointed at the little girl in red. "This girl is my master's daughter. She usually doesn't like to practice, so she only knows how to play with the sect's spirit beasts. Now many spirit beasts run away when they see her. Don't spoil her from now on. Then he seemed to remember something and added, by the way, your third senior brother is called Qu Jianqing. He went out for training some time ago and has not returned yet. He is not in the section. I will introduce you to him next time. After the introduction, Shi Xingfeng couldn't hide his beautiful thoughts when he looked at the outstanding disciples present. With the addition of 2 talented disciples, the sect is becoming more and more prosperous. This is God's love for the sect. From now on, our taking sect's influence in the entire world of immortality will definitely be stronger. You are all my good disciples, ha 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 ha. Shi Yingying was also very happy to have 2 more senior brothers. When there were only 4 senior brothers and sisters before, everyone was very kind to her. Now that there are 2 more senior brothers and sisters, the child is naturally happy. Her big and smart eyes flickered, she smiled sweetly, and said hello first, hello, 5th senior brother, hello 6th senior brother. She is dressed in red and looks about 7 or 8 years old. She has 2 round hair accessories. She has big eyes and a round face. She is holding a small white fox with snow-white hair in her hand. Look. Very cute. Dad, really, he told me about my laziness just after we met. It's so annoying. However, 5th senior brother is so handsome. I have been in the sect for so long, and the 5th senior brother is still the most handsome person I have ever seen. Tai, I want to tie with 5th senior brother. Unknowingly, Shi Yingying walked to Qin Jue's side. He peeked at Shi Xingfeng and whispered to Qin Jue, 5th senior brother, don't listen to daddy's nonsense. Yingying usually works hard in her practice. Hearing her words, Yi Hongwei and Yin's Haijun both laughed, and even Yan Yunfen, who looked coldly, couldn't help but curl his lips. Shi Xingfeng, who was in the main seat, could only shake his head helplessly. But the doting in his eyes couldn't be hidden. There were all people with high cultivation level present. At this close range, no matter how quiet the sound was, you could hear it. Shi Yingying also had the 2nd level of qi refining, so she naturally knew this. The reason why he pretended to whisper to Qin Jue was entirely to express his dissatisfaction with his father Shi Xingfeng. At the same time, the white fox in Shi Yingying's arms also widened his fox eyes and looked at Qin Jue very intelligently. It's so beautiful. This is the most beautiful human being I have ever seen. Then the white fox jumped directly into Qin Jue's arms, sniffing crazily. This human smells good. I really want to stay in his arms all the time. Hearing this voice, Qin Jue could not help but look curiously at the white fox that jumped into his arms. It's interesting, even the fox's heart can be heard, this entry is great. Originally, he thought that eavesdropping on hearts could only hear people's voices. Now it seems that as long as you think, no matter whether it is a person or an animal, you can hear it. Chapter 12. Seeing Baihu running directly into Qin Jue's arms, Shi Yingying was a little surprised. 5th senior brother, Xiaobai seems to like you very much. Can I often bring Xiaobai to come and play with you in the future? But because of Qin Jue's natural attraction, she just took the opportunity to mention it to Qin Jue. Qin Jue would naturally not refuse such a cute little junior sister and such a spiritual white fox. He touched the smooth-haired white fox in his arms and immediately agreed with a smile. Of course, little junior sister can bring Xiaobai to play with me at any time. While talking to Shi Yingying, Yan on the side also stepped forward to say hello to Yan Yunfen and Yin's Haijun. Upon seeing this, Qin Jue also hugged the white fox back to Shi Yingying and stepped forward quickly. I've met senior sister and 2nd senior brother. In response, senior sister Yan Yunfen just nodded slightly and said, well, hello. There seemed to be a natural sense of distance in that look, and I didn't want to say any unnecessary words. She has a delicate appearance, a cold expression, snow-white skin and a slender figure. She wears a long white dress, which exudes a refined temperament. Coupled with this taciturn character, she looks like a snow fairy. Except for the flash of surprise in Qin Jue's eyes when he first saw him, even if Qin Jue and Yan greeted him at this time, there was not much expression on his beautiful face. He looked at his senior sister curiously, her personality was too cold. This is the legendary iceberg beauty. It's a bit cold, but she's very good looking and has an amazing temperament. At this time, Yan Yunfen took out 2 fluorescent gems and gave one to each of Qin Jue and Yan. This is the Ice Heart Stone. It can help with careful cultivation. It can calm down the monks at critical times and prevent them from going crazy. When you first meet, this will be a gift from my senior sister. At the same time, he encouraged, you must practice hard and don't let down your powerful talents. You need to work harder to go further in your journey to immortality. Both junior brothers are very talented. It seems that they will have to work harder after returning home, but they cannot be surpassed by the junior brothers. 5th junior brother is so good looking. The more he looks at him, the better he looks. Hearing this voice, when Qin Jue thanked him, he couldn't help but look at the expressionless senior sister Bing Shan. Not only is my senior sister aloof, but she also seems to like practicing at home. The 2nd senior brother Yin's Haijun is the complete opposite. He was dressed in black. Although he was not as good as Qin Jue in appearance, he was still outstanding. He always had a faint smile on his face and looked as gentle as jade. He seemed to be a harmless person who was very easy to get along with. He was also quite enthusiastic towards them and talked a lot. He smiled and said, "Haha, hello, 5th junior brother, 6th junior brother, you are indeed a genius of Tianligan. No wonder they are all such talented people, not bad." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of high-grade blue water essence and gave it to Qin Jue. A bottle of high-quality elixir was given to Yan. This spiritual marrow and elixir have the effect of improving physical fitness and impacting bottlenecks. After taking it, it will be of great benefit. It is a little thought from me as a senior brother. In response, Qin Jue and Yan thanked each other and accepted. Wait until they accept it. Yin's Haijun continued, from now on, everyone will be one of our own. The senior brothers in the sect are quite familiar with each other. If you don't understand anything, whether it's about cultivation or matters within the sect, you can come to me. The taking sect is also very lucky. 2 heavenly spiritual roots actually came here. If we wait for them to grow up, won't our Pluto sect be in big trouble? Unfortunately, why doesn't such a genius join the Pluto sect? Fortunately, they have just started practicing. While they are still young and still have a chance, we must find a way to capture them back to the sect. Such geniuses must be used by our Pluto sect. Hey! Hearing this voice, Qin Jue was stunned. Pluto sect? This is 25 boys? Good guy, good guy. Unexpected, unexpected. This taking sect actually sneaked in an undercover agent. And he even became the 2nd disciple of the sect leader? No wonder this 2nd senior brother is so keen on helping master handle sect affairs. Pluto sect. Qin Jue also heard about it. I remember that it was one of the strongest demon sects in Jingguo, and its reputation was no less than that of the taking sect. I didn't expect the Pluto sect's methods to be so powerful. Not only did he arrange to go undercover to the archenemy taking sect, he even went directly to the sect leader's peak and became the sect leader's most trusted 2nd disciple. Good, good. What is this guy looking at? Why is he staring at me? A bottle of high-quality blue water essence is not enough. Hearing this voice, Qin Jue quickly withdrew his gaze and remained calm. He is indeed an undercover agent, his eyes and thoughts are very meticulous. Haijun has already participated in the management of the sect. He is the deacon of the inner sect and is relatively familiar with the affairs of the sect. If you have any questions or needs, you can go to him and let him take you through the entrance and other matters. Seeing that everyone knew each other, Shi Xingfeng ordered. Yes, Master, this disciple must help the two junior brothers handle the entry-level matters. After Yin's Haijun accepted the order, he took Qin Jue and Yayan away from the sect's main peak. The first person who brought them here was the Intersect Nameplate Pavilion, which is where Intersect disciples apply for identity cards and light soul lamps. According to Yin's Haijun's instructions, Qin Jue and Yayan put a drop of blood essence on the identity tag and soul lamp respectively. The soul lamp and the identity card are matching magical instruments. Once the identity card is destroyed, the soul lamp will go out. After explaining the functions of the identity tag and the soul lamp to them, Yin's Haijun also talked about some sect rules, how to receive salary, receive tasks, and how to go to the Kung Fu Pavilion. He also told them how to go to the secret realm of the sect's blessed land to practice. The salary is received once a month. As disciples of the sect master, they are better than other inner disciples. They receive 100 spiritual stones every month, while other ordinary inner disciples only have 50 yuan a month. Receive quests in the quest hall. There, the sect will release various tasks from time to time. Completing tasks will award contribution points. It can be used to exchange for spiritual stones, exercises, spells, blessed land cultivation, etc. To put it simply, contribution points are the hard currency of the sect. As long as there are contribution points, most of the resources needed for practice can be exchanged. Therefore, if you have no background in taking sect and want to practice and improve quickly, you will usually choose to do tasks to earn contribution points. 5th junior brother and 6th junior brother, if you have your eye on any magic weapon, you can come to the mission hall to complete more missions. With your talents, it should be easy to contribute some points by then. After bringing Qin Jue and Yayan to the mission hall, Yin's Haijun introduced them. Without contribution points, it will be difficult to practice in the future, especially those with high talents like them, who need more resources, so we are not afraid that they will not go out. Once they leave the taking sect, I can let the people from the Pluto sect kidnap them. Chapter 13. Damn it! Well, you second senior brother, this is too insidious, isn't it? You actually plan to wait for us to go out to do the mission and arrest us and take us to the Pluto sect? It's too dark, this old man. Hearing this voice, Qin Jue was numb. These two senior brothers looked enthusiastic on the surface, but in their hearts they were planning to attack them. If it hadn't been for the entry eavesdropping on hearts, I might have fallen into his trap accidentally. It's too dangerous out there. The sect is not safe either, so we have to be careful. As long as your strength does not exceed that of Master for one day, you will never step out of the sect. Want to find an opportunity with me? Oh, no way. I'm a lucky person, so there's no need to go out and fight for opportunities. Thinking about it, Qin Jue looked at Yayan who looked excited next to him calmly. As for the 6th junior brother, I heard that the 3rd senior brother often goes out on missions and is the strongest swordsman of the younger generation in the sect. When my strength improves, I will go out and try my best. I will definitely become famous in the sect in the future. If you want to go out so much, Xiao, just ask for your blessings. Soon, after getting familiar with various matters after entry, Qin Jue and Yayan said goodbye to their second senior brother together and returned to the sect's main peak. They have just started, and their task is to practice. Coupled with the resources given by Master Shi Xingfeng and the greeting gifts from fellow senior brothers and sisters, it is enough for the time being. Moreover, new disciples do not need to accept tasks within the first 3 years of their entry. Only after 3 years in the sect are there stipulated task targets that must be met. When we returned to our residence, Yi Hongwei had also returned. Seeing Yi Hongwei, Qin Jue asked, "Senior sister, can you take me to pick up Ling Chuan? I will pick him up myself after knowing the convenient address. Now he just wants to improve his strength quickly. Today, by getting to know two senior brothers and sisters, and knowing the secret that the second senior brother Yin's Haijun is an undercover agent of the demon sect, he has deeply realized the dangers and difficulties of cultivating immortality. Even in Jingguo's leading taking sect, there are undercover agents from the demon sect, and they secretly plot against him and Yan, who have Tianling roots. If this happens outside of taking sect, God knows what else is waiting for me, and I don't know how dangerous it is. Of course you are free, come with me. Yi Hongwei smiled with her pretty face and agreed immediately. Then he took Qin Jue to the nearest route. When they arrived at the place, Qin Jue was not polite and directly filled the gourd with the spiritual spring before returning with Yi Hongwei satisfied. After coming back, he didn't say anything to Yi Hongwei. He said hello and turned back to his room to start practicing. In this way, except for picking up Ling Chuan, Qin Jue almost never left the house. With his full talent, although his cultivation speed is very fast, it also becomes slower as he goes to the back. This is inevitable for cultivating immortality, and it is the same for everyone. Because it is impossible to complete the improvement without spiritual power. Every time you advance to a higher level, the spiritual power required will be dozens or hundreds of times that of the previous level. This is why it is so difficult to cultivate immortality and why there are so few high-level monks. Not only spiritual power is needed, but also understanding is often required when breaking through a realm. Even if many people have accumulated enough spiritual power, they still have trouble finding a way to break through a realm. Some people's foundation building is their lifetime limit, and some people's golden elixir is the highest, and they can't break through to a higher level in their lifetime. In addition to these, you must also be careful of fights between monks and various dangers. If you are not careful, you may die. Talent, perseverance, understanding, and luck are all indispensable. One can imagine how difficult the path of cultivating immortality is. Countless people have tried one after another, but in the end there is only one dream left, which is the most realistic portrayal of the road to immortality. But all this is not a big problem for the concerned Qin Jue. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to die, he will definitely be able to become an immortal and become an ancestor in the end. As he concentrated on practicing, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. I have to say that practicing hard every day has a remarkable effect. In 3 months, he went directly from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 9th level. If this speed were to spread, the entire world of immortality would definitely be shocked. At the same time, he also obtained 6 new golden entries. Jindao Genius, Mudao Genius, Fire Dao Genius, Tu Tao Genius, Taoist Genius, Painting Genius. These terms are easy to understand. It is to maximize the talents of this path. Now, Qin Jue's 5 elements Dao talents were fully maxed out, and at the same time, he also had Talisman Dao and Painting Dao. Does the system want me to become an all-around genius? At first, he didn't understand the 2 entries. After gradually receiving more entries, Qin Jue finally understood the meaning of the system. Obviously, this is asking him to move closer to the hexagonal warrior. On this day, Qin Jue had just returned from playing in Lingchuan and was ready to continue practicing. Shi Xingfeng summoned him again. He was told to go to the sect leader's dojo to check on his cultivation and see how he was doing during this time. During the 3 months of training, when he was at the 5th level of Qi refining, he learned the art of sword control from Yi Hongwei. He sacrificed a magic sword also given by Yi Hongwei and soon arrived at Shi Xingfeng dojo. After arriving, Qin Jue discovered that Yi Hongwei and Shi Yingying were also here. I think I came here to play with Shi Yingying. After receiving the summons, I came over together. When he went out to fetch spring water several times before, he often saw Shi Yingying coming to play with Yi Hongwei. It's just that he was busy practicing, so he simply said hello every time, and continued to go back to his room to practice under the eager eyes of Bai Hu and Shi Yingying. Ye Yan also arrived at this time. Shi Xingfeng looked at Qin Jue and Ye Yan and asked, 3 months have passed. How have you two made progress in your cultivation? I heard Master asking about the progress. With a confident smile on his face, Ye Yan replied first, Master, this disciple has been working hard for 3 months, and now he has reached the 5th level of Qi refining. That look of asking for credit could not be concealed at all. In the past 3 months, apart from sleeping, I have been cultivating. Even for meals, I brought Bigu pills from home. I have not slacked off at all. I must be able to beat the 5th senior brother. However, what he wanted was destined to not come true. Back to Master, this disciple has just reached the 5th level of Qi refining. When Qin Jue saw him talking about the 5th level of Qi training, he calmly used Deceive Tianji to release his realm to the 5th level of Qi training. Before coming, he used Block the Secret in advance so that his realm would only be displayed on the 3rd level of Qi refining. Now that I heard about Ye Yan's realm, with him as a reference, I could safely show 2 more levels. After all, he had worked so hard and only reached the 5th level of Qi refining. I also have Tianligan, and I work equally hard, so it makes sense to refine Qi at the 5th level, right? Qin Jue has made up his mind that Ye Yan will be his standard for showing superficial strength from now on. Whatever realm Ye Yan is in, he will be in that realm. Such a good reference is useless if you don't use it. They are all Tianligan, everything is reasonable, and there is no need to worry about being suspected. Hearing what they said, Shi Xingfeng's face was filled with joy and relief. Okay, all good, all good. As expected of a top talent like Tianligan, the cultivation speed is extremely fast. Our taking sect should be prosperous and prosperous. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 14. Yi Hengwei on the side heard their words and couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Is this the top talent? In 3 months, not only the 6th junior brother has reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, but the 5th junior brother has also reached the 5th level? How long did it take me to reach the 5th level of Qi refining? 1 year, that's a whole year. Shi Yingying also had a face full of shock. Both senior brothers are so powerful. Yingying started practicing at the age of 5, and now she is only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Shi Xingfeng was very satisfied with how quickly they were able to refine the 5th level of Qi at the same time. Then he spoke again. Since you are all at the 5th level of Qi refining, you must have learned some basic spells. We are here today. You two will compete with each other in spells, so that I can take a look at it and help you correct your shortcomings. Competing spells? Well, even if your realm is the same as mine, so what? My fire spells will definitely be better than those of my 5th senior brother. Hearing his words, Ye Yan's eyes suddenly showed anticipation. Water and fire are in conflict with each other. Even if they are in the same realm, the attack of fire will generally be stronger. Ye Yan is full of confidence. Several times before, Qin Jue had stolen the limelight, both in terms of appearance and talent and understanding. This time he must defeat Qin Jue. With this thought in mind, before it even started, an even more heartbreaking scene happened. See them competing for her spells. Yi Hengwei and Shi Yingying on the side were actually cheering for Qin Jue. Shi Yingying's face was full of seriousness, and she waved her fist at Qin Jue. 5th senior brother, I believe you, you must be better than 6th senior brother. Yi Hengwei also specifically warned, 5th junior brother, don't forget the spells I taught you. Others may not understand him well enough, but Yi Hengwei has absolute confidence in Qin Jue. She taught Qin Jue many basic spells back then. No one understands Qin Absolute's terrifying control over magic better than her. Some of the subtleties and details are much better than hers. Ah! Damn it! What about me? I am also your senior brother, 4th senior sister, and your senior brother, little junior sister. Why don't you even say anything to me? Am I better than him? Ye Yan was extremely jealous. Take the lead in mobilizing spiritual power to launch an attack. Raise your hand and shoot out 3 fist-sized fireballs. It exuded scorching heat and shot toward Qin Jue. In response, Qin Jue also surged with water energy around his body, and a wall of water rose directly in front of him. Wall of water? Haha, my fireball technique is not only powerful, but also dozens of times hotter than ordinary fire. It is absolutely unstoppable. Shishi. However, the expected evaporation and penetration of the water wall did not occur. The fireball technique made a hissing sound when it hit the wall of water, and was quickly extinguished and turned into clusters of water vapor. Seeing this, Yan slashed out another slender fire knife with great speed, trying to cut the water wall in half. No surprise, the fire knife also turned into a white mist of water vapor amidst the hissing sound. Then rockets, muskets, fire sticks, and so on. As a result, these fire spells were completely unable to shake Qin Jue's water wall. Qin Jue just stood there, with white mist steaming, making it difficult to see his true face. It was just a first-level spell at first, but seeing that it couldn't work, Yan even used a first-level mid-level spell, Flame Slash. The arm-thick flames crossed diagonally, even exceeding the height of the water wall, bringing out a large heat wave. However, puff, puffed, puffed. It still turned into a ball of water vapor and dissipated. During the whole process, Qin Jue did not change his moves once. He only used a low-grade water wall throughout the whole process, which blocked all Yan's spell attacks. Shi Xing Feng. What a stable water wall technique! This level of sophistication is already at the 5th level of Qi training, the limit that the water wall technique can reach. At this level, you are destined to be invincible among spells of the same level. Let alone the same level, even if it is a higher level spell, if you don't have a leap ahead, it will never be possible to fight against it. Yi Heng Gui. This kind of solid and powerful water wall technique is even impossible for me to perform. When I first taught water archery, I found that the 5th junior brother understood many details very well. Stone Sakura. Only one spell was used to block all the spells of the 6th senior brother. The 5th senior brother is so powerful. Yan tried his best to use the first-level mid-grade Flame Slash, but the spiritual power in his body was exhausted. This is the most powerful spell he currently has. Even this move cannot break through the water wall defense, so there is no follow-up move. Qin Jue, who had been deploying the water wall defense, saw that Yan was exhausted and panting with sweat, so he pretended that his spiritual power was exhausted, and the water wall slowly dissipated without the spiritual power to continue. The timing was so good that he believed no one present could tell. Although he had defended all of Yan's attacks, he didn't have any spare spiritual power to launch another counterattack. Not too much, not too little, just right. At least on the surface, it seems that no one can do anything to anyone, and it's a tie. I didn't expect that 5th senior brother's defense method is so powerful. Just a little bit, I can definitely break through his ice wall. Just after I exhausted my spiritual power, he also ran out of energy. If I have more spiritual power next time, I can win. Seeing that Qin Jue and himself were exhausted at the same time, Yan was very sorry. Seeing that they were only just a little bit short, this made him feel very unconvinced. Okay. As expected, they are both at the 5th level of Qi training, and their strengths are so similar. Yan's attack spells are very good. You can master so many in such a short time, and you can even cast a mid-level spell. It proves that you practice very hard. But it's too much to be greedy. It would be a pity if you could break through Qin Jue's defense if you concentrated on studying one spell and said no. Seeing that the two of them were equally matched, Shi Xing Feng was quite pleased. First, he commented on Yan's and also made suggestions to focus on one spell as much as possible. Then he looked at Qin Jue again, and the smile on his face suddenly became much brighter. Xiao Ju, you surprised me. I didn't expect that as a water-based talent, you could block so many fire-based spells with just one spell. Very good. Although it is just a defensive water wall, I have observed you as a teacher. Your understanding of this small low-grade water wall has reached the transformation level. The details in it are better than those of many high-level monks. It's very good to be able to do this in such a short period of time. If you keep such a heaven-defying understanding from now on, you will definitely be invincible. Ye Yan was speechless after hearing Shi Xingfeng's. Aren't we tied? Why am I just greedy for more, but when I reach the 5th senior brother, it is a miracle, and I am invincible. It's a pity, no matter what he thinks. The fact is that even though he was sweating profusely and working hard, he could not break through Qin Jue's ordinary water wall. What Shi Xingfeng said is a fact that everyone has seen. This kind of ultimate control over a single spell is indeed easy to be invincible at the same level. Chapter 15. At this time, Yi Honggui's beautiful eyes shone with wonder. 5th junior brother, you can do well, but why don't you use the wave technique? You should be able to defeat 6th junior brother with this offensive spell. In response to this, Qin Jue spread his hands and replied, I think so too, but it's a pity that I have no spiritual power. Although he said he had no spiritual power, his calm and relaxed look was in sharp contrast to Ye Yan's sweaty look. Is it because he can't win? No, he didn't want to. Now he just wants to become stronger silently. Ye Yan is his best reference. He keeps the same progress as his opponent, without being too eye-catching, and he can also get the same resources for training, so that he will not be ignored. This is the best state for him right now. Shi Xingfeng was very satisfied with the competition between the two of them. He took out some training resources as an incentive and sent them back. Back at his residence, Qin Jue thought about his future cultivation. Now that the true state of the water-type Tianling root has reached the 9th level of Qi refining, the next step is to consider foundation building. But he was not in a hurry. Building a foundation is important. But building the foundation is the foundation, which is related to the long-term achievements in the future. Now it is just a matter of cultivating a single water spirit root to the point of foundation building, and only having water spirit power. But his real situation is that he has perfect spiritual roots and can practice all attributes. If we just build the foundation like this, it will not only be a waste, but also a waste of natural resources. How can single attribute foundation building be compared with all attribute foundation building? However, if you want to improve other attributes, you must also cooperate with the corresponding exercises. He has only learned taking Yuandao Zhenjing, a water-based technique, and has not learned any other attribute techniques. In taking sect, it is very simple to obtain Kung Fu. You just need to enter the Kung Fu pavilion and use contribution points to exchange for it. This is currently the most feasible way. Even if he is a disciple of the sect master, this cannot be changed. If he wants to enter, he needs to contribute some points. The sect has its own rules. And it was impossible for him to directly ask Shi Xingfeng for the technique. After all, I don't want others to know about my full attribute cultivation for the time being. In addition to going out to do tasks, there are also many ways to obtain contribution points within the sect. However, most of these methods are only suitable for low-level disciples with poor qualifications, such as helping the sect with chores, elders, or fellow disciples, etc. However, this way of working for fellow disciples and elders has basically no threshold, and the contribution points that can be obtained are naturally limited. It is basically impossible to earn contribution points for a skill within 3 to 5 years. This method not only pays less but is also inferior to others. As a member of the Fengling Yueying sect, how could he, Qin Jue, do such a thing? Fortunately, there are still some ways to obtain a large number of contribution points within the sect. That is to draw talismans, refine elixirs, and refine weapons, or exchange them for equivalent value. But these are generally only suitable for people with special talents and expertise in this area. Even if they are not good enough, they must have a deep background and have a source of high-level items themselves, in order to exchange these high-value items for contribution points. After thinking for a moment, Qin Jue finally found a talisman. When he made a breakthrough not long ago, he got the golden entries of Fu Dao and Hua Dao. He is now a genius in both Fu Dao and Hua Dao. As long as you practice more and try it a few times, why don't you just draw casually? As far as he knows, a first-level low-grade talisman has 1 to 10 contribution points. The middle grade has 10 to 100 points, the top grade has 100 to 1000 points, and the top grade has more than 1000 points. It depends on the talisman. If you can just draw some top-quality talismans and sell them, what else do you need to worry about? Just do it if you want to do it. He was going to go out and buy some talisman pens, talisman paper, cinnabar, and other materials. Although the entry-level training resources given by Shi Xingfeng have been used up. After competing with Ye Yan today, I happened to be given 500 spirit stones and a bottle of elixirs, which should be enough to buy them. Of course, spiritual stones can also be directly exchanged for contribution points, but a low-grade spiritual stone can only be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Even if all are exchanged, it is probably not enough to exchange for 1 skill, and the gain is completely outweighed by the loss. It's better to use it for cultivation, at least to absorb real spiritual energy. After leaving the sect's main peak, Qin Jue came to the outer gate through Hongqiao. Just when I was about to look for where to buy talisman drawing materials, I was stopped by a man. You are the beggar, senior brother Qin Jue. I didn't expect it was really you. Is this still the same beggar from before? After being cleaned, he has such good looks and temperament that I almost didn't recognize him. Just when he was wondering where to buy materials, Qin Jue suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him in surprise. After turning around, I found that the person who came was really an acquaintance. It was Chen Peng, who had tested out the high-grade spiritual roots before me during the entrance exam and even spoke for me. Qin Jue was deeply impressed by this person. He remembered that not only did Chen Peng not dislike his status as a beggar like others, he was even willing to speak up for himself after his spiritual root was detected. Well, he is a good person. Chen Peng? It's you, long time no see. After recognizing who it was, Qin Jue also smiled and greeted him. I didn't expect that senior brother Qin Jue would still remember me. After senior brother detected the Tianling root and was taken away by the sect master, I thought there would be no chance of seeing you again. Hearing Qin Jue directly call out his name, Chen Peng suddenly showed a look of surprise and excitement. Although Qin Jue was initially looked down upon by others, they all thought he was a beggar. But after he detected the Tianligan and exploded the sect master and the elders, Chen Peng knew that from now on, Qin Jue would be in a different world from everyone present. When he saw Qin Jue this time, he mustered up the courage to come up and say hello. There is no guarantee that Qin Jue still remembers him. Unexpectedly, after saying hello, this Tianligan genius actually remembered him and even called him by his name. How could he not be excited? This is a top genius, the heavenly spiritual root that all the senior officials of Taking Sect are competing for. After a brief exchange of memories, Qin Jue explained the reason why he came to the outer sect. I came to the outer sect mainly because I wanted to find some materials for drawing talismans. It's just my first time here, so I don't know exactly where to find them. Hearing Qin Jue's words, Chen Peng suddenly felt happy. Since I have no background, I often go to the outer sect to run tasks in order to cultivate resources, and I have exchanged cultivation materials many times, so I am very familiar with these. He quickly said, I see, I am quite familiar with these at the outer door, but they are not in the same place. It will take a lot of time to purchase all the materials. Senior brother Qin is so talented. It would be too much of a waste to spend your time on these trivial matters. Why don't you just leave it to me to help senior brother Qin handle it? I didn't expect that a top genius like senior brother Qin would still remember me. Being able to communicate more with geniuses like senior brother Qin is also a good opportunity for me. I hope senior brother will definitely give me this opportunity. The other party is not only Tianligan, but also worships the sect master Peak. As an ordinary outer disciple with no background, Chen Peng would never have the opportunity to talk to such a genius. He really wanted to fight for this opportunity to make friends. After hearing Chen Peng's words and thoughts, Qin Jue thought about it. He had a good impression of Chen Peng and found that the other person also sincerely wanted to help him. I also happen to be short of someone to run errands, so it would be good to let him run errands. Running around doing these chores is a waste of time. After thinking about it, Qin Jue said, in that case, I would rather obey orders than be respectful. I'm sorry to bother junior brother Chen. As long as things are done properly, I will not treat junior brother badly. Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely help you do it beautifully. It is rare to have such a good opportunity to make friends with senior brother Qin, I will never let him down. In response, Chen Peng quickly said that he would handle it well. Then Qin Jue nodded. A list of required materials is listed, as well as the spiritual stones required for purchase. Then he made an appointment with the other party to meet here in 3 days. He turned around and headed towards the inner door. Seeing Qin Jue's leaving figure, Chen Peng's face was full of excitement and excitement. Being able to make friends with such a talented disciple and help him do things is an opportunity. Chapter 16. 3 days later. When the time agreed with Chen Peng arrived, Qin Jue appeared on time at the place where they met at the outer gate. As soon as he arrived, Chen Peng came straight to greet him. It seems that he arrived very early and was waiting here in advance. This shows that he is still very concerned about Qin Jue's affairs. Qin Jue took the package handed to him by the other party and checked it. There are talisman pens inside, as well as a large amount of talisman paper, cinnabar, and other materials. In addition, there is also a book on the basics of talismans. It's all what I've explained before. The talisman pen is a first-level high-grade one, which is most suitable for Qin Jue, who is currently at the 9th level of Qi refining. The first level corresponds to the Qi refining period, and the upper, middle, and lower levels correspond to the middle and late stages. The second level corresponds to foundation building, which is also divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Well done! Qin absolutely praised Chen Peng for putting all the materials and items into the storage bag. Hearing this, Chen Peng was immediately overjoyed. Since I agreed to help senior brother with things, this is what I should do. As long as senior brother is satisfied. Great, senior brother Qin Jue is so satisfied, maybe he will come to me again next time if anything happens. Looking at Chen Peng with an expectant look on his face, he heard his inner voice. Knowing that he still wants me to teach him how to do things. After thinking for a while, Qin Jue ordered, there's nothing going on for the time being. Let's do this. I'll come back to you in 10 days. Remember to wait for me here. When Chen Peng heard this, his face was filled with joy. He was just thinking about continuing to help next time, but Qin Jue suddenly spoke. He immediately nodded to express his understanding. He originally thought that after finishing the work for Qin Jue this time, he would have no chance to continue communicating with Qin Jue. Now that he still has a chance, he is naturally very happy. As everyone knows, Qin Jue can actually hear his heart. After the explanation, Qin Jue returned to the sect's main peak residence and began to practice drawing talismans. Take out the talisman pen and some materials. Let's start with the ordinary talismans that are not of the highest quality. For example, soothing charms, evil suppressing charms, exorcism charms, etc. These low-grade basic talismans are all entry-level for drawing talismans. Generally, they do not require much spiritual energy consumption and can be drawn easily. Most of them are only for mortals. Although these talismans were not valuable, he tried them all. The main thing is to be familiar with the process and basics of drawing symbols. After that comes the high-quality talisman. Only monks can use and activate the talismans after entering the product. Each type has special spell effects. The stronger the talisman, the more help and blessing it will provide to the monks. The talismans in the Qi training period are also divided into 3 categories: upper, middle and lower. The lower grades include Water Purification Talisman, Rejuvenation Talisman, Quick Travel Talisman, etc. The middle grade ones include Water Arrow Talisman, Water Wall Talisman and so on. The top grade ones are Wave Talisman and Shock Wave Talisman, which contain powerful attack spells. The principle of drawing symbols is very simple. That is to put the spell in the form of a talisman array, and seal it on the talisman paper by pouring spiritual power from the talisman painter. Once such a talisman is played, it can achieve the effect of an instant spell without consuming one's own spiritual power. Therefore, many wealthy monks like to purchase many powerful talismans for themselves as trump cards in case of emergencies. Among them, some monks, even if they don't have much money, will reluctantly prepare a few as a means to save their lives. Under such circumstances, one can imagine how popular talismans are among monks. This is why Qin Jue immediately thought of using talismans to solve the problem of contribution points. It's simple, it's a hot seller. However, although the market for talismans is huge, but not everyone can be a talisman painter. If you want to become a qualified talisman painter, you must not only be proficient in the talisman to ensure the success rate of drawing talismans, but also have a strong enough understanding of spells to maximize the power of the talismans you draw. That's not all. There is also a learning trial stage, which is also a big cost. Every mature talisman painter who wants to completely master a talisman production usually consumes a lot of materials and only achieves a high success rate after countless failures. But Qin is anything but the same. Not only does he have the best spiritual roots with all attributes, but he also possesses proficiency in painting, talismans, and a heaven-defying understanding of magic. Completely perfect in every aspect. Drawing talismans has become a lot of obstacles for the talisman master, but it is nothing to him. This also led to his extremely rapid progress in drawing talismans. Day 1. Qin Jue tried to make a low-grade spiritual talisman. I was not very familiar with it at the beginning, but gradually mastered the skills. After only 3 failures, he was able to write like a dragon. The talisman pen was stained with cinnabar, spiritual power was slowly poured into it, and a light blue rune appeared on the talisman paper. The water purification talisman is complete. Afterwards, the talisman of speed, the talisman of rejuvenation, etc., were successfully mastered after only 3 or 4 failures. At night, I even managed to create a talisman with 1 stroke. With just a thought, I could draw a low-grade spiritual talisman of perfect quality with just 1 stroke. It only took 1 day for Qin to draw the low-grade spiritual talisman as he pleased. After that comes the middle-grade talisman. Compared with the lower grade, the middle grade is slightly more complicated. Every time I try one, I have to fail more than 10 times before succeeding, and the quality is not high. But Qin Jue was not discouraged and continued to try the next day. With the previous day's attempt, he made rapid progress the next day. He soon passed the incredible understanding and discovered that there were 2 details that he had not done well before. After resolving these 2 details, I immediately felt confident when I put pen to paper again. At night, the painting of the middle grade spiritual talisman has reached the same level as the lower grade painting. Mid-level talisman master in 2 days. Finally, there is the top grade talisman. It took him almost a whole day from trying the first high-grade spiritual talisman to succeeding. Qin Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the complex textured talisman with light blue ripples appearing and disappearing in his hand. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh. I finally drew the Dian Lang talisman. It is indeed a powerful attack talisman. It is so complicated. It seems that it is really difficult to become a top-grade talisman master. If there were other high-level talisman masters here at this time, their jaws would definitely drop when they heard what he said. Generally speaking, for a high-grade talisman master with ordinary qualifications, it usually takes more than a year to successfully draw the first high-grade talisman, and 3 to 5 years is normal. You succeeded in one day and you still say it's difficult? I also had the experience of succeeding with the first high-grade spiritual talisman. After that, the shockwave talisman, water snake talisman, etc. were all high-grade spiritual talismans. It only took him 5 days to master them all. It took 5 days to become a high-grade talisman master who mastered a variety of high-grade talismans. If word spread, it would be a fantasy. In the end, Qin Jue drew a lot of lower, middle, and upper talismans one after another, improving the quality of each talisman he drew to perfection. On this day, Yi Hongwei, who had gone nowhere before, came back and planned to talk to Qin Jue and see how his cultivation was going. After knocking on the door, Qin Jue let her in. As soon as she entered the room, she found that the room was full of talismans. This is Junior brother, are you practicing drawing talismans? Qin Jue, who was standing in front of the table writing furiously, put down his talisman pen. Fourth senior sister, are you back? You have nothing to do, just draw as you please. Just draw. Yi Hong was slightly confused and picked up some magic talismans on the ground to check. It turned out that most of these talismans were finished products, and only a few of them failed. There were various types of talismans including defense, attack, and blessing. Most importantly, she also found many high-grade spiritual talismans. You can even draw high-grade spiritual talismans successfully. Junior brother, how did you do it? Yi Hongwei's eyes were full of strangeness and she looked very surprised. Although it is only the first level, the speed is too fast. According to his understanding, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for many talisman masters who specialize in this way to reach the upper level. I have only been away for a few days. The fifth junior brother became a top-grade talisman master? Chapter 17. I just drew casually and became a top-grade talisman master so quickly. How serious is it to draw? Qin Jue didn't explain much about Yi Hongwei's reaction. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, Sister, you are here just in time. Can you help me collect some books on talismans? He wanted to know more about this aspect, preferably not limited to water attributes. Understand the other attribute talismans in advance. When the time comes, after you have learned the spells with other attributes, you can start drawing them directly to avoid having to look for them again. After all, after a preliminary understanding, Qin Jue found that the talismans were still very strong, and naturally the more types, the better. Just imagine, when you are fighting with others, you have endless talismans. Doesn't that mean you can use skills without cooling down? As long as there are enough talismans, even if you run out of spiritual energy, you can still use the talismans to smash your opponent to death. Junior brother works so hard, of course my senior sister will fully support it, no problem will be taken care of by me. Fifth junior brother is also working too hard. It is not enough to become a top-grade talisman master. He also wants more improvements. This kind of drive is really admirable. Yi Hongwei asked her to help collect talismans and books, and immediately agreed without any hesitation. I had always admired Qin Jue's appearance, and now I admired his drive even more. After agreeing, in order not to affect Qin Jue's continued practice of drawing talismans, Yi Hongwei said goodbye and left Qin Jue's room. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It just so happened that all the materials prepared before were almost used. It's also the time agreed with Chen Peng. So Qin Jue temporarily stopped drawing talismans. Among the many talismans in the room, he selected 10 high-grade talismans, 100 medium-grade talismans, and 500 low-grade talismans, and took them to the outer door. When he arrived at the outer gate, Cheng Peng had been waiting for him for a long time. After a brief greeting, Qin Jue took out the magic talisman he had prepared from his storage bag and handed it to him. As soon as he took these talismans, Chen Peng took a deep breath. Hiss! These are all painted by senior brother Qin. Then I couldn't help but look at each one carefully. Such high quality, so many middle-grade talismans. There are even top-grade ones. This was the first time he had seen so many talismans of such high quality. In the outer gate, he also saw many low-quality talismans. But without exception, the quality is adequate at best, and many are even defective. But what Qin Jue gave him was not only of perfect quality, but there were even hundreds of middle-grade ones and 10 top-grade ones. This is completely the level of a Fu Dao master. It's only been 10 days. Although Qin Jue asked him to buy the materials for drawing talismans, he knew that Qin Jue wanted to practice drawing talisman. But he didn't expect that the other party would not only learn it in such a short time, but even draw so many high-quality talismans. I originally thought that this time, Qin Jue might have run out of materials and simply asked him to buy another one. However, he never expected that Qin Jue would give him so many perfect quality talismans after meeting him. Becoming a talisman master in 10 days, senior brother Qin's talent is simply unbelievable. How many spiritual stones will he earn if he sells all of them? Although the talisman can be handed over directly to the sect to exchange for contribution points, you can earn a lot of spiritual stones by selling it to those in need. Moreover, based on Chen Peng's missions during this period of time in the outer sect, these first-level spiritual talismans are very popular, and they are definitely life-saving artifacts for the low-level disciples in the outer sect. Regarding Chen Peng's reaction, Qin Jue smiled lightly. It's nothing, these are just for practice. You get rid of these first, and then I will replace a batch of better ones. Is it just a training exercise? Is there anything better? Hearing Qin Jue's words, Chen Peng was extremely shocked. Such a high-quality talisman was actually drawn by just practicing. If Qin Juejin had mastered the talisman technique, what would be the quality of the talisman he drew? Thinking about it, Chen Peng patted his chest and assured Qin Jue. Senior brother Qin, don't worry, I guarantee to sell these talismans at the best price. Although he has only just started trading, he often exchanges cultivation materials, is very knowledgeable about various trading gatherings, and knows how to get the price at which he sells. The quality of the talismans Qin Jue gave him were also good, there would definitely be people competing to buy them. There are also 10 high-grade spiritual talismans among them. He believes that as long as an outer disciple with some capital will never let go of this life-saving artifact. After explaining everything, Qin Jue left the outer sect and returned to the main peak of the inner sect. He is not worried about Chen Peng's corruption and fraud and his kickbacks. Because he can listen to the heart, he will know if there is anything wrong, and there is no need to hide it. Besides, the reason why he asked Chen Peng to do things for him was because of his simple and upright character. He believed that Chen Peng was not that kind of person. The next day after returning to the residence, Qin Jue was practicing, and Yi Hongwei came back. Qin Jue asked her to help find books related to talismans. She traveled all over the sect, spent a lot of contribution points and favors, and collected a lot. Give the collected talisman books to Qin Jue Hao. Yi Hongwei was not in a hurry to leave. She smiled slightly and took out a second-level talisman and handed it to Qin Jue. Here, this is the talisman pen I bought when I was looking for a book. A good talisman pen can help you reduce the consumption of spiritual energy when drawing talismans, and the quality of the talismans you draw will be better. Junior brother likes to draw talismans so much, so this talisman pen I'll give it to you. Hurry and accept it. I bought this after carefully selecting it for a long time. Although he said he bought it by the way, in fact, he picked it specially for Qin Jue. Qin Jue pretended not to know about this and took the talisman with a satisfied look on his face. Junior brother likes this talisman pen very much. Thank you very much, senior sister. At the same time, I was thinking about giving some to Yi Hongwei when I could draw second-level spiritual talismans. She is now in the late stage of foundation building, and the first-level spiritual talisman is of little use to her. Seeing that Qin Jue liked the talisman pen she gave him, Yi Hongwei was very satisfied. After saying a few words of encouragement and praise, I went back to my room to practice in a good mood. Qin Jue, on the other hand, studied the talisman books that Yi Hongwei had just collected. 3 days later, Qin Jue received a message from Chen Peng, saying that all the talismans were sold out. So fast? It seems like this talisman is really in demand. Originally, he thought it would take at least 7 or 8 days to sell out, but Qin Jue was surprised to see it so quickly. It can be regarded as a preliminary understanding of the talisman market. After meeting, Chen Peng directly gave Qin Jue a storage bag containing more than 6,000 spirit stones, all of which were the proceeds from the sale of the spirit talismans. In addition, there are a large number of drawing materials, all of which were entrusted to him last time, and they are all good. Seeing these materials, Qin Jue glanced at Chen Peng with approval and took out 100 spiritual stones for him. Junior brother Chen did a good job. These spirit stones should be considered as payment for your hard work. Seeing this, Chen Peng quickly declined, senior brother Qin can't do it. It's an honor for me to work for senior brother Qin. I have never thought of any reward. Besides, this is too much. It's just for running errands, so there is no need for so much. In response to this, Qin Jue's expression became serious, just keep it if I let you take it. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage. There will be many ways for you to help me in the future, and I won't treat you badly. If you don't take it, I don't dare to look for you again. He looked very serious, as if Chen Peng would never ask him to do anything next time if he didn't accept the spirit stone. Seeing Qin Jue's determination, Chen Peng was immediately shocked, knowing that if he didn't accept the spirit stone this time, he might not have a chance to help him next time. I originally admired top talents like Qin Jue and wanted to communicate more with him. If I really stopped looking for him, it would be more of a loss than a gain. So Chen Peng had no choice but to take the spirit stone and thank him. Well, junior brother, thank you very much, senior brother Qin, for your generosity. I'm following the right person. I'm following the right person. I can earn so many spirit stones just by running errands, and I can earn more than doing tasks myself. Furthermore, senior brother Qin is such a genius. Not only is his Tianligan but also his talent for Fu Dao so strong. If you can follow such a talented senior brother, your future is bright. Although he declined on the surface, he was actually very excited about being rewarded with so many spiritual stones. Listening to Chen Peng's thanks and thoughts, Qin Jue nodded with satisfaction. It's good to have such an idea. As long as the other party doesn't mess around, there is indeed a bright future if you work seriously for yourself. Chen Peng himself had no background, and his cultivation relied entirely on his own efforts. To be able to get so much reward, and still working under Qin Jue, was considered a good job. Chapter 18. After Qin Jue told Chen Peng that he would look for him next time and that he would send him a message, he said goodbye to him and returned to the sect's main peak. After returning, Qin Jue took out the newly purchased materials and continued to draw talismans. After Chen Peng took action on the talisman he drew before, he found that the value of the mid-grade or above was higher and more cost-effective. Although the price of low-grade spiritual talismans is not bad, the materials consumed are much worse than that of mid-grade ones, and they will not lose money. But it's a waste of time. With Qin Jue's current strength, whether he is drawing low-grade or mid-grade spiritual talismans, the success rate is 99%. There is no need to worry about wasting materials by just drawing mid-grade talismans. After all, a low-grade talisman would only contribute 1 to 10 points if redeemed, while a medium-grade talisman would contribute 10 to 100 points, a high-grade talisman would contribute 100 to 1000 points, and a top-grade talisman would contribute more than 1000 points, depending on the specific talisman. The gap between this has reached 10 times, 100 times, or 1000 times. A low-grade person can draw 10 pictures a day, and a medium-grade person can draw about 10 pictures a day. At the same time, as long as he is not stupid, he also knows that there is no point in continuing to draw the lower-grade spiritual talisman. If it weren't for the difficulty of high-grade and top-grade paintings, which also took more time, he would have wanted to draw only top-grade and top-grade ones. So this time Qin Jue planned to paint the middle-grade and high-grade spiritual talismans. At the same time, you also have to challenge the best magic talismans. Although it is still at the first level, the power of the best spiritual talisman is no longer limited to the late stage of Qi refining. After being released, it can even rival the power of some spells in the early stage of foundation building. This also has a certain appeal to some early stage foundation building monks. For those in the later stage of Qi refining, this top-grade spiritual talisman is the most powerful life-saving trump card. If this kind of top-quality spiritual talisman enters the market, I am afraid that even if it is sold out, some people in the later stage of Qi refining will definitely not want to let it go. Just like that, after changing the main direction of attack, time flies by quietly while constantly making mid-grade and top-grade talismans, as well as challenging top-grade talismans. 3 months later, Qin Jue put down the talisman pen in his hand. Looking at the recently completed spiritual talisman with complex runes and restrained light on the table, he nodded with great satisfaction. Every stroke and rune on it is both exquisite and complex. Combined with the spiritual power of pure water poured into it, it emits light blue fluorescence, just like a peerless treasure. Looking at such exquisite top-grade spiritual talismans, Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh. It took me a whole month to draw 10 pictures. This top-quality talisman is really not easy. The first 2 months were spent painting high-grade and mid-grade talismans. I drew more than 100 top-grade paintings and more than 1,000 medium-grade paintings. But for the next whole month, he only focused on challenging the best talismans, and in the end he only succeeded in 10 of them. Even 1/3 of the materials were wasted. This shows how difficult it is to succeed with this top-quality talisman. Fortunately, until the last material was used up, 10 top-quality talismans with perfect quality were successfully drawn. Although the difficulty is high, the rewards are also high. Not to mention 10 top-quality talismans, even one can offset the consumption of all the talismans drawn before and after, and there may even be some left over. If they are all sold this time, it will definitely be a bumper harvest. However, Qin Jue had no intention of taking action against Chen Peng this time. The last time he sold so much, he gained more than 6,000 spirit stones. For him, whether he was practicing or doing other things, it was enough for the time being. This time he is going to redeem the contribution points directly. After all, the purpose from the beginning was to exchange for skills so that I could have all my attribute spiritual roots and improve my cultivation level as soon as possible. Now that I have drawn so many high-value charms, I think I can exchange them for a lot of contribution points. It's time to go to the Gongfa Pavilion to have a look. I wish I could quickly practice the technique that matches all my attributes. After leaving the sect master peak, we found the place where contribution points were redeemed. In the stunned and shocked eyes of the exchange disciples, Qin Jue exchanged 10 top-grade spiritual talismans and 100 medium-grade spiritual talismans for contribution points. This is the first time this disciple has seen someone take out so many talismans in exchange for contribution points at one time. 20,000 points in total. For ordinary inner disciples, this is an astronomical sum of money, and they will definitely not be able to save it by running missions for 3 to 5 years. But Qin Jue did it in only a few months. Then came to the Gongfa Pavilion. At first, he thought he had to contribute points to enter. But after he showed his ID card, the elder guarding the pavilion let him in directly. After coming in, Qin Jue discovered the Gongfa Pavilion is divided into 4 floors, corresponding to Qi refining, foundation building, golden pill, and nascent soul respectively. The Qi training method can only be practiced to the late stage of Qi training at most, while the foundation building method can be practiced directly to the late stage of foundation building. The same is true for Jindan Yuanying. The first level requires 10 contribution points to enter. This is also the only level that outer disciples can enter. You can enter the second level with 100 contribution points. Most inner disciples can enter, but if you want to borrow the exercises, you have to spend additional contribution points. On the third level, only direct disciples can enter, and an entrance fee of 1000 contribution points is required. Borrowing exercises is also another contribution point. The fourth level is generally only accessible to people above Jindan and high-level officials of the taking sect, or those who have made special contributions to the sect. Qin Jue is a direct descendant of the sect leader, so the Gongfa Pavilion has no threshold for him. Anyone who has made some contributions can check it out. This is what the elder who guarded the pavilion told him after looking at his identity card when he came in. Among them, the higher the level, the more advanced the technique, and the more contribution points are required. And you can only borrow one at a time. After entering the Kung Fu Pavilion, Qin Jue did not stop at the first few floors and went straight to the 4th floor. The techniques stored here are all corresponding to the nascent soul level. If you can directly practice to the nascent soul, he certainly knows how to choose. There are not many exercises on the 4th level. After entering, it is a large and empty room. There was only one shelf with 7 or 8 jade slips on it. It should be all the nascent soul skills released by taking sect. When he came to the shelf, Qin Jue reached out and touched the jade slip to see the introduction of the exercises. However, if you want to borrow it, you need to redeem it with contribution points. After some selection, Qin Jue finally chose a technique called Purple Flame Mysterious Heart Sutra. Looking at the introduction above, it seems to be the technique practiced by Ye Yan. This technique is good. It is said that the fire attack is the strongest. It can also refine elixirs and weapons. The second attribute is just right for you to try. When he competed with Ye Yan for spells, he remembered that the fire attacks performed by Ye Yan were indeed very powerful. If his true strength was not at the 9th level of Qi training and his understanding of spells was perfect, it would have been very difficult for him to switch to ordinary Qi training at the 5th level. Block. The exchanged exercises can only be learned in the exercise pavilion and cannot be taken out. So Qin Jue was on the 4th floor, his mind sank into the jade slips, and he began to practice the Purple Flame Mysterious Heart Sutra. The top comprehension entry came into play, and Qin Jue quickly memorized this fire-based technique that reached directly to the nascent soul, word for word. At the same time, many details are also accurate. Even after studying a few more times, I also summarized a set of key points of cultivation for each realm and level. In this way, I stayed on the 4th floor of the Gongfa Pavilion for about a month. Qin Jue successfully cultivated the fire spiritual root attribute to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Chapter 19. After the fire attribute spiritual root reaches the 3rd level of Qi refining, Qin Jue returned to the sect's main peak. After returning, he did not slack off, but continued to focus on training. He wanted to quickly upgrade his fire attribute to the 9th level of Qi refining. After that, there are other full attributes such as metal, wood, and earth waiting for him. Only by raising all attributes as soon as possible can one build a foundation perfectly and become a true foundation building monk. Practicing is actually very boring. While practicing fire-based skills, he also took some time to continue drawing talismans. The reason for learning fire-based exercises. This time, he didn't just draw water talismans, but 2 series of talismans together. Thanks to the talisman books that Yi Hongwei had found for him before. Have a general understanding of fire talismans in advance. In addition, there is also successful experience with water-based talismans. Once I started trying it, it went very smoothly. A low-grade fire talisman, the first one was an immediate success, and not even a piece of talisman was wasted. The middle grade one also only failed once and successfully drew the first one. Then there are various other types of middle and low-grade spiritual talismans, which are readily available. In addition to practicing, I only drew once or twice a day, and in half a month I mastered more than a dozen kinds of medium and low-grade fire talismans. At the same time, the quality has been improved to perfection. After that, the high-grade fire talisman is more difficult than the low-grade and middle-grade ones. But when Qin Jue cultivated the fire spiritual root to the later stage, he deliberately spent half a day trying and successfully drew it. It took me a whole day to draw a high-grade water talisman before, but I succeeded in drawing the first one, but this time it only took half a day. On this day, after practicing, Qin Jue took time to draw talismans as usual. What is drawn is the most powerful pyroblast talisman among all high-grade fire-type spiritual talismans. With the final stroke of the talisman pen, Qin Jue picked up the talisman he had just drawn, glowing with a faint red light, and nodded with satisfaction. Just one of them uses up half of my fire spirit power. This pyrotechnic talisman is indeed one of the most powerful among the first-grade fire talismans. I just don't know how powerful it is. I thought so in my heart. Qin Jue suddenly had an idea. As one of the core peaks of the Taking sect, the main peak of the sect ranks among the top 3 in the Taking sect and has a large area. Holding the newly drawn pyroblast talisman, Qin Jue left his residence and found a steep cliff with few plants on the back of the sect's main peak. Then with a thought in his mind, he activated the pyroblast talisman and threw it towards the cliff. Boom! Rumble! I saw that the moment the pyroblast talisman was activated, a large amount of fire spiritual power expanded instantly, and then burst into raging and scorching flames. A large hole 10 meters in diameter was blown out of the steep cliff on the spot. A large amount of red-hot flaming rubble exploded and flew into the air. When all the flames burned out and the smoke dispersed, the large pit on the cliff turned red and black, and even the center part turned into flowing magma. It is indeed the most powerful high-grade fire talisman, and its attack power is indeed powerful. Seeing this scene, Qin Jue's eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. The characteristic of the pyroblast talisman is that it explodes, detonating the spiritual power contained in it, which is equivalent to directly detonating half of the spiritual power Qin Jue poured into the spiritual talisman instantly. This power is even stronger than a full-strength blow at the end of general Qi training. Due to the top-quality heavenly spiritual roots, Qin Jue's spiritual power is much richer and stronger than that of ordinary people, which is why this effect is caused. If it were replaced by a pyrotechnic talisman drawn by another high-grade fire-type talisman, its power would be greatly reduced. Half of this pyroblast talisman would be considered good. If this kind of powerful attack talisman were sold, you don't have to think about it, it will definitely become a crazy scramble for it. At this time, Qin Jue's fire spirit root realm had just reached the 7th level of Qi refining. After returning home, he continued to practice and draw talismans. It didn't take long to raise the fire spirit root to the 9th level of Qi training, the peak of the late Qi training stage. It has been exactly 2 months since I returned from the Gongfa Pavilion to the 9th level of Qi refining. In 2 months, he had cultivated the fire spirit root from the 3rd level to the 9th level of Qi refining. At the same time, he also drew a large number of fire talismans of various levels. It can be said to be full of achievements. Although the fire spirit root and water spirit root are only at the 9th level of Qi refining. But he has dual attributes and top-grade spiritual roots, and his spiritual power is twice as strong as others with a single heavenly spiritual root. On this day, Qin Jue found Chen Peng again and asked him to help him sell the spiritual talismans. But unlike before, most of the spiritual talismans Qin Jue took out this time were of the fire element. After taking the storage bag and looking at the large number of fire talismans inside, Chen Peng was filled with emotion. Senior brother Qin is so powerful. Before, they were all water-type talismans, but this time there are so many more fire-type talismans. How long did it take to become proficient in dual attributes? Most talisman masters are proficient in one series of talisman, and they master only a few types. Qin Jue not only knows the two elements of water and fire, but also has many types of spiritual talismans, and the quality of each one is extremely high. It can be said that he is proficient in everything. This gave Chen Peng a new understanding of Qin Jue's talent. But although he was shocked, Chen Peng didn't say much and asked Qin Jue how he knew the fire talisman. Instead, he abided by his duty to help Qin Jue and tried his best to get rid of these talismans as quickly as possible. This is what Qin Jue appreciates about him. Be honest and do what you should do. Soon, after Chen Peng finished selling the spiritual talisman, Qin Jue gave him another 100 spiritual stones. At the same time, he also provided guidance on his cultivation. After many contacts, the relationship between the two is getting better and better. Chen Peng also has great trust in Qin Jue. He felt confident and bold enough to reveal his method of practicing martial arts in front of Qin Jue. Well, it's quite rigorous, but it's not enough to follow the steps blindly. You can use part of your spiritual power to try Qingling, and here, like this. After seeing Chen Peng's method of practicing Qin Jue pointed out. After hearing this, Chen Peng Shan followed Qin Jue's instructions and tried them all. Sure enough, I found that the spiritual power circulated much faster than before. It's really much faster. According to this method, I feel that I will be able to break through soon. Moreover, the consumption of spells and spiritual energy has been reduced by at least half. Thank you, senior brother Qin, for your advice. Chen Peng was immediately grateful. As an outer sect disciple, he only had a handful of spiritual stones that he could obtain even though he didn't have the skills to practice them. Now after following Qin Jue, not only can he practice with spiritual stones, but he can also get guidance. He is already at the 3rd level of Qi refining, but he will only be further ahead of all the disciples at the same time. It's getting better. Of course, Qin Jue also saved a lot of time and quickly obtained a large number of spiritual stones through Chen Peng. Counting the talismans sold this time, he has now accumulated more than 30,000 yuan. For a long time to come, there is no need to worry about cultivation resources. It can be considered a very good two-way achievement of mutual benefit. It's just a little effort. As long as things are done well, there will be many benefits in the future. Qin Jue nodded to Chen Peng's gratitude. After separating from Chen Peng, Qin Jue went to exchange some contribution points, and then came to the Kung Fu Pavilion again. Still go directly to the 4th floor. This time I changed to a metal-based exercise book. Similarly, only after you have fully meditated and memorized it here, can you go back and continue practicing. After reaching the 9th level of Qi refining, he came back and changed to the next level. If your contribution points are not enough, you can redeem them by drawing talismans. Just like this, going back and forth like this, Qin Jue was immersed in it. Chapter 20. A year has passed. Qin Jue was immersed in cultivation. He has successfully cultivated the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements spiritual roots to the 9th level of Qi refining. And he has a complete understanding of the 5 elements spells that can be mastered during the Qi refining period. On this day, the familiar light blue sword appeared. Shi Xingfeng summoned him again. I haven't seen Master for a while, what's the matter? With doubts, Qin Jue came to Shi Xingfeng dojo. After waiting, he found that Ye Yan was also here. He knew in his heart that he was probably inspecting the cultivation progress of the 2 Tianligan disciples, himself and Ye Yan. The fact was exactly what he thought. Seeing Qin Jue arrive, Shi Xingfeng asked him, I heard from your fourth senior sister that you taught yourself the Tao of Talisman. Upon hearing this, Qin Jue replied, yes, I'm just learning casually. Shi Xingfeng nodded and continued, well, you can learn whatever you want, but you must not be too obsessed with talismans. For monks like us, cultivation is the foundation, and talismans are just means. But if you want to learn, don't do it behind closed doors. There are many talisman masters in the sect, and you can let them guide you. This kid can draw high-grade talismans so quickly, and there are more than one kind. He is still studying by himself without any teacher. This understanding is too strong. Although he said that Fu Dao was just a means to tell Qin not to indulge too much, Shi Xingfeng was actually very happy in his heart. Yi Hongwei had already told him about Qin Jue's becoming a high-grade talisman master, and the deal between Qin Jue and Chen Peng could not be hidden from him, the sect leader. After all, there are so many high-quality talismans suddenly appearing in the Zhongmen talisman market, it is difficult not to notice them. He even took the time to buy a high-grade spiritual talisman for inspection before, and found that the quality of these spiritual talismans was more perfect than that made by any talisman master in the sect. Qin definitely remained calm about this, his handsome face was full of humility and low-keyness. He nodded to Shi Xingfeng and said, "It's master. The disciple's main focus is on cultivation. But teacher Fu Dao's guidance is not needed. Disciples usually just explore and play. If someone guides them, it will take away the fun of the exploration process." Shi Xingfeng listened to Qin Jue's words and nodded seriously, well, as long as you don't fall behind in practice, it's not a bad idea to explore on your own, and you can find the method that suits you best. After asking Qin Jue, Shi Xingfeng looked at Ye Yan again. Asked, "You also started to learn alchemy, and you followed the most powerful alchemy elder in the sect, a third-level alchemist. How is the progress now and what state has it reached?" When asked about himself, Ye Yan was quite excited. With a look of confidence on his face, he replied, "Master Qi, this disciple is now able to refine 3 first-order middle-grade elixirs." Hearing his words, Shi Xingfeng nodded and praised, 3 middle-grade elixirs? Yes, he can be regarded as a first-order middle-grade alchemy master. The teachings of a third-order alchemy master are not in vain. At this time, Ye Yan looked at Qin Jue curiously, "By the way, does fifth brother know how to draw the talisman?" Based on his experience of learning alchemy, he deeply understands how difficult it would be without guidance. Both drawing talismans and refining alchemy require experience. It is very important to have someone to teach you. It is a waste of time for fifth brother to explore on his own. It is better to be guided by a famous teacher. Thinking like this in my heart, I couldn't help but feel slightly superior. In response, Qin Jue smiled faintly, "Inferior grade? Barely able to reach 100 million points. Ye Yan, a little bit good? That's not bad." Then he continued to say to Qin Jue very generously, "Fifth senior brother, if you need elixirs in the future, you can come to me, and junior brother will do his best to help you refine them." Seeing that Ye Yan really believed it, Shi Xingfeng, who knew the actual situation, couldn't help but smile lightly. Xiao Ju's character is quite good. Even though he has become a top-grade talisman master, he does not show off. He is a great talent. He knew that Qin Jue didn't want to reveal his status as a top-grade talisman master. Unable to bear to attack Ye Yan, Shi Xingfeng did not expose it, but told another thing that had summoned them this time. "Okay, it's great that you can develop other paths besides practicing. Practice well when you go back. In a year's time there will be a sect competition, so perform well then." After speaking, another person gave them several hundred spiritual stones and sent them away. Sect competition? Is this asking us to prepare in advance? But with my current full attribute development, I shouldn't need to prepare much. Qin Jue thought, took the spirit stone and left Shi Xingfeng dojo. "Return to your residence. Qin Jue continued to indulge in cultivation. Although the 5 elements' spiritual roots have been cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining. However, it is not easy to control the 5 mana powers in one, and the 5 powers often repel each other in his body. It still needs to be fused before you can use it as you wish. In addition, the 5 elements are only the basis, and there are other different attributes such as thunder, ice, wind, etc., which are all evolved based on the 5 elements. Focusing on integrating the power of the 5 elements, Qin Jue has one mind and 5 functions, controlling the 5 spiritual powers to contact each other in the body. This method is actually very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may damage your own meridians and completely destroy your cultivation. It's so exciting. Water and fire almost exploded when they came into contact. It's so exciting. After the first try, Qin Jue couldn't help but be amazed. Fortunately, he has top-level understanding and quickly realized one of the best fusion methods. Although it was almost dangerous at the beginning, it was not safe later. However, if anyone enters his room during this period, they will see a person with colorful divine light all the time. And from time to time, one of these colorful lights shines brighter than the others. Sometimes the golden light is dazzling, and sometimes the face is covered with red light. It looks very strange. This day, Qin Jue was integrating the 5 elements of spiritual power, and his whole body was filled with 5 lights and his expression was extremely bright. There was a knock on the door suddenly. When he heard the voice, Qin Jue quickly stopped practicing, all his spiritual power and divine light restrained. When he opened the door, he discovered that it was Yi Hongwei and junior sister Shi Yingying. Fortunately, they had arranged a few light-blocking charms in advance, otherwise they would have seen the Rainbow Man outside the room. 5th junior brother, you are still practicing in seclusion. You are so good at seclusion. Like senior sister, you are not afraid of boredom. Recently, a new market opened at the foot of Zongmen Mountain. How about I take you out for a walk? As soon as she saw Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei spoke. She has a restless temper, and she often likes to run around after practicing for a period of time. If she is asked to retreat day and night, she will not be able to bear it. Yes, 5th senior brother, there are a lot of people in Fang City, it will definitely be fun to go there. Shi Yingying said with the same expectant look while holding Baihu. However, Qin Jue refused their warm invitation without thinking. No, I want to continue practicing. There is nothing more interesting than practicing in the market. Practice is fun and exciting. I love practicing the most. Hearing his words, Yi Hongwei and Shi Yingying were speechless. Both of them are the kind of people who don't like to practice asceticism. Completely unable to understand what Qin Jue said was fun and exciting. Isn't cultivation boring and boring? Sure enough, people's physiques and pleasure points are different. I really admire people like 5th junior brother. 5th senior brother works so hard, but he still finds practicing fun, that's amazing. Both women admired Qin Jue's words. In the end, I could only say some words of praise and left helplessly. Qin Jue, on the other hand, went back to continue practicing and continue to study and deduce the fusion of the 5 elements of spiritual power. Chapter 21. Day after day, indulge in the fusion of spiritual power. Half a year later, Qin Jue finally succeeded in merging the 5 elements of spiritual power in his body, so that they were perfectly balanced with each other. But he did not stop, but continued to deduce. During this period, top comprehension has been fully charged, and the 5 attributes of mana have also been integrated, and the 5 mana can be released at will. On this day, Qin Jue sat cross-legged, stretched out a palm, with the palm facing the sky, and released the 5 kinds of magic power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth with his 5 fingers. 5 kinds of mana gathered in front of him, forming a 5-color spiritual power ball, in which the aura was sometimes as calm as water, and sometimes violent and turbulent. The 5-color fluorescent light makes the handsome face flicker. But the five-color spiritual power ball reflected in a pair of deep pupils seemed to be changing the shape of light and shadow. Qin Jue's whole body was like an old monk in trance, just staring at the five-color light ball in his hand without blinking. I don't know how much time passed. A wisp of wind appeared around the light ball. I don't know how much time has passed. Zilla. A dark cloud began to appear on the light ball, and blue and white arcs of electricity were released from it. The sun rises and sets outside the house, and light and dark overlap inside the house. I don't know how many days have passed. The ball of light on Qin Jue's palm began to release cold energy, forming into ice crystals and falling down. At this moment, Qin Jue, who had not moved at all, moved. Looking at the spiritual light ball in his hand, his face was full of excitement. Ice. In addition to the wind and thunder that I realized before, I now have 8 kinds of spiritual power. This can be considered a true full attribute. This time, new attributes were deduced from the 5 elements of mana. Even if I used my top understanding to make myself fall into enlightenment, it took half a year to complete the 3 new attributes. One can imagine how difficult it is to possess a new attribute of spiritual power. Only someone like Qin Jue with top-level understanding could do it, and he was still in the Qi refining stage. It is almost impossible for ordinary monks to do this. Finally, we can rest assured to build the foundation. Putting away all the spiritual powers in his hands, Qin Jue's face was full of expectation. Only by truly building the foundation can one truly step into the door of cultivating immortality. I have worked hard for so long just to be able to achieve perfect foundation building. Now that I have all my attributes, I don't have to wait any longer. In the world of immortal cultivation, foundation building generally requires foundation building pills to achieve a higher success rate. This is also the choice of most. If you choose to rely on yourself instead of the foundation building pill, the success rate is only 20% at most. If you fail, you may not only destroy your foundation, but also become an ordinary mortal. It is more likely that the body will die and the soul will be destroyed. The foundation establishment pill can not only provide enough strength to break through the bottleneck, but also help to better lay a solid foundation. It can also ensure the safety of those who impact, greatly reducing the possible bad consequences after failure. When many monks are building a foundation, they often have to hit the foundation 3 or 4 times before they succeed, relying on the foundation building pill. In this regard, Qin Jue would naturally not be so stupid as not to use the foundation establishment pill. This is the experience summed up by countless predecessors with their lives. No matter how awesome he is, he will not take such a risk. Just when Qin Jue was thinking about the foundation establishment pill. 5th junior brother, are you still in retreat? Master asked me to ask you to go to the dojo together. Yi Hongwei, who had never disturbed his retreat, suddenly heard a voice from outside the door. Senior sister came just in time. I have just finished my training and am currently practicing, Qin Jue said as he came out of the room, and then asked curiously, Master summoned me? Did you say what it was about? Qin Jue looked like he didn't know anything. Yi Hongwei looked surprised. He looked Qin Jue up and down with his beautiful eyes. Junior brother, you really only focus on cultivation. You have been secluded for a long time. Have you forgotten the sect competition that Master said at the beginning? I haven't seen you for a long time. Junior brother seems to be a lot more handsome. Unfortunately, he is a practicing madman. Ah, this, Qin Jue suddenly understood and touched his head in embarrassment. It seems that I have been in seclusion for a year. After hearing Yi Hongwei's words, Qin Jue remembered that the time had indeed come for the sect competition that Shi Xingfeng had said. He has been obsessed with integrating the 5 elements of spiritual power, and later deduced the 3 new attributes of wind, thunder, and ice, which indeed made him forget about this for a moment. But thinking about it, even if you want to participate, you don't need to make any special preparations if you have all your attributes. Let's go and take a look first. Along the way, Yi Hongwei introduced Qin Jue to the sect competition. To put it simply, the sect competition is an assessment of the entire taking sect's young disciples. That is, the disciples who have just started. As long as they are disciples who have established a foundation within 3 years of entry, they can participate. The rewards are also quite generous. It is the foundation building pill most needed by disciples in the Qi refining stage. As long as you rank in the top 30 in the competition, you can get it. Among them, the top 10 are the best, which are very precious and exquisite foundation building pills. The first 11 to 20 are genuine products, which are normal and flawless foundation building pills. The rewards for those ranked 21 to 30 are the worst, which are inferior foundation building pills. The same elixir, different people, different techniques, which are also affected by factors such as heat and medicinal materials. The quality of the elixirs produced will also vary. Generally divided into high-quality products, genuine products, and defective products. In contrast, talismans also have the same subdivision. This is also the reason why Qin Jue's talismans are sold out quickly every time. Because the talismans he drew were of the worst quality and were all genuine. The subsequent shots are basically of high quality and perfect level. High quality elixirs are rare for alchemists. In addition to technical experience, you also need some luck. No matter what kind of elixir it is, as long as it is of high quality, its value will be doubled instantly. It can be seen that the rewards for the top 10 are extremely valuable. Although Qin Jue hasn't started learning alchemy yet. But he also knew the difficulty of refining high-quality elixirs. Moreover, the foundation building pill is still a second-level pill, so it is not that easy to learn. With his full talent in drawing Taoist talisman, he can barely draw a second-level low-grade talisman now. After listening to Yi Hongwei's introduction to the rewards of the competition, Qin couldn't help but become interested. He only wanted to practice silently and become stronger. He originally thought that when the time came, Dabi would just deal with it casually and get an average score that was neither good nor bad. In this case, it is necessary to strive for a high-quality foundation building pill. On the way, Yi Hongwei also called Yayan along. Soon, the three of them arrived at Shi Xingfeng dojo. See them all arrived. Shi Xingfeng asked, "Now that the sect competition is coming, how are you doing in your cultivation?" Returning to master, this disciple has devoted himself to cultivation and has now reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Yayan spoke first, looking quite proud. It has to be said that Yayan's Tianligan talent is quite good. He has cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining in more than 2 years since he started. He is a rare genius even in the entire Jinghua world of immortality. Seeing that Yayan has reached the 9th level of Qi refining, Qin Jue, who regarded him as a standard, also showed the 9th level of Qi training, and other attributes were not revealed at all under the blinding Tianji. However, in actual combat, his spiritual strength is more than 5 times higher than the average 9th level. After all, he is proficient in all departments. The upper limit of the spiritual power contained and controlled in his body has already reached an extremely terrifying level. Chapter 22. Okay. Hearing their words and the aura on his body, Shi Xingfeng was overjoyed. As expected of Tianligan, he has reached the 9th level of Qi refining in more than 2 years. Looking at the two outstanding disciples, he continued, "Not only do you two have the same heavenly spiritual root, but you have not even fallen behind in realm. You can be regarded as the two masters of our taking sect. Now that the sect competition is coming soon, why not give it a try and let me see how well you are preparing?" Hearing his words, Yayan's eyes suddenly lit up. In addition to practicing and refining alchemy these days, he also learned a flying sword technique for the sect competition. How can Qin Jue show it to master? Now is the time to try out the results. Disciples are willing to compete, but they don't know that 5th senior brother. Disciple is also willing. Before Yayan finished speaking, Qin Jue interrupted Yayan and looked at him, just in time, I also want to see how the sixth junior brother is doing in his cultivation these days. Seeing this, Shi Xingfeng nodded with satisfaction. The path to becoming an immortal is not just hard work. If you do not go through actual combat, it will be difficult to become a truly strong person. Seeing that his two outstanding disciples agreed to compete, in his opinion, this was a sign that they both had strong hearts. Moreover, they were told in advance that there was going to be a sect competition, so as to see if they had any preparations or if they had a chance to win the competition. See them competing. Expectation also appeared on Yi Hong's face. As far as he knew, although Ye Yan often retreated, he went out to study alchemy every month, and he also met people from his own family along the way. I have met the other party several times, and he is not a person who only knows how to practice hard work. But Qin Jue, no matter when she went back to the courtyard where she lived, the door she saw was always closed, day after day. Although they were separated by a wall, she hadn't seen each other in person for almost a year. Now that the two were competing, she wanted to know how her fifth junior brother, a crazy cultivator, would fare in actual combat if he had been practicing alone. At this time, the two of them came to the middle of the hall. The perfect aura of qi training on the body is stimulated, one person's fire spiritual power is flowing and anxious and looming, and the other person's water spiritual power is full and light as water. Flame slash. As soon as Ye Yan took action, it was a mid-level spell. The thick-armed flaming cross swiftly slashed at Qin Jue. As if the last competition was happening again, Qin Jue still raised a wall of water with an indifferent expression in the face of the fast and scorching flames. Tisk la la. Yan Zhan was completely engulfed by the wall of water, releasing bursts of water vapor. Fifth senior brother's water wall technique is indeed still powerful. Ye Yan exclaimed as if he had expected it. However, this wall of water alone cannot stop me now. Try my junior brother's flying sword. Urgent. As soon as he changed the topic, he raised a flying sword and hung it above his head, then pointed at Qin Jue. The flying sword turned into a stream of light and shot out quickly. However, Qin Jue's expression remained unchanged in the face of the flying sword. It's still on top of the water wall, with defense in front of you. The difference is that the wall of water, which had never fluctuated much, now started to swirl and flow. Clang! The expected flying sword to cut through the water wall did not appear. But when it touched the water wall, it was bounced away by the swirling water above. The two collided, and even made the sound of gold and iron colliding. Seeing this, Ye Yan quickly stabilized his flying sword and attacked from the side again, trying to bypass the water wall and hit Qin Jue. Clang! The flying sword was still bounced away. A thick wall of water actually rose up from the side of Qin Jue. Then the third, fourth, and fourth thick water walls appeared one after another. No matter how Ye Yan controls the flying sword, he can't get within 3 feet of Qin Jue. The water wall even pushed in the opposite direction, gradually rebounding through the flowing waves, and surrounded Ye Yan's flying sword. No matter how he manipulated it, he could not escape. Unknowingly, as the wall of water advanced, even he himself was surrounded. I am not particularly proficient in flying swordsmanship, so I bounced off the water wall several times to release the force, and fell to the ground with a clang. How is that possible? Ye Yan was shocked. In shock, he continued to cast various fire spells, trying to break through the water wall. Unfortunately, facing the extremely thick wall of water, his spells were either blocked or directly melted. They had no effect at all and could not be broken through at all. Soon, Ye Yan was surrounded by water walls within 3 feet. A trapped space was formed. Seeing this scene, Shi Xingfeng, who was in the main seat, couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Although it is still the water wall technique, it has obviously undergone multiple improvements. Not only has the defense been enhanced, but it also has the power to push back. Did he realize this on his own? This kind of understanding is simply astonishing. Yi Hongwei was also shocked, her eyes were shining brightly, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her beautiful hands. Is this still the water wall technique? Not only can it bounce flying swords, it can also push back and trap the sixth junior brother. No matter how hard he attacks, he can't break through. It should be called water prison technique. In the end, to the surprise of Shi Xingfeng and Yi Hongwei, Yayan did not break the water prison blockade until Yayan's spiritual power was exhausted. At this time, there was only 1 foot between the water prison and his body, and it was impossible to stretch his hands and feet. Seeing that it was almost done, Qin Jue stopped in time, tried his best to pretend that his spiritual power was exhausted, and let the water prison slowly dissipate. Fortunately, the fifth senior brother has also exhausted his spiritual power. Otherwise, if the water prison continues to tighten, I may be injured. Yayan looked at Qin Jue, who looked equally exhausted on the surface, with a complicated expression and a lingering fear. This scene, on the surface, looks like another draw. But the reactions of Shi Xingfeng and Yi Hongwei have shown that they appreciate Qin Jue's methods more. Don't be afraid of being good at everything, just be afraid of being good at everything. In their view, Qin Jue was obviously professional and proficient. Even because of specialization, it caused a qualitative change and broke through the original limitations of the spell. A top genius like Yayan, even if he mastered so many spells, could not defeat Qin Jue at the same 9th level of Qi refining, and was even almost killed. There is this method. Needless to say, Qin Jue has been able to remain invincible in the same situation. It seemed like a tie, but in fact Yayan knew that he had lost. At the same time, there was a sense of powerlessness in my heart. That's right, it's powerlessness, even despair. The feeling of being surrounded by a wall of water and being pushed back, unable to stop it no matter what, unable to break through, and watching helplessly as you are trapped. The most despairing thing. In his eyes, if Qin Jue's spiritual power was deeper, and if it was a life and death battle, he would even feel like he was watching death getting closer and closer to him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yayan even felt that as long as Qin Jue was willing, the terrifying water prison could completely strangle him at any time. Horrible, terrible. Fifth senior brother is so clever, junior brother admires him. Such a powerful water wall technique is already invincible at the same level. Although senior brother was also exhausted in the end, I am not as good as senior brother. After calming down, Yayan quickly clasped his fists at Qin Jue, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. The words are also full of sincerity. Chapter 23. Well, yes, they are all very good. Shi Xingfeng looked pleased at this time and praised repeatedly, your strength is much better than that of ordinary Qi refining in the late stage. You are worthy of being a disciple of the sect Master Peak. First, he praised both of them for their strength. Just started commenting. Let's talk about Xiaoyan first. Your fire spells are very good, very strong, and you have also learned the flying sword technique. However, although you are stronger than most ordinary Qi training in the late stage, once you meet a specialist who can practice a spell to the extreme, you will become the one who can master it. For example, Xiaoju, although my strength is similar to yours, it's quite difficult for you to deal with it. Although it is beneficial to master more spells, you should not be too greedy. It is better to master all the means to master them. Just like your flying swordsmanship, it's obviously still a bit raw. If you can refine the details and concentrate your strength on a single line, you might be able to break through Xiaoju's water wall. I heard Shi Xingfeng's comment. Yayan quickly accepted it humbly, yes, thank you master for your teaching. I will definitely work harder in the future. After passing Qin Jue's water wall, water prison technique this time, he had completely lost his temper and was thinking about whether he should seriously practice it. However, this matter can only be considered after at least the competition. Now he only has a thought and has not really made a decision. Shi Xingfeng nodded and looked at Qin Jue. Let's talk about Xiaoju. It can be seen that the water wall technique has been perfected in your hands, and you have even introduced the old and brought out the new, making it undergo a qualitative change. This can be said to be a reflection of your understanding and talent, which is very good. But you don't have to be good at only one method or one method. Once you meet an opponent who can restrain you or has studied you specially, the result will be disastrous. My generation of monks not only fight for luck, but also fight for their trump cards once they go out. Whoever has more trump cards will have the last laugh. I hope you can learn more spells in the future. I believe that with your understanding, every spell can reach the same level of invincibility. Regarding Shi Xingfeng's words, Qin Jue looked like he was listening carefully. It's master. This disciple is studying other spells recently. However, neither Shi Xingfeng nor Yi Hongwei and Ye Yan who were present knew that he just didn't want to reveal too much. When it comes to magic, he is really good at it. Proficient in all attributes, what spells do you want? Even the rare attributes wind, thunder, and ice have been mastered. Not to mention spells, even a top-quality talisman he throws out now is enough for Ye Yan to drink a pot. It's just that with Ye Yan's strength, he couldn't force him to use other means. Shi Xingfeng nodded with satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He has always been worried that Qin Jue's thoughts have fallen into a dead end and he doesn't know how to adapt. It would be nice to be able to study other means, which shows that the thinking is not rigid and does not go to extremes. At the same time, he thought in his mind, with the strength of these two boys, they can legitimately fight for high-quality foundation building pills, so that I, the master, do not have to open the back door alone. Moreover, it can also showcase the abilities of the disciples of my sect Master Peak, letting everyone see how outstanding my disciple is. Okay, I am very confident about your strength as a teacher. The competition will start in the next few days. You should go back and be prepared. Then Qin Jue, Ye Yan, and Yi Hongwei left Shi Xingfeng dojo together. Back at her residence, Yi Hongwei kept staring at Qin Jue with her shining eyes, wanting to talk but not knowing where to start. That look has quite a charm. What's wrong, fourth senior sister, is there something wrong with my face? Qin Jue felt embarrassed. No flowers, but the more I look at you, the more beautiful you become. I didn't expect that even though you have been in seclusion, you can still be so skillful in actual combat. You can even master basic spells like water wall to such an outrageous level. I'm really surprised that you called me senior sister. It's worthy of being in solitary confinement for a year. In response, Qin Jue smiled calmly, wherever I am, I'm just doing random research, it's just good luck. Although Qin Jue said it easily, she knew that he had not been out for a whole year. Luck? Where is the luck? All I see is hard work. Junior brother is indeed so humble. To be able to do this, God knows how many difficulties he has experienced in the boring retreat. He is humble, hard-working, and so handsome. The fifth junior brother is so outstanding, he looks like the male immortal in my dreams. Hearing her thoughts, Qin Jue touched his nose calmly. I just want to become stronger quickly. Is it that exaggerated? 3 days later. Taking Peak is the largest among the main peaks of Taking Sect. There is a huge platform on the top of the mountain. At this time, it was already filled with disciples in the Qi refining stage. At the beginning of the competition, the sect has 36 peaks. Almost all the Qi refining disciples came. Seeing such a lively scene, Qin Jue could not help but feel curious. This was the first time he came to this world and saw so many people at the same time. Coming to participate in the competition today, I can see what a prosperous immortal cultivation sect looks like. In fact, the competition started 3 days ago. First, the top 10 representatives from their respective peaks are selected, and then they engage in a battle with the disciples of the entire sect. There are so many mountains, and each one has a lot of disciples. Only the strongest handful can truly participate in the competition for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Unlike the sect's main peak, where the candidates were selected on the basis of merit, only Qin Jue and Yan participated this time, so there was no need for pre-selection at all. I haven't participated in many previous sect leader summits. If I hadn't just collected them both. This time there is no one either. Those who can come to taking peak now are all top 10 in their respective peaks. They can be said to be the latest batch of the best disciples of taking sect. Almost all of them are in the late stage of Qi refining. And all of them are high-spirited, restrained, and full of confidence. Since Qin Jue and Yan were newcomers to Tianligan, they had already been informed by their elders among the disciples participating in the competition. See them appear. There was a commotion at the scene. Look, the disciples from the sect master peak are here. These are the direct disciples that the sect master just accepted, a fire-type heavenly spiritual root and a water-type heavenly spiritual root. As expected of Tianligan, I feel that the auras on their bodies are so strong. It seems that this time, they will probably occupy 2 positions in the top 10. It's not necessarily true. Who said that the heavenly spiritual root must be strong? Our senior brother Wang has the best wooden spiritual root. He has practiced extremely hard and never slacked off, so he may not be able to compete with them. Also, even though they have heavenly spiritual roots, if they don't practice hard enough, there is a chance they will be defeated. Which one is so handsome? Is it the fire element or the water element? Qin Jue and Yan appeared at the sect's main peak. It has attracted much attention and attracted a lot of attention, including various voices. Not working hard enough. Snort. In response, Yan looked proud and took the lead to fly up to a ring. Chapter 24. The fighting method is simple. The first round is divided into 10 groups, which is 10 arenas. As long as you defend the ring 5 times, you can advance, which is considered an audition. After successfully advancing, the 2 teams will draw lots and compete against each other. After deciding the winner, they will continue to draw lots until the ranking is determined. 4 out of 5 were eliminated in the first round alone. The one who finally has the chance to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill will be decided in this round. It can be seen that those who can really obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill are the future pillars who have excellent strength and have fought through it. After Yan came on stage, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. The disciples of the sect master peak are on stage. His opponent is a disciple of Qin peak. This is already his 4th round. He only needs to defeat one more challenger to advance to the next round. This is Tianligan's top genius. It's a pity that this Qin peak disciple will probably be eliminated. I wonder which disciple of the sect master peak is this. Seeing Yan on stage, the disciples opposite him were a little nervous. Although he is also at the 9th level of Qi refining and has even persisted for 4 rounds, he is only a top-grade spiritual root. But now that we have reached this point, we have to face it. After the ceremony, the disciple's spiritual energy surged all over his body. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he raised a yellow earth wall and acted according to the opportunity. He has earth spiritual power, specializes in defensive techniques, and can persist in 4 rounds precisely because of this. Unfortunately, he met Yan. Seeing that his opponent immediately defended himself at the beginning, a flash of surprise flashed in Yan's eyes. Then he was seen with a calm expression as he slashed out a thin flame blade. The flame blade was extremely fast and cut through the earth wall instantly. Click! In an instant, the earth wall shattered, fell apart and disappeared completely after being cut off. The defense that this disciple was so proud of was actually broken in the face of Yan's attack. The disciple was immediately horrified and continued to release spells to resist in a hurry. He saw that his whole body was about to be covered with a layer of rock armor. However, the flame blade's power remained unabated after breaking through the earth wall, and it struck him in the blink of an eye. Bang! The fierce force directly caused his unformed rock armor to shatter, and his body was knocked away by a huge force and fell off the ring. Yan defends the challenge once. At this time, the voice of recording disciples sounded nearby. The other disciples who were paying attention also started talking about it. Fire spiritual power, this is the fire spiritual root. As expected of Tianligan, he actually defeated Li Ming, who majored in defense, with just one move. He has withstood 4 challenges. I didn't expect that the gap would be so big if we are both at the 9th level of Qi refining. Listening to the discussions around him, Yan looked calm, but his eyes were scanning the crowd. The meaning is self-explanatory. Who is next? I'm here to meet the disciples of the sect Master Peak. Although Yan's performance was quite strong, those who were able to participate in the competition were all elites from various peaks. After the first surprise, he quickly came to the stage with self-reliance. Unfortunately, there are still no surprises. Those who came up to challenge were all defeated by Yan with one move without exception. And the spells he uses are different every time. The limelight can be said to be unprecedented. Successfully promoted soon. And the other side. Qin Jue also randomly picked an arena. It's just that compared to Yan, his defense is not very entertaining. Even a little boring. When Qin Jue came on stage at the beginning, the disciples guarding the ring were still very cautious and did not launch an attack immediately. After greeting each other, they directly launched a spiritual shield and were preparing to test the situation. But in the end, after Qin Jue raised a wall of water, he stopped moving at all and stopped using any other means. What does he want to do? It's just a wall of water. Do you think I can't break it? Seeing that Qin Jue never took the initiative to attack, but instead raised the wall of water to look at him, the disciple was dumbfounded. Or is he waiting for my attack to reveal a flaw? This disciple made a bold guess. At first, I could keep the enemy immobile and me immobile, but until Qin Jue's water wall rose for half a quarter of an hour, the disciple couldn't bear it anymore. Start casting spells and take the initiative to attack. He raised his hand and shot out 3 arm-thick spiritual vines, shooting towards Qin Jue's wall of water. Bang bang bang! Not broken. Then he once again stimulated the wood spirit power to form a 7-foot wooden sword and slashed towards the water wall. Clang! Still not broken. Then, he used wooden thorns, spiritual fists, and even rushed directly to the water wall to use all kinds of methods. The result is either being ejected or completely dissipated. It was completely unable to shake the wall of water. But Qin Jue was just behind the water wall with the old god there, looking relaxed and normal. Until the end, this disciple had no spiritual power left and was completely in despair. Then he spoke with great difficulty, Senior brother is very powerful, I admit defeat. This scene made the surrounding disciples who had been watching patiently feel helpless. Ah, it's a pity, still can't do it. Is this really just the basic spell water wall? Why can't it be broken no matter how hard I attack? This disciple of the sect Master Peak should be the water spirit power heavenly spirit root. Is he only specialized in the water wall technique? With Tianligan, it would be too much of a waste of talent to specialize in just one spell, right? No wonder it's so powerful. Is he planning to use this water wall technique to advance until he wins the Foundation Establishment Pill? This is simply a divine man. In every subsequent battle, Qin Jue directly raised a wall of water and allowed his opponent to attack. Others either cannot break through and exhaust their spiritual power and give up, or be pushed off the ring by him using the water wall technique. This way of fighting made all the disciples speechless and helpless. No matter what opponent he encounters, he will always raise a wall of water to hide behind. They even named Qin Jue's water wall technique, turtle style. Even if he and Yan were both promoted, and when it came to the draw and battle later, even if Yan performed very strongly, there were not as many viewers as watching Qin Absolute's battle. Nothing else. I just want to see how long Qin Jue's water wall technique can last. Even the many disciples who had been eliminated did not leave immediately, but waited to see Qin Jue fight. No way, it's just too curious. Unknowingly, everyone was lifted up in their hearts. If they didn't see Qin Jue's water wall technique broken for a day, they probably wouldn't be in the mood to practice for a day. In this way, Qin Jue, who kept playing like a tortoise all the way, managed to break into the top 30 while everyone suppressed boredom. Damn it, why hasn't his water wall technique been broken yet? Is it true that no one can cure him? He actually made it into the top 30 and got the Foundation Establishment Pill reward. And he seems to be completely at ease. Isn't the first 30 years his limit? Qin Jue's style of play is very boring. Unknowingly, even the horizon is gradually falling red. Especially those who stick with it from the beginning to the end. It's as uncomfortable as it feels. Now as long as Qin Jue advances by one person, they will become more and more uncomfortable. But at the same time, I still secretly hope that he can persist a little longer. It's as if there are thousands of strings in my heart that are constantly tangled. Even many people who insist on watching don't realize this. Chapter 25. The sky was getting dark, and spiritual beads gradually lit up everywhere, illuminating the challenge site. Under the night, the spiritual powers of the disciples competed in a brilliant and colorful way. Equally colorful, there are a group of people who insist on watching Qin Jue's battle. Looking at the helpless opponent across from him, Qin Jue remained calm and raised his water wall. If he wins this game again, he will just enter the 10th place. The goal of high-quality foundation building pills has just been achieved. Although Qin Jue remained calm as usual. But all the spectators were nervous at this time. If we win this competition again, senior brother Qin will enter the top 10 and obtain the high-quality foundation building pill. I didn't expect that senior brother Qin would actually use this method to get to this point. Can you still hold on? Is it true that senior brother Qin will use a water wall technique to enter the top 10? I didn't expect that Tianligan, who specializes in one spell, can be so terrifying. After watching the battle for a long time, everyone subconsciously called him senior brother without knowing it. It should be possible. After all, senior brother Qin has come here, and the water wall technique doesn't seem to have any signs of being broken. Believe in senior brother Qin. But this time senior brother Qin's opponent is Zhang Xianming, a kendo genius who specializes in kendo. He might be able to break through the water wall technique. Swordsmanship is one of the strongest branches of attack. In addition, Zhang Xianming himself has the best golden spirit root, and he is also specialized in it. Maybe. As they kept watching the battle and witnessing Qin Jue's way into the top 20, many people had unknowingly changed their mentality and supported Qin Jue's continued promotion. I began to hope that he would reach the end and even win the first place. It can be regarded as showing true feelings. Seeing Qin Jue still raising a wall of water as a defense against him, Zhang Xianming didn't look relaxed. Although he has come all the way here and is very confident in his own strength, he has no confidence in Qin Jue, who has only entered the top 20 with the water wall technique. After all, the opponent had been fighting for so long, except for the water wall technique, and all other spells were useless. What if you use it when you are paired with yourself? He wasn't sure. It's a pity that there is no way, even if he is drawn, he will not be able to back down. Senior brother Qin accepts the offer. After Zhang Xianming bowed, he offered 2 first-class flying swords made for him by his master. Phew! The flying sword flashed coldly under the moonlight. But instead of slashing towards the water wall, he drew an arc from left to right, heading straight for Qin Jue's true form. Zhang Xianming, who knew that Qin Jue's water wall was powerful, actually thought of something strange and wanted to attack Qin Jue himself directly. The flying sword is extremely fast. Many of the disciples watching the battle could only see 2 flashes of light passing by. However, for the flying sword that quickly struck from the side, Qin Jue didn't panic, but his thoughts moved slightly, and two water walls, one on the left and one on the right, rose instantly. And ripples flowed on it. Dang! Dang! Two sounds of gold and iron clashing were heard, and both flying swords were bounced away. Zhang Mingxuan's expression suddenly became solemn. He stabilized his flying sword again, and continued to attack Qin Jue from different angles. But no matter how he changed the angle, in the end the flying sword would be successfully blocked by the wall of water, and he would never be able to get within 3 feet of Qin Jue. Whether it's a flying sword or a sharp sword. No matter how exquisite the sword technique is, if it falls on the water wall, it will not be able to break it or penetrate it. A protracted battle begins again. Qin Jue, the sect leader, ranks 10th. As the deacon disciple acting as referee and recorder spoke, Qin Jue successfully defeated Zhang Xianming and entered the top 10. This swordsman genius could not break through Qin Jue's water wall even with all his methods. In the end, I could only watch the 4 walls of water and push myself out of the ring, helpless. Although you lose, you can only get ordinary foundation building pills as the top 20. But Zhang Xianming was really relieved. There is no way, facing the water wall technique that can never be broken by all means, the pressure is too great, and it is too desperate. Now let him choose one thing that can sharpen his mind the most. He will not hesitate to vote for absolute battle with Qin. Also relieved were a group of people watching the battle. It's done. Senior brother Qin Jue has really entered the top 10. It's amazing. I never thought that someone could become the top 10 in the competition just by relying on the water wall technique. Even the genius of swordsmanship cannot break through the water wall technique. Senior brother Qin Jue is truly a god. Don't tell me. You won't really be defeated by senior brother Qin Jue in the end, right? On the other side, Yan, who had already entered the top 10, couldn't help but secretly shake his head when he saw this scene. I thought to myself, these guys still don't understand. What does it mean to not really be defeated by senior brother Qin? Based on his battles and observations throughout the day, based on the strength of the remaining opponents, the 5th senior brother will definitely win the 1st place. But if this is the case, I should only be 2nd. 2nd is not bad either. Anyway, they are all from the sect master peak. Moreover, the top 10 are also high-quality foundation building pills, all the same. After all, it was a water wall technique that even I couldn't break through. Soon, after a new round of drawing lots, the ranking battle continued. After Qin Jue came to power, he also raised a water wall for defense. His opponent looked nervous. After seeing Zhang Xianming's failure just now and finding out that he had drawn Qin Jue, he had already planned to give it a try. If it didn't work, he would just admit defeat. After all, if he were to face the methods Zhang Xianming used just now, those extremely fierce sword attacks, he would have absolutely no confidence that he would be able to take them all. Qin Jue looked at his slightly nervous opponent, wondering whether he should admit defeat directly or let himself go and be defeated. After all, he has successfully entered the top 10, and has obtained the high-quality foundation building pill. The goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue to waste energy. Senior brother Qin is offended. This opponent respected Qin Jue very much and did not attack immediately. Instead, he greeted Qin Jue respectfully. Then he used his spiritual power to cast a spell and fired 3 fireballs as big as a basin, hitting the wall of water in front of Qin Jue. Boom boom boom. Zilla. No accident, the fireball hit the water wall, unable to shake the water wall at all. All the heat in it was destroyed and turned into water vapor. Sure enough, no one can break through senior brother Qin's water wall technique. With amazement in his heart, the disciple once again fired 3 huge fire knives burning with flames, slashing straight down at the water wall. This flaming sword technique is his main skill, and this attack also used 1/3 of his spiritual power at one time. After he prepared to perform this move, he would take the initiative to admit defeat. After all, if you can't break even your own major spell, there's no need to keep trying. Taking the initiative to admit defeat can at least save some face. However, something unexpected happened. Just when he thought his flaming sword would also fail. Zhyla. I saw that when 3 large knives burning with flames landed on the water wall, they struck down without any hindrance. With 3 cuts, the water wall that had been unbreakable before was instantly cut into several pieces, and finally turned into little water droplets and exploded. Chapter 26. Ha! This disciple was confused. He had already thought of what to say when he admitted defeat. Then you told me that the water wall was broken. Was it split open by himself? Am I so much better than the swordsman genius Zhang Xianming? Or is it the reason why my fire attribute spiritual power is in conflict with the water wall technique? I can't understand it, I can't understand it at all. Then what happened next was even more confusing to him. Qin Jue obviously looked calm and relaxed. But he said, "Junior brother is so strong that I am completely unable to resist. I give up." He didn't even hesitate when he said this. He said it cleanly the moment the water wall broke. Unable to resist. Why does it look nothing like it? Why can he admit defeat so quickly? Isn't this my line? Okay, I wish you good luck, I'll go down first. Hearing his opponent's voice, Qin couldn't help but touch his nose, said something to him and quickly left the stage. It looked like he was afraid of continuing the fight. This result was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Hearing him admit defeat, everyone watching the game was dumbfounded. Looking at the wall of water that collapsed on the stage and turned into scattered water droplets, I was speechless for a long time. It wasn't until Qin Jue stepped off the ring that various voices of surprise and heated discussion gradually arose. Ah! Broken! The water wall technique has been broken. Senior brother Qin's water wall technique was actually broken. Is 10th place the limit? How could it be broken so easily? Li Si's flaming sword is actually stronger than Zhang Xuanming's swordsmanship. Why do I not believe it so much? Seeing Qin Jue admit defeat, everyone found it difficult to accept it. Most of the people at the scene were practicing at the 9th level of Qi training. Whether it was an illusion or not, they felt vaguely that the flaming knife that could split the wall of water seemed not as strong as the sword technique that Zhang Xianming had performed before. But the outcome has been decided, and we can only choose to accept it. Alas! Let's stop here. After all, it's just water wall technique. It's already pretty good to be in the top 10 and get the fine foundation building pill reward. To have come this far, senior brother Qin Jue is already the strongest genius in my heart. It's just that senior brother Qin gave up too quickly. If he could learn other spells, he might be able to go further. I originally expected Qin Jue to continue to defeat his opponents and improve his ranking with his water wall technique. I didn't expect it to end like this. Everyone who had been insisting on watching the battle was a little confused at this time. I wasn't as happy as I was expecting when the water wall was broken, nor was I particularly disappointed. Some are just feeling lost, not knowing why, feeling a little empty. At the same time, all those who watched Qin Jue's battle had deep admiration and respect. Yan, who had just finished the battle and successfully entered the top 5, learned about the situation on Qin Jue's side. I can't help but feel a little speechless. 5th senior brother, this is too low-key. He knew Qin Jue's strength, so he naturally wouldn't think that his water wall technique could really be broken. And it was a guy with fire spiritual power. I have fire-type spiritual roots, so why didn't I break through the water wall technique in the first place? Blazing sword? It's better to just throw a fire spell by yourself. Finally the competition came to an end. Qin Jue's wall technique was broken and he finished 10th. Yan defeated invincible opponents all the way and successfully won the first place. Then the two of them received the fine foundation building pills. Then they returned to the sect master peak at the same time. Regarding the rankings obtained by the two people, Shi Xingfeng received the message early in the morning. As soon as he saw the two people, he laughed heartily and praised them. Okay, okay. As expected of the disciples of my sect Master Peak, you have all given me a hard time this time. Not bad, very good. Xiao Yan went all out this time and came out on top, overwhelming the other 35 peaks. This is a very good demonstration of the strength of our sect's main peak. You have lived up to my expectations as a master. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Yan was also very happy for Shi Xingfeng's praise, and quickly smiled and said humbly, being able to contribute to the sect's master peak is what a disciple should do. Shi Xingfeng turned to Qin Jue as he spoke, with a smile on his face and a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiaozhu, you should be holding back this time, right? That's fine. Being in the top 10 shows that you have a calm mind and don't seek the limelight for fame, which is also good. Also don't hesitate to praise. Thank you for your understanding, Master. In response, Qin was embarrassed and scratched his head. After all, even Yan was ranked first, and she had always performed on par with him before, but only finished 10th, which was somewhat unjustifiable. Fortunately, I didn't expect Shi Xingfeng to be so understanding. There was no need for him to waste time explaining. After some compliments, Shi Xingfeng preached and began to describe his foundation building experience in detail. Now that you have all obtained the fine foundation building pills and your realm has been perfected, it is time for me to talk to you about foundation building. Foundation building is mainly divided into. Simply put, there are 3 levels of foundation building: physical body, magical power, and spiritual consciousness. And foundation building is to transform these 3. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to build a foundation. In order to successfully build the foundation, after everything is prepared, they will usually retreat for 100 days. Through these 100 days, we can impact the transformation of our physical body, magic power, and spiritual consciousness. Once the transformation of all 3 is completed, the foundation building is successful. After imparting various foundation building experiences and precautions, Shi Xingfeng raised his hand and swiped, and a small pile of spiritual stones appeared in front of Qin Jue and Yan. These spiritual stones are much more luminous than the low-grade spiritual stones Qin Jue had seen before. There is also one glowing with a light purple light among them. 100 medium-grade spiritual stones per person, and 1 high-grade spiritual stone per person. You should keep them. They will be used as resources for the Master to help you attack the foundation. Thank you, Master. Yan immediately thanked him with a face of joy, and then put it into his storage bag. He didn't expect Shi Xingfeng to be so generous. Not only did he give out so many middle-grade spiritual stones, but he was also willing to give away high-grade spiritual stones. As a cultivating immortal family, the Ye family has so many middle-grade spiritual stones that even the uncles in the family who are in the middle and late stages of foundation building cannot get them. What's more, there is a high-grade spiritual stone in it, which is extremely valuable, and he has never seen it before. Qin Jue also thanked him and put the spirit stone into his storage bag. He also knows something about the level of spiritual stones after being introduced to it for so long. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the purer and more spiritual energy it has, and the easier it is to absorb. As the most hardcore resource for cultivating immortals, spirit stones are needed no matter what realm they are in. At the critical moment of attacking the foundation, a large amount of spiritual stones are often needed as a backup force to fill the spiritual void in one fell swoop, and cannot be absorbed slowly, otherwise the impact may fail. As long as you have high-grade spiritual stones, you have an extra guarantee of success. High-grade spiritual stones are important cultivation resources circulated among high-level monks, and they are also strategic resources for low-level monks. They are difficult to obtain even on the market. Even though Qin Jue made so much money by painting talismans, they were all low-grade, and none of them were above medium grade. Even if they want to change, it doesn't matter, no one is willing to change. Because most people who have high-grade spiritual stones generally don't trade them. It is conceivable that the spiritual stone given by Shi Xingfeng is very valuable. Chapter 27. Giving high-grade spiritual stones is not enough. Then Shi Xingfeng gave each of them a bottle of pure spiritual fluid extracted from the spiritual energy spring water, as well as a high-quality ice soul pill. Pure spiritual liquid is extracted from the spiritual spring of the sect master peak. Only Yuanying monks like Shi Xingfeng can refine it. The spiritual energy in it is rich and easy to absorb. It is also a backup resource for replenishing spiritual power. The ice soul pill is a top-notch elixir to prevent people from going crazy, and the high-quality ice soul pill is 10 times stronger than ordinary ones. If you eat it when attacking the foundation, you can basically guarantee that there will be no mental problems. After all, it takes 100 days to build a foundation, and any accident may happen during the process. Only with such a top-quality ice soul pill can it be foolproof. This time, he wanted to build a foundation for his 2 genius disciples. Shi Xingfeng was also worried. It can be said that they are caring. After thanking Shi Xingfeng again, Qin Jue and Ye Yan went back to prepare for retreat. Back in the courtyard, Yi Hongwei was waiting there. Seeing Qin Jue coming back, her eyes couldn't help but shine. "Junior brother, you really don't want to show off at all. You only made it to the top 10 and then gave up. You don't want to show off. The 5th junior brother is really low-key. Although his strength is comparable to that of junior brother yet, he chooses to stop at 10th. If those participating in the competition knew that the water wall technique of the 5th junior brother could not be broken even by the 1st junior brother yet, I wonder what their expressions would be." Ahem. Qin Jue smiled and spread his hands. "I just want a fine foundation building pill." Then the two exchanged a few words. Qin Jue asked Yi Hongwei, "By the way, 4th senior sister, can you help junior brother exchange some middle-grade and high-grade spiritual stones? Although master has given me some just now, I'm afraid it's not enough." Yi Hongwei is in the late stage of foundation building and has been around longer than she is. She has some connections and resources within the sect. It is best to leave this matter of exchanging high-grade spiritual stones to her. In response to Qin Jue's request, Yi Hongwei almost didn't hesitate and agreed, "It's no problem to leave it to senior sister. After all, foundation building is a big deal, so it's best to be fully prepared." Seeing the other party's agreement, Qin Jue directly took out all the low-grade spiritual stones that he had sold to Fulukan, a total of 70,000. Seeing so many low-grade spirit stones, surprise suddenly appeared in Yi Hongwei's eyes. "So much? How many talismans have you drawn before? I didn't expect that when the 5th junior brother was practicing so hard, he would draw so many talismans and exchange them for spiritual stones. This was too much effort. Hard-working men are the most handsome." Although she knew that Qin Jue had been painting magic talismans for sale before, she never expected that there would be so many, which really surprised her. After agreeing to help Qin Jue exchange the spirit stones, Qin Jue didn't see Yi Hongwei for a whole month. It seems that it is not that easy to redeem so many spiritual stones. It wasn't until a month later that Yi Hongwei returned to the yard with the replaced spirit stones. 70,000 low-grade spiritual stones were exchanged for a total of 450 yuan of mid-grade and 2 pieces of high-grade. Normally it was 1 to 100, but in order to exchange it quickly, Qin Jue allowed Yi Hongwei to pay a premium in advance. Almost always 1 to 110 to 120. Just this, Yi Hongwei spent a lot of favors to get it. Everything is ready. Qin Jue came to a cave that was dedicated to retreat and breaking through the realm. It was specially built by the sect master peak for breaking through the realm. It is a real stone chamber. There is a special restriction at the door. After it is opened, as long as the people inside do not come out, no one from the outside can enter. When Qin Jue came here, Yan was already in retreat in a nearby room. Around Yan cave mansion, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily, and even formed a vortex of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye, pouring down crazily. Is there such a big movement? It's just a single attribute Tianling root that has such an effect. It seems that I have to take it easy. Seeing Yan in such a scene, he couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, it just reminded him that he should pay attention when the time comes. After opening the band to enter the cave, Qin Jue also officially began to build a foundation and retreat. After taking the high-quality foundation building pill and a high-quality ice soul pill, then they began to attack the foundation. There are 3 levels of foundation building: physical body, magical power, and spiritual consciousness. The first step is physical transformation. The power of the fine foundation building pill slowly melted into Qin Jue's body, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and through the limbs and bones. At this time, Qin Jue felt that his body was like a furnace, boiling crazily. Feeling numb, itchy, and most of all, painful. But Qin Jue's heart was as solid as a rock, and he didn't even hum. He kept gritting his teeth quietly and persisting. I don't know how much time passed. He suddenly felt light all over, as if his perception of the entire world suddenly became much clearer. Physical transformation completed. A water wave spell was cast to instantly clean away the stains of physical transformation. Then comes the second level, mana. That is spiritual power. It is the key to being able to practice foundation building spells in the future. Because in the Qi refining period before foundation building, the only spiritual energy used to cast spells is the spiritual power directly converted from the spiritual energy. Not only is the quantity small, but the intensity is not enough. Only by condensing the absorbed spiritual energy and liquefying it into pure spiritual power of a higher level can you practice spells above foundation building, and use foundation building instruments, talismans, etc. Only after the physical body has transformed can it well carry this condensed and pure spiritual power. The newly transformed physical body is empty and in urgent need of a large amount of spiritual power. Without much hesitation, with a thought in his mind, Qin Jue started to use his skills to try to absorb spiritual energy. As a result, he discovered from the beginning that the speed and amount of spiritual energy absorbed were at least dozens or hundreds of times higher than before. Because it has all attributes, as soon as he started to absorb it, the whole world around him instantly went crazy. Countless spiritual energy surged together. The vision he created was even more than 10 times more praised than Yan. Really? Be aware of this situation. He quickly made a thought and used blinding heaven's secret to block most of the spiritual energy phenomena. Only a small part was left. Probably only half of Yan was exposed. And when Qin Jue entered the stage of condensing mana. On the other side, Yan is also at a critical moment of transformation of his magic power. After transforming into a physical body, Yan kept sucking in spiritual energy, and then frantically ran his skills to compress and condense it. When Qin Jue came to retreat, he was just beginning to absorb spiritual energy after transforming into a physical body. Suddenly, Yan spoke with surprise on his face. Spiritual Qi liquid. It's done. It's done. Looking inside, the first ray of liquefied pure spiritual power appeared in Yan's body, which made him excited. With the first ray of liquid spiritual power, it means that the foundation building has entered the second half of the process. Next, as long as you follow the same method and slowly liquefy all the spiritual energy into pure spiritual power, you can completely complete the foundation building. But at this moment, puff! Not good. Just as he was getting excited, Yan suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Because he was so excited to see the spiritual energy liquid, the operation of his technique suddenly stopped, and the spiritual energy liquid was also cut off. This time, he felt panicked. The rhythm was disrupted for a while. Chapter 28. Critical Moment. Yan quickly forced himself to calm down. Then he took out the last fine ice soul pill and drank it. It was not until a whole day of conditioning that the damaged meridians were repaired and the spiritual energy was absorbed again. After such changes, he never dared to be careless again. No matter how talented you are, there are risks in foundation building. Yan was immersed in the spiritual energy liquid wholeheartedly. Until 2 months later. After more than half of the middle-grade spiritual stones and high-grade spiritual stones given by Shi Xingfeng were consumed, the aura phenomenon above Yan's cave slowly dissipated. It took another 7 days to complete the transformation of the spiritual consciousness, successfully allowing the spiritual consciousness to explore a large area, and the soul had a trace of attack power. Yan opened the ban and walked out. Walking out of the retreat cave, looking at the floating clouds and green peaks outside. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his face was full of joy. The foundation has been successfully established. Soon, Yan noticed the aura in the cave nearby and found that it was much worse than his own. Is this the 5th senior brother? Looking at this situation, I knew who it was without even thinking. He couldn't hide his pride while talking to himself. Thought in mind. Although the 5th senior brother is very talented in refining spells, but with the same heavenly spirit root, the 5th senior brother seems to be inferior to me in attacking the foundation. Thinking like this, he left this retreat in a good mood. What he actually didn't know was, at this time, Qin Jue was experiencing a spiritual energy craze in the cave and was very busy. Around him, 7 spiritual energy tornadoes flowed straight into his body. Countless spiritual energy fills it, pouring it in crazily, and then condenses the liquid over and over again, turning it into the purest spiritual power, roaring and flowing in the body. This scene will appear outside without using the binding secret to cover it up. If Yan saw this kind of scene, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to be proud anyway. While Qin Jue was devouring spiritual energy crazily, still absorbing spiritual stones. He has been holding a high-grade spiritual stone in one hand, and a medium-grade spiritual stone in the other. The spiritual energy of high-grade spiritual stones is huge and pure, and is consumed relatively slowly. But the middle-grade spiritual stones quickly turned into ashes in his hands. After absorbing one, he replaced it with the next one, without stopping at all. The gourd containing the spiritual liquid from the spiritual spring had been left empty for a long time, and there was no time to put it away. Is this the foundation for perfect spiritual roots with all attributes? It's simply a bottomless pit. Although he had made complete preparations in advance, Qin Jue still underestimated the abnormality of the perfect spiritual root with all attributes. It wasn't until this time that the foundation was actually built that we realized how huge the spiritual power required was. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance and asked Yi Hongwei to help him replace all the spiritual stones with medium-grade ones, as well as 2 high-grade ones. If it were given by Shi Xingfeng alone, it would probably not be enough. However, although the demand is great, the spiritual power after conversion is really strong. He estimated that only 1 drop of this liquefied and compressed spiritual power would be able to reach the strength of an ordinary single-attribute weapon refining in the later stages. Under this kind of violent inhalation, soon Qin Jue used 1 high-grade spiritual stone and 100 medium-grade spiritual stones given by Shi Xingfeng. However, just like this, it was just half of the liquefied spiritual power that had just been condensed. You know, Yan only used half of it to successfully build the foundation. One can imagine how exaggerated the spiritual power required to build a foundation with all attributes is. After that, he took out the middle-grade spiritual stones and high-grade spiritual stones that he had prepared and continued to absorb and transform them. Fortunately, I asked my senior sister to replace me with so many high-grade spiritual stones in advance, otherwise I might not be able to build the foundation perfectly. With this feeling. In this way, Qin Jue's spiritual roots were fully filled with perfect attributes, and he was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 2 months passed. Qin Jue finally liquefied all his spiritual power. Crash! It's the voice of spiritual power. The completely liquefied pure spiritual power is quickly mobilized and flows through the meridians in the body like a river. Mana transformation, become. Finally, there is the transformation of spiritual consciousness. This step requires the help of the last trace of the Foundation Establishment Pill's medicinal power, which is also a ray of spiritual soul growth power contained in it, to cooperate with the Sea of Consciousness meditation to complete the transformation of the soul. After the mana conversion is completed, the spiritual energy absorption stops. The cave has returned to calm. Qin Jue calmed his mind, like an old monk meditating. The consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness and completely emptied itself. Through the soul power of the Foundation Establishment Pill, he felt that his soul seemed to be getting stronger. This process is very boring. Fortunately, Qin Jue has always been patient. Until 3 days later. Boom! Qin Jue's eyes suddenly lit up, and his consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual consciousness had made a qualitative leap. In the past, he could only sense in a small range, but now he could detect dozens of times further. At the same time, it can even take the initiative to release a trace of soul power to attack. When spiritual consciousness becomes stronger, it becomes clearer. The power of the soul is also very good. Feeling these changes, Qin Jue was in a good mood. Reaching this step means that the transformation of spiritual consciousness has been completed. It also means that foundation building is completely over. Successfully entered the early stage of foundation building. After continuing to experience the magical effects of spiritual consciousness, Qin Jue opened his eyes. That's when. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the early stage of foundation building and obtaining a golden entry. Do you want to check it? Finally, another entry has been added to the account. Upon hearing this long-lost reminder, Qin Jue couldn't help but show joy on his face. After breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining, due to the additional cultivation of other attributes, the level has not been improved, and the plug-in entries have not been updated. This time I broke through the foundation building and finally had a new entry. View entry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden entry Swordsman Genius. Do you want to claim it? Swordsman Genius? Yes, as one of the strongest offensive swordsmen, it is also full now. Swordsmanship has always been synonymous with the strong in the world of immortality. Not only is he powerful, he is also handsome and sassy every time he takes action. Becoming a powerful sword cultivator is the dream of many young people who are new to cultivating immortals. Although Qin Jue was not particularly interested in it, he also thought that he would have the opportunity to learn a sword technique in the future. You don't have to wait too long now. After receiving Swordsman Genius, Qin Jue did not leave seclusion, but chose to continue practicing in seclusion. Previously, he had been holding back for a long time on the 9th level of Qi refining in order to perfect the foundation. This time, he successfully built the foundation, which was basically a matter of course. Now that the foundation building is completed, you can finally continue to improve your realm. You don't have to worry too much and can practice as much as you want. Just the initial stage of foundation building is not enough. He feels that he can continue to impact. In addition, all the attribute skills he has practiced before can directly reach the nascent soul level. There is no need to worry about the technique. So Qin Jue continued practicing in the Foundation Establishment Cave according to the formula for the Foundation Establishment period. The first one is the Taking Yuandao Sutra with the water attribute. This skill had been taught by Yi Hongwei before, and he had already memorized it all in his heart. In addition, his water attribute is well known to almost the entire sect. There is no need to worry about attracting any attention after the realm is improved. That's all. In the practice of taking Yuandao Zhenjing. Until a month later. Qin Jue successfully cultivated the water attribute spiritual power to the middle stage of foundation building. At this time the prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the middle stage of foundation building and obtaining a golden entry. Do you want to check it? Chapter 29. Check. Upon hearing the prompt, Qin Jue immediately checked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden entry Alchemy Genius. Do you want to receive it? Alchemy Genius. It's better to ask for help than to ask for help from yourself. It seems that you can make elixirs by yourself in the future. Seeing that the new entry was Dan Dao, Qin Jue nodded with satisfaction. Refining alchemy requires not only fire spiritual power, but also talent. Those who can become alchemists are all people with good alchemy talents, especially those who can refine high-level elixirs. They are the guests of all the cultivating forces and the targets of the monks. Some of these elixirs are even necessities, such as the previous foundation building elixirs. If you want good quality, you not only have to pay a high price, but often also need to spend favors. With the alchemy genius, Qin Jue will no longer have to be controlled by others. At the same time, junior brother Ye has been out for so long, why hasn't fifth junior brother come out? It's not difficult to break through the foundation building. Yi Hongwei suddenly came to check outside Qin Jue's retreat cave. Because Qin Jue entered seclusion later than Ye Yan, she didn't think much about it even though Ye Yan built the foundation first to complete her exit. And generally, foundation building requires 100 days of seclusion. But now it's been 100 days, and Qin Jue still hasn't left seclusion. Yi Hongwei couldn't help but start to worry. When I arrived at the entrance of the cave, I checked carefully and found that the restrictions were intact. Yi Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief. The restriction is still there. Junior brother should just continue to practice inside and there won't be any problems. She had used this cave before. As long as the soul of the person inside was intact or did not take the initiative to open it, it would always exist. There is no problem with the restriction now, which proves that Qin Jue inside is also fine. After feeling relieved, Yi Hongwei waited at the entrance of the cave for a while, but when she saw that Qin Jue still didn't come out, she finally left helplessly. And the other side. Second senior brother Yin's Haijun learned that Qin Jue had not left seclusion. There was a look of anxiety on his face. Why is Qin Jue still in seclusion? He is really good at practicing hard and can endure loneliness even better than senior sister. What if he never comes out? We can't wait any longer, let's take action against Ye Yan first. Since the last meeting at the sect master peak, he had been waiting for Qin Jue and Ye Yan to go out so that he could take the opportunity to take them to the demon sect. However, this wait lasted several years. Now that they have both established foundations, they have not found a chance. If you continue to wait and find a solution, it will be difficult to take action when their realm is high. After thinking for a moment. Yes. Yin's Haijun's eyes suddenly lit up. Then a message was sent to the demon gate. The content is to ask the demon sect to arrange some people to work as robber cultivators in Shiking Fang city of the Ye family, forcing the Ye family to ask the taking sect for help. If something happens to the family, I don't believe that Ye Yan won't go back. After the interrogation, Yin's Haijun sneered sadly. The magic gate does things very quickly. A few days later, the taking sect indeed received a request for help from the Ye family. It was said that his family's Shiqing Fang City Ji cultivator was in power, and due to lack of manpower, the taking sect urgently needed help from disciples. Yin's Haijun is the right-hand man of the sect leader Shi Xingfeng, and he usually manages the affairs of the mission hall. After receiving the Ye family's request for help, he immediately arranged for the people below to issue tasks. But after it was released, new problems quickly arose. That is, Ye Yan rarely goes to the mission hall and cannot discover this mission at all. If Ye Yan had to wait until he found out, he might be intercepted by other disciples along the way. Thinking of this, Yin's Haijun immediately contacted an inner disciple who was also an undercover agent in the Taking sect and asked him to meet Ye Yan by chance and reveal the news to him. The reason for letting subordinates go undercover to handle this matter. Naturally, he cannot be exposed easily. After all, it took a lot of effort to reach such a high position in Taking sect. Once exposed, all the previous arrangements would be in vain. This day, in addition to practicing, Ye Yan went out to the main peak of the sect as usual to learn alchemy from a third-level alchemist. As soon as he arrived at the mountain peak where the alchemist was located, he was stopped by an inner disciple. "Hey, is this senior brother Ye Yan?" "Hello, senior brother Ye." "Yes." Ye Yan nodded and planned to continue looking for the alchemist. However, this disciple spoke again with a curious look on his face. "I heard that something happened to your Ye family, didn't you go back to help?" Hearing this, Ye Yan stopped immediately. "What's up?" Seeing that he had successfully attracted attention, this disciple was secretly happy. Pretending to be surprised, he continued, "So senior brother Ye really doesn't know? I went to pick up the mission just now, and I happened to see a mission that was your Ye family's request for help. Senior brother Ye, aren't you going? If senior brother Ye goes, he will just go home." In this regard, Ye Yan fell into deep thought. "I have been coming to the sect for several years, but I have never been back home. If you go, you can go home. Only family asking for help? Why did you come to the sect for help?" After thinking for a moment, Ye Yan asked this disciple, "What is the specific mission?" "It seems that something happened to your Ye family's Shi Qingfang city," the disciple quickly introduced. "The mission said that a group of robbery cultivators appeared near Fang City. They were very arrogant and intercepted and killed the monks outside Fang City. As a result, the number of monks going there dropped sharply, and even several of your Ye family members stationed in Fangxi died. Due to insufficient manpower, we asked the sect for help. Now the sect has issued a mission and sent people to take charge of the task to clean up these calamity cultivators." Ye Yan knows this market. What is traded there are basically resources in the qi refining period. Most of the people who can go there are also qi refining monks. Although he had never been there before, he knew that the family would always send a foundation building monk to garrison there. "I usually don't dare to cause trouble. Moreover, these calamity cultivators did not enter Fangxi, so they should be afraid, which means that most of them are still in the qi refining stage. Could it be that the number of people is too large for the family to cope with? Now that I have broken through the foundation building, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with it. The main reason is that I can just go home and take a look." After understanding, Ye Yan showed his gratitude and said to the disciple, "Thank you, junior brother, for informing me. I already understand the situation. I will go back and take a look after I ask the master for instructions." With that said, he said goodbye to this inner disciple and turned back to the sect's main peak to find Shi Xingfeng. Shi Xingfeng had given instructions to Qin Jue and Ye Yan before. If they want them to leave the sect, they must ask themselves for instructions. Seeing Ye Yan leaving, this disciple couldn't help but sneer in his eyes and informed Yin's Haijun. "Shi Qingfang City Robbery Cultivator." After listening to Ye Yan's request, Shi Xingfeng thought for a while and agreed, "If you want to go, go, but remember, your own safety comes first. After all, cultivating immortality is not just about practicing hard. It often requires experience and tempering to increase your understanding." Since he would have to go out for training sooner or later, and Shi Qingfang City was not too far away from the sect, he simply agreed to Ye Yan. Shortly after Ye Yan was allowed to leave, Shi Xingfeng then summoned Yin's Haijun and asked him to come to his dojo. When Yin's Haijun received the summons, he was suddenly shocked. "Master summoned me suddenly, did you find something?" Chapter 30. Shi Xingfeng usually summoned Yin's Haijun frequently and asked him to help him handle sect affairs. Having such a reaction this time is completely a sign of guilty conscience. After all, Ye Yan's outing this time was a plot he secretly arranged. It's hard not to think of Ye Yan summoned when he was asking for instructions. With a nervous mood, I arrived at Shi Xingfeng dojo. Seeing him arriving, Shi Xingfeng immediately ordered, "Zhai Jun, your sixth junior brother is going out to do a mission this time, and I am worried about him. Please inform Elder Shi Yuanpeng to protect him secretly." Sixth junior brother is going out to do a mission, Yin's Haijun was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he quickly concealed the look in his eyes. Then he continued, "Then you really need to have someone protect you. Junior brother 6 is a genius at Tianligan. It is too unsafe to go out alone. I will inform Elder Shi now." Only then did Yin's Haijun realize that he had thought too much. There was no way, this time the plan was to kidnap the Tianling route, which was one of the biggest things he had done undercover for so long. It's hard not to be sensitive. After Yin's Haijun leaves, Shi Xingfeng suddenly thought of Qin Jue. Ye Yan has been out of seclusion for so long, and even went out to practice, but Qin Jue has not yet come out of seclusion, which inevitably arouses concern. I remember, it's been almost half a year since Jue went into retreat to establish a foundation. Thinking about it, he took a step forward and turned into a stream of light that instantly appeared outside the cave where Qin Jue was retreating. The restrictions are intact, he should just be practicing. Then he scanned the cave with his consciousness and saw that everything was normal inside Qin Jue, and it didn't look like anything was wrong. My fifth disciple is really a good candidate for cultivating immortality. So hard-working, even more so than the boss Yunfen, not bad. No further interruption. Shi Xingfeng nodded and praised a few words, then returned to his dojo with peace of mind. This day, in the cave, without the aid of spirit stones, this practice would be too slow. Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh. He originally wanted to hit the later stage in one go. But as the practice continued, I found that after building up the spiritual roots of all attributes, it would take too much to continue to improve. After all the spirit stones are used up, we can only reach the middle stage of foundation building, which is far from enough to reach the later stage. Without spiritual stones, he only relied on himself to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his progress was very slow. It seems it's time to leave seclusion and get some spiritual stones. Muttering to himself, Qin Jue opened the restriction and walked out of the cave, completely ending this journey of foundation building retreat. After leaving the customs, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he went directly to the outer door and found Chen Peng. "Senior brother Qin, long time no see." As soon as I met Chen Peng, I greeted him very warmly. I have helped Qin Jue sell talismans many times before, and I have received a lot of benefits. Not only have I been given guidance on how to practice, but I have also received spiritual stones. Now I have reached the 7th level of Qi training. During this period of time, he was looking forward to Qin Jue coming to find him. Now that it is finally here, I am naturally very happy. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Qin Jue said, "I am looking for you this time because I want you to help me buy some materials needed for the 2nd level talismans." The previous foundation building retreat could be said to have completely consumed all the family wealth in one fell swoop. Since the spirit stones can no longer be improved after they are used up, I came directly to Chen Peng this time to prepare to continue drawing talismans to earn some spirit stones. 2nd level. After hearing his words, Chen Peng was stunned for a moment. Then a look of shock and envy appeared on his face. "Senior brother Qin has already established a foundation. We started at the same time. I have been cultivating for so long and have only reached the 7th level of Qi. Senior brother Qin has already established the foundation. Tianzi is so powerful." In this regard, Qin Jue said that he had just established the foundation not long ago, and asked him to help him with his affairs, and would guide him in building the foundation later. Hearing this, Chen Peng couldn't help but feel happy. He patted his chest and said, "Senior brother Qin, Don't worry, I will help you handle the materials matter without fail. Chen Peng worked quickly this time. Everything was brought in the next day. After returning to the sect leader's residence with the second-level materials, Qin Jue directly started practicing the second-level talisman. He had mastered the second-level low-grade painting before, but this time he only tried a dozen or so pictures. After he became more comfortable with it, he stopped painting. Instead, focus on challenging the second-level mid-level. The first one is the Water Snake Talisman. This second-level mid-level spiritual talisman has a very strong attack power. When activated, it turns into a water snake and a giant python. It can be compared to a strike in the middle stage of foundation building, and its power is considerable. Drawing is also more time-consuming and labor-intensive. But fortunately, he has now broken through the middle stage of foundation building, and there is no shortage of mana, which is 7 or 8 times that of the ordinary middle stage of foundation building. You can try a few more times a day. Even so, the first successful water snake talisman took 3 days to sort out the details and achieve a complete understanding. It is worthy of being a mid-grade spiritual talisman that can rival a mid-stage foundation establishment strike. The difficulty is indeed not small. Qin Jue sighed as he looked at the dozens of light blue runes twisting on the talisman in his hand. After that, he was not in a hurry to learn top grades. Instead, he concentrated on studying this water snake talisman. After many studies and optimizations, I became completely proficient, and I could even draw 10 pictures a day at the fastest. He then spent 10 days drawing a full 120 of these second-level mid-grade water snake talismans before he stopped drawing and researching the talismans. Find Chen Peng again. I took out 20 sheets and asked him to sell them for me. The remaining 100 were taken directly to the mission hall to exchange for contribution points. The value of second-order talismans is very high, but the lower-grade ones are more than twice as high as the best first-order high-grade ones. The general exchange ratio is, low-grade products start with 2,000 contribution points, mid-grade products require more than 4,000 points, high-grade products require more than 6,000 points, and the worst grade requires 8,000 points. As for Qin Juehua's second-level mid-grade water snake talisman, due to its high quality, one piece can be exchanged for about 5,000 contribution points. Exchange all 100 water snake talismans for a total of 500,000 contribution points. With so many contribution points at one time, let alone building a foundation, it would take an average golden elixir disciple a year or 2 to save them. It can be said that he became rich overnight. As expected of a second-level mid-level, this contribution comes quickly. Looking at the sudden increase of 500,000 contribution points, Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After he took this huge sum of money and went to the Gongfa Pavilion without doing anything else. This time I am not looking for cultivation techniques, but books on alchemy and swordsmanship. The foundation building was successful and he reached the middle stage of breakthrough. He couldn't waste the 2 entries he obtained. He was going to use them and spend time to improve them. It's still the 4th floor, but it's another room dedicated to other books. In addition to alchemy and swordsmanship, there are also various major and side books on sword skills, stick skills, spear skills, as well as talismans, weapon refining and other majors. I looked around and found nothing that I wouldn't need temporarily. After making a selection, he exchanged 2 books of swordsmanship. One is called, Taking Swordsmanship, and the other is, Juxiao Wind and Thunder Swordsmanship. There is also a second-level alchemy inheritance. As for the talisman books, the ones here are all those that Yi Hongwei helped find before and had already read them. No need to change. Chapter 31. Taking sword controlling technique is one of the strongest sword controlling techniques in Taking sect. It is the first choice for Taking sect disciples to practice swordsmanship. Even the swordsmanship elders in the nascent soul stage mostly major in this sword controlling technique. After Dachan, it is easy to take the heads of people thousands of miles away. The 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Sword technique is quite special. After practice, it can be used to carry the power of fierce wind and thunder. It is also one of the strongest sword techniques collected by the Taking sect. But few people have been practicing. Because if you want to practice the 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Sword technique, you must not only be talented in swordsmanship, but also have the wind and thunder attribute. A single wind attribute has many thunder attributes, but it is difficult to have 2 of them at the same time. It happened that when Qin Jue integrated the 5 elements of spiritual power before, he suddenly realized the attributes of wind and thunder, so when he was choosing, he fell in love with this sword technique at a glance. As for the second level alchemy inheritance, it is the highest level that can be practiced during the foundation building period. After studying and memorizing the practice methods and formulas of these exercises in the Gongfa Pavilion, Qin Jue returned to his residence on the sect leader's peak. Soon after returning, he began to practice swordsmanship. Now I have just started learning swordsmanship, and I still use the first level flying sword from before. When the sword becomes stronger in the future, find a stronger one. Looking at the first order flying sword in his hand, Qin Jue muttered to himself. I bought this flying sword when I first learned the art of sword control. It is still handy for the time being, so there is no need to waste time changing it. Swordsmanship and swordsmanship training need to be in a spacious place. So Qin Jue did not go back to his room to retreat, but practiced directly in the yard. Buzz. Whoosh. He also pointed out that the sword seal was formed, the spiritual power was poured into the flying sword to make a buzzing sword sound, and then the flying sword was controlled by the power of spiritual consciousness and soul, allowing the flying sword to shuttle in various difficult postures. While spinning and jumping, the sword energy overflows. It looks so cool. After my spiritual consciousness became stronger, I became so comfortable with the sword. When I was still in the Qi refining stage, I could only simply fly with my sword, and it also consumed a huge amount of spiritual power. Once you want to make a special way of wielding a sword or a more powerful killing move, your spiritual sense will soon be unable to bear it. Now after establishing the foundation, not only can he wield the sword at will, but he can also consume his spiritual power at will. Even after practicing for a long time, he has not consumed much spiritual power. I have been practicing taking swordsmanship for a short time. Yi Hongwei, who had gone somewhere, happened to be back. Seeing Qin Jue practicing swordsmanship in the yard, he suddenly looked surprised. Junior brother, you are finally out of seclusion. I went to see you before, and I knew you were still in seclusion when the restriction was not lifted. I thought you were going to be in seclusion for a long time. Now that you are out of seclusion, I guess junior brother has successfully built the foundation, right? Fourth senior sister. Qin Jue stopped wielding his sword and smiled faintly. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I completed the foundation building a few months ago. I didn't leave the seclusion just to stabilize my realm. Yi Hongwei's pretty face was full of admiration and said, Junior brother is so calm. After building the foundation, he can still think about stabilizing his realm. Just like me, I was eager to get out of seclusion as soon as I built the foundation. And you worked too hard. You just started practicing swordsmanship again just after you came out of seclusion. Senior sister really admires your drive. Fifth junior brother looks so handsome when practicing swordsmanship. Also, it seems that his talent in swordsmanship is not low. He was already very strong in Fu Dao before. Could it be that he is an all-round genius? But after building the foundation, why are you still using a first-level flying sword? It doesn't match the temperament of your junior brother at all. Then he continued to chat with Qin Jue and said that he would not disturb Qin Jue's sword practice. Yi Hongwei turned around and went out again, not knowing where he went. Fourth senior sister still likes to run around like this. Qin Jue didn't think much about this, shook his head and continued practicing his sword. The next day, Yi Hongwei is back again. But when she came back this time, she took out an exquisite flying sword and handed it directly to Qin Jue. "Fifth junior brother, I give you this flying sword. Give me a flying sword." Qin Jue stopped practicing his sword and asked in surprise. The flying sword in Yi Honggui's hand looked extraordinary at first glance. It reached the second level. Not only was it exquisite in appearance, but the material was also very good. It was definitely not cheap. Looking at the flying sword, Qin Jue said quickly, "Senior sister, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." Yi Hongui looked indifferent to this and said, "It's not expensive, I just bought it casually and didn't spend many spiritual stones. When I came back today, I passed by the disciples' trading meeting and saw that this flying sword was pretty good, so I thought of buying it as a gift to you. I have been looking for this for a long time before I found the right one, but it was made by the strongest weapon refining elder in the sect. Junior brother, please accept it." If he hadn't been able to hear his inner voice, Qin Jue would have almost believed it. After knowing the true situation, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. He didn't expect that this senior sister would run away for a day just to help him find a flying sword. After knowing that this was the other party's intention, Qin could not refuse. Unable to resist the kindness, I had no choice but to accept the flying sword with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, fourth senior sister. Senior sister always gives me such nice things. Junior brother doesn't know how to thank me. Fifth junior brother, it's fine if he likes it. There's no need to talk about gratitude. As a senior sister, you should take care of your junior brother." Seeing Qin Jue accept it, Yi Hongui put on the airs of a senior sister and said, "By the way, does this sword have a name?" After receiving the flying sword, Qin Jue asked. Yi Hongui, "Of course I have it, it's called Qingshuang sword." Qin Jue nodded, "Qingshuangjian is a good name. At the same time, I thought in my mind. Fourth senior sister is also very kind to me. She gave me talisman pens before and now she gives me flying swords. She also helps me so much in normal times. You have to find a way to return the gift to senior sister. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed to continue accepting gifts from her in the future." At this time, Yi Hongui, whose eyes were full of joy, seemed to suddenly think of something, and said to Qin Jue, "Junior brother, I will go out to do a task in a few days. Do you want to go out with me? You've already established your foundation. It seems you haven't left the sect yet, right?" He actually wanted to invite Qin Jue to go out with him. "Forget it if you go out, I still want to practice hard." Qin Jue refused. "Go out? No, no, I can't get out even if I'm beaten to death. I'm just a small foundation builder now, it's too dangerous to go outside. But it's not good to stay in seclusion all the time. It's boring. We monks should go out and practice more, which will help us achieve breakthroughs in practice. I used to be stuck in the middle stage of foundation building for more than a year without making any progress. It was only after I went out to practice that I successfully broke through." Seeing Qin Jue's refusal, Yi Hongui spoke again. He even talked about his own experience. "But I've been practicing in seclusion and haven't felt any bottleneck." Qin Jue responded on the surface, but in fact he didn't take it seriously. In his view, experience is only for mediocre people. "My talent is so good, I can make rapid progress in anything I practice, and there is no way I can get stuck in my realm. I will never go to see Qin." Yi Hongui couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. She was still thinking about going out with Qin Jue. Not wanting to give up this opportunity, Yi Hongui thought about Ye Yan going out. Fifth junior brother shouldn't know that junior brother Ye has gone out to do a mission, right? You only know how to practice in seclusion. I'm afraid you will be surpassed by junior brother yet. What? Sixth junior brother is out. However, upon hearing this, Qin Jue did not refute, but immediately looked surprised. He knew that his second senior brother, the second fifth son of his family, had been secretly watching him and Yan. When Yan went out this time, he didn't believe that the young man wouldn't know about it. This is the rhythm of suffering. Chapter 32. Seeing Qin Jue's reaction, Yi Hongwei thought he was afraid that she would be surpassed by Yan, and pride suddenly appeared on her pretty face. How about it, do you want to go? Don't worry, senior sister will protect you, nothing will happen to you. I know you like to practice, but look, you get anxious when you say you will be surpassed. I really can't go, but cultivation is more suitable for me. However, Qin Jue still refused. Seeing that she still didn't want to go, Yi Hongwei didn't know what to say. The look of disappointment on her pretty face was even more palpable. At this time, Qin Jue curiously asked, Senior sister, junior brother Ye has Tianligan. How can master be willing to let him out? Aren't you afraid of being missed by other hostile sects? Yi Hongwei, don't worry. Since master let him out, he must have made proper arrangements. You are all the seeds of the sect. At least you are protected by the elders. That's fine. After hearing this explanation, Qin Jue nodded. Although he was a little worried, there was nothing he could do. Yan has already gone out, so he can only hope that everything is okay. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to expose the undercover identity of second senior brother Yin's Haijun. It is impossible to expose your ability to eavesdrop on your heart. Master has arranged for elders to protect the road. It's very safe. How about it? Do you want to go out with me and have a look? After explaining that he was protected by the elders, Yi Hongwei asked again. No need. I really don't like going out. I just want to practice quietly. Qin Jue still shook his head. Oh well. Seeing Qin Jue's persistence, Yi Hongwei finally had no choice but to return to her room. After Yi Hongwei returned, Qin Jue did not continue practicing his sword, but also returned to his room. Fourth senior sister is very kind to me. It's so dangerous outside, so I have to find a way to help her. It's just, how can I help? After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the unused talisman materials on the table. Yes. Now that I am more proficient in talismans, I will draw some talismans and give them to her. However, senior sister is in the late stage of foundation building, and the talisman that will help her the most requires the second-level high-grade talisman. As soon as he thought of it, Qin Jue looked through the talisman book that Yi Hongwei had given him before. Finally, I found a more suitable second-level high-grade spiritual talisman. Big Wave Talisman. Once this kind of talisman is used, it can create a terrifying giant wave, which is as powerful as a blow in the later stages of foundation building. It also has the effect of trapping and repelling enemies. It is most suitable for Yi Hongwei in the late stage of foundation building. He went through all the details of drawing the Julan talisman in his mind. Holding the second-level talisman pen given by Yi Hongwei in his hand, Qin Jue began to draw the pen carefully as his spiritual energy flowed in during the middle stage of foundation building. As a second-order high-grade spiritual talisman, the Julan talisman is quite complicated to draw and contains too many details. In order to perfectly integrate the spiritual power, the speed cannot be fast. The first time I tried it, it took me half an hour to draw the fifth stroke. However, when I continued to draw the sixth stroke, bang! As soon as I touched the pen, the entire talisman paper shattered. But there was no surprise on Qin Jue's face. He knew that this kind of high-level talisman would not go well at first. Not only does it require a deep understanding of this talisman, but it also requires extremely subtle control over the spiritual power between oneself, the talisman pen, and the runes on the talisman paper. If it were that easy, wouldn't anyone be able to become a second-level talisman master? Soon, after taking out the second material, he continued to try. This time it's the ninth stroke. The talisman was also broken. That's all. until more than a dozen sets of materials were wasted. It's done. Qin Jue was overjoyed when he saw the talisman with water spiritual power floating on the table. Where there is one there are two. After the first giant wave talisman was successful, the rest became much easier, writing and controlling spiritual power became faster. Until the third day. Qin Jue successfully drew 3 second-level high-grade giant wave talismans. Now that we have the offensive talisman, we need to draw some escape routes. If we can't defeat them, we can't run away. As he said that, he spent another day carefully drawing 10 extremely high-quality second-level middle-grade spiritual talismans. Water Walking Talisman, Wave Riding Talisman. Under his careful drawing, it was many times stronger than the ordinary Water Walking Talisman and Wave Walking Talisman, both in terms of quality and spiritual power. I have attack and escape talismans, so it should be almost done. Nodding with satisfaction, Qin Jue collected all the magic talismans he had prepared and put them in a brand new storage bag. He walked across the yard and came to the door of Yi Hong's room on the other side and knocked on the door. "Junior brother, have you changed your mind and want to go out with me?" He saw Qin Jue coming to find him. At first, Yi Hongwei thought he had changed his mind. "Qin Jue, forget it, go out, senior sister, I have something to give you." "Got something for me?" Hearing this, Yi Hongwei's pretty face showed surprise. Without showing off, Qin Jue directly handed over the storage bag, smiled faintly, and said, "Senior sister, you want to go out for training? It's so dangerous outside, and I can't help you, so I'll give you this." With curiosity, Yi Hongwei took the storage bag. "Open it and take a look." A smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face, full of surprise. "This is a magic talisman. They're all second level. Ah! There are also top grade ones." After seeing the grade of the talisman inside, Yi Hongwei was even more shocked. "Junior brother, you are already a second level high grade talisman master. How did you do it? Your talisman talent is too strong." Although he knew that Qin Jue was very talented in Fu Dao, he was only at the top level of the first level not long ago. "How long has it been since I became a second level talisman master, but I am still a second level high grade talisman master." In response, Qin Jue replied with a smile, "It's just so, I just learned how to draw the second level high grade spiritual talisman not long ago." "Yi Hongwei, this is normal, then there are no geniuses in the world. Junior brother is still so humble. No wonder my junior brother said before that he had no bottlenecks in his cultivation and could advance even complex talismans so quickly. With his level of understanding, it is indeed difficult for him to have bottlenecks." After seeing Yi Hongwei accept the talisman, Qin Jue continued, "Senior sister is in the late stage of foundation building. It is more dangerous to go out for training. I thought these talismans could help, so I specially drew some. Drawed especially for me." Hearing this, Yi Hongwei was immediately moved. "Thank you so much, junior brother. Thank you for drawing the talisman specially for me. You are so kind to me. I specially drew so many second-level talismans for me, my junior brother has me in his heart. Fifth junior brother is so kind to me. The more I look at him, the more handsome he becomes. I really want to kiss him." Knowing that Qin Jue specially drew a talisman for herself, Yi Hongwei was very happy and even wanted to kiss him. Seeing that Yi Hongwei liked the talisman he gave so much, Qin Jue was also very satisfied. It seems that it was sent to the right one. Just hearing the other person's voice makes me feel a little embarrassed. He touched his head to hide it. Then he spoke seriously and warned, "Senior sister, you must be more careful when you go out, and remember that it is important to save your life. After all, the purpose of cultivating immortality is to live forever. How can you cultivate if your life is gone?" Yet. I will definitely listen to my junior brother and act with caution." In response, Yi Hong nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. After sending the talismans, Qin Jue went back to continue practicing. Chapter 33. Other side. When Qin Jue gave Yi Hong the micro-talisman, the second senior brother Yin's Haijun, who planned the kidnapping plan, also quietly spread the news again. The elder who secretly protected Yayan, his strength and spell characteristics, as well as the time and route Yayan left the sect, were all passed down to the demon Pluto sect in detail. Let the Pluto sect make targeted arrangements accordingly. Do it all. Yin's Haijun was in a good mood. After so many careful arrangements, I don't believe Yayan can escape this time. My little junior brother, I will stay in the Pluto sect obediently from now on. If you obey, we will still be in the same sect, and we will unify the immortal world of Jingguo together in the future. If you don't obey, for those with heavenly spiritual roots like Yayan, the Pluto sect would generally not kill them directly, but would try their best to use them for themselves. But, if he is disobedient, adhering to the tenet of destroying the demon sect if it cannot be obtained, it will be hard to say when the time comes. The main peak. The day after Qin Jue gave him the talisman, Yi Hongwei said goodbye to him, received the mission, and went out to practice in the sect. After that, Qin Jue continued to practice swordsmanship in the yard. Taking sword control skills have begun to bear fruit. Using the Qingshuang sword given by Yi Hongwei is even more powerful. Within 100 feet, the flying sword was as fast as lightning under his control. With one strike, the power was as powerful as breaking a bamboo. Then he became familiar with the Yijuxio Fenglei sword technique. But I didn't practice very carefully. I haven't seen Master in the past few days since I left seclusion. It's time to pay homage. He planned to visit Shi Xingfeng first before talking. After practicing taking sword control, Qin Jue's sword control was several times faster than before. The pinch triggers the flying sword and jumps up. It only took less than 10 breaths to appear at the Shixingfeng dojo at the top of the mountain. But before falling, he used deceive the secret to suppress his own cultivation to the early stage of foundation building. After all, the foundation has just been established not long ago, and it is too eye-catching to reach the middle stage of foundation construction so soon. It would be fine if he had no other thoughts about him, but there is also a second senior brother who is an undercover demon sect, which will definitely lead to further targeting from him. Although he had only stayed in the sect to practice and didn't have to worry too much, he couldn't bear to be remembered all the time. It was time-consuming and laborious to deal with it, which greatly affected his path to immortality. Disciple Qin Jue, pay homage to Master. After seeing Shi Xingfeng, Qin Jue paid his respects immediately. There was respect in his expression. Before the last foundation building, Shi Xingfeng not only preached and explained his experience in person, but also generously gave so many high-grade spiritual stones and elixirs, which can be described as caring. In the past few years since he started, Shi Xingfeng has been even more caring towards his disciple. Now Qin Jue regards him as his elder in his heart. Seeing Qin Jue take the initiative to come to see him, Shi Xingfeng was also very happy. He smiled and nodded repeatedly, and said happily, "It's good to be out of seclusion. Although the seclusion time is a bit long, fortunately, I have successfully broken through, which is good." Qin Jue, it took a long time, but fortunately, there was no danger, and I did not live up to the cultivation and expectations of the Master. Shi Xingfeng was about to continue speaking. At this time, a black stream of light flashed across the sky, from far to near, and landed on the dojo. It was Yin's Haijun who came with a sword. After landing, he saw Qin Jue here. He quietly released his spiritual sense and scanned it, and found that it was in the early stage of foundation building, and the surface was ordinary, with nothing special about it. "Fifth junior brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you had been in seclusion to build the foundation. Senior brother was worried that something might happen to you. Now it seems that the foundation building has been completed. Congratulations to 5th junior brother for successfully building the foundation. Junior brother will be a foundation building monk from now on. What a joy, what a joy. Yin's Haijun first greeted Qin Jue calmly and expressed his concern for Qin Jue, and then congratulated him. This is not over yet. After congratulating him, he continued to praise Qin Jue repeatedly. He became a foundation builder after only 3 years of entry. Junior brother's talent is so strong that I have never seen in my life. He is worthy of being a genius with Tianligan. We, the Taking sect, have a genius like our junior brother, so why not be unhappy? We are both disciples of the sect's master peak, and it will be an honor for our senior brother to benefit from your honor. Humph! Tianligan must not be left to the Taking sect. Then Yayan has left the sect, and Qin Jue has also successfully established his foundation. When will he leave? He is still the same as when we first met, very enthusiastic and talkative, making people subconsciously feel like he is a warm-hearted senior brother. Even Shi Xingfeng nodded while stroking his beard. I am very satisfied with this kind of mutual care among classmates. Qin Jue, who knew the true situation, had no fluctuation in his heart. He even praised her for her great acting skills. Watching Yin's Haijun's performance. Although Qin Jue sneered in his heart, on the surface, he pretended to be flattered. Second senior brother, that's great. Junior brother, I'm just lucky. It took me so long to build the foundation. How can I keep up with second senior brother's excellence? Second senior brother is usually so busy taking care of all kinds of things, but he can still keep up with his cultivation, which shows that second senior brother is not easy either. The way he spoke was as pure and honest as he could be, and at the same time he maintained his usual low-key principle. It's just that this sentence is not simple and specific. Except for Qin Jue himself, Yin's Haijun and Shi Xingfeng don't know. Congratulations to Queen Qin Jue. Only then did Yin's Haijun tell Shi Xingfeng the business of his visit. Master, the secret realm of Qiwa is about to open. The sect needs to arrange a group of Qi training and foundation building disciples to explore and experience. Master, please make your decision. He is one of the deacons leading this secret mission. He applied for it on his own initiative. The purpose is to carry out the mission at the same time as Yayan. When Yayan is captured by the Pluto sect, he will have a sufficient alibi. After all, the secret method has always been used to communicate with the Pluto sect. The Taking sect, whether it is the leader Shi Xingfeng or the elders, has never discovered it in these years. As long as the other person is in the secret realm, no matter what happens, it will be impossible to think of him. I heard Yin's Haijun's request. Shi Xingfeng did not make arrangements immediately, but asked him, I remember that the last time I was a teacher, you were asked to participate in it. I guess you already know what you are planning to do this time. It was as if Shi Xingfeng's reaction had been anticipated. Yin's Haijun quickly reported back, as before, the disciple is planning to arrange for 20 foundation building and 200 Qi training period disciples to go together. But at this point, he changed the topic and added, but this time, the disciple is prepared to personally join the team and contribute to ensuring the safety of these disciples and the heritage of the section. After hearing his report and arrangements, Shi Xingfeng didn't think much about it. His face was full of satisfaction. He said happily, you did a good job. This arrangement is very good and can fully temper the new disciples. He continued to praise, you are becoming more and more mature if you can think of taking the initiative to protect the sect's heritage. Just go ahead and lead the team with confidence. In Shi Xingfeng's current eyes, Yin's Haijun is simply a model of an outstanding disciple. Not only does he help him handle the sect's trivial matters in an orderly manner, but he also thinks about the entire sect. No matter whether it is character or structure, there is no choice. Is a good person. Chapter 34. After praising Yin's Haijun. At this time, Shi Xingfeng suddenly thought of Qin Jue. So she looked at him and asked, "By the way, Jue, are you interested in going and taking a look? Now that you have successfully established the foundation, it is not appropriate to remain in seclusion for a long time. It will be good for you to go out and experience it properly. The secret realm of the sect is basically not too dangerous, and it is just suitable for some experience. Long-term seclusion is very detrimental to future practice, especially for Jue's heavenly spiritual roots, which must be channeled. Go out and practice." Qin Jue didn't expect that he would be asked. Hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, he was stunned for a moment and was about to refuse. At this time, Yin's Haijun's eyes suddenly lit up. He was worried about not being able to get Qin Jue to leave the sect, but he didn't expect that his master would come to assist him. God is really helping me. So he quickly introduced Qin Jue. "Junior brother, you don't know something. This Qiwa secret realm is controlled by our taking sect. It is only opened once every 3 years and has been developed for hundreds of years. It can be said that the risks in the secret realm have been sorted out. There are basically no big problems, but there are a lot of good things. The disciples who participate every time gain a lot. Junior brother, just go in and relax." He said that he was afraid that Qin would never be moved. Changing the topic, he said in a very scheming way, "Moreover, there are many second-level green bamboos in the secret realm, which are the main materials for making second-level talismans. Junior brother, as a talisman master, you can just go inside and collect some. With your strength, it's definitely not difficult. Junior brother has now established the foundation. I think he will be able to launch an attack on the second-level talisman masters soon. There will be a huge demand by then. No matter where you go, as long as you leave the sect, there will be ways to kidnap you on the way." If he hadn't been able to hear his inner voice, Qin Jue would have been almost moved by his enthusiastic explanation. Pity. Qin Jue knew that his second senior brother was a pure bad guy, very bad. Even if he goes out alone, he doesn't want to. What's more, are you still with this bad guy? If you go to the secret realm with him, wouldn't you just put it in your mouth? Thank you, second senior brother, for thinking so much for me. I don't need to go out. I just broke through the foundation building and my realm is not yet stable. I will stabilize it now. He even refused the fourth senior sister's invitation. Not to mention second senior brother, a 25-year-old boy. It sounds nice now, but actually if you go there, you might not be able to come back. Going out, it is absolutely impossible to go out. He wasn't willing to take such a risk. Anyway, your talents are already maxed out and you can practice and grow steadily, so why go out and put yourself in danger? Isn't cultivating immortality for the purpose of immortality? How can you live forever even if you are gone? As for what resources, what second-level green bamboo? Are you kidding me? He is a craftsman. If you have your own exquisite craftsmanship and you don't have to worry about contributing some spiritual stones, what materials can't you buy? I still need to go out for a run by myself. Isn't it just looking for trouble and wasting time? With this time, I can draw as many charms as I want and earn a lot of resources. Even if it is used for training, it can improve a lot of strength. It is better to draw some talismans in the sect to earn spiritual stones, wait for the disciples who come in to collect them, and then spend the spiritual stones to buy them for a better deal. Seeing Qin Jue refuse, a trace of regret flashed in Yin's Haijun's eyes. Well, since junior brother wants to stabilize his realm, there is really nothing he can do. It's just a pity that such a good opportunity has been missed. As he said this, he did not forget to remind him, next time, after junior brother's realm is stable, you can come to me whenever you want to go out or do tasks. Senior brother will definitely help you arrange the best one. Shi Xingfeng on the side has always valued Qin Jue's cultivation. I heard him say that he wanted to stabilize his realm, but he didn't advise him. He nodded and said, Jue's mind is still so calm. After establishing the foundation, he can still think about stabilizing his realm first, which is very good. In this case, I don't insist on being a teacher. When your realm is stable and you are fully prepared, it will not be too late to go out. It's just that once you have any difficulties in your cultivation, remember not to think about it alone. You can come and ask me for advice, or you can ask your second senior brother. Qin Jue said respectfully, "Yes, I will follow the master's teachings." Afterwards, Shi Xingfeng gave some more instructions to the two of them. Qin Jue and Yin's Haijun left Shi Xingfeng dojo with their swords in tandem. Not long after returning to my residence, Qin Jue was preparing to continue practicing his sword skills. A communication talisman suddenly lit up. He took out the summons talisman and checked it, and found that it was Chen Peng summoning him to see something. "Go and see what's going on." While muttering to himself, he took out the Qingshuang sword and turned it into a stream of light, then left the sect's main peak. As soon as he saw Chen Peng, the other party came up to him with excitement. "Senior brother Qin, you are here." Recently, the number of disciples in the sect who need to go on missions has increased a lot. During this time on the market, there has been a huge demand for first and second level talismans, and the prices have remained high. We take the opportunity to refine more, and we will definitely make a lot of money. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jue showed no surprise. After all, not long ago, Yin's Haijun just asked for instructions to lead a team to Qiwa Secret Realm. There are so many disciples who are keen to participate in this kind of secret realm. A sudden increase in demand is also normal. But Chen Peng's words reminded him. "Well, it is indeed a good opportunity. This time I will refine some more talismans. I will give you these spiritual stones and help me purchase more materials." Qin Jue nodded, took out some spirit stones, and explained to him. Chen Peng works very quickly now. Soon, the next day, he found Qin Jue with a large amount of talisman materials and handed them over to him. "You are getting things done faster and faster now, not bad." Qin did not hesitate to praise Chen Peng for his efficiency. After getting the materials, he did not delay. "Start painting immediately." Needless to say, the first level talisman is completely within reach. You can draw a lot easily. After practicing recently and gaining more experience, the second level talismans are now very simple and much easier to draw. It only took 10 days in total. He directly drew thousands of first and second order talismans of various kinds. Among them, there are more than 100 second level talismans. It was still left to Chen Peng to take action. When he saw that there were thousands of talismans this time, Chen Peng was overjoyed and said excitedly, "It's great to have so many talismans." Then he boasted about Hai Kao, "Senior brother Qin, don't worry, give me one day and I will make sure to take action on them all." In response, Qin Jue nodded with satisfaction and said, "I can rest assured that you will do the work." In fact, although the demand for talismans has increased because the secret realm is about to be opened, if you are alone, it is not convenient to contact them one by one. But it took Chen Peng so long to help Qin Jue release the spiritual talisman. An industrial chain has gradually formed in the trading market among the various disciples of the sect. He also used the spiritual stones that Qin Jue rewarded him every time to recruit a group of disciples to help him run errands. After getting the spiritual talisman from Qin Jue, he could quickly deliver it to those disciples in need through these errand disciples. In addition, the spiritual talismans produced by Qin Jue are of high quality. It has gradually formed a reputation in the magic charm market. Those disciples who need it don't have to worry about the quality at all, and many are very willing to buy from Chen Peng. Basically, supply exceeds demand. It is for these reasons that Chen Peng dares to promise that he can sell out in one day. Chapter 35. Really? It only took one day. More than 1,000 first and second level talismans were all sold out by Chen Peng's disciples who arranged for him to run errands. There are even many who have already prepared spiritual stones and have been waiting for them. This also reduces the time for selling charms a lot. When I saw Qin Jue the next day, Chen Peng looked excited and carried a storage bag full of spiritual stones. Senior brother Qin, fortunately, all the talismans have been sold out, not a single one is left. After taking the storage bag, Qin Jue opened it and looked at it calmly. Discover. There are more than 120,000 spiritual stones in the storage bag. In response, Qin Jue couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He nodded with great satisfaction. Okay, the harvest is quite generous. It seems that the price you sold is not low. Besides, you are getting faster and faster at doing things, and you are doing well. Not only did Chen Peng become more and more efficient, he never made any mistakes. Even the talismans sold every time were much higher than the usual talismans of the same type. There was no greed for kickbacks or price reductions in order to make sales easier. He was very satisfied with this. She asked him to help her with things in the first place because of his down-to-earth character. The harvest this time is good. These spiritual stones are your reward, keep them well. After thinking about it, Qin Jue directly gave him 500 low-grade spiritual stones as his reward this time. Ah, isn't this too much? It was the first time that he was given so many spiritual stones as a reward, and Chen Peng was immediately flattered. Take it if it's given to you. It's your ability to sell out all the talismans so quickly. You deserve it. I said that there are many benefits to working with me, so I won't treat you badly. After hearing what Qin Jue said, Chen Peng no longer refused. He accepted the spirit stone with trembling hands. Thank you, senior brother Qin. I haven't been able to earn 500 spiritual stones by myself for several years. I can only get so much reward by selling spiritual talismans for senior brother Qin once. Following senior brother Qin is really the right person. After receiving the spirit stone, Chen Peng was overjoyed and looked excited. I was just running errands, and after making some arrangements, I was able to get so many spiritual stones as a reward. It was a huge benefit. These are tantamount to his reborn parents on his path to immortality. Noble man, noble man. Regarding Qin Jue's statement that all the spiritual talismans were released so quickly, he said, the reason why we were able to release all the spiritual talismans in one day this time was mainly due to the fact that the sect was about to start the Qiwa secret realm trial recently, and a large number of disciples were going to the secret realm. They all made reservations with me in advance, due to the high demand. As he said that, Chen Peng showed a trace of yearning on his face. I heard that there are many benefits in the secret realm. It will open in 7 days. I also want to try my luck and see if I can be selected to enter. However, looking at Chen Peng with a yearning look on his face, Qin Jue shook his head and suggested, I think you should focus on cultivation first and don't join in the fun. Most of the people who want to participate do it because they have no resources and no choice, so they fight for it. You are working for me now and you are benefiting a lot. Do you still lack resources? The spiritual stones I gave you this time are enough for you to practice for a long time. There is no need to take risks. As he said that, Qin Jue also glanced at the storage bag that Chen Peng had just put the spirit stones in and had not yet confiscated. After listening to Qin Jue's words, Chen Peng immediately lowered his head and began to think carefully. Yes, the reason why I went to participate in the secret realm was not to compete for cultivation resources. I helped senior brother Qin so many times with talismans before, and I gained something every time, and I could also get guidance on cultivation. There was no need for me to take risks. Moreover, this time, senior brother Qin rewarded me with 500 spirit stones at once, which will be enough for me to use for a long time in the future, and I can even buy some good equipment for myself. Senior brother Qin is my greatest opportunity. Why should I put the cart before the horse? Hear Chen Peng's voice. Qin Jue knew that he had probably figured out the pros and cons. Then he spoke again, it just so happens that I still have something I need you to do. If you go to the secret realm, I will have to find someone else. Hear this. Chen Peng was suddenly shocked. He quickly said, I'm not going. Where can I help senior brother Qin in the secret realm? If you have anything to do, please ask senior brother Qin, and I will definitely help you do it beautifully. Qin was so kind to him and so generous with his actions. He didn't want to give this kind of good thing to others. Okay, take this storage bag. There are some talismans in it. You can take it to the Ye family's Shi Qingfang city and give it to my junior brother Ye Yan. In the past few days of drawing talismans, he specially kept some second-level talismans and did not sell them. For example, there are more than 20 talismans such as the Concealment Talisman, the Breath Condensation Talisman, the Fire Talisman, and the Swift Movement Talisman. Almost all of them are spiritual talismans used to escape. The purpose is to give it to Ye Yan, so that he can have some means of saving his life. After all, second senior brother Yin's Haijun will lead a team to the secret realm in a few days. That proves that Ye Yan is about to take action. For Ye Yan, Qin Jue couldn't say how deep his feelings were. But it's okay, I don't have a bad impression of him. Apart from his youthful nature and his occasional love of comparison, he has never had any bad intentions towards himself. Even when he learned alchemy, he even agreed to help him make it. Moreover, he is a junior brother after all. Even if it's not for Ye Yan, I still have to think about Shi Xingfeng, who has the same master. If something really happened to Ye Yan, Shi Xingfeng didn't know how uncomfortable he would feel when the time came. In the past few years since he started, Shi Xingfeng, the master, has been extremely caring towards his two Tianligan disciples. You can usually tell that he is really good for them. What's more, there is the most important point. Once something happened to Ye Yan, then it will be his turn next. He has become the only Tianligan genius in taking sect. Without Ye Yan attracting attention, it will be difficult to hide or keep a low profile at that time. A lot of time will be wasted dealing with these hidden targeting methods. How can I cultivate immortality if I waste a lot of time? With Ye Yan here, he can share the pressure to some extent, and the demon sect will not only care about himself. Moreover, his personality also likes to be high profile, which is a perfect shield for himself. However, although I don't want anything to happen to Ye Yan, but he was out after all. He didn't know what the specific situation was. This is all we can do now. After taking the storage bag and putting it away, Chen Peng promised, Senior brother Qin, don't worry, you can rest assured that I will do the work. I promise to hand this storage bag to senior brother Ye with my own hands. Don't worry, I have some words for you to bring to him. Qin Jue stopped Chen Peng, who was about to leave, and continued. Let's just say that I was a little worried when I learned that junior brother Ye Yan was going out for training. These talismans are a little thought of senior brother. When you are away from home, please remember safety. By the way, I would like to ask him to take the time to help me collect some materials for making second-level talismans. Remember everything. Chen Peng nodded when he heard this. I have remembered it all, and I will convey what senior brother Qin said in full. Okay, you can make a list of some second-level materials that are more difficult to acquire, and give them to my junior brother after the meeting, and ask him to collect them according to the above. Qin Jue continued. Chapter 36. Ask Chen Peng to tell Ye Yan to buy materials for him. It was his intention. Just giving away talismans would be too deliberate. It was better to have someone leave the sect to deliver it to him personally. This can easily arouse suspicion. If it's in exchange, that's easy to explain. At least on the surface, it is difficult to tell whether the main purpose is to send talismans or to let Ye Yan help purchase materials. After explaining everything, make sure there are no omissions or flaws. Qin Jue said goodbye to Chen Peng and returned to the sect's main peak. This time the magic talisman has earned more than 100,000 spiritual power, and it can be used for some time. close directly. He wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. Improving all attributes requires not only a lot of resources, but also a little bit of understanding. Fortunately, Qin Jue has top-level understanding and can calm down. Pieces of spiritual stones were taken out and pushed in front of him. After absorbing one piece, replace it with the next piece without stopping. Coupled with the spiritual spring, Qin Jue's spiritual power increased step by step. Although this method of cultivation seems boring, because of his abundant spiritual stones and top-notch understanding, the growth every moment gives him a sense of satisfaction. If it were anyone else who didn't have strong qualifications, talents, and understanding, and didn't have such sufficient spiritual stones, they wouldn't be able to feel the joy of this increase in strength. This is why most monks feel that practicing hard in seclusion is boring and boring. But every time Qin Jue practiced in seclusion, he felt like he was playing games. After all, this was the state he was in when he joined the Fengling Yueying sect and stayed up all night in his previous life. Now he was just returning to a field he was familiar with. Just like that, in seclusion and practicing hard. A month passed. Most of the spiritual stones in front of him have been consumed. Suddenly, boom! There was a roar in the body. In an instant, the meridians expanded and the spiritual power changed. Qin Jue broke through from the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building. At the same time, congratulations to the host for breaking through the late stage of foundation building and obtaining a golden entry. Do you want to check it? As the realm breaks through, new entries are added. Without hesitation, Qin Jue immediately checked. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the entry Array Genius. Do you want to receive it? Receive. After hearing the prompt, Qin Jue chose to receive it. At the same time, he also felt that he suddenly yearned for the way of fighting. He is actually a formation genius, not bad. Qin Baihu could not help but raise his lips slightly when he discovered that the new entry this time was a formation genius. In the world of immortal cultivation, formations are generally accessible only to monks with advanced realms. Formation requires too much understanding, a lot of learning, and a lot of materials. It is a very costly skill. With the formation genius, he can be said to have maxed out this talent, and with subsequent study, he can get twice the result with half the effort. Formations mainly rely on materials or special spells to be arranged in conjunction with each other. Not only does it require a very advanced understanding of the formation, but it also requires high spiritual power and materials. Generally speaking, even if you have strength but no family background, you can't afford it. Because often, the materials required to arrange a basic formation are a huge number. Because of this situation, most low-level monks are unable to undertake the cultivation of formations. Moreover, the formation is not only cumbersome to set up but also consumes resources. There is also a big disadvantage, that is, most of the formations are arranged at an address selected in advance and cannot be carried with you. Naturally, it is not that helpful to oneself. Generally, they are monks with a golden elixir or above, who have a long lifespan, and will arrange defensive and protective formations for themselves, and the immortal cultivators such as the sect will arrange various secret land restrictions and mountain protection formations. Below the golden elixir. I don't dare to touch it, and I can't afford it. However, although the formation is difficult to learn and complicated to arrange, it still has limitations. However, once you can master the essence of the formation method and make the formation work, it's easy to cross ranks and fight against enemies, defeat more with less, and stick to the golden water. Some powerful people have set up large formations. As long as they have sufficient spiritual power and materials, they can easily kill enemies of the same level that are dozens or hundreds of times more than themselves. Although this method of formation is very demanding, it is not too difficult for me, and it may not be useful to others, but for someone like me who only likes to practice in seclusion, it is really a top-notch method. In the entire world of cultivating immortals, as long as the problems can be solved with spiritual stones, they are not problems here for me. Qin Jue thought of something related to the formation and couldn't help but smile to himself. He wants to start learning the formation now. After all, the world of immortality is so dangerous, it would be the best thing if you can arrange some formations to ensure your own safety. It's a pity that this is the main peak of the sect, which means that it is under Shi Xingfeng's nose and it is difficult to expose himself too much. Even if you learn the formation, it's not easy to arrange it here. What's more, I have been busy drawing talismans to earn spiritual stones, practicing to improve my realm, and worrying about the schemes of the second undercover senior brother, etc., so I have no time. Even the previous alchemy talent has not had time to practice. No matter how good the method of formation is, it can only be considered after establishing one's own cave dojo. It seems that it's time to have a cave of my own. Sect Master Peak disciples generally have the qualifications to go out and open caves on their own after building a foundation. For example, several senior brothers and sisters above Qin Jue, Yi Hongui, Yin's Haijun, and Yan Yunfen, all chose to leave the sect's main peak and open their own caves shortly after building the foundation. After he has his own cave, he can then use his hands and feet freely to improve his strength in all aspects without any restrictions. After learning the formation, you can even arrange it in your own cave. Thinking about drawing talismans to earn spiritual stones. Qin Jue suddenly thought that after so long, Chen Peng should have returned from delivering something. I wonder if he has seen Ye Yan. With that said, he walked out of his residence and said Yu Jian left the sect's main peak and went directly to Chen Peng's residence. Although the other party has communication talismans that exchange marks with each other, they can communicate with each other easily. But many things are difficult to explain clearly in person, let alone things like helping Ye Yan secretly. So he planned to find him himself. See how things are going. In order not to attract attention, Yu Jian arrived at the gate of the mountain where Chen Peng was located. He put away his sword and landed on the ground, choosing to walk there. Along the way, he found that there were many more disciples coming and going on the road than when he came to see Chen Peng several times before. Moreover, most of them were walking together in twos and threes, still talking about things related to the secret realm. Two of them happened to pass by Qin Jue. Senior brother Li, how was your harvest in Qiwa secret realm this time? I heard that there is a second-level top-grade elixir that is mature in the saltwater pool in the secret realm. Unfortunately, there is a vicious python entrenched there. Even the 5 foundation builders in the late stage were unable to capture it, and there was a stalemate. You were there at the time, what was the final result? Who got the elixir? When the disciple called senior brother Li heard the other party ask this, he immediately spoke of the situation with an envious look on his face. This top-quality elixir was not taken away by one person, but was divided equally among the 5 foundation building senior brothers. Evenly divided. The other person was suddenly surprised. Yes, the 5 late-stage foundation builders were no match for the ferocious python at that time. They were all seriously injured. At the critical moment, Deacon Yin happened to be patrolling there and saved them. Finally, it was the vicious python that Butler Yin took action to kill. He also promised that when he comes out, he will exchange this top-grade elixir for contribution points and share them equally among the 5 foundation building brothers who were injured by this ferocious python. He will not take any of it himself. Deacon Yin is such a good man. Chapter 37. What? Not taking any points? Is there such a good thing? Deacon Yin is so good. I heard that the deacons who led the team in the past would help their disciples when their lives were in danger, but their contribution points would be deducted afterwards. After all, if the deacon takes action, he cannot do it in vain. This is the traditional rule for participating in secret realm trials. And that is a second-level top-grade elixir. Even if it is of certain value to Deacon Yin, why would he be so generous as to give it to those injured foundation establishment brothers? As expected of the sect leader, this pattern is really big. After hearing this explanation from senior brother Li, the disciple next to him marveled and praised Yin's Haijun repeatedly, while also showing a look of envy and yearning. It's a pity that I was only in the Qi training period. Although I was in the salt water pool at the time, I couldn't participate in the battle with the vicious python. The disciple named senior brother Li also sighed repeatedly, with a look of regret on his face. Hear their conversation. Qin Jue finally understood why there was so much excitement today. The CO author is a disciple who went to Qiwa secret realm for a trial and just returned. Coming back from the secret realm, I have gained something more or less. The first time these disciples came out, they probably used what they had gained inside, or found people to exchange what they needed. However, listen to the conversation between the two disciples just now. My 2nd and 5th-year-old senior brother is really good at acting. Not only did he rescue 5 foundation-building disciples, he also generously acted as a great philanthropist. No wonder Shi Xingfeng trusted him so much. With his deliberately created character of a good disciple, a good senior brother, and a good deacon, let alone Shi Xingfeng, it is estimated that no one in the entire Taking sect would think of him as an undercover agent of the demon sect. Even if Yin's Haijun comes out and says now that he is the person who protects the Taking sect the most, I am afraid no one will come out to refute. Next. Along the way, Qin Jue still met many disciples who had returned from the secret realm. They were either exchanging supplies or chatting about their experiences in the secret realm. The atmosphere was very lively. During this period, I also saw many disciples exchanging second-level green bamboos. All the way to Chen Peng's residence. Qin Jue was about to knock on the door. The door opened from the inside, and a person hurriedly walked out. It was Chen Peng. Ah, senior brother Qin, why are you here? I'm getting ready to find you. I sent you a message before, but when I saw you didn't respond, I thought you might be in retreat, so I didn't bother you. Hearing this, Qin Jue estimated that he came back to inform him after going to Yayan. So he asked, "Oh, I want you to send a message to my junior brother to help him purchase materials. Tell me what happened. Have you seen him?" Chen Peng quickly replied, "I saw it, it's in Shikingfang city of the Ye family." "It's just..." Qin Jue quickly asked, "Just what?" "Chen Peng, it's just that when I went there, I happened to encounter senior brother Ye killing several robbery cultivators outside Fang City and preparing to return to Fang City. Just outside Fangshi, I gave senior brother Ye the talisman and the list of materials given by senior brother Qin, and relayed your words to him before saying goodbye and returning." Qin Jue asked again, "What are the strengths of those tribulation cultivators? Is my junior brother injured?" Chen Peng shook his head and said with a smile, "Those calamity cultivators can only reach the 9th level of Qi training, about 7 or 8 people. Together, they are no match for senior brother yet. Senior brother Yi's fire spiritual power spell is extremely powerful, and they can be solved very easily, let alone injuried." After hearing his words, Qin Bi couldn't help but feel doubtful. It shouldn't be so simple. Aren't those calamities arranged by my undercover second senior brother? At the Shi Xingfeng dojo before, he heard the voice of senior brother Wuzi, saying that he would never let the Taking sect have spiritual roots. He also said that Yayan had already gone out, and he was looking forward to him going out. And no matter how early he was, he planned to do it as soon as the two of them went out. Not long ago, when he learned that Yayan was responsible for the task of his own city, he had always suspected that it was his second senior brother's conspiracy. Otherwise, there is no such thing as a coincidence. It happened to be shortly after Yayan established his foundation and came out of seclusion, and it happened to be his family's property. Taken together, these are enough to lure him out of the sect. It was hard not to make him suspicious. Did Yayan not notify the Pluto sect to make arrangements this time when he went out? Or is it that he wants to enter the Qiwa secret realm himself and prepares to come out before taking action? Looking at Chen Peng next to him, Qin Jue's eyes suddenly flashed, as if he remembered something. Then he asked, "How long did it take for you to come back?" "Chen Peng, what happened 20 days ago?" "Have to. It turned out that it happened 20 days ago. Such a long time is probably enough for the Pluto sect to arrange for strong men to take action several times. The situation is not optimistic. Hope he's okay." Upon learning of this situation, Qin Jue could only silently pray for Ye Yan in his heart. Then, Qin Jue shook his head and stopped thinking about Ye Yan for the time being. Instead, he turned to Chen Peng and asked curiously, "Why are you so anxious to find me?" Seeing that Qin Jue finally asked himself about business, Chen Peng spoke quickly, "All the disciples who went to the Qiwa secret realm came back today. I received news that the disciples who came back this time harvested a lot of second-level green bamboo. So I was thinking of reporting to senior brother Qin whether I should take this opportunity to acquire more. After all, it's a second-level talisman-making material. It's different from the first level. You can't have it any time you want." In response, Qin Jue nodded and said, "I saw it when I came to find you, and it seems that I have gained a lot." Talisman can now be said to be his key money-making project. First-level talismans are no longer challenging for him, and they cannot improve his experience and strength in drawing talismans. The value is still very low. Continuing to draw first-level talismans is a waste of time. Next, he planned to mainly draw second-level talismans. For most second-level talismans, green bamboo is an indispensable main material. I will definitely have a lot of needs when the time comes. What's more, when the second senior brother Erwuzi wanted to trick him into going out, he used this green bamboo to tempt him. At that time, he was ready to wait until the secret realm trial was over so that he could invest in the acquisition. Now that the opportunity has come, I will naturally not let it go." He immediately agreed to Chen Peng's suggestion. And he also directly handed over 30,000 spirit stones to Chen Peng at one time. He waved his hand and said, "You can use these spiritual stones to buy green bamboos. You can collect as many as you want. Don't be afraid that you don't have enough spiritual stones. If you don't have enough, you can ask for it from me." Then he told me to collect other second-level materials as well. Then Qin Jue said goodbye to Chen Peng, thinking about Ye Yan all the way back to the sect's main peak. Yu Jian had just entered the sect's main peak and was about to land at his residence. He saw a stream of light that was much stronger than that in the foundation building stage, leaving the Shi Xing Feng dojo at the top of the mountain at high speed. "Which elder or deacon is it that you want to see, master, if you have something?" Qin Jue didn't think much about this. He shook his head and returned to his residence to continue practicing. What he didn't know was, this stream of light was none other than Elder Shi Yuanpeng, who was sent out by Shi Xingfeng to secretly protect Ye Yan. Just when Qin Jue asked Chen Peng to help collect green bamboo. When Shi Yuanpeng came back from outside, he went directly to the sect master peak to find Shi Xingfeng. And he left in a hurry after not staying long. So he happened to be met by Qin Jue, who was coming back. Chapter 38. Return to the residence yard. Qin Jue is preparing to practice the 9 heavens wind and thunder sword technique. Last time I had to go to see my master, so I only had time to brush up on this swordsmanship, and I hadn't officially started practicing it yet. In addition, most of the spiritual stones were used in the attack on the late stage of foundation building not long ago. And just now he gave Chen Peng 30,000 spirit stones to buy green bamboo and other second-level materials. There is not much left of the 120,000 spirit stones he earned from selling the talismans last time. He was going to finish collecting the materials in Chen Peng. Before I redraw the second-level spiritual talisman to earn spiritual stones. Time is spent practicing this powerful 9 heavens wind and thunder sword technique. However, just when he took out the Qingshuang sword and prepared to start, a breeze blew, and a generous figure appeared in front of him. It came like a ray of breeze, and I didn't feel any fluctuations in spiritual power. The sudden change shocked Qin Jue. Wait until you see who is coming. Only then did he react and hurriedly stepped forward to salute, greetings to master. It was actually the master of the sect's peak, Shi Xingfeng, who had never been to his residence. Shi Xingfeng nodded in response to his greeting, and at the same time he breathed a subtle sigh of relief on his face. It's just that the expression on this face is very wrong. There seemed to be a gloom gathering in his eyebrows, which he couldn't get rid of. After nodding, he immediately asked Qin Jue with anxiety in his eyes. You haven't taken on any missions outside the sect recently, have you? But as soon as he opened his mouth, Shi Xingfeng asked an unexpected question. How Duan asked if he had accepted the mission. Something must have happened. In response to this, Qin Jue suddenly looked surprised and said, No, I have been practicing within the sect and have never taken on any tasks outside the section. It's okay if you don't, Shi Xingfeng frowned slightly, nodded and continued, you are staying at the sect master peak recently, don't go out. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jue's heart skipped a beat. Tell me not to go out? He also asked me if I had any missions from the sect. Could it be? Although there is already an association in my mind. But after all, it has not been confirmed yet, and the fact that he eavesdropped on his voice cannot be exposed. So he still showed confusion on his face and asked doubtfully, What's wrong, master? Alas, Shi Xingfeng sighed in annoyance and said, It's your junior brother Ye Yan. Something happened in Ye family's Shi Qingfang city. A few days ago, many powerful demon cultivators suddenly appeared in Shikingfang city. Among them were not only foundation builders, but also demon cultivators of the Golden Core stage. This group of demon cultivators broke into Fang City and killed many monks and people from the Ye family. Now the entire Shi Qingfang City has been reduced to ruins. And your junior brother happened to be inside, and now he has disappeared. Really? Sure enough, something went wrong. Hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, Qin Jue suddenly felt enlightened. He said it was not safe to go out. The secret calculation of the demon sect is planned, organized, and targeted, and it is impossible to guard against it. After all, you are showing that he is secretly doing it, and you are doing it mentally but not intentionally. If you don't have the strength to deal with all accidents, no one will be able to prevent this kind of secret conspiracy. I went to Chenpeng to hear what he said about meeting Ye Yan. He also thought that it was not a conspiracy that he went back to his home to do a mission this time. Now it seems that there is no such coincidence. In the Ye family's market, if something goes wrong sooner or later, something happens, but not long after Ye Yan established his foundation and left seclusion, something happened. It was such a coincidence that Ye Yan took over this task. It's okay to be an orphan. But for a family that cultivates immortality like Ye Yan. He has been a disciple for several years and has become a direct disciple of the sect leader. He wants to go home and have a look no matter what. Once Ye Yan knew about this opportunity to go home while doing the task, how could he remain indifferent? Judging from the several times I heard Yin's Haijun's thoughts. It was definitely a trap set up by my undercover second senior brother in the demon sect. The reason is to lure Ye Yan out of taking sect. But what he didn't expect was that in order to capture Ye Yan, the demon sect would even mobilize the Jindan late stage. It can be described as a big deal. Moreover, I heard from Yi Hongwei before that the master also arranged for elders to protect him secretly. Something happened in the end. Not even the elders who were secretly protecting him could stop him. If it is true, it is conceivable that the Pluto sect was absolutely well planned and well prepared for this operation. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't the second senior brother Nabi who secretly united with the Pluto sect to cause trouble. Apart from Master Shi Xingfeng, how many people know about this arrangement of elders to protect the Tao? Only Yin's Haijun, who often helped Shi Xingfeng with errands, could possibly know such hidden information. Maybe as soon as Ye Yan and the Guardian Elder left the sect, the Pluto sect received all the detailed information about them. his grandma's. Fortunately, I insisted on not going out. If I had gone out, it would probably be the same as Ye Yan. After hearing the news from Shi Xingfeng, Qin Jue couldn't help but feel lucky. At the same time, a trace of worry could not help but arise in my heart. The most important thing is that we still don't know the specific situation of Ye Yan. Live or die, escape or be caught. Everything is still unknown. Fortunately, before that, I was worried and asked Chen Peng to give him a lot of escape talismans in time. I don't know if it will help him. Try to think of the best. Now I can only hope that he is okay. After all, he is missing now, there is no news at all, and he is not in the sect. Even if you want to know the specific situation, there is nothing you can do. You and Ye Yan are both the top Tianligan talents in the world of immortality. They are the pillars of our taking sect's future and the sect's hope for further progress. Master, I don't want anything to happen to you. It's just that I didn't expect that the Pluto sect got the news from somewhere and actually attacked your junior brother outside the sect. If our sect finds these little villains, they will be destroyed completely. I really regret agreeing to Yanner to go out. If I had not agreed at that time, this would not have happened. It's just, how do the people from the demon sect know Yanner's whereabouts? And they also specially sent demon cultivators from the late Jindan period to contain Elder Shi Yuan Peng? Before, I also took the initiative to suggest that Jue should go out to practice. Fortunately, Jue did not go out. Now it seems that it is more worry-free to practice in seclusion in the sect. At this time, I heard Shi Xingfeng's heartfelt voice. Qin Jue finally confirmed that there was indeed an elder protecting him secretly, and he seemed to be a strong man in the late golden core stage. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In addition, he deliberately sent restrained opponents of the same level to block and contain him. Even the strong ones in the later stages of golden elixir have no effect. Then Shi Xingfeng seriously told Qin Jue not to go out, and then he frowned and left the courtyard where Qin Jue lived with depression. He was most worried if something happened to Ye Yan. Even now, I still blame myself for not agreeing to let Ye Yan go out and let him go on any mission to gain experience. This is Tianligan. Not only his direct disciples who he cared about very much. It is also the treasure of the sect. If something goes wrong, it will be a huge loss and blow to him personally and to the entire sect. Chapter 39. Soon. Shortly after Shi Xingfeng left, the news of Ye Yan's disappearance spread throughout the taking sect. It caused quite a stir in the entire sect. The Pluto sect is so abominable. They dare to attack senior brother yet. Do they want to start a war with our taking sect? Senior brother Ye Yan is one of the only 2 heavenly spiritual roots in our taking sect and is the top genius in cultivating immortals. They don't want my taking sect to be good. Senior brother Ye is a direct descendant of the sect leader. They dare to take action. They simply don't take our taking sect seriously and should be punished. In order to find Ye Yan, Shi Xingfeng not only went out to search personally. He also launched a mission for the whole sect, asking the disciples within the sect to go out together. At the same time, these disciples were also asked to clean up the demon sect. In front of the mountain gate, soon there was a bustle. Disciples of all levels poured out towards the outside world with indignation and murderous intent, as well as hatred for the Hades sect. Let's go. Let's set off quickly. Senior brother Ye is still missing. Maybe we can find him before the people from the demon sect. Don't hold back anyone who meets the demon sect, they will be killed without mercy. They will definitely pay the price if they dare to look down on me, the taking sect. Kill. At the same time, streams of light of various colors also rose from the peaks in the sect, shooting out at extremely fast speeds. The scene was brilliant and the momentum soared into the sky. They are the powerful elders in each peak. A lot of people were dispatched this time as well. Such a picture can greatly help the whole sect, and we must find Ye Yan's posture. This shows how important Tianligan is to Shi Xingfeng and the entire taking sect. Qin Jue's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the various lights in the sky and felt the momentum of the entire sect. Is this the strength of taking sect? It is indeed powerful. With so much force, I hope we can successfully find junior brother yet. For this kind of scene, he also wanted to join in. It's a pity that he himself is also the owner of Tianligan. Going out will only increase the pressure on the sect and won't help at all. If he also disappears, the sect leader must be crazy. Now I can only stay and continue practicing without going out to cause trouble. The demon sect has always been cunning and ruthless. In order to lure Yan out, they even ignored the lives of their own disciples and directly sent a group of Qi refining stages to Yan to kill from the beginning. He couldn't even imagine what kind of torture Yan would endure if he was really caught by such a demon sect. Cultivation of immortality is ultimately about strength. At this moment, Qin Jue deeply felt the importance of strength. We still need to improve our strength quickly. Although he is already in the advanced stage of foundation building now. But the breakthrough was too fast. If you want to hit the golden elixir, you must lay a solid foundation. After all, it is a full attribute foundation building, and the foundation must be solid. The stage of condensing the elixir is very important. It can be said that it is a gap that is difficult for every cultivator to cross. Although countless cultivators have been able to successfully practice Qi and build foundations by virtue of their talents and various opportunities, they have been blocked at this stage and cannot be touched in their lifetime. Few people can cross it. Every golden elixir is one of a million, standing out from countless immortal cultivators. There are estimated to be hundreds of foundation-building disciples in the entire taking sect. But there are only a handful of people in the golden elixir stage. Shi Xingfeng has 6 disciples. Now only senior sister Yan Yunfen has broken through the golden elixir. Several other senior brothers and sisters of Qin Jue are still in the late stage of foundation building. But after all, he is a younger generation of disciples, which is not bad. Although he is stuck in the late stage of foundation building, it is not too long. Some other deacons or inner disciples, many of them stayed for decades. Even those who could not break through the golden elixir in their lifetime were caught in large numbers. One can imagine how difficult it is to successfully transcend foundation establishment and condensation pill. But once you really take this step, Ningdan becomes a true Jindan. Not only will the strength grow by leaps and bounds, even the essence of life will complete its essential transformation. The lifespan can reach at least 500 years. With such a long life, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a true immortal for the mortal world and the immortal world under the golden elixir. Just as a group of masters and disciples from the sect went out to look for Yan to clean up the demon sect with great fanfare. The next day, Qin Jue, who was continuing to consolidate his realm, was interrupted by a knock on the door. Most of the people in the sect have gone out. Who is looking for me at this time? Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Jue couldn't help but feel doubtful. Soon, I arrived outside the courtyard and opened the door. Only then did he realize that his second senior brother, Yin's Haijun, had come to visit. I thought he would follow the large army and go out together. I didn't expect that the guy who caused all this by himself didn't follow him out and stayed in the section. If you come to me at this time, you probably don't have any good intentions. Seeing Yin's Haijun, Qin Jue subconsciously felt wary. However, although I am alert, on the surface, there was still a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he said unexpectedly, "Second senior brother? I have met the second senior brother. I wonder what the second senior brother is doing when he comes to my junior brother's humble home." Sixth junior brother, such a big thing happened. I was worried that something might happen to you. I came here specially to see you. Why, senior brother is not welcome? Yin's Haijun said with a smile. If that's the case, the second senior brother can come to see the junior brother. It's not too late for the junior brother to be happy. Come on, the second senior brother, come in and sit down. Qin Jue quickly welcomed him into the courtyard. After coming in, the two of them exchanged pleasantries. Yin's Haijun took stock of the environment in the yard. This yard is not bad. I heard that the fourth junior sister helped you find it. She knows how to choose it. Junior brother, do you live in this room? Well, not bad, not bad. If you are not used to living there, remember to tell your senior brother. Now that you have established the foundation, you can go out of the sect's main peak and open up your own cave. If you don't find a suitable place, then you can come to my mountain peak. There are still vacant caves there. I welcome you at any time, senior brother. These gestures and words. There seemed to be nothing wrong with him, as if he really cared about Qin Jue. Live with you? What a joke. I think I have a long life, right? Thank you, second senior brother, for your concern. Living here is not bad. I haven't considered setting up my own cave yet. If I want to live outside the sect's main peak, I will consider going to senior brother's place. Qin Jue's face remained calm. Yin's Haijun nodded, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Jue, and said generously, I heard that my junior brother is already a second-level talisman master. This is the second-level green bamboo I got when I was in the Qiwa secret realm. And some other talisman materials. Just for you. Qin Jue naturally couldn't refuse this. He immediately took the storage bag and said with a joyful expression of gratitude, these materials are all what I need. That's great. Thank you, second senior brother. Seeing him accepting the materials, Yin's Haijun showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then he continued to warn, Master has gone out to deal with junior brother yet and is not in the sect. Fifth junior brother, you can come to me if you need anything. Also, remember not to leave the sect's main peak recently. At the same time, Qin Jue also heard his thoughts. Master and most of the elders in the sect have gone out. It is a God-given opportunity to attack Qin Jue. This plan mobilized most of the sect's combat power. Even if Yan was not caught by then, taking Qin Jue abducting him would be the same. It would kill two birds with one stone. This kid almost always stays at the sect's main peak. He thinks he's safe this way? He lives in this room, right? I'll take you away tonight. It's just a foundation, it won't become a climate yet. Chapter 40. Hear these voices. Qin Jue's face remained calm, but his heart suddenly jumped. Good guy. Did you decide on yourself so quickly? So damn insidious. Just tell me why I came in and asked myself which room I was staying in. It turned out to be a stepping stone? On the surface, he says good things for you, but secretly he is worse than anyone else. With such a top-notch young man by your side, you really need to be on guard at all times. Danger, so dangerous. Pretending not to know anything, he enthusiastically sent his second senior brother Yin's Haijun away. Qin Jue returned to the room, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he urgently thought about how to deal with it. We have to take action against him tonight, it's too urgent in terms of time. He had to think of a solution quickly. Although his true strength is already at the advanced stage of foundation building. But Qin Jue didn't dare to gamble. If the opponent directly uses the golden elixir, what can he do to resist? And he doesn't want to expose his true level. Even if he escapes by then, it is bound to become the focus of attention, and may even spread to the entire Jingguo. After all, Yan was still in the early stages of foundation building and yet the Pluto sect was targeting him like this. If another Tianligan who is much more talented than Yan is exposed, maybe the person sent is not the golden elixir, but the nascent soul strongman comes to him personally. It might even attract a more powerful demon sect from the world of immortality. However, in such a short time, it is difficult to find an effective method. How to avoid this crisis? After thinking about it, Qin Jue could not help but fall into distress. You can't cope with it on your own, and you have to worry about being noticed by strong people. What a piece of shit. Worried, Qin Jue couldn't help complaining. There is obviously no good way to rely on yourself. There is only one other way, to seek external force. But now, the master and many powerful men from the sect have gone out to look for Ye Yan. Who can be useful? Suddenly. By the way, doesn't senior sister also love seclusion and self-cultivation? Maybe she is also in the sect. Qin Jue had a flash of inspiration, and the figure in the white dress with a beautiful face and a temperament like ice and snow could not help but appear in his mind. My senior sister, Yan Yunfen, is the only golden elixir disciple of the sect master Peak. It would be much safer if I had her as my protector. Moreover, she is the senior sister, and those young men would not dare to attack her easily, or show any abnormality in front of her. It would be best to live with senior sister Yan Yunfen. At least I won't be alone like now, in danger at any time, and no one may know if something happens for a short time. Just wait for Master Shi Xingfeng and the strong men from the sect to come back. Even if I gave those 2 or 5 boys 100 courage, they wouldn't dare to take action within the sect. Then of course there is no need to worry. However, we have to find a way or a reason to find senior sister and successfully stay with her. What to do? It would be most appropriate to give something away. When we first met at Master's dojo, she even gave me pills. It's okay even if it's a gift in return. Muttering to himself, Qin Jue nodded repeatedly. It's just that you have to be particular about what you give as a gift. The only thing he can use now is talismans. Unfortunately, the other party is in the Golden Core realm, and I can only draw the 2nd level at most, which is of no use to her. It would be too insincere to give her a 2nd level talisman. Thinking about drawing the talisman, Qin Jue's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Drawing talismans, besides talismans there are also paintings. The reason why he became a 2nd level high-grade talisman master so quickly was because of his talent in not only talismanism but also painting. Instead of drawing talismans, you can also draw other things. The iceberg beauty of the senior sister whom I had seen before came to mind again. Even after so long. Looking back, it still makes him yearn for and admire the style. That kind of ice and snow fairy who is independent from the world is indeed very suitable for painting. However, drawing a portrait of a woman and giving it to her in person can easily be misunderstood. If the other party really thinks that way, even if he is willing to explain, he may become powerless and cannot explain it clearly with 1,000 mouths. It would be bad if he was misunderstood to be interested in her. No, you can't send portraits. Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. He didn't want to be involved in the mortal world and delay his path to immortality. If you don't send a portrait, it must be in line with the temperament of senior sister. What is better to draw? Yes. While thinking, Qin Jue immediately thought of something. Plum blossom. Among the thousands of ice and snow, only the plum blossoms are reflected in the white snow and are fragrant. How similar is this to the other party's independent style? It also fits perfectly with her character and will that insists on practicing hard just to become stronger. Think of this. Qin Jue immediately started painting plum blossoms. Take out a piece of white rice paper. All kinds of plum blossoms come to mind. Through his previous experience of painting symbols, he has already mastered the control of brush strokes to the extent that he can move according to his heart. Put pen to paper. His eyes were focused and his expression was serious. It took an hour. Draw a lifelike picture of snow plum blossoms. And also wrote a poem on it. The edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Senior sister loves hard cultivation so much, it should be in line with her state of mind. Qin Jue looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he put away the swime picture, left the sect's main peak, and went straight to Yan Yunfen's cave. I have been a beginner for more than 3 years. During this period, through Yi Hongwei, I have learned about the cave locations of each senior brother and sister. Yan Yunfen Cave Mansion is not far from the main peak of the sect. Yu Jian's flight took about half a cup of tea and he arrived at his destination. Feng Kai Feng. It's said to be a cave, but it's actually the same as Yi Hongwei's, it's also a whole mountain peak. This mountain peak is full of spiritual energy, with white clouds floating halfway up the mountain. There are many cranes and spiritual birds flying in the air. The trees in the mountain forest are lush, strong, and green, and there are also unknown small animals passing through. Above the white clouds and before reaching the top of the mountain, there is a stretch of houses built with spiritual trees scattered across the sky. The layout style is quite satisfactory, neither gorgeous nor simple and empty. Duan has a leisurely and peaceful appearance. The environment is so beautiful, it is indeed a holy place for spiritual cultivation. The spiritual energy is much higher than that of 4th Senior Sister's cave. Seeing the scenery below from Fijian, Qin Jue sighed in his heart and walked towards the Shimin Tower at the front of the house, asking for a meeting outside. It was discovered that the gate tower formation fluctuated. Soon, 2 maids with indifferent expressions walked out of it. "Who's knocking on the door?" One of the maids heard a question before she arrived. As soon as they landed in front of the gatehouse and saw Qin Jue's appearance clearly, the 2 maids, who were originally indifferent, couldn't help but open their eyes with astonishment. "Which senior brother is this? He is so good looking. The appearance is handsome and perfect, and the temperament is extraordinary. This kind of beauty is the only one I have seen in my life." Feng Qifeng has not seen a male disciple for several years, but today it is such a handsome senior brother who looks like an immortal. Saw these 2 maids. Qin Jue immediately signed up his number and said, "Qin Jue, a disciple of the sect's main peak, is here to visit senior sister. Could you please let me know?" At the same time, Qin Jue took out his identity card and handed it to one of the maids. Chapter 41. The 2 maids took the identity cards and checked them separately. Suddenly a look of astonishment appeared. One of them looked at Qin Jue curiously. He was surprised and said, "It turns out that he is the Peak Master's junior brother. I have admired the name of senior brother Qin for a long time. When I saw him today, he was indeed otherworldly." Qin Jue was about to speak when another maid next to him pulled the curious maid and said to Qin Jue, "Please come with us, we will take you to see senior sister Yan." His expression was quite respectful. Qin Jue said nothing more and nodded. "Just follow them, step up the steps, and enter." Passing through 2 corridors, passing by a courtyard, Qin Jue suddenly saw a familiar and lovely figure. Little junior sister. It was none other than Master Shi Xingfeng's daughter, Shi Yingying. At this time, Shi Yingying was followed by a group of civet cats, chasing and playing with her in the yard. Qin Jue asked the 2 maids to wait. At this time, Shi Yingying also saw him. He immediately ran over with a look of surprise on his face. "5th senior brother. Why are you here?" She was young and not enthusiastic about cultivation. In addition to playing with Yi Hongwei, she spent most of her time at the mountain peak of senior sister Yan Yunfen, playing with various spiritual beasts. Smiling and rubbing Shi Yingying's head, which only reached his waist, Qin Jue said with a smile, "I'm here to see senior sister." "Junior sister, are you being lazy again when you are here?" "No," Shi Yingying stuck out her tongue, "my father has approved that I am here." Okay, you're not lazy, it was senior brother who said it. Nonsense." Qin Jue pinched Shi Yingying's nose and said with a smile. Seeing Qin Jue looking for Yan Yunfen, Shi Yingying took his hand and said crisply, "Senior sister is inside, I will take you to find her." In response, Qin Jue turned to the 2 maids and said, "Sorry to bother you two, let me take me to see my senior sister." Next, Shi Yingying led him to a larger room, turning left and right, and finally met Yan Yunfen. Still wearing a white dress and looking elegant. At this time, Yan Yunfen was bending down and holding a paintbrush, concentrating on painting on a table. Seeing this scene, Qin Jue's eyes suddenly lit up. It's great to draw. I didn't expect that I, the senior sister of Bing Shan, could actually draw. Like-minded. Then I will give him a painting later, she will definitely like it. Senior sister, senior sister. Look who I brought here. After bringing Qin Jue here, Shi Yingying hurriedly ran to Yan Yunfen's painting table and shouted as if she wanted to take credit. Putting down the brush, Yan Yunfen saw that it was Qin Jue who came, and surprise appeared on his exquisite and beautiful face. Why did fifth junior brother come to see me? She was very impressed by her fifth junior brother. After all, she is so beautiful. He is the most handsome man she has ever seen. It's hard not to remember. After being stunned for a moment, Yan Yunfen smiled faintly and asked curiously, why are fifth junior brothers here? Is there something wrong? Although he was surprised that Qin Jue came to find him. But apart from a slight smile, she showed no emotion. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked what was on his mind. She has this kind of character. She always speaks and does things in a non-sloppy way, doing things as simply as possible. Knowing this, Qin Jue didn't think much about it. He immediately spoke out what he had thought of on the way. I've met senior sister. I recently heard about junior brother Yi's disappearance. I have been feeling restless and worried, and I can't practice with peace of mind. I heard that senior sister is devoted to cultivation, has always been in a peaceful mood, and is good at painting, so I thought of asking senior sister for advice. As she spoke, she glanced at the painting table next to her. After hearing Qin Jue's words, Yan Yunfen suddenly realized. Then he nodded and said, I see, I have also heard about junior brother yet, but master has already taken action personally, so I think everything will be fine. Then she asked curiously, from what you said, junior brother is also good at painting Taoism. Qin Jue couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. He immediately smiled calmly and replied, I know a little bit about it. Junior brother just painted a new work recently. I came here just to give it to senior sister, and by the way, senior sister can point out the shortcomings. You want to give me your new work? Yan Yunfen was surprised. With a thought in his mind, Qin Jue took out the snow plum map from his storage bag, handed it to Yan Yunfen, and said, Senior sister, please give me some advice. He looked serious, as if he really wanted her to give him advice. She knew that Qin Jue and Ye Yan both had Tianling roots and had very strong cultivation talents. Some time ago, I also learned that they had successfully established foundations. This kind of cultivation speed is much faster than her back then. Therefore, she thought they had been practicing hard and focused. Now it seems that my fifth junior brother can actually find time to study the art of painting. It seemed that Tianligan's cultivation talent was much stronger than she thought. Being able to build a foundation in such a short time and still take care of painting at the same time, she couldn't help but want to know how far Qin Jue's painting had come. So she took the painting Qin Jue gave her. His eyes slowly opened with curiosity. At first it was just a large area of white snow, without any fluctuation on her face. When a vivid plum blossom appeared, the pupils in her eyes suddenly shrank. What beautiful plum blossoms, such brush strokes, such colors. This painting is so good. When the scroll is fully unfolded, she also saw a line of words next to the plum blossoms. I couldn't help but read it out. The edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This poem is great. Among the white snow, only one plum blossom blooms brightly, as if it is isolated from the world, showing its aloofness. Whether it is the painting techniques or the theme concept, they are all top-notch. There is also this poem, which is the finishing touch. With this poem, the artistic conception of this painting is instantly pushed to perfection. A sword can only become sharp after being sharpened, and plum blossoms can only become more fragrant and beautiful after experiencing the bitter cold. How similar is it to my persistence day after day? I didn't expect that the fifth junior brother was so good at painting and could write such inspirational poems. The fifth junior brother is so talented, he is truly a genius. Hear what the other person is saying. Qin Jue's face remained calm, but he was already very happy in his heart. Okay. It seems that this painting was sent to the right person. This definitely touched her heart. Then the two started chatting about this picture of snow plum blossoms. Junior brother, how did you achieve this perfect intersection of light and dark? And this? Seeing that the two of them were so engaged in chatting about a painting, Shi Yingying next to her couldn't help but feel speechless. Does a painting have so much value? It was completely incomprehensible to her little mind. After a cup of tea, I saw them still chatting. Shi Yingying felt really bored, so she ran out to play. They were the only two people left in the room. Qin Jingjing responded to Yan Yunfan's questions and advice about painting. In order to find topics as much as possible, he also kept asking Yan Yunfan some details about the painting process. The reason for this is that I want to stay here for a few days. Chapter 42. Regarding some minor questions about Qin Jue. Fortunately, Yan Yunfan himself is quite accomplished in painting, so he can confirm each other's answers very well. Plus both of them are proficient in this. And they all like to practice in seclusion. We quickly became familiar with each other and chatted about many common topics. One moment we talked about painting, and another moment we talked about retreat. There is quite an atmosphere of regretting seeing each other so late. Qin Jue's painting skills are better than his opponents. When talking about painting and Taoism, Qin Jue tentatively asked some detailed questions at first. But later on, it basically became his unilateral guidance. As the guidance deepened, Yan Yunfan's face became more and more surprised. I like to draw when I am not practicing. In addition to my own love, it can also relieve the boredom of retreat. I have been immersed in this way for decades now, but I didn't expect that I am not even half as good as you, junior brother. While chatting with Qin Jue, she found that many of the ideas Qin Jue said were things she had never thought of or tried before, which often made her feel fresh and new. Yan Yunfan's cultivation level is higher than Qin Jue's, and he has been practicing in seclusion longer than him. When talking about cultivation, it was Yan Yunfan who gave him guidance. Qin Jue also gained a lot from the experience of practicing in seclusion. That's all. The two of them were immersed in deep communication. The sky darkened unconsciously. Junior brother has such accomplishments at such a young age. Senior sister really admires him. After communicating with my junior brother today, I feel that my understanding of painting has improved to a new level. It's just a pity that it's getting late and I can't continue talking with my junior brother. Looking like he still had something to say, Yan Yunfan continued to speak, trying to invite, how about, junior brother, stay here with senior sister, and we can continue discussing Taoism tomorrow. If it weren't for the fear of negative impact if word spread, I would have wanted to have a long talk with the fifth junior brother. Junior brother's understanding of painting is really unique, yet he covers everything and doesn't miss any traditional details, which is really admirable. I wonder if my sudden invitation will be abrupt. Will the fifth junior brother agree to live here? What she didn't know was that Qin Jue had actually been chatting with her for so long. Just to stay. Seeing that Yan Yunfan really invited him to stay, Qin Jue couldn't help but feel happy. In response, he immediately thanked him and said, "Thank you, senior sister. In that case, I would rather obey your orders and live on senior sister peak for the time being." Then he praised again, "It is my honor to be able to discuss Taoism with my senior sister. After receiving the guidance from my senior sister, I have gained a lot from my practice in seclusion." At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now, with senior sister Jin Dankai here, it should not be so dangerous. Seeing Qin Jue, he agreed to stay overnight. Yan Yunfan immediately called a maid and took Qin Jue to the guest room. That night, the main peak, in the courtyard where Qin Jue lives, suddenly several men in black robes fell down. The room on the far left. A man in black robe in the middle pointed at Qin Jue's room and waved in a low voice. Immediately, all the men in black robes rushed over. Black spiritual power shot out one after another, and the concierge instantly shattered. They filed in and were about to sacrifice the magic weapon that trapped the person. Nobody. There's no one there. Where did the target go? At this time, the leading man in black robe commanded again, search. Soon, they searched all the rooms and found them all empty. This situation did not allow them to think too much. Retreat first. The leader directly ordered the retreat without hesitation. Although when the task was announced above, it was said that there was no one else on this mountain except the target person. But this is the inside of taking sect after all, and they don't dare to stay for too long. In the blink of an eye, this group of mysterious men in black robes all disappeared from the yard, as if they had never been there. The whole process takes about 10 breaths. As quickly as it comes, it goes as quickly as it comes. Soon after these men in black robes left Qin Jue's courtyard. Within taking sect, one of the peaks, Yin's Haijun also received news from the undercover Pluto sect. Can't help but be slightly surprised. No one. How come there's no one? Where has he gone? Why did he leave tonight? It seems that we, the fifth junior brother, have to take a long-term approach. Qin Jue had no idea what happened at his residence. After staying in the guest room at Fengkai Feng, he was silently cultivating to stabilize his realm. The next day, early in the morning, Yan Yunfan sent his maid to invite him to continue his discussion. The third day, the fourth day. That's all. During an in-depth exchange with senior sister Yan Yunfan, Qin Jue stayed here until the 8th day, and finally waited for Shi Xingfeng to come back. If Shi Xingfeng hadn't summoned him as soon as he came back, he might have been able to stay for a while. In the content of the summons, it was also stated that Ye Yan had been successfully brought back. Qin Jue couldn't help but feel relieved after hearing the news. Now that the person is back, let's say that the demon sect's conspiracy was not successful. It also shows that Ye Yan is safe. At the same time, Yan Yunfan and Shi Yingying were also very happy. It's great that senior brother Ye is back. Shi Yingying said happily. I said that nothing will happen if master takes action. Look, I was right, right. Yan Yunfan also looked at Qin Jue and smiled slightly. Then, Qin Jue and Yan Yunfan Shi Yingying returned to the main peak of the sect and came to the mountain top dojo. Here they met Ye Yan. It's just that his mood seems a little depressed. Next to him was a young swordsman carrying a heavy sword. At this time, the second senior brother Yin's Haijun was comforting Ye Yan, asking him about his well-being and looking very concerned. Jue, this is your third senior brother Qiu Jianqing. This time Yan'er's success in escaping from the demon sect's pursuit was all thanks to him. Seeing Qin Jue arriving, Shi Xingfeng introduced him. At the same time, he also explained the specific situation of Ye Yan to the disciples who were not present. It turned out that Ye Yan was being chased by the demon sect this time, and he had been running for his life after the elders who protected him were lured away. Fortunately, he had many ways to escape, so even though he was injured, it was still difficult for the demon sect to track his whereabouts. Later, with good luck, I happened to meet the third senior brother who was returning from a mission, and I rescued him in time. Then I informed the master and they returned to the sect together. Previously, because the identity card was broken, contact was lost, life and death were unknown, and he was seriously injured. If he hadn't met Qiu Jianqing, he might have run out of gas and the lamp would have been overtaken by the demon sect. I have to say that Ye Yan was lucky this time. After hearing what happened, then, Yan Yunfan and Shi Yingying also comforted Ye Yan. Seeing this, Qin Jue followed suit. He looked at Ye Yan and said, "Junior brother Ye, it's good to be back. It's not appropriate to think too much now. Relax and don't leave any flaws in your future cultivation." "Thank you, fifth senior brother, for your concern. I'm much better now." A smile appeared on Ye Yan's gloomy face. Then he continued to thank Qin Jue, "I can escape this time, thanks to my fifth senior brother. If it weren't for those second-level spiritual talismans given by the fifth senior brother, I might not have been able to meet the third senior brother. Fifth senior brother treats me well." His magic talisman really played a big role this time and made him delay for a long time. "I, Ye Yan, must repay this favor." In response, Qin Jue smiled faintly, "As long as I can help my junior brother, don't take it too seriously." After listening to Ye Yan's words. At this time, Yan Yunfan and his third senior brother Chu Jianqing, who had just returned, could not help but look surprised. Yan Yunfan, junior brother, is not only proficient in the art of painting, but also has such a strong talent in the art of talismans. Not long after he established the foundation, he can actually draw second-level high-grade spiritual talismans and has become a second-level high-grade talisman master. Chu Jianqing, is this another heavenly spiritual root that master received besides Ye Yan? What a powerful talent! At the same time, the voice of second senior brother Yin's Haijun also appeared in Qin Jue's mind. Damn it, it turned out to be the talisman given by Qin Jue, which caused our plan to fall short. I count him lucky this time. You need to plan more carefully in the future. Chapter 43. Yanner is safe this time. As disciples of our sect, you are the mainstay of our sect in the future. You should be more cautious in your actions in the future and never put yourselves into dangerous situations. After several people comforted Ye Yan, Shi Xingfeng looked at them and warned them. Then he turned to look at Chu Jianqing. By the way, Jianqing has been out practicing for a while. How was your harvest? Chu Jianqing, who was carrying a heavy sword on his back, heard this. Immediately and respectfully reported, "Back to master, this disciple has gained a lot from this trip. He has seen a lot of things in the world of immortality. He has experienced several crises along the way and finally successfully averted the danger. Every robbery cultivator and demon cultivator I met showed no mercy. There were a total of 13 foundation builders among them, and I killed them all." When he talked about killing everyone, his eyes were even colder. It seems that there is endless hatred in it. Very good. It seems that you have gained a lot from this experience. You have also done a good job by killing so many demon cultivators and calamity cultivators. These scum of the world of immortality who have no bottom line should be exterminated to death. After listening to his words, Shi Xingfeng nodded and praised him very much. Chu Jianqing continued, "There are also Jindan materials such as crystal condensation pill. The disciple has almost collected them, and he has already gained some insights into the realm of Jindan. When I come back this time, this disciple is preparing to attack the Golden Core realm." Listen to what Chu Jianqing said and the confident look on his face after he finished speaking. Shi Xingfeng was very happy and nodded repeatedly. The look of joy and love in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Among the 6 disciples, Qin Jue and Ye Yan both have Tianling roots, and their qualifications are undoubtedly the best. The eldest disciple Yan Yunfan possesses an innate ice mysterious spirit body. Although his talent is not as good as the heavenly spiritual root, it is still stronger than the earthly spiritual root. It can be regarded as one of the strongest talents under the Tianling root. The second disciple Yin's Haijun and the fourth disciple Yi Hongui both have earth spirit roots. Looking at the entire Jingguo immortal realm, no matter which force they are in, they are all at the first level of personal transmission and are worth spending a lot of resources to cultivate. Only Chu Jianqing has the best spiritual root. Although it is not bad, you can also enter the inner gate directly in taking sect. But compared to these talented brothers, their qualifications can only be considered average. With this kind of talent, not to mention the sect's main peak, even other main peaks, few peak masters would accept it as their direct successor. Can be personally cultivated. Most of them are special spiritual root talents, and at the end they also require earth spiritual roots. But Qu Jianqing was made an exception by Shi Xingfeng and became his direct disciple. Just because he admires Qu Jianqing's character and perseverance very much. Even after all these years, Shi Xingfeng still remembers the scene when he first met Qu Jianqing. That year he received news that a small cultivator family was massacred by demon cultivators, and countless tribesmen and guests were killed. He led people over to investigate, and what he saw was a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and ruins. I originally thought that this immortal cultivating family was dead, with no survivors. But they saw a 6 or 7-year-old boy crawling out from under a pile of corpses. After the little boy came out, he neither cried nor fussed, nor was he afraid or sad. He just stared blankly at the dead relatives around him without saying a word. Until Shi Xingfeng said that he would take him back to the sect and accept him as a disciple. Only then did a glimmer of light slowly come into his eyes. The first thing he said was to ask Shi Xingfeng to give him the torch and let him light the corpses of his relatives. The whole process was extremely peaceful. There is no sign of being overwhelmed by hatred and sadness. Only the perseverance in his eyes was reflected in the flames. This is Qu Jianqing. The entire family was wiped out and all relatives died. This kind of orphan start is not much better than that of Qin Jue, a beggar. Because of this experience, it also gave him a strong character and a profound desire to become stronger after practicing cultivation. Over the years, the foundation has been solid and steady. The reaction was particularly prominent in the sword technique. As a result, it allowed him to improve rapidly in the way of swordsmanship. Now, even more so than his 2 spiritual roots, the second senior brother and the 4th junior sister, were able to attack the golden elixir one step ahead. It can be seen from this. How hard did he work in cultivation and how much price he paid. With Qu Jianqing's kind of character and extremely solid foundation, if he wanted to attack the golden elixir, there would definitely not be too much of a problem. Shi Xingfeng has great confidence in him. Now that you have all the materials and are ready to attack the golden elixir, give me the materials for the crystal condensation elixir. You can rest assured and go into seclusion. I will give you the elixir in a few days. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Qu Jianqing's eyes flashed with emotion. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the materials from the storage bag and handed them to Shi Xingfeng very respectfully. Seeing that he is about to attack the Golden Core realm, Qin Jue and all his brothers and sisters wished him a successful breakthrough. Qu Jianqing nodded in response. Among them, the second senior brother Yin's Haijun was undoubtedly the most enthusiastic. Senior brother, I'm here. I wish the third junior brother success in breaking through the golden elixir. I believe that with the ability of the third junior brother, there will be no problem. If third junior brother has any materials that are not ready, just tell me and I can give them to you first. Although I haven't prepared all the materials yet, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I attack the golden elixir later. This braised gourd, with such low qualifications and starting later than me, has actually started to hit the golden elixir. It seems that I have to step up and put it on the agenda. Haha, golden elixir? I have already prepared it. Yin's Haijun is an undercover agent of the demon sect. He thinks that no one knows his secret, so he still pretends to be a generous and good senior brother. In fact, what he didn't know was that Qin Jue had already understood everything. However, I have to say that maintaining this kind of personality all year round does have an effect. Everyone present, except Qin Jue, recognized him as a good senior brother. Even Shi Xingfeng couldn't help but persuade him after hearing his words. Haijun, don't think about everything for others. Jianqing has enough materials, so just keep them for yourself. You are usually busy helping with sect affairs, and your cultivation has been delayed a lot. Now that your junior brother Jianqing is about to attack the golden elixir, you should pay more attention to your cultivation. In response, Yin's Haijun quickly and respectfully agreed, "It's master. My disciple happened to have some insights into the golden elixir recently. I will try to condense the elixir after I return. This old guy really thinks I'm not as good as the third child. As everyone knows, it is not difficult for me to break through the golden elixir. As long as I want to, I have already reached the golden elixir realm. Not only do I have the resources of the Taking sect, but I also secretly have the resources of the Pluto sect. With the combined power of the two sects, how can I be surpassed by this boring gourd? As an undercover agent of the demon sect, Yin's Haijun naturally knows the importance of strength. But at the same time, I also understand better that the beauty of a tree will be destroyed by the wind in the forest. After all, he is an undercover agent. The more eye-catching and abrupt he is, the easier it is to reveal his flaws. His usual performance is quite satisfactory, neither too strong nor too bad, which is not the best way to hide it." Chapter 44. Really? Okay. In that case, I will wait for good news from you too. Hearing Yin's Haijun say that he also wanted to try condensing pills, Shi Xingfeng was in a great mood. Originally there was only the possibility of one more golden elixir disciple, but now there was the possibility of 2 more disciples. How could he not be excited? All the brothers and sisters also gave their best wishes to Yin's Haijun, hoping that he could successfully break through the golden elixir. Yan Yunfen, I wish the second junior brother success in condensing the elixir. Chu Jianqing, best wishes to second senior brother. Shi Yingying. Yan. Qin Jue followed calmly. Qin Jue, junior brother also wishes that the second senior brother can successfully break through. The second senior brother has his own destiny and will not go crazy. Condensing the pill will definitely be done in one go, and the process will never go wrong. Second senior brother will definitely become the real person of Jindan. In fact, they are all irony. For this kind of young man who always wants to do harm to himself and is still plotting secretly. How could Qin Jue hope that he could break through easily? It's best to go crazy and strike with lightning from the beginning. Even if you succeed in condensing the pill, it will explode in an accident. Naturally, Yin's Haijun didn't know about this. Whether it was Qin Jue or other senior brothers and sisters, he responded very enthusiastically one by one. At this time, Shi Xingfeng suddenly looked at Qin Jue and Yan. He said with a serious face, "Yan Jue, you two will practice well in the sect from now on. If you don't achieve the golden elixir, don't leave. This is the order given to you by my master." After what happened to Yan, he was really afraid that something might happen to his 2 Tianligan disciples again. It's master. If this disciple doesn't become a golden elixir, he will never step out of the sect again. Yan said respectfully. Qin Jue, disciple is the same. Nodding, Shi Xingfeng's face softened slightly, and he continued, just in time, the branch conference for foundation building disciples will begin soon. You can stay in the sect and practice hard to prepare for the fight for the cave. The branch conference is held every 10 years. It is an opportunity given by the sect to the strong foundation building disciples. The stronger the strength, the better the Lingshan Cave Palace you will get. I hope that by then, you both can get a nice mountain and go out to build your own cave. Branch government meeting. Yan's originally downcast eyes now lit up slightly. Disciples will work harder to practice and strive to obtain the best mountain peak. Qin Jue also nodded, saying that he would also work hard. At the same time, I thought about the difference between the 4th senior sister peak and the senior sister peak that I had visited before. A good mountain peak not only has good scenery, but also is comfortable to live in. It also has high spiritual energy. Cultivation will definitely be faster than living in a poor place. Looks like we're going to have a good fight this time. Thinking of these, Qin Bulletin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Afterwards, Shi Xingfeng explained some principles and matters in cultivating immortals to the disciples, and did not send them back until the sunset. Return to your residence. Qin Jue found that the door to his room was missing. Looking at the remaining traces, his eyes were slightly cold. Did you really take action after all? Even the door was smashed directly. Do you think you are going to take me? Then a sneer appeared, haha, luckily I had already dealt with it. He didn't use it to find anyone. Or let people from the sect investigate. Because there is no evidence to point to the second senior brother Yin's Haijun. Once the reaction is too large, it will inevitably arouse the other party's alert, and the methods may be even more insidious. Based on the other party's reputation in the sect, I'm afraid no one will believe him. And he couldn't reveal his ability to eavesdrop on his heart. Qin Jue didn't need to take the initiative to provoke him. Now Master Shi Xingfeng and the masters in the sect are back. It is no longer possible for Yin's Haijun to arrange for people from the demon sect to come in. As long as they are within the sect, there is no need to worry too much. To put it bluntly, in the world of immortality, strength speaks for itself. In the future, as long as he cultivates and becomes stronger, he will be able to ignore the plots of the second and fifth boys or the targets of the demon sect. Say so. However, Qin Jue was not in a hurry to practice. Instead, he made detailed plans for himself. This was something I thought about when I was discussing Taoism with senior sister Yan Yunfan. During the 8 days of discussing with the other party, he gained a lot, especially some details about retreat practice, reasonable arrangements, etc. Although Yan Yunfan has been practicing hard in seclusion at the peak of his cave all year round. But she didn't close the door tightly. Rather, it is about making your own reasonable arrangements for cultivation and making adjustments that are most comfortable for you. It is impossible to keep moving forward forever if you immerse yourself in hard work. The way to cultivate immortality is not only about strength, but also about the all-round transformation of life classes. The further you go, the more you need to understand nature, understand the laws of heaven and earth, and understand the myriad ways. That's why senior sister Yan Yunfan learned painting while practicing. The purpose is to relax your mind and appreciate the beauty of the world, so as to resolve chaotic and disorderly negative emotions and sort out and verify them into a path that is beneficial to you. Simply put, it is. Cultivation requires relaxation, and a balance between work and rest. Only then can the body, method, Tao, and skills be achieved and all aspects go hand in hand. After realizing this, Qin Jue planned to implement it when he came back. He directly arranged a detailed training schedule for himself. Among them, exercises, spells, talismans, painting methods, alchemy methods, formations, swordsmanship, etc. cannot be learned and practiced every day. Instead, they are divided into details, focusing on practicing 1 or 2 types every day, alternating day by day. Although it seems like a lot. But he has an incredible understanding and is not afraid of biting off more than he can chew. In addition, the Tao or Dharma he chooses to practice are all blessed by golden entries. No matter which method, as long as there is a golden entry, he is directly the top talent in this path. In this state of full understanding and talent, no matter how much he learns, he can become the top in this field. The truth is, excellent people will shine wherever they are, no matter what they do, they will be strong and cultivated more. The fusion of Taoism and Dharma can also lead to understanding of stronger Taoism and Dharma. The more proficient you are in all techniques, the less likely you are to have shortcomings. There are also more trump cards. In this way, not only does the practice become more rich and interesting. No matter what happens, you can deal with it better. After sorting out your schedule and making reasonable arrangements for future practice, Qin Jue began to practice according to the order above. But among the magicians who already have top-notch talents, only the alchemy and formation methods have not yet begun actual practice. One of them was recently acquired and I haven't had time yet. The other one is that we haven't understood this aspect yet. No matter what spells or Taoist techniques you learn, it won't work without basic knowledge in this area. Although he has top-notch talents, he still has to look at the methods of his predecessors before he can cultivate his own style of alchemy and formations faster and better. This day, Chen Peng, who happened to be helping him collect the second-level materials, happened to send a message through the communication talisman and asked him to meet, saying that he had collected the materials of 30,000 spirit stones. Qin Jue's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the message on the messenger talisman. Chapter 45. Just in time, I can ask Shen Peng to help me collect some books on alchemy and formations. While muttering to himself, Qin Jue went out to meet Chen Peng. After meeting, I realized that the collection of materials had been slow in the past few days because most of the disciples had gone out to deal with Yayan and the demon sect. Chen Peng said with emotion, "Fortunately, senior brother Ye came back safely, otherwise I don't know how long it will take to collect these second-level green bamboos and materials. There is nothing we can do about it. Just receive the materials." Qin Jue nodded to express his understanding. After putting away the second-level materials such as the second-level green bamboo, he continued, "Help me collect some books related to alchemy and formations. I want them no matter what level they are. Books on formations and alchemy." After hearing his words, Chen Peng was immediately surprised. Senior brother Qin still plans to learn formations and alchemy. Senior brother Qin is so amazing. He is strong in cultivation and talismans. Now he is also developing alchemy and formation techniques. He is simply an all-around genius. Qin Jue, research as you like. Chen Peng. I remember, my senior brother seemed to have said that Fu Dao was just painting casually. Chen Peng collects books and materials very quickly. The next day, I brought 30 or 40 books on alchemy and formations, including many notebooks written by monks who specialized in one of them. With books and notes. In the previous rounds, every time it was his turn to practice alchemy and formations, he would take them out to study and study. That's all. He practices according to the schedule every day. There are more things to do every day. Qin Jue gradually felt a lot more fulfilled. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. This day, an impressive young man was welcomed into the yard. Seeing this person appear, Qin Jue couldn't help but look surprised. He opened his mouth and asked, "Junior brother yet? Why do you want to come to my place?" The visitor was Yayan, who lived relatively close to the dojo on the top of the mountain. In the more than 3 years since they started working together, Yayan has never taken the initiative to come to Qin Jue. Therefore, Qin Jue was surprised when he saw the other party coming to his door for the first time. Hear Qin Jue's words. Yayan said with a sincere face at this time, "Fifth senior brother, junior brother came to you this time just to repay senior brother for his previous help. If it weren't for fifth senior brother's spiritual talisman, junior brother would have been captured by the demon sect. In the end, I don't know what the situation will be." With that said, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Jue, and continued, "These are all the second-level talisman materials that I asked my family to collect for my senior brother. My senior brother gave me the list of materials before. I didn't forget any of them, and I helped him collect them all. I hope senior brother doesn't dislike it. This is what I collected by reducing my cultivation time this month, continuously urging my family, wasting a lot of effort, and agreeing to many conditions from my family. However, all this is to repay the kindness of the fifth senior brother, it is worth it." Looking at Yayan with a sincere and respectful face, and hearing the other person's thoughts, Qin Jue could not help but sigh in his heart. This boy has become a lot more mature after experiencing this life and death crisis. Seeing that his posture is so low, and the second-level materials are indeed what he needs. Qin Jue thought for a moment and couldn't refuse. He took the storage bag and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you are so polite. This is what it should be. After hearing this, Yan suddenly expressed humility and gratitude. If it weren't for senior brother's spiritual talisman, I wouldn't be as safe and sound as I am now. Besides, the fifth brother's spiritual talisman is so powerful, I will never be without it if I need it again in the future. Fifth senior brother's talismans are really useful. Not only are they of perfect quality, but they are also of the second level. If you go out, you need to prepare more. It's just a pity that I don't have much talent or patience for alchemy. Coupled with the previous things, I have been slacking off recently. I said before that I would help fifth senior brother make elixirs, but unfortunately, I still can't even make a first-grade high-grade elixir. The fifth senior brother has already mastered the second-level high-grade spiritual talismans. This gap in talent is too difficult to make up for. It seems that in the future I should concentrate on training first and improve my strength before considering alchemy. Yan thinks so. It's because he believes that he and Qin Jue both have heavenly spiritual roots, and they are destined not to have much difference in cultivation, but it's hard to say about other things such as alchemy, talismans, and talismans. Moreover, because of what happened last time, after coming back for more than a month to digest it, he has successfully broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. It's just a little effort. I wish my junior brother could come back safely. Hearing Yan's words, Qin Jue smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Yan couldn't help but nodded and sighed, yes. I'm back safely. There was some lingering fear in his tone. However, this time is a blessing in disguise. After this incident, I have some enlightenment. I have successfully broken through the middle stage of foundation building a few days ago. After sighing, Yan said with a hint of joy in his eyes. Experience has risks, but it also has many benefits. It is not easy to practice after foundation building. This incident actually accelerated my breakthrough to the middle stage. The fifth senior brother has been in the sect, so I think I haven't broken through so quickly. However, after hearing his words, Qin Jue smiled faintly and said, "Congratulations, junior brother. I have just broken through to the middle stage." Yan? What? What's going on? Why did you just break through? At this time, after listening to Qin Jue's words, Yan's mind was filled with questions. Obviously every time I feel I can surpass the fifth senior brother. But finally, the facts will tell him, no, you don't. But why do I feel this way every time? Is it really an illusion? I learned something from life and death this time, so I can break through the middle stage so quickly. The fifth senior brother has never left the sect. How did he achieve the middle stage of foundation building so quickly? Why can the fifth senior brother be consistent with me every time? Are the cultivation talents and speed really so similar between Enlightenment? But it's a bit too synchronous. Fifth senior brother and I don't do the same thing every day, right? Or is it a complete waste of time to go out for training? No matter how he thinks about it now, Yan can't understand how Qin Jue has always been so consistent with his own realm. Fifth senior brother has not gone out to practice, but has been in seclusion in the sect. He can improve so quickly. It is really amazing. They are all heavenly spiritual roots. I think I can do it. It seems I have to work harder to practice. After thinking for a long time, he quickly felt that this was because Tianligan's talent was relatively strong. I also thought it was a waste of time to go out this time. I thought in my mind that I would go into seclusion and practice harder when I went back. Thinking of this, Yan immediately said with firm eyes, "Congratulations to fifth senior brother for breaking through the midterm. The branch conference will start in 2 months. Fifth senior brother, please prepare well. Junior brother, I'll take my leave and go back to practice. Anyway, thank you senior brother for the talisman before." After saying that, he said goodbye and left directly. The speed is extremely fast, as if staying for a minute longer wastes a lot of practice time. Looking at Yan's hurried away figure, Qin Jue couldn't help but have a faint smile on his face. Middle stage of foundation building? I'm not that anymore. Chapter 46. After Ye Yan left, Qin Jue checked the storage bag given by the other party. Just opened it and took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy. It is full of various second-level talisman materials. They were all on the list that Chen Peng had compiled before. And the portions of each are pretty big. The total materials in the entire storage bag are enough to draw hundreds of second-level talismans. Compared with the spiritual talisman that I asked Chen Peng to give to the other party at that time, the value is not even a little bit different. A few talismans were exchanged for so many materials. It's a profit. However, we really need to be well prepared for the branch meeting in 2 months. Then Qin Jue thought to himself about what Ye Yan said when he left. The branch conference can only be attended by foundation building disciples. It is a kind of encouragement given by the sect to the stronger foundation building disciples. In each session, only those who have achieved rankings are eligible to choose a third-level Lingshan cave provided by the sect to live in. Although these peaks are not as good as the 36 main peaks and some higher peaks, they are still beautiful Lingshan caves with good scenery. There are no disciples in taking sect who are not strong enough, and generally they cannot live there. Every battle for the cave can be said to be an opportunity for the foundation building disciples of the taking sect. After all, this is a third-level Lingshan cave alone. Not to mention foundation building, even those in the Golden Core realm cannot turn a blind eye. In your own Lingshan cave, you can improve faster and with more freedom than practicing on a main peak or a high-level mountain with other disciples. Although the spiritual energy of the main peak is of high quality, the big and best caves generally belong to the peak masters, elders, and others. There are so many disciples in each realm below, so the caves can only be divided into first-level caves. Of course, there are other worse caves on lower-level peaks. Although these peaks are independent, most of them only have a small area suitable for cultivation. It is better to grab spiritual energy from the main peak and fellow sects. Therefore, even if many disciples have established a foundation and are qualified to open their own caves, many will still choose to build caves on their masters or on the main peaks they have joined. And what the branch conference brought out were all peaks with third-level spiritual veins. Facing such a good cave abode, one can imagine how envious the foundation building disciples without high-level cave abodes would be. Therefore, many foundation building disciples will attend every sector-level conference. The cave that fourth senior sister went to when she first came here should also be a third-level spiritual peak. I wonder if she also obtained it by participating in the branch conference. Thinking of the branch conference, Qin Jue could not help but think of the Yuheng micro-cave mansion that he had visited before when he entered. Although it is a bit worse than the senior sister Yan Yunfen who went to the peak not long ago, the spiritual energy in it is not bad. After all, I just took a shower there and then directly entered the first level of Qi refining. It's not a competition for Qi refining disciples, it's just a stage for new disciples. The branch conference is a gathering of foundation building disciples who have entered the taking sect in various periods of time, and can be said to be the real mainstay of taking. Because once you reach foundation building, regardless of the level of talent, as long as it is a mass talent, most of them will be stuck in this realm for many years. There are a lot of people with poor talent who will end up here for the rest of their lives. Those who can participate in the competition for the cave this time must not be underestimated. Therefore, in order to compete for a good cave abode next, Qin Jue decided to make good preparations. The sword master's attack should be pretty good, and his spells can no longer be as single as before. After thinking for a moment, he also eventually decided to focus on magic and swordsmanship. 2 kendo techniques. A taking sword control technique, and a 9 heavens wind and thunder sword technique. Now they have reached a certain level of proficiency and their combat power is very good. It can be regarded as one of Qin Jue's trump cards. He was not prepared to expose himself until necessary. As for spells, they are naturally based on the water system. After all, he has always shown his water-type heavenly spiritual root to others. This is almost universally known to everyone in the taking sect, and it is not easy to expose other types of magic now. However, although it is still the water system, the participants this time are all foundation-building monks. It is obviously impossible to continue to rely on a water wall technique and continue to recreate the situation in the Qi training competition. I have to think of some second-level spells in the foundation-building period. Foundation-building monks have undergone transformation of spiritual power and mana, and their structure is essentially different from the water wall spell in the Qi refining stage. Not only are they all casting second-level spells, but each of them also has various trump cards, and their power is even more terrifying. Another point is that most of the people who can really achieve results in this kind of competition will be in the later stage of foundation building with stronger spiritual power. Therefore, it is unrealistic for Qin Jue to achieve results with just one Qi refining spell. After all, the nature of Qi refining spells and second-level spells after foundation building are very different, and they are not the same thing at all. However, it is different if it is a second-level spell. With his foundation and strength, he doesn't need to practice for too long, and when the time comes, he will definitely be much better than other foundation-building disciples. But the water system is generally good at control and defense, but this will be passive. When the time comes, it will waste a lot of time like the water wall technique, and maybe it will attract more attention. How can we easily win using only water spells? While thinking, he kept sorting out the water spells he had learned in his mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the Fu Dao that he was currently best at, and the formation that he just started learning not long ago. Spells, talismans, formations. The magic talisman is to seal the magic power into the talisman paper of a special material through the talisman pen and runes as well as one's own skills and experience, thus performing the equivalent of casting a spell. The formation method is equivalent to arranging one or more spells in series on the earth or special places through various materials and spiritual stones. Actually, after all is said and done, it's essentially just using magic. Why don't I integrate the concept of formation into the casting of spells, and finally use spells to set up the formation? Just do it if you think of it. Qin Jue sat cross-legged. Start trying to use different water spells to set up formations. During this period, I tried different permutations and combinations to integrate the advantages of various water spells. I want to use the magic power to be more powerful. But they all failed at first. This kind of fusion is nothing short of whimsical and cannot be that easy. If it were simple, it would have been discovered long ago. But none of this troubled him. Because he has the golden entry top comprehension. Soon, with the blessing of top-notch understanding, after countless permutations and combinations of spells, several combinations finally emerged to achieve a simple small formation. Where there is one there are two. Soon, after the first success, Qin Jue gradually gained experience, and with the blessing of top-notch understanding, he frequently fell into epiphanies and tried through constant deductions. He was finally able to combine 3 second-level water defense spells to form an attack array. It is not enough to develop a water spell formation. He continued to be immersed in the fusion of spells and formations. Time passed by unconsciously. Chapter 47. In addition to studying the deduction of spells and formation combinations, Qin Jue. During this period, he also drew a lot of second-level spiritual talismans to use as his foundation and reserves for participating in the battle for the cave. At the same time, he also improved his water spells and learned almost all the second-level water spells he could learn. Later on, the combination of magic talismans and formations was even deduced. With this substantial preparation and study. 2 months later. Until the day before the conference. Suddenly, a long-lost moving and sweet sound came from the yard. I'm back from training. Fifth junior brother, fifth junior brother. Are you in retreat again? There was a lot of excitement and joy in his tone. Hearing this voice and the movement outside, Qin Jue couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Stop studying spells. Qin Jue opened the door and said in surprise, "Fourth senior sister is back." Seeing Qin Jue coming out, Yi Hongwei's beautiful eyes suddenly glowed with starlight. "Yes, I came back after almost completing my training. When I came back, I saw that the door of junior brother's room was closed, so I wanted to see if you were retreating in the room again. As expected, junior brother is still working hard. Ah, I haven't seen you for so long, and the fifth junior brother is still so handsome. I have been away for so long, and I miss my junior brother's handsome face every day. When I came back, I came here immediately to see it. Now that I have seen it, I feel that the days of training outside have become more meaningful." Haha, senior sister is ridiculous. Retreat is just a daily routine. I have long been used to it. Qin Jue touched his nose and said. "Senior sister, on the other hand, you have been practicing abroad for a long time. How did you gain? Did you encounter any dangers?" He continued to ask with concern. Seeing Qin Jue caring about him, Yi Hongwei was immediately moved. Fifth junior brother really cares about me. It's true that I miss fifth junior brother all the time outside. Then, her eyes flashed with memories, and she began to slowly tell Qin Jue about her experiences abroad during this time. "I've been through a lot since I got out. Went to the south of Jingguo, very interesting, giggle. At that time, I also encountered two Jindan real people fighting. It was a fierce fight. The mountains collapsed, the ground split, the forest was destroyed, and the trees were broken. It was quite exciting. Many spiritual beasts were affected and died. Fortunately, I was far away at the time. Moreover, you don't know, those three-eyed demon wolves are so powerful. If it weren't for the talisman given by my junior brother, it would be difficult for me to break out of the siege of these demon wolves. Although I was surrounded by demon wolves at that time, I chose a direction and killed them with my magic, without using any magic talismans at all. But after all, my junior brother gave so many gifts for my sake. Saying this can make him feel that giving me the talisman is useful and helpful. I am so grateful. Not only can he continue to care about me in the future, but it can also bring my junior brother and me closer together." After listening to her story, especially when she talked about being surrounded by three-eyed demon wolves at the end, Qin Jue touched his nose calmly, pretending not to know and sighed, "I didn't expect that senior sister would have such a wonderful experience outside. Since my magic talisman is so useful, senior sister can always tell me if you need it next time." Yi Hongwei didn't know that Qin Jue could actually hear his heart. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Jue seriously and nodded repeatedly, Yeah, thanks to junior brother's magic talisman, I will definitely tell junior brother if I need it next time." As she spoke, she raised her hand with a flash of light and took out an exquisite gift box made of spirit wood from the storage bag. "In order to thank my junior brother for saving my life with your magic talisman, I came back this time to bring you a gift. I hope you like it." "A gift?" Qin Jue was surprised. "It's just a little effort, there's no need to give me a gift." In response, Yi Hongwei directly stuffed the talisman into his hand and said, "This is a return gift from me specifically to thank you for the talisman. If you don't accept it, I won't want your talisman next time." "Okay." Having said that, Qin Jue couldn't refuse, so he took the gift box. "Open it quickly and take a look. I think you will like it." Yi Hongwei urged him to open it and take a look. Nodding, Qin Jue slowly opened the exquisite gift box about a foot long in his hand. What caught my eye was a talisman pen with a faint golden fluorescence. This talisman pen is exquisitely shaped. There are many complicated microformation runes carved on the pen barrel. The brush strokes are also made of high-level spiritual animal hair, which also contains powerful spiritual power. Qin Jue's eyes lit up when he saw this talisman pen. As a second-level high-level talisman master, he naturally knows a lot about talisman pens. This talisman can be seen as a third-level talisman pen at a glance, and its quality is extremely high and its value is very extraordinary. It definitely belongs to the handiwork of a master of weapon refining. Seeing his expression, Yi Hongwei nodded with satisfaction. The introduction said, "This third-order talisman pen is called Wangtian Ling Hao. The pen barrel is made from the heart of the 10,000-year-old golden phoebe tree, and the tip of the pen is made from the ear hair of the late third-order spiritual beast Wangtian Niu. Among all the third-level talisman pens currently in Jingguo, it is the best and the best, bar none." Wangtian Ling Hao. After listening to Yi Hongwei's introduction, Qin Buletin couldn't help but take it out of the gift box and hold it in his hand to look at it carefully. Just as soon as he came into contact, he instantly felt a sense of purity and nature flow into his heart. His mind calmed down a lot, and at the same time, he became clearer about the details of the talisman drawings he had mastered. Great pen. This is the third-level talisman pen corresponding to the third-level talisman master of Jindan level. And according to Yi Hongwei, it is still the best among all third-order talisman pens. Third-level talisman pens are very valuable. It is unimaginable how valuable this sky-gazing spirit hair is. He estimated that even many third-level talisman masters in the Golden Core realm would rarely have such a precious and top-level talisman pen. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongwei actually gave one to herself. Giving him a second-level talisman master and using this top-level third-level talisman pen is too luxurious. As far as he knew, the worst third-level talisman pen would cost 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. He estimated that he would need at least 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones to get the top-grade Wangtian Ling Hao he currently had. Yi Hongwei also said that it was to thank herself for giving her the magic talisman. But the value of this third-level talisman pen is many times more precious than the spiritual talismans he gave away. There are very few such top-grade talisman pens on the market, and they are basically priced but not available. It is impossible to buy it within the sect. Generally, it is only possible to find a high-level weapon refiner to customize it, and the price is also very high. Under such conditions, even if Qin Jue had enough spirit stones, he would not be able to get them himself in a short time. To be able to bring out such a treasure, fourth senior sister is too generous. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of the fourth senior sister Yi Hongwei. Understand that she does not lack her second-level spiritual talismans at all. Even such a priceless top-level third-level talisman pen can be given to herself. If she really wants the talisman, why not buy it casually? Although the quality of most of the paintings on the market is not as good as those painted by yourself, it is not impossible to win with quantity. After all, I am only one person, so no matter how many talismans I draw, they are limited. Tisk, tisk, it seems that my fourth senior sister is quite wealthy and is most likely a rich woman. Chapter 48. I like this sky-gazing spirit hair very much. Senior sister is so considerate, and junior brother doesn't even know how to repay it. Qin Jue put the talisman pen into his storage bag and thanked Yi Hongwei. Junior brother, just like it. I happened to meet this talisman pen at an auction. I thought you were good at talismans, junior brother, so I took a photo of it and gave it to you. As for repaying, I'm your senior sister. It's normal to give something to your junior brother. You don't have to take it to heart. If you really want to repay me, then give me some talismans drawn with this talisman pen. Seeing Qin Jue say that she likes him very much, she wants to repay him. Yi Hongwei's pretty face was filled with a smile and she could not hide her joy. At the same time, she waved her hand and looked nonchalantly like a senior sister. In fact, there was another voice in her heart at this time. The fifth junior brother is very talented in talisman. It should be a matter of time before he can advance to the third-level talisman master. Giving him this third-level talisman pen will probably help him a lot. This Wangtian Ling Hao is the treasure of my fairy city. I went back this time, but it took a lot of effort to convince my parents to give it to me. The fifth junior brother likes it so much, so it is really worth all my efforts. Hear these voices. Qin Jue's eyes suddenly showed emotion. He did not expect that the talisman pen given to him by the fourth senior sister was actually obtained by her when she went back and begged her parents. Senior sister is also very kind to me. On the surface, I said we happened to meet each other at an auction, but he gave me his treasure as a gift. Wait, Fairy City. Senior sister's home has a fairy city. Hear Yi Hongwei's thoughts behind her. Qin Jue discovered that this fourth senior sister who had always taken good care of him had such a big background. He couldn't help but look at the other person twice more, feeling filled with emotion in his heart. No wonder she is so generous, she is really a rich woman. And she's a rich woman from a top-notch background like Fairy City. Tisk, tisk, fourth senior sister is too powerful. Having been with Yi Hongwei for so long, he has always been closest to Yi Hongwei. It can be said that from the first day, the other party has taken care of him like a family member and a younger brother. But she didn't say the other person's specific background, and Qin Jue never asked about it. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be from the Xiancheng family. In the world of immortality, anything that can be called an immortal city is generally good. In order to exchange for the resources that are most suitable for them, monks often choose to go to markets with strength and resources. It is divided into Xiaofang City, Dafang City, and finally Fairy City. The larger the market, the more resources there are, the largest flow of people, and naturally the wealthier it will be. And Fairy City is the largest term for the city. Among the people who are in charge of guarding, at least there is Jindan Genren. One can imagine how rich and powerful this fairy city is. It is this kind of wealthy and powerful fairy city, but senior sister Yi Hongwei is able to give away a treasure that can save the store. It can be seen that his identity is definitely not simple. Well, it seems that if you have the opportunity in the future, you should know more about my rich senior sister. When Qin Jue was in his thoughts, Yi Hongwei suddenly spoke again. By the way, junior brother, the quality of the talismans you drew is very high. During the time I have been out, I have never seen anything better than the quality of your drawings. It would be too wasteful to only sell such good talismans within the sect. Not only is the demand not large, but the income is also very limited. Moreover, if you, junior brother, break through to the third-level talisman master in the future, high-level spiritual talismans such as the third level will be more difficult to take in the section. If you want to earn more spiritual stones or buy more high-level spiritual talismans, I can help you. Oh, senior sister, is there still such a way? Qin Jue was suddenly curious. Yes, no matter how many talismans you have, no matter what level they are, I can eat them, and the price can be at least 10% higher than the sect. Yi Hongwei immediately patted her chest and said very confidently. I returned to Immortal City at that time and showed my junior brother's talisman to the talisman masters of Immortal City. Several talisman masters were amazed and said it was the most perfect talisman. Furthermore, the fifth junior brother is a second-level talisman master at such a young age and has very good potential. My parents both hope to have a long-term cooperation with a talented talisman master like his junior brother. Cooperating with my junior brother was also one of the conditions for obtaining the third-level talisman pen Wangtian Ling Hao. Good junior brother, just promise senior sister. After hearing these thoughts, Qin Jue realized that the other party actually had such conditions in order to give him a talisman pen. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at Yi Hongwei with a hint of kindness. Obviously he also wanted something, but he didn't ask for it before giving him the talisman pen. Instead, I gave him the talisman pen first, and then I fulfilled my family's request in a way that was for my own benefit, without putting any pressure on myself or any conditions that I had to agree to. Senior sister is standing by her wholeheartedly. He understands. In the world of cultivating immortals, talisman masters, alchemy masters, and weapon refiners are all very popular. craftsmen. Especially high-level craftsmen. You are a welcome guest everywhere. Especially in the markets of immortal cultivators such as Fangxi and Xiancheng, they are worthy of spending a lot of money to win over. If the talisman masters, alchemists, etc. cooperate, the higher the level of the talismans and elixirs refined, the better the quality, and they can even directly determine the rise and fall of a city or a fairy city. I saw her patting her chest and saying this. For the moment, Qin Jue couldn't directly expose the things that he could listen to. After thinking about it, I had to pretend to be curious and asked, our sect says it is not big, but it is not small in Jingguo. I have sold a lot of talismans before. Since senior sister said that no matter what the grade, no matter how much, you can eat it, and you can do this, after thinking about it, the only one I can think of is the immortal city. Is there any way for senior sister to build an immortal city? Yi Hongwei didn't think much about this. He replied directly, of course, my family is from Immortal City, junior brother, just don't worry. It turns out that senior sister is from Fairy City. Qin Jue suddenly looked surprised and pretended not to know, why haven't you heard senior sister say that before? You didn't ask before. Yi Hong blinked her beautiful eyes. Qin Jue smiled sheepishly, yes, which fairy city does that senior sister come from? Yi Hongwei, my home is, of course, Yi Tianxian City. Yishan Immortal City. Qin Jue looked Yi Hongwei up and down and exclaimed, do you remember that this is one of the largest immortal cities in Jingguo? Senior sister, you are usually very low-key. He had heard about Yi Tianxian City before. I know that it is one of the 3 great immortal cities, and it is also a giant in Jingguo. Unexpectedly, the 4th senior sister, who usually does not act like a second-generation fairy from a rich family, actually has such a strong background. Sure enough, it was not easy for anyone to be accepted as a direct disciple by Shi Xingfeng, the leader of the Taking sect. After all, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to find the worst spiritual route for cultivating immortals. Only descendants of immortal city like senior sister, or immortal cultivation families like Yayan and Chu Jianqing, have many high-level immortal cultivation seedlings. Even those 2 senior brothers were trained by people from the demon sect. It is conceivable that if Qin Jue had not joined Fengling Yueying, he would have never been able to have such strong all-attribute top-level talents as an ordinary beggar. Chapter 49. Since Yishan Immortal City belongs to Senior Sister's family, then if I need any spiritual talismans in the future, I will directly hand it over to Senior Sister to help me handle it. After learning about Yi Hongwei's background, Qin Jue immediately agreed to her proposal. I have mastered so many top talents, and I will have more than just magic talismans in the future. In the future, there will definitely be pills, formations, and even more things to be sold in exchange for the resources he needs to cultivate immortality. It would be fine if there were only spiritual talismans, but then there were more of them, and it was really difficult to be satisfied just within the sect. It would be better to have a fairy city. And senior sister, a person from the fairy city, can help directly, so there is no need to worry about any complicated troubles in the middle. Besides, Yi Hongwei has always been kind to herself. Although he agreed to the family's conditions this time, everything was ultimately for his own good, to give himself a 3rd-level talisman pen, and to make his talisman more valuable. There is no reason not to agree. That's great, junior brother, don't worry. Senior sister will definitely not let you suffer a loss and will help you sell the magic talisman at the best price. When Yi Hongwei heard this, he couldn't help being happy and assured Qin Jue. Then Yi Hongwei suddenly remembered something, frowned slightly, and asked, by the way, when I came back, I heard that junior brother Ye was almost kidnapped by the demon sect. After hearing her say this, Qin Jue briefly told her about Ye Yan. Yi Hongwei heard this and immediately said with indignation, this demon sect is so abominable, they dare to plot against the disciples of my sect Master Peak. Then there was a cold light in his eyes, it's a pity that I went to the south for training this time and was too far away from here, so I didn't receive the news at the first time. Otherwise, I would definitely let those people from the demon sect taste the power of the disciples of my sect Master Peak. Fortunately, junior brother Ye came back safely in the end. Since they covet junior brother Ye's spiritual root, they must have heard some news about you, fifth junior brother. As she spoke, her pretty face was full of worry. Junior brother, you must not leave the sect at will in the future, lest you will be targeted by the demon sect again. Before, I wanted to invite my junior brother to go out with me to practice. Fortunately, you didn't go out with me. If something happened to you, I would definitely go crazy. If something happens to the fifth junior brother, even if the entire fairy city becomes the enemy of the demon sect, I swear I will make them pay the price. Speaking of the last invitation, Yi Hongwei looked frightened. She was thinking that if something happened to Qin Jue, she would stand up for him no matter what the cost. Senior sister, don't worry. I'm too busy practicing every day. I won't go out if I have nothing to do. Seeing this, Qin Jue nodded and comforted her. That's good, that's good. If something really happens to you, senior sister, I. Seeing Qin Jue say this, Yi Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Some words don't need to be said clearly, Qin Jue also understands what she means. I couldn't help but feel slightly moved in my heart. After talking about Ye Yan, Yi Hongwei talked about the fight for the cave again. Junior brother, you have built the foundation and can open your own cave. You will definitely participate in this branch conference. How are you preparing now? When Qin Jue heard this, he smiled lightly and said, I do want to participate. I have been preparing for this branch conference for a month or two. Then he looked at Yi Hongwei and asked, why, doesn't senior sister have a cave? Do you want to participate this time? Seeing his uninformed look, Yi Hongwei explained, the situation this time is quite special. I received news not long ago that in this competition for the cave, 2 peaks with 4th level spiritual veins will be released for the disciples to compete. After hearing the news, I hurried back just to participate in the branch conference. I wanted to try to see if I had a chance to compete for the 4th level spiritual vein cave. Fortunately, the time was just right. So that's it. Qin Jue heard her explanation and suddenly said, I have been in retreat for the past 2 months, preparing for the battle for the cave, but I don't have time to understand these specific things. This is a cave with 4th level spiritual veins. In the Taking sect, the number of such high-level caves is very small. Even the monks above the foundation level usually have few of them. This time, it was used as a reward for the disciple branch conference in the foundation building period. No one wanted to miss this opportunity easily. No wonder Yi Hongwei already has her own cave and is eager to come back to participate. About the battle for the cave, Qin Jue also understood. In Taking sect, inner disciples generally have their own caves or mountain peaks. It's just that these caves in Lingshan are good and bad. The bad ones often only have a small area suitable for cultivation, the spiritual energy is generally not strong enough, the location is not good, and there is no good scenery. Well, not only is the scenery good and the location is good, but first of all, the quality of spiritual energy is the most basic indicator. The better the mountain, the higher the quality of spiritual energy. It is many times better to practice than a poor cave. Some of them, even on a mountain peak, there can be hundreds of caves suitable for cultivation at the same time. One can imagine how helpful a good cave will be to spiritual practice. Therefore, in Taking sect, those who can own a mountain as a cave are all extremely outstanding disciples. And the cave mansion is released every time at the branch conference. It is these outstanding foundation building disciples who were eliminated after they were upgraded to Golden Core Elders and had better caves. There are also some who have better places to go and are left behind after leaving the sect. Or it may have been unable to break through, or it was naturally vacant after an unexpected death. In addition, the sect occasionally develops new caves suitable for cultivation. Under these various reasons, each time the caves accumulate to a certain amount, the sect will hold a branch conference to compete for the cave. Let all the foundation building disciples who want it compete fairly. Finally, choose based on ranking. When the branch meeting was held this time, 17 peaks were vacant. What's more special is, this time, 2 mountains with 4th level spiritual veins were also put into competition by the sect. For cultivators, spiritual veins are very important and can often directly determine whether a monk can advance to a higher level. Wealth, companionship, law, and land are all indispensable. If any one of these is missing, it will be difficult to cultivate to a high level. Therefore, those cultivators who have no background and are born among ordinary people can generally only take the most difficult path of cultivating immortals as mortals on their own. And the final achievements were extremely limited. The spirit vein cave is the land. If you want to go further on the path of cultivating immortality, no one wants to fight for it. The 4th level of spiritual veins generally corresponds to the level of nascent soul true Lord. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth born in it can meet the cultivation needs of nascent soul monks. Its effect is not inferior to any of the 36 main peaks, but it is smaller. There are very few people in the sect who can occupy the peaks with this kind of 4th level spiritual veins as cave dwellings. Among Qin Jue's 4 senior brothers and sisters, only senior sister Yan Yunfan's cave has 4th level spiritual veins, and the other 3 only occupy 3rd level spiritual veins. It is conceivable that after releasing 2 4th level spiritual peaks this time, how fierce it will be to participate in this battle for the cave. It seems that I can't hide too much strength this time. As long as I can win the 4th level spiritual vein cave, it's not impossible to show some of my trump cards if necessary. Think of this. Qin Bulletin couldn't help but secretly thought in his heart. Chapter 50. Qin Jue estimates that this battle for the cave will probably become the strongest foundation building battle. Facing the temptation of 4th level spiritual veins, there will definitely be many old foundation building disciples who originally had 3rd level spiritual veins who will also participate. After all, once you can rank in the top 2, you can replace the original 3rd level cave mansion with a 4th level spiritual mountain. It can be said that it is directly related to the key to whether you can be promoted to the Golden Core realm in the future. Especially those veteran foundation builders who have been stuck in foundation building for a long time and have been unable to attack the condensed core. I am afraid that no matter how high the price is, they will try their best to push forward. In addition to these veteran foundation building disciples who are stuck in foundation building, there are also genius disciples like his 4th senior sister. Although they are young, their talents are outstanding and cannot be underestimated. At this time, Yihong showed curiosity when she learned that Qin Jue had been preparing for 2 months to participate in the battle for the cave. Asked, junior brother has actually been preparing for this battle for the cave for 2 months. I don't know what your strength is now, but are you confident that you can win a cave? In response, Qin Jue smiled faintly and said, my cultivation has been going well during this period. I have reached the mid-stage of foundation building not long ago, and I feel that I will be able to break through to the late stage soon. As for winning a cave, I think it shouldn't be a problem. It's the middle stage? Junior brother's level has improved so fast. Yihong Gui said in surprise, it's only been a few months since you succeeded in building the foundation, right? I didn't expect to be in the middle stage so soon. You are indeed a genius of Tianligan. When I was in the early to mid stage of foundation building, I remember that it took me 3 years to reach it. The 5th junior brother did it so quickly. I really envy this kind of top talent. After the surprise, Yihong thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Well, your strength is pretty good in the middle stage of foundation building. With your talent, you should have a chance to compete for the 3rd level spiritual vein cave. I'm very optimistic about you. It probably won't be a big problem. There must be a lot of late-stage foundation building disciples participating in the branch conference this time, but if you want to compete for the top 2 to choose the 4th level spiritual vein cave, I guess it will be quite difficult. However, you don't have to be too discouraged. The 4th order spiritual peak is something that senior sister needs to consider. You are only in the middle stage of foundation building. It is already good to get the 3rd order cave dwelling. After all, 2 4th level spiritual peaks were released this time. Even if she was in the late stage of foundation building for several years, she didn't have much confidence that she could really compete for the top 2 in this participation. This time she participated with the mentality of giving it a try. For Qin Jue, it was naturally even more impossible in her opinion. In fact, what she didn't know was, after Qin Jue just heard her say that there were 2 4th level spiritual mountains competing for the cave, he had already set his sights on the top 2. Because for those who cultivate immortality, once a cave is established, it is like buying a house. It's not just as simple as living in it. More importantly, it is about the management and creation of his own cave in the future. Spending resources is just the basics, and the energy and time invested in it are also difficult to measure. After all, moving a cave is generally very troublesome. For a member of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect like him, there is no bottleneck in cultivating top-level talents with all attributes, and there is no need to go out and practice hard. A good place for cultivation can save a lot of meaningless waste of time after you settle down, and you can also concentrate on practicing with peace of mind. If he could get a 4th level spiritual vein cave, you can rest assured that you can stay in seclusion and cultivate to at least the golden elixir level. This is just a conservative estimate. If you can manage yourself well in the future, use it rationally, improve it, etc., it is not impossible to cultivate to nascent soul or even higher. This is not a fight for the current short time, but a fight for the next few decades or even a century. So this time, Qin Jue was prepared to get the top 2 rankings even if he revealed some of his true strength, and get the opportunity to select the 4th level spiritual vein. In fact, he is not too worried about those who are stuck in the late stage of foundation building for a particularly long time. After all, it is normal for them to be stuck in the late stage of foundation building for several years or even 10 or 20 years. But some people in the later stages of foundation building can use one card for hundreds of years, which shows that their talents and qualifications are not outstanding. At most, they can only gain more combat experience by living longer. What really matters to him? They are all top genius disciples like 4th senior sister Yi Hongwei who have certain talents and resources. Although she is currently stuck in the late stage of foundation building, it has not been long since she has been cultivating since she was a child and worshipped the sect's master peak early, and her current actual age is only 26 or 7. It is estimated that she wanted to get the 4th level spiritual vein this time just to attack the condensation pill. If you can get the 4th order mountain peak, it will be a great help to the impact of condensing pill. As far as he knows, this kind of 4th order mountain peak can even increase the chance of successfully condensing pills by 10%. In addition, his 3rd senior brother Qiu Jianqing and his 2nd senior brother Yin's Haijun, both of whom were in the master's dojo, announced that they would attack the Ningdan. This time, a 4th level spiritual peak appeared. Needless to say, they would never miss it. It can be said that his biggest competitors this time are probably not other foundation building disciples, but his fellow seniors. After all, being able to become a disciple of the sect master peak is a rare talent for any force in the entire Jingguo immortal cultivation world and is worth spending a lot of resources to cultivate. However, although he values him, Qin Jue does not think that these senior brothers and sisters are really better than him. He has the most talented Tianligan among all the disciples of the sect master peak, and he is also a top-level Tianligan with all attributes that is many times stronger than Ye Yan's single Tianligan. Moreover, in the realm of hard power, it has already entered the late stage of foundation building for some time. If he was also in the late stage of foundation building, he wouldn't worry about not being as strong as them at all. The only thing I'm worried about is whether I can 100% guarantee being in the top 2 if I don't use other spiritual powers. In this regard, the spell formation fusion and other methods studied in the past 2 months have achieved quite a lot. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, I still have the talent for swordsmanship. I'm already proficient in 2 swordsmanships. It's just a matter of exposing more of my trump cards. Thinking about this, Qin Jue whispered to himself in his heart. Yi Hong on the side noticed that he remained silent and deep in thought after she finished speaking, and thought he was worried that he would not be able to obtain the 3rd level spiritual peak. So she smiled and consoled her, "Don't worry, 5th junior brother, you are a genius of Tianligan cultivating immortality in our sect's main peak. You will definitely get a good ranking. Senior sister, I believe in you." As she spoke, she continued in a joking tone, "And even if you fail to obtain the cave in the end, you are always welcome to move to senior sister's cave. Anyway, in order to help you guide your entry-level practice in the past few years, we have lived here together for so long. When the time comes, we will really separate. I won't be able to see my junior brother often. Maybe I'm not used to it yet." In response, Qin Jue touched his nose, smiled awkwardly, and replied, "Well, senior sister is really good to me. Let's talk more about it. The branch meeting hasn't started yet. Who knows then? Woolen cloth." Then the 2 of them talked a lot about the fight for the cave. Yi Hongwei went to see his master Shi Xingfeng. Qin Jue returned to the room and continued to consolidate some of the spells and methods he planned to use. One day later, the branch meeting also started as scheduled. Chapter 51. It was early this morning. Qin Jue was busy in the room. He was busy sorting the talismans he had prepared before into categories. In this branch conference, all those who came to participate were foundation building disciples, and all the spells they cast were 2nd level spells. At the same time, there were no restrictions on combat methods. As long as you can defeat your opponent, even if you use magic talismans, elixirs, magical weapons, spiritual beasts, etc. with the help of external forces, it will be counted as your own performance and calculated into the final ranking, and it does not necessarily have to rely solely on spells. Of course, not everyone can do it if they want to rely on external help. Because if you want to be effective against opponents who are building foundations at the same time, whether it is elixirs or spiritual talismans, they must be at least level 2. And even if you prepare 2nd level elixirs and talismans, the general effect is equivalent to the one-hit spell of a foundation building monk. Often it has no decisive impact on the outcome. At the same time, the value of these foreign objects is not low, and most foundation building monks use them as their final life-saving trump cards. If you want to be effective in a battle of the same level, the amount required is very large, and few foundation building monks can consume it without restraint. Not to mention spirit beasts, they not only need to be cultivated from an early age, but also require special beast control secrets, and a lot of resources and time are invested. Generally speaking, even if the beast master's spirit beasts are powerful, their own strength has also fallen behind. Raising spirit beasts is basically a thankless job. Therefore, there are few people in the entire taking sect who specialize in beast control. Although spiritual talismans are not as troublesome as beast control, the 2nd level mid to high grade spiritual talismans that are effective for foundation building are all high level spiritual talismans, and the price of one is not low. Most of the sect's foundation builders don't have the kind of financial resources that they can spend at will. But Qin Jue is different. He can draw 2nd level spiritual talismans at will. Even if it is consumed, there is no need to feel so distressed. As long as he has the materials, he can paint again at any time. This happened to be a good thing for him. In addition, I was worried that it would be bad to expose too much of my strength. Now you can take advantage of it. Qin Jue divided the spiritual talismans he prepared this time into 4 categories, and put them in 4 storage bags for easy access during the battle. They are roughly divided into control type, long-range attack type, offensive type, and defensive type. These talismans are all second level and top grade. Each one is equivalent to a spell in the later stage of foundation building. But of each type, there are hundreds of them in each storage bag. Preparing so many high-quality second-level spiritual talismans at one time can be said to be truly wealthy and extremely luxurious. If other disciples saw him, they would definitely go crazy with envy and lament that the world is so messed up. Because there are also storage bags for daily use, they are all placed in the memory pocket, which is difficult to operate during battle. Qin Jue hung these talisman storage bags the size of sachets on his waist one after another. Having these ready, he was about to go out. Fifth junior brother, I'm ready. Let's go to the conference together. At this time, Yi Hongwei's voice sounded in the courtyard. Here we come, I'm ready too. Hearing the voice, Qin Jue opened the door and walked out. Seeing Qin Jue coming out of the door, Yi Hongwei's eyes first lit up with a hint of surprise, and then she showed curiosity. Hey, junior brother, why do you bring so many storage bags? In response, Qin Jue smiled faintly. Almost all the foundation building disciples of the sect came to this conference. In order to successfully obtain the ranking, the junior brother prepared some spiritual talismans to be ready. After listening to his explanation, Yi Hongwei nodded suddenly. Yes, junior brother is only in the middle stage of foundation building after all. If you want to get the ranking and get the spiritual peak this time, you will probably have to compete with those powerful later stages. It would be better to make more preparations. As she said that, she couldn't help but smile on her pretty face, and said with emotion, it's just that junior brother is indeed a genius of talisman. There are so many spiritual talismans prepared. With so many spiritual talismans, I believe you will be able to successfully obtain a third-level spiritual talisman this time peak. Third-level spiritual peak? I still think level 4 is more suitable for me. Haha, thank you, senior sister, for taking the fancy. Qin Jue suppressed what he was thinking, thanked Yi Hongwei, and continued, okay, it's almost time, senior sister, let's go. Then, the two of them sealed their seals at the same time, and their swords soared into the sky from the sect's main peak. This branch meeting was held at Taking Peak. This is the core peak of the Taking sect. It is the place where the sect leaders and elders usually discuss important matters in the sect and worship their ancestors. It is also a venue for various conferences and competitions held in the sect. Different from the previous Qi training competition, this time because it was a branch conference in the foundation building room, all the powerful foundation building disciples came. The two came with swords, and when they arrived near Taking Peak, they met a large number of foundation building disciples who also came with swords or riding magic weapons. And each one's aura is solid and powerful. Coming from all directions, it feels like thousands of immortals are coming to visit. Qin Jue and Yi Hongwei followed them and landed on Taking Peak. It wasn't until half an hour later that all the foundation building disciples arrived, and Yujian was no longer around the horizon. Qin Jue glanced at all the disciples participating and estimated that there were about 700 or 800. There are indeed more people in this session than before. The previous time I participated, there were only more than 400 people. This time, the number has almost doubled. Seeing so many people, Yi Hongwei couldn't help but sigh. The temptation of the fourth-level spiritual vein is evident. At this time, more than 10 streams of light flashed across the horizon and fell down very quickly. The speed of these streams of light is much faster than that of the previous foundation building disciples, and there is even an overwhelming aura coming out of them from time to time. The elders have arrived. Some disciples in the field exclaimed. As expected, they are at least elders above the golden core. Any one of them can easily crush most of us. Some people exclaimed in horror. Sure enough, after they exclaimed, these streams of light simultaneously fell on the front of the Taking Peak platform, the main entrance platform of the main hall. But after these elders appeared, none of them spoke immediately, but waiting for something quietly. Suddenly, a breeze blew across the platform in front of the main hall. A human figure emerged from the void into reality. It is none other than the leader of the taking sect, Shi Xingfeng. It is different from the Qi training competition where only the deacons are present. Those who came to participate in the branch conference this time were all Foundation establishment disciples. They could be said to be the real core force and the mainstay of the entire taking sect. Therefore, not only many elders came, but even the sect leader Shi Xingfeng was present in person. Meet the sect master! Meet the sect master! Bye! After Shi Xingfeng appeared, the disciples at the scene paid their respects one after another. In response, he nodded and raised his hand, and the whole place fell silent instantly. At this time, one of the elders came out and explained the rules of this competition to everyone. After saying that, Shi Xingfeng just came out to speak. The branch conference has always been adhering to the concept of cultivating outstanding talents for the sect, and it is to inspire you to further blessings. Cultivation of immortality cannot be separated from the land of wealthy couples. I believe you all understand that a good Lingshan cave mansion is very helpful for cultivation. How big? This sect master hopes that you can work hard to win this hard-won opportunity for yourself. However, you are all members of the taking sect, and I also don't want you to live and die against each other and have murderous thoughts in your mind. Once there is any suspicion of deliberately killing a fellow member, the law enforcement elders around me will not show mercy. As he said that, he glanced at an elder next to him. Then he continued, I announce that this branch meeting has officially begun. Chapter 52. After announcing the start of the meeting, Shi Xingfeng glanced at the positions of his disciples intentionally or unintentionally, then turned around and nodded to the other elders, turning into afterimages and disappearing. More than a dozen elders nearby also turned into streams of light and left. It can be said that it comes and goes quickly. In the end, only the law enforcement elder who was mentioned by Shi Xingfeng before and 3 other elders were left at the scene. A total of 4 people remained. Since there are many disciples participating, and they are all building foundations, everyone has a lot of tricks and cards, so the first few rounds of screening will take a lot of time. Shi Xingfeng and the sect elders themselves also need to practice, so naturally they cannot stay here forever. However, once it reaches the last few rounds, they are all relatively strong. Not only are the battles more exciting, but they can also understand the upper limit of the sect's current foundation building disciples. That's when they'll all come back to watch it again. The competition in the conference is roughly divided into knockout and challenge stages. In the knockout rounds, opponents are determined by drawing lots. The challenge is an opportunity for participating foundation establishment disciples to take the initiative to challenge another foundation establishment disciple who has never played against each other. The winner will maintain or replace the opponent's ranking. In other words, even if the battle fails after the first round of drawing lots, there is still a chance to advance through active challenges. In the first round, nearly 800 foundation building disciples drew lots at the same time, and those who drew the same numbers were their opponents. Defeat your opponent to temporarily enter the promotion echelon. Then you have to go through the challenge to hold on to your promotion spot before you can enter the next round. The drawing of lots is very simple. All the participating foundation establishment disciples take out their identity cards, and a golden elixir elder on the stage will cast a spell, and a digital number will appear on the identity card. I saw the disciples around me raising their identity cards. Qin Jue and Yiheng also held their identity cards high above their heads. Under the elder's spell, a burst of golden rain fell. Everyone looked at their identity tags. I am number 29, junior brother, what is your number? Yiheng looked at her number and asked immediately. 361. Qin Jue smiled lightly and spread out his identity card to Yiheng. That's great, junior brother, we were not drawn together in the first round. Yi Hong was slightly surprised when she saw Qin Jue's number. However, it doesn't matter if we are drawn together. I can just admit defeat and let you enter the promotion echelon first, and then challenge others. Yi Hong continued with a smile. Qin absolutely nodded. This kind of rule is quite good and fair. Each round is divided into 2 stages, knockout and challenge. It can filter out most of the elements of luck. Those who can advance in the end will be those with strong strength. After drawing lots, soon the first batch of people with the same number came on stage to compete. For a time, all kinds of spells were flying on more than a dozen arenas in the square, and the magic weapons intersected with each other and started to compete. Yi Hong's micro number was at the front, and it wasn't long before it was her turn. It's my turn. Looking at the 29 numbers that lit up on a stage, Yi Hongwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Jue also came to this arena to watch the battle. The opponent was a disciple who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Yi Hongwei came on stage, he held his hands in greeting and said, "My disciple Wang Yuan from Furong Peak, please enlighten me." Sect Master Peak Yi Hongwei. Yi Hongwei also announced his identity. After hearing Yi Hongwei's words, this disciple's eyes suddenly bulged, and his expression became much more solemn. At this time, there were also many surprised sounds from the side of the ring. What? He's actually a disciple of the sect Master Peak. Yi Hongwei, why do you feel so familiar to the disciples of the sect leader's Peak disciples? I remembered. Could it be that this is the 4th disciple of the sect Master Peak who obtained a 3rd order spiritual peak with the strength of the middle stage of foundation establishment last time, Yi Hongwei? I didn't expect that she would participate again this time. It must be because of those 2 4th order spiritual peaks, right? It's been 7 or 8 years. With her talent, I'm afraid she's already in the late stages of foundation building, right? Some old foundation builders who had participated before lamented. Junior brother Wang is only in the middle stage of foundation building. I didn't expect to be so unlucky in the first round of drawing, and I got such a talented disciple who is a good competitor for Ling Feng. It seems that junior brother Wang has to prepare for the next challenge. There are also disciples from the same sect as Wang Yuan on the stage who are worried. As expected, Wang Yuan was completely powerless against Yi Hongwei. Yi Hongwei also has water spiritual power, and he also practices the Taking Yuandao Sutra. She didn't even take out the magic weapon she had prepared in advance. Relying on the strong spiritual power in the late stage of foundation building, he first used several anacondas to wrap around and control his opponent, and then fired more than 10 powerful water guns in succession, nailing him to the ring. Seeing this scene, Qin Jue nodded in the audience. In the later stage, spiritual power can use water magic, and the strength is not bad, at least there is no pressure on ordinary opponents in the middle stage of foundation building. However, if he was asked to cast the same spell, he felt that he should be able to increase the power by 20%. Unfortunately, this is just a thought, he can only reveal his midterm strength now. My good junior brother Yan, I wonder when we will be able to reach the later stage. Qin Jue couldn't help but think secretly. He now uses Yan as the standard. Yan has not yet reached the late stage, and he cannot fully reveal his own strength. After Yi Hongwei won, there were exclamations of exclamation all around again. Sure enough, it is already in the late stage of foundation building. Yi Hongwei's talent is indeed not low. He is worthy of being passed down by the sect master himself. She was able to get a 3rd level spiritual mountain in the middle of the last session. She must be able to get the same ranking this time, right? However, since she is participating again, she is definitely not here for the 3rd order spiritual peak, but for the 4th order spiritual veins. It's hard to say about the 4th level spiritual veins. At this time, Lao Zuji began to analyze the information he learned this time. This time it is not only the sect leader's direct disciple, but I also saw Lin Feng, the great elder's direct disciple, here. In the last branch conference, he won first place with his strength in the late stage of foundation building. There are also Zhongchend, the second elder's direct descendant who got first place in the previous session, and many late-stage foundation builders who have achieved good results in the previous sessions but have not yet condensed their elixirs. They are also here this time. With so many outstanding disciples at the foundation establishment realm, it would be difficult to stand out among them and get into the top 2. Not only these people, I seem to have also seen Deacon Yin and Senior Brother Chu, who are rarely in the sect, come to participate. These two are also direct descendants of the sect master, and they are also the senior brothers of Yi Hongwei. When they participated in the branch conference, they both won the first place with overwhelming absolute strength. Yi Hongwei was only in the late stage of foundation building, so I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with them. Compete? Hear what this old Ji Zhu said. Many people around him couldn't help but sigh with sadness on their faces. The temptation of the 4th level spiritual vein is too great. It is indeed a cave that can increase the success rate of condensation. Even the outstanding foundation builders from the previous years are here. Those of us who have average qualifications and have been stuck in the late stage of foundation building for so many years will find it even more difficult. I don't have high requirements. I don't need to think about 4th level spiritual veins. I just want to have a chance to enter the rankings and get a 3rd level spiritual mountain. Chapter 53. Hear the discussion around you. Qin definitely also had a preliminary understanding of the opponents participating in the conference this time. I know who has the strength to compete for the top 2. Except for my 2 senior brothers, I am afraid they are the ones who ranked high in the previous 2 sessions. Congratulations to senior sister for successfully advancing. Seeing Yi Hongwei step down, Qin Jue quickly congratulated her with a smile. Haha, thank you junior brother. There won't be any big problems in the first few rounds. I believe junior brother will be able to advance easily. Yi Hong smiled and nodded at Qin Jue. He turned to look serious and continued, the really difficult thing is to get to the last few rounds and the subsequent challenge stages. I'm afraid they will all be in the late stage of foundation building. Since Qin Jue's number is low, it won't be his turn for a while. Yi Hongwei then suggested, why don't we find a place to practice first? I think that small forest is good, so how about we go there? A grove? Is senior sister so direct? Boys really need to protect themselves outside. Upon hearing this for the first time, Qin Jue couldn't help but show a strange look. But after thinking about it, it is indeed not my turn yet, and waiting is not an option. What's more, with so many people attending this branch conference, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end in a while. It's really better to find a place to practice while waiting for the battle. Yeah, that's okay. So he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. I can finally see my junior brother practicing seriously, it's great. This feeling of practicing together in such a close distance is so special. I had previously failed to invite my junior fellow apprentices to go out for training, but this time we are finally together. Well, it's great. Nothing strange happened as expected. Yi Hongwei simply wanted to watch Qin Jue practice. Enter the grove and come under a spiritual tree. Under the expectant gaze of the other party, Qin Jue touched his nose. Just stay here, senior sister. He sat cross-legged directly in front of her and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next, the two began to practice in the woods while waiting for the battle. Until the evening of the next day. Only then did Qin Jue's identity card shine. Sister, it's my turn. Seeing this, he quickly stopped practicing and stood up. Yi Hongwei also opened her eyes. The two looked at each other and nodded. We walked out of the woods together and came to the square to find the arena showing the number 361. Come to the ring. Both sides of the battle still greet each other first. Xianqing Feng Li Jiahao, please enlighten me. The main peak of the sect is Qin Jue. When he heard the identity of the disciple of Qin Jue sect's main peak, a hint of surprise appeared on his opponent's face. But there is no fear, on the contrary, I am more confident. I didn't expect that my opponent in the first round would be someone from the sect master peak, Qin Jue. I remember this name was one of the 2 heavenly spiritual roots that the sect leader collected a few years ago. It is indeed very strong to be able to build a foundation so quickly, but it has only been a few years. At most, he is only at the early stage of foundation building. Even in the midterm, his strength is definitely not stable. I have a chance. At the same time, many people in the audience heard Qin Jue's words and looked at him curiously and talked among themselves. Qin Jue, the leader of the clan. Is this one of the heavenly spiritual roots that was adopted by the sect master as a direct descendant a few years ago? I didn't expect to build the foundation so quickly and come to participate in the branch conference. The cultivation talent of Tianligan is really great. Many other people also remembered what happened to Yayan before. At the beginning, the sect master collected 2 Tianling roots. One of them, named Yayan, was the one who was almost assassinated by the demon sect some time ago. This one should be the other Tianling root. However, the previous Yayan seems to have only reached the early stage of foundation building. This one also has Tianligan. No matter how talented he is, in such a short period of time, he is probably only in the middle stage. It is not that easy to obtain a ranking. Regarding the words of everyone in the audience and the thoughts of his opponents, Qin Jue had no expression on his face and just looked indifferent to himself. After the ceremony, Li Jiahao took the lead. He immediately raised his hand and punched out a huge cyan palm, pressing towards Qin Jue. It was as if he wanted to slap him flat. This palm gathered 80% of his magic power in order to catch him by surprise. He wanted to defeat Qin Jue directly before he had time to react. Boom! The majestic spiritual power gathered together, making the air roar, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Jue was hit by a giant palm. Shot to death? Impossible. If there is really a fatal danger, the elders on the stage will definitely take action. The elders on the stage now did not move at all. That means... Before Li Jiahao could think more, suddenly, 3 dazzling blue lights lit up under the giant cyan palm. That's the talisman stimulating circulation. 1, 2, 3. 3 defensive talismans appeared above his head, and each release would create a light blue shield surrounding Qin Jue. The shield continues to expand outward. Bang bang bang. After 3 sounds, the giant green palm could no longer hold up for an instant, and its spiritual power was disintegrated by the shield released by the spiritual talisman. Seeing this scene, Li Jiahao suddenly looked in disbelief. Before I could react. It's my turn. Qin Jue smiled lightly. His slender fingers traced the storage bag containing the long-distance attack talisman at his waist. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 attack talismans shot out and transformed into 3 bucket-thick anacondas, biting and pounced on him. Boom! In an emergency, Li Jiahao could only defend passively. But the wooden spiritual defense wall he raised only blocked the first anaconda, and the second and third one successively attacked his body. The powerful impact caused him to draw an arc in mid-air, and finally fell under the ring. On the 18th stage, 361 Qin Jue wins. At this time, the voice of the deacon beside the ring sounded. Li Jiahao, with blood pouring out of his mouth, quickly looked at his identity card. I found that the 361 that originally belonged to me had disappeared. Until this moment, he still couldn't believe that he had just lost. The opponent didn't even cast a spell, he just used the magic talisman to knock him off the stage. At this moment, Li Jiahao was completely stunned. At the same time, there was a sound of surprise all around. This is a top-grade second-level spiritual talisman. He didn't even cast a spell, but relied on the magic talisman to defeat Li Jiahao in the middle stage of foundation building. If there are magic spells, don't use them, just use the magic talismans. Isn't this too wasteful? At this time, someone with sharp eyes discovered the storage bag on Qin Jue's waist. Look, there are 4 storage bags on Qin Jue's waist. With so many storage bags, are they all filled with magic talismans? Hiss! Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Just the few high-grade spiritual talismans he used just now are worth a lot of spiritual stones. If those storage bags are full of these second-level spiritual talismans, I simply can't imagine how rich he is. Could it be that this Qin Jue is not only a Tianligan, but also a talisman master? But it's only been 3 or 4 years since I started. It's okay to raise my realm to the middle stage of foundation building. After all, I can still understand it with Tianligan. Talisman Dao is still second level high grade. It's too unnatural. Doesn't this mean that he is still a genius of Fu Dao? Chapter 54. Many people were surprised by the many storage bags hanging on Qin Jue's body. At the same time, many people speculated that he was a genius of Fu Dao. All kinds of sounds continued for a while. After all, during the entire battle, Qin Jue didn't cast any spells except for the magic talisman. This is the first time they have seen this kind of fighting method. Even if they had prepared magic talismans, any one of them would at least use spells to consume their opponent before finally using the magic talismans to deliver the final blow. Talismans are consumables, use one and use one less. Moreover, using one more spiritual talisman means losing a lot more spiritual stones. Most people really can't be so heroic. What they don't know is, Qin Jue just felt that this method was simpler and more efficient to deal with these less strong opponents. The issue of consumption was not considered at all. Junior brother is really strong. He is indeed a genius in Talisman Dao. He even managed to get 6 second-level high-grade spiritual talismans at random. And every one of them is of extremely high quality, and ordinary mid-stage foundation building players have no power to fight back. Junior brother is so handsome, even the action of offering the talisman is very cool. After Qin Jue stepped down, Yi Hongwei, who had also been watching the battle below, also came up with a happy face. And don't hesitate to praise him. Qin Jue nodded gratefully for this. Nothing happened after that, so the two returned to the grove to continue practicing. Just like that, when it was their turn to challenge, they temporarily stopped practicing, came out of the grove, and went to the ring to fight. If they don't have anything to do, just continue to practice in the woods. Until 7 days later. Of the nearly 800 foundation building disciples, more than 500 did not obtain the cave residence. Nearly 100 people have obtained first-level cave dwellings. The competition also came to 64 and 32. As long as you enter the top 64, you can get a second-level cave at the lowest level. Period. Qin Jue still only used his spiritual talisman to fight. Without exception, all these challengers were defeated in the face of his inhumane and random offering of magic talismans. But that's why many people began to pay great attention to Qin Jue. Especially those who have seen Qin's absolute fighting methods from the beginning, and the opponents who were defeated by him. In the subsequent rounds of the draw, I never failed, and I had to come and watch every time. Unfortunately, they are inevitably disappointed every time. When Qin Jue entered the top 32, he quickly ended the battle with 10 talismans. Ah! What a waste! I actually used 10 second-level high-grade spiritual talismans this time. So many spiritual talismans. These are all spiritual stones. He really got here just by relying on the magic talisman. Obviously he can win with the least expensive method, but he chose this most wasteful method. Even if he is a talisman master, this kind of consumption is too much. When we get to the later stage, when we encounter those powerful foundation building late stages, will he still be able to afford them? Using foreign objects is just a trick after all. It is impossible to get a good ranking with these talismans. He actually entered the top 32 in this way. I bet he will definitely cast a spell in the next round. I bet he really doesn't have any magic talismans in his storage bag. Some people are curious about how many talismans he has in his storage bags and how long he can waste them. Some also want to see how long it takes for him to cast his spell. There are even more people who want to see how far he can go with this kind of external force. Even Ye Yan noticed the situation on Qin Jue's side during the process. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the fifth senior brother. He is so strong with only the magic talisman. Only those who have used the talismans of fifth senior brother will know how good they are. These guys still don't understand. Looking at how the fifth senior brother has prepared 4 storage bags of magic talismans this time, I guess he can advance to the last few rounds with the magic talismans alone. Also noticed was the second senior brother Yin's Haijun. He watched from the crowd in the distance as Qin Jue casually sacrificed the talisman on the stage. His eyes were even more fiery. This kid's talisman talent is indeed not low. Not only did he become a second-level high-grade talisman master in the middle of foundation building, he can also draw so many to use against the enemy at will. It would be great if such a genius with heavenly spirit root and talisman Dao could be in our Pluto sect. It's a pity that I never had the chance to attack this kid. The only chance he had was that he escaped by luck. It seems that I need to try a few more times in the future. Next. Those spectators and those who bet that he will use spells soon or run out of talismans are destined to be disappointed. Under the witness of many followers, Qin Jue just relied on the magic talisman to advance all the way. Successfully entered the top 16. Those who can reach this point are almost all the best in the late stage of foundation building. For example, Yi Hongwei, Qin Jue's 2 senior brothers, Yin's Haijun and Qu Jianqing, as well as the top few from the previous 2 terms, Lin Feng and Zhongchend, the direct disciples of the first elder and the second elder, and others. Only Qin Jue, who has been using spiritual talismans, and Ye Yan, who has powerful fire spells, are in the middle stage of foundation building. After advancing to the top 16, second senior brother Yin's Haijun also found Qin Jue and Yi Hongwei and congratulated and praised them. Congratulations to the 5th junior brother and the 4th junior sister for successfully advancing to the top 16. Being able to reach this point means that you are all very strong and qualified to compete for high-level spiritual peaks. That's great. It has lost the prestige of our sect master peak. 5th junior brother, you are even more surprising. Not only are you highly talented in cultivation, but you are also so talented in talismanism. This time, 5th junior brother, you will definitely have a place in the 3rd level spiritual peak. I didn't expect that your boy could not only reach the middle stage of foundation establishment so quickly, but also be so strong in Fu Dao. I will definitely find an opportunity to get you to my Pluto sect next time. As he spoke, he even patted Qin Jue on the shoulder with a kind expression. In response, Qin Jue calmly twisted away his palm and said humbly, "Second senior brother, that's ridiculous. It's just some outsiders who are lucky. My talent is really not very high." Yi Hongwei also said, "Thank you very much, second senior brother, and congratulations to second senior brother for entering the top 16. As she spoke, she turned to look with determination in her eyes and continued, "Second senior brother and third senior brother are both attacking the Ningdan. Presumably the target this time is also the 4th level spiritual vein. But junior sister, I will not be discouraged. I am here for the same purpose this time." "Oh, then 4th junior sister, you have to work hard." Yin's Haijun nodded and said with a smile. Neither of them thought that Qin Jue beside them also aimed at the 2 4th-level spiritual peaks in front. Just as they were chatting, suddenly, in front of the main hall directly in front of the square, a ray of light suddenly flashed around the 4 elders in the stands. The elders who had left before returned. Then Shi Xingfeng's figure appeared again in the middle. Due to the stimulation of 2 of the 4th-level spiritual veins, these top 16 are almost the strongest foundation-building disciples of the Taking sect. Except for Qin Jue and Ye Yan, whose Tianling roots are in the middle stage of foundation building, the others, without exception, are all in the late stage of foundation building. At this point, it means that the Ming branch meeting has reached the final stage. Therefore, the sect leader Shi Xingfeng and a group of elders came to watch the battle. Chapter 55. After arriving, a group of sect senior leaders learned about the promotion quotas for the top 16 from the law enforcement elders on one side. They were also talking to each other and expressing their opinions. Haha, Qin still did not disappoint me. It entered the top 16, not bad. The second elder smiled and nodded. Feng won the first place in the last conference, and this time he advanced to this level without any defeat. He must have a place in the fourth level spiritual veins. Great Elder Xianchen also stroked his beard. During this period, there were many elders whose disciples had been promoted. They were also in a good mood at this time, and their expressions could not hide their joy. But there are also many elders who look very ugly. That's because their disciples didn't reach the top 16. Okay, you are worthy of being a disciple of our sect. The 5 of us have advanced to this point together. It's very good, very good. At this time, Shi Xingfeng's face was full of joy, and the corners of his mouth were raised. As he spoke, he glanced at the first elder and second elder beside him. He continued cheerfully, as for the fourth order spiritual veins, in my opinion, Jianqing and Zhaijun are more competitive. Although your disciples are not bad, they are only strong enough to compete for the third order spiritual peaks. Oh, really? After hearing Shi Xingfeng's words, the great elder immediately analyzed and retorted seriously. I don't think so. Although Jianqing and Zhaijun are both well known in the sect, I, Feng am not bad either. They have never fought against each other. The final result is still unknown. The sect leader may not take it for granted. As he spoke, he looked towards the square where Qin Jue, Ye Yan, and others were. On the contrary, the 2 Tianligans who were taken under the sect by the sect leader are indeed very talented. Not to mention reaching the middle stage of foundation building so quickly, they have also advanced to the top 16 this time. I am very impressed by the practical teaching. As he said this, his eyes were full of envy. Before Qin Jue and Ye Yan started, he and the other elders were only one step behind Shi Xingfeng. As a result, Shi Xingfeng directly accepted the 2 of them into his sect without asking them. Moreover, Qin Jue and Ye Yan did not hesitate and recognized their master on the spot. Now that they are so talented and have reached this stage in the branch conference, it is still a bit hard to let go. After all, if he had reacted faster and taken the lead, maybe these 2 top geniuses with Tianligan would have become his disciples. Hear what the great elder said. Shi Xingfeng's face suddenly burst into smiles. He spread his hands and looked helpless, and said, there is nothing we can do about it. Who knew that they didn't hesitate and directly agreed to join our section? He then continued with a look of hope. However, although they have all entered the top 16, they are only in the middle stage of foundation building after all. They don't want the fourth order spiritual peak. I just hope they can get a third order spiritual peak. Hearing his words, the great elder and other elders next to him were speechless. If you think your disciples can take care of the first 2, forget it. Do you still want to have 2 middle stage foundation building disciples to obtain the third level spiritual vein cave? Even if they have Tianligan, they are only in the middle stage of foundation building after all. Can they compare with those powerful late stage foundation building disciples under their own sect? None of the disciples in the square knew anything about the discussion of the sect masters and elders in front of the main hall. Because the new round of draws has come out. I am number 6, 5th junior brother, what is your name? Yi Hongwei looked at the number on her identity card and turned to Qin Jue with some anxiety. 4. Qin Jue raised his identity card to her. I am Qi. Ye Yan also spoke. Haha, I am no 3. Yin's Haijun also smiled and showed the number on his identity card and said, "The draw was good this time. We didn't get drawn together, which is good." Soon, the battle between 16 and 8 officially began. At the beginning of this stage, due to the strong strength of the opponents and for the sake of viewing, there was only one arena left in the field. As soon as the battle began, the solid late-stage foundation building spiritual power in the field was dazzling. Some people win and some lose. The people in the ring are constantly changing. Yin's Haijun was number 3 and it wasn't long before it was his turn. Facing an opponent who was also in the late stage of foundation building, he won very easily and made it to the quarterfinals. During the process, the third senior brother Chu Jianqing also appeared and easily defeated his opponent with a sword energy. He happened to be number 5 and was not drawn with Qin Jue's classmates. Immediately afterwards, the number 4 elimination battle begins, came the voice of the deacon disciple. Hearing this voice, Qin Jue looked at his identity card. The number 4 above is glowing. Without hesitation, spiritual power poured out from his feet and he appeared on the ring in an instant. He saw that his opponent was Qin Jue. This person in the late stage of foundation building had a look of contempt. It turns out to be junior brother Qin from the sect Master Peak. "What talisman are you going to use this time? Although my junior brother's talisman talent is very good, trying to beat me in this tricky way is not very good." This disciple's name is Wu Qinjiu, and he has earth spiritual power. He majored in an earth-type defensive spell and reached the state of transformation. Not only did it consume little spiritual power, but once it was cast, it would last for a long time and be extremely stable. In the last competition, he relied on this skill to defeat his opponents all the way, and finally achieved a good result of 4th place. He is stronger now than before. Just now, he had learned about all the opponents who had advanced to the top 16. After learning that Qin Jue relied on spiritual talismans to get to this point, he had been hoping in his heart that he would be lucky enough to draw Qin Jue. Because he found that his major in spells had great advantages over relying on short-term bursts of magic talismans. It is this that gives him strong confidence. Really? Qin Jingjing was completely unaware of this. He just smiled lightly and said, "Then I need to ask senior brother Wu to teach me." Saying that, Qin Jue didn't wait for his reaction. His slender fingers traced the storage bag containing the control talisman on his waist. 3 second-level high-quality control talismans flew out instantly. It's still a magic talisman method. Wow! The 3 spiritual talismans turned into 18 blue chains and shot out, winding down towards Wu Qinjiu. Extremely fast. And faced with this scene, Wu Qinjiu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. And faced with Qin Jue's attack, Wu Qinjiu seemed to have expected it. The spiritual power of the earth around him boiled out in an instant. It turned into cocky haze and spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, most of the arena was covered in this haze. Blah blah blah, blah blah. The chains formed by the explosion of spiritual talismans seemed to lose their direction when touching the haze, running around in disorder. No matter how many entanglements he creates, he will never come within 7 feet of Wu Qinjiu. Moreover, the speed of the chain dropped rapidly. In just a few breaths, the 18 chains inspired by the talisman were exhausted and collapsed without subsequent replenishment. I've said it before, this kind of trickery doesn't work for me. Fu Dao? It's just a small path. Chapter 56. Seeing the magic chain transformed into a spiritual talisman collapse, Wu Qinjiu was in the haze and once again spoke of confidence. At the same time, everyone under the ring, who had been paying attention to Qin Jue, breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and there were also many proud laughs. Ha 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 ha, you saw it. I said you can't get far by relying on heretics like magic talismans. No matter how powerful his magic talisman is, he will eventually run out of energy. Once he faces an experienced late-stage foundation builder like Wu Qinjiu who has special spells, he won't be able to do much. Using second-level high-grade spiritual talismans can still have a certain effect on those in the middle stage of foundation building or those with insufficient foundation in the later stages. It can even win with quantity, but when it comes to those who are truly capable, it is not enough at all. Relying on this kind of external trick to enter the top 16 is already good. The subsequent rounds will show your true ability. However, even if we look at his true ability, Qin Jue is only in the middle stage of foundation building. Can he still compare to Wu Qinjiu in the later stage? Even Yi Hongwei couldn't help but speak with worry on her face. Wu Qinjiu's spells are very restrained against spiritual talismans. Could it be that the fifth junior brother will stop here in the first round? However, Qin Jue turned a deaf ear to Wu Qinjiu and the voices in the audience. Face the haze that is about to drown you. There was always a faint smile on his chiseled face. It seems that he is always confident about everything. Seeing that his magic talisman was exhausted and dissipated, he was not discouraged. Raising his hand to seal the secret, several water spells were cast. First, there are 4 huge second-order water walls in front of you. Then 8 huge water whirlpools generated by the water spin technique appeared in front of the water wall while rotating. The 8 water whirlpools kept rotating in the direction of Wu Qinjiu, gradually creating a large water-carrying wind. The diffuse haze contains soil and gravel. Being blown by this wind of water, the expansion speed was suddenly slowed down. He could no longer move forward to wrap up Qin Jue. Seeing this scene, Wu Qinjiu was surprised. He didn't expect that Qin Jue could resist his earth barrier mist in this way. This is not enough. His eyes condensed, and his spiritual power in the late stage of foundation building was immediately activated. The haze instantly rose sharply, and he continued to move forward against the wind of water. But Qin Jue's expression remained unchanged and he cast a water spell again. Big Wave Technique. This huge wave technique was not released directly on Wu Qinjiu, but was placed on top of the 4-sided water wall technique by him. Wow! The huge waves hit several water walls rapidly, instantly generating a huge force of inertia, which accelerated the rotation of the 8 water cyclones connected to the water walls. The water wind generated by the accelerated water whirlpool suddenly surged and turned into violent wind and rain. Hu ho ho! In front of Qin Jue on the stage, at this moment, half of the sky turned into raging winds and fierce raindrops. Faced with such a violent storm, Wu Qinjiu's earth barrier fog was quickly suppressed. Not to mention continuing to expand and spread, it even continued to disappear and decrease. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle was stunned. What method is this? Can water spells be used like this? Although they are only at the mid-stage of foundation building, when combined, they can actually resist Wu Qinjiu's earth barrier mist. Isn't this too fanciful? Wu Qinjiu's face turned pale with shock at all this. Impossible! He is only in the middle stage of foundation building, how can he keep casting such high-consuming spells? But he didn't give up. In his opinion, such a huge amount of spells consumes a lot of money. Not to mention that Qin Jue is in the middle stage of foundation building. Even if it is a veteran like him in the late stage, he will not be able to release it all the time. Therefore, he continued to release the earth spiritual power crazily to stabilize his earth barrier mist, hoping to drag Qin Jue's spiritual power until it was exhausted. However, just when the huge waves slowed down the water whirlpool, Qin Jue used another huge wave technique to hit the wall of water in front of him. In an instant, the water swirl accelerated again, and the violent wind and rain became even stronger. Moreover, when the huge waves jumped between the water walls and washed away and accelerated the water whirlpool, Qin Jue himself consumed very little. He did not need to take the initiative to attack at all. Instead, he only needed to maintain the water wall and water whirlpool, and add a giant wave from time to time. Wave technique. It actually formed a circular formation that consumes the least amount of energy. This is the combination of spells and formations that Qin Jue studied in seclusion before. faced with this circular formation that integrates defense and offense. Even though Wu Qin was in the late stage of foundation building, his spiritual power was strong. In the end, after persisting for half an hour, all the dust, sand, and haze were blown away by the strong wind and rain, until he no longer had any extra spiritual power to release. 4. Qin Jue number 4 wins. After Wu Qin exhausted his spiritual power and was blown off the ring by a gust of wind and rain, the deacon next to him, whose eyes were full of shock, also came to his senses and called out the promotion name. Throughout the whole process, Qin Jue only showed his strength in the middle stage of foundation building. Not only are the several spells only of mid-term strength, but even the spiritual power is only about 80% of the mid-term level of ordinary foundation building. But with his perfect combination, he successfully defeated Wu Qin, an old foundation building late-stage player. The voice of the deacon's announcement was heard. At this time, everyone in the field who was shocked by Qin Jue's operation finally came to their senses, and there were many surprises and heated discussions. Win. Did he really defeat Wu Qin by relying on the magic in the middle stage of foundation building? Moreover, he also cracked the earth barrier fog that he was proud of. Water wall technique, water spin technique, and huge wave technique, how can it be combined like this? This is integrating the formation method into the spell, right? How did he do it? I originally thought that he was going to show his true strength when he cast the spell, but unexpectedly, he changed it to a more cunning method. This Qin Jue, didn't he cultivate himself well, so he specialized in studying these heresy? Maybe to study external forces to this extent, the understanding and talent required are higher than cultivating oneself? Are you sure you are not going the wrong way? Did he really succeed in advancing to the quarterfinals with his external skills? If spiritual talismans don't work, there are still formations combined with spells. This Qin Jue is really a strange person. Not just other people watching the fight. Even Qin Jue's senior brothers and sisters in the audience were equally dumbfounded at this time. The first is Yi Hongwei. At this moment, her pretty face was reddish and her eyes were full of brilliance. Seeing Qin Jue successfully advance to the quarterfinals of the first round of the knockout round in this way, she seemed to be even more excited than herself. Okay, I've advanced. The fifth junior brother has successfully advanced. The fifth junior brother is actually able to practice and develop this method of combining spells. He is simply a genius among geniuses. Before, I was worried that he was only in the middle stage of foundation building. Facing opponents at this stage who are all in the late stage, it might be difficult to obtain spiritual peaks above the third level. I didn't expect him to give a surprise so quickly. Ye Yan was also shocked at this moment. Is this the fifth senior brother? This is too strong. To be promoted in this way is simply a path I never imagined. Yin's Haijun could not hide the surprise in his eyes. But he didn't speak, but his eyes were moving and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 57. The stands in front of the main hall. The senior officials of Taking Sect couldn't help but express surprise after seeing Qin Jue's methods. I observed that every spell released, whether it is timing or power, has a delicate balance that is just right. If you want to achieve this kind of combination of spell formations, it will never be possible without tens of millions of deductions and experiments. But junior nephew Qin has done it. His understanding and talent in battles and spells have probably reached the pinnacle. The great elder's eyes flashed, and he carefully analyzed it while stroking his beard. As expected of the great elder Xian Chen, he still has such a sophisticated eye. He praised the great elder's analysis. Shi Xingfeng continued, when my disciple started, his understanding talent was different from ordinary people, and his subtle understanding of magic is even higher than that of my other disciples who have already established the foundation. It's just that this sect didn't expect that he would actually use his understanding talent in this side channel, and it seems to be quite effective. However, the reason why the side path is a side path is precisely because in the later stages of cultivating immortality, it is not as important as one's own strength. It seems that when he goes back later, he should use his talents in the right way. That's what he said, but when Qi Xingfeng spoke, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. After all, this is a competition for Lingshan Cave, which is related to the long-term practice in the future. A smart person is one who uses whatever means are available. What's more, as a Tianligan, it is not bad at the mid-stage of foundation building, which is about 4 years after entry. My disciple can have such a good understanding and show off in such a conference. Not to mention how shameless he was. The reason why I say this is just because I am afraid that they will feel too uncomfortable and say something nice. Moreover, after Qin Jue won this game, he successfully advanced to the quarterfinals, as long as he continued to maintain his performance in the challenge stage. He believes that it is not difficult to obtain a third-level spiritual peak. This was considered to have met his expectations. Naturally, I feel very good at this time. After Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei also entered the quarterfinals. She has been stuck in the late stage of foundation building for several years. Her strength is not weak, and she also has some powerful magic weapons given by her family. She has no problem getting here in the first round. Although Ye Yan was very powerful in fire spells, he was only in the midterm and ended up in the top 16. Not to mention Yin's Haijun and Qu Jianqing, they have been in the late stage of foundation building for the longest time, and their strength and combat experience are extremely strong. It also easily entered the quarterfinals. Then the top 4 were decided. The rest of the approximate rankings are also out. Ye Yan is the top 16. When Yi Hongwei was in the 8th grade and advanced to the 4th grade, she met Lin Feng, a genius disciple of the Great Elder who was also a direct disciple of the Earth Spirit Root. She was defeated and ended up in the top 8. Yin's Haijun and Qu Jianqing are both very powerful and have advanced to the semi-finals. Lin Feng, the Great Elder's direct descendant who defeated Yi Hongwei, is also among the top 4. Finally, there was Qin Jue, who had used a combination of spells and formations to reach the top 4. Together with the other 3 famous geniuses of the sect, he is just a trick in everyone's eyes and has no real power. The last 4 are so powerful. I wonder who will win those 2 4th-level spiritual peaks in the end. Really? Senior brother Yin, senior brother Chu, and senior brother Lin, the 3 of them are indeed very powerful in the late stage of foundation building, but Qin Jue is only in the middle stage of foundation building right now, right? His ability to enter the semi-finals with 3 talented senior brothers was completely a trick. He doesn't even have the strength to build a foundation in the later stages. Many of them also analyzed Qin Jue. That's what I say, but his combination of formations and spells is not only diverse, but also unpredictable. It is really difficult to defeat. He has too many talismans. Moreover, it's not like there are no late-stage foundation building players in these rounds. Many of them are even those with good rankings in the past, but there is nothing they can do against him. However, when it comes to the final 4, I think Qin Jue will definitely not be able to continue to win. Whether it is Lin Feng, Qu Jianqing, or Yin's Haijun, the 3 of them are talented disciples who have been in the sect for many years. Their talents are not low. Regardless of their spiritual strength, rich combat experience, and beings who are about to condense their elixirs, I don't believe Qin Jue's trickery can still be effective. After analysis, most people come to a conclusion. Everyone believed that Qin could never be the opponent of the 3 top foundation builders who had long been famous both inside and outside the sect. I think he can only stop at the top 4. It is impossible to advance to the first round of the finals, let alone obtain the 4th-order spiritual peak. Even Qi Xingfeng, who had been watching the whole battle between Qin Jue and Qin Jue, also not much confidence. Looking at Qin Jue in the audience, his thoughts were complicated for a moment. At this time, the high-level officials of the sect in front of the main hall also looked much more serious. Many of them even looked forward to it. especially the great elder Xian Chen and the sect leader Shi Xingfeng. The two of them looked quite serious. Because in the end, the top 4 only had disciples of 2 of them. This is how far you can go with a complete victory in the first round. It also means that they are the most powerful among the disciples participating in the competition. The ownership of the last 2 4th-level spiritual peaks. It is very likely that it will happen among these people. For example, Shi Xingfeng. Although he didn't say anything on his face at this moment. But the thoughts in my heart are quite complicated. Jue was able to reach the semi-finals by relying on a combination of spells and formations. It really exceeded my teacher's expectations and is also very shocking. But Caijun, Jianqing, and Lin Feng are all the sect's most powerful people in the late stage of foundation building. Can he still use this to outwit us? However, being able to reach the semi-finals in this class of talented people in the middle stage of foundation building has already made the whole sect look at my sect's main peak with admiration, which is not bad. As for the final ownership of the top 2 and 4 spiritual peaks, it depends on Caijun and Jianqing. The great elder was also thinking in his heart at this time, you can get the first place without seeking Fenger, but if you can get a 4th-level spiritual vein, it is not in vain to cultivate as a teacher. Anyway, no matter what they think in their hearts, none of them thought Qin Jue could be in the top 2. This automatically ranks him as the weakest of the top 4. Not only they and the watching disciples, but also Yi Hongui and Ye Yan had the same idea. Although I am shocked that Qin Jue can enter the semi-finals. But none of them believed that Qin Jue, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, could compare to 3 geniuses who were well known both inside and outside the sect in the late stage of foundation building. However, there are exceptions. That was a cold figure dressed in white and snow that had just appeared in the corner of the square. She was far away from the crowd and stood in a corner of the square, like an independent fairy in white. It is none other than senior sister Yan Yunfen. When she learned that Qin Jue had successfully advanced to the semi-finals, she came from her Fengqi peak to watch the battle. She had already been impressed by Qin Jue's whimsical ideas, superb understanding, and painting skills after having discussed Taoism with Qin Jue for 8 days at Fengkai Feng. With her genius understanding of Qin Jue and her detailed understanding of Taoism, she was able to comprehend and develop the combination of spell formations in the middle stage of foundation building, defeating many in the later stage and entering the top 4. In her opinion, it was just a matter of course. Now that we've come this far, why not go one step further? Yan Yunfen thought so. Chapter 58. Soon, the draw results for the 4-2 battle appear. On one side, Qu Jianqing will face Yin's Haijun, and on the other side, Qin Jianqing will face Lin Feng. Seeing this result, the great elder was very satisfied. He had great confidence in Lin Feng when facing Qin Jue. Even Shi Xingfeng has no hope for it. I just hope that one of Qu Jianqing and Yin's Haijun can stop Lin Feng and keep him out of the top 2. However, the truth is full of wonders. After the results of the semi-finals battle came out, my jaw dropped. Not only did Qu Jianqing defeat his senior brother Yin's Haijun as a junior, Lin Feng, a genius with earthly roots, even lost to Qin Jue, who was in the middle stage of foundation building. After about 10 days of branch meetings, the atmosphere reached its peak at this moment. Many disciples gathered in the square to watch the battle. Even those who had gone to practice after previous failures, as well as some who had not come to participate, all arrived one after another. Everyone is in disbelief about this result. What's going on? Not only did Yin's Haijun lose to his third junior brother Qu Jianqing, but Lin Feng also lost to Qin Jue. Forget it about Qu Jianqing. After all, he is extremely talented in swordsmanship, and his swordsmanship just now was indeed extremely powerful. Moreover, both of them are at the peak of the late foundation building stage and are about to condense their core. But Lin Feng is also at the peak of the late stage of foundation building, which is about to condense. How come he lost to Qin Jue, who is in the middle stage of foundation building? I can't believe that Qin Jue's magic and formation fusion technique is so terrifying. What did he just use? It seems to be water wall technique plus water arrow technique and water mirror technique echo technique. The water wall technique directly turns into more than 10 huge water mirrors, and the water arrows continue to bounce and lasing on these water mirrors through the echo technique, in an endless stream. With this continuous attack, Lin Feng was completely exhausted and defeated. Qin Absolute's understanding of spells and formations has definitely reached an extremely terrifying level. Too strong. It's hard to say who will get the last 2 4th level spiritual veins now. As for the Great Elder in front of the main hall, his face was ashen and extremely ugly. Disappointment. Unprecedented disappointment. Although there are still challenges to decide the final ranking. But he was no longer in the mood to continue reading. Dang even flicked his sleeves and turned into a golden stream of light and left the stand. Shi Xingfeng looked at the direction in which the great elder Xian Chen was leaving and nodded excitedly. It looked like he had received some great opportunity. To the finals. Qin must fight against his third senior brother Qu Jianqing. However, when facing Qu Jianqing, Qin Jue discovered that the opponent's sword skills were not so easy to resist. Even if he combined the water wall technique with several other spells to form a perfect formation, he still couldn't withstand the extremely sharp sword energy. Swish! A wall of water and a mirror were cut into pieces in the blink of an eye. Water waves and water whirlpools don't work either. Feeling the strength of the sword energy from all directions, Qin Jue felt that if he wanted to resist, he must expose his strength in the later stages of foundation building to strengthen the strength of the spell formation. Or he could also use the 2 powerful sword techniques that he had become proficient in before. But in this case, there are too many trump cards to be exposed. He just wanted a 4th level spiritual vein as a cave, not to compete for first place. Even if he loses, he is currently in 2nd place. There is also the opportunity to choose the 4th level spiritual peak. Think about it for a moment. He immediately put away all the magic arrays. He looked at Qu Jianqing seriously and said, "Third senior brother's swordsmanship is powerful and the power is terrifying. Junior brother is no match for me, so I surrender." Seeing this, Qu Jianqing immediately sheathed his sword. Junior brother's control over spells and formations is far from ordinary. If it weren't for his realm, it would not be easy for me to break through. He, who had always been a man of few words, found it difficult to say much at this time. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle breathed a sigh of relief. Call. This spell formation has finally been broken. It seems that although Qin Jue's magic array is powerful, it cannot resist a swordsman genius like Qu Jianqing. Senior brother Qu's swordsmanship is too strong. The unparalleled sword energy sweeps across him. No matter how many spells and formations Qin Jue has, he can't escape the fate of being cut through. At this time, some people also expressed emotion. However, he is only in the middle stage of foundation building, but he has reached this point with this spell formation. He is really powerful. You know, even Lin Feng, a genius with earth spirit roots in the late stage of foundation building, can't break through his formation defense. I estimate that if senior brother Qu hadn't focused on swordsmanship for many years and his swordsmanship was so powerful, it would have been difficult to break through a magic formation like Qin Jue's. Even Yan Yunfen frowned in the distance. 5th junior brother's formation technique is powerful, but when it comes to Jianqing, who has strong spiritual power in the late stage of foundation building, and is blessed by one of the most powerful swordsmanship in attack, it is indeed not close. If the 5th junior brother can also reach the late stage, there may still be a chance, but if it is only the mid-stage. At this time, Yi Honggui's pretty face turned slightly red and she was a little excited. At the same time, he murmured, growing up, growing up. Not only did Qin Jue reach the final step with the magic array, he was even able to fight against his 3rd senior brother. This shows that Qin Jue is already more powerful than her. As the senior sister who watched Qin Jue get started, Seeing Qin Jue's growth at this time, she felt an indescribable and wonderful feeling in her heart. At this time, Yan's face was full of admiration, and at the same time, there was a trace of weakness in his eyes. They both have Tianligan, so there is no gap between Qin Jue and him in terms of realm. Before that, he thought it was because he was not diligent enough. But now it seems that although there is no difference in realm, but everyone has already relied on the spell formation they have comprehended to be able to fight against top foundation building experts like third senior brother. Can this gap really be bridged by hard work? After the first round, the approximate ranking will be determined. After that comes the challenge phase. This stage, both Yi Hongwei and Yan maintained a good ranking. They have also obtained the qualifications to be selected for the third-level cave dwelling. Lin Feng, on the other hand, still wants to hit the top 2 and get the fourth-order spiritual peak. But since he had already been defeated by Qin Jue once, he had no choice but to challenge Qu Jianqing if he wanted to get in the top 2. Unfortunately, the winning rate against Qu Jianqing, a swordsman genius, was low, and being defeated by Qin Jue dampened his confidence and affected his mentality. Even if he takes the elixir to restore his spiritual power, he is still no match for Qu. The result was no unexpected defeat. Even trying to compete for third place later on, he was defeated by Yin's Haijun. So he became the final fourth among the top 4 in the first round, and was the only choice for the third-order spiritual peak. Because Qin Jue lost to his third senior brother Qu Jianqing in the first round, he got second place. In the second round of the challenge, if you want to get into the top 2 and get the fourth-level spiritual peak, besides challenging Qu Jianqing, you have no other choice but to challenge Qin Jue. Yin's Haijun is currently in third place, and he lost to Qu Jianqing in the last round. If he wants to compete for second place now, he must challenge Qin Jue. The fourth-level cave was tempting, and he did not hesitate to challenge Qin Jue. Chapter 59. Although they are from the same school, but the fourth-level spiritual vein is too important to him, and he cannot give up. Soon the two came on stage and began to defend and challenge the second place respectively. Looking at Qin Jue on the stage, Yin's Haijun pretended to be helpless, even implying moral kidnapping in his words. Fifth junior brother, senior brother, there is nothing I can do about it. You are only in the middle stage of foundation building, but I want to attack the condensation pill. The fourth-level spiritual vein is too important to me. As long as I succeed in condensing the elixir, senior brother, don't worry, junior brother, if you need any cultivation resources in the future, just ask, I will give my full support. Humph, you better be smart enough to admit defeat and give my senior brother some face, otherwise don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. I am determined to obtain this fourth-level spiritual vein, and I must not lose this opportunity. Once I obtain it, it will not only be of great benefit to myself, but also secretly cultivate more fellow disciples. And just now I lost to the third brother, the boring gourd. The opponent was a sword cultivator, and his combat power was reasonable. If I am surpassed by this fifth junior brother now, the prestige I have established in the sect over the years will definitely be damaged. Give you a face? You 2-year-old guy still have the nerve to ask for face from me? If Qin Jue hadn't been able to hear his inner voice, Qin Jue really thought that he would have forgotten his favor if he gave him second place. Pretend not to understand what the other person is saying. Qin Jue smiled faintly and said, I heard that this fourth-level spiritual vein is very beneficial to practice. Junior brother has not experienced it yet, and he wants it very much. However, my senior brother is so powerful, so my spell formation is just a heresy. It may be broken by my senior brother in no time. Although he happily gave up to his third senior brother Qu Jianqing. But facing this young man, Qin Jue had no psychological burden at all. He even had the urge to mess with him even if his true state was exposed. As he spoke, without warning, before Yin's Haijun was ready, he raised his hand and waved out 18 water snakes as thick as a bowl, twisting and twisting down at extremely fast speeds. Hiss! Numerous water snakes spat out messages and approached Yin's Haijun 9 feet in front of him in the blink of an eye. However, faced with Qin Jue's sudden attack, Yin's Haijun responded very quickly. His eyes were frozen, and he immediately stretched his hands to the left and right. Buzz! The air suddenly shook. An 8-sided rhombus with 8 trigrams on each side appeared from his body in an instant, spinning around for 7 feet. The diamond-shaped bagua is earthy yellow, which is in line with the earth spiritual power he majors in. Puff puff puff. All water snakes were blocked instantly. The spiritual power was shaken and completely dissipated. After blocking Qin Jue's first attack, Yin's Haijun clenched his open hands into fists and hammered the ground under his feet. Boom! In an instant, 2 giant rock pythons swam out from under his feet at extremely fast speeds, charging towards Qin Jue. To this, Qin Jue quickly used water wall technique, water mirror technique, giant wave technique, shock wave technique, spin technique, etc. to form a formation zone to surround himself. It can actually be used in one go, and has several more spells than the previous spell array. Bang bang bang! The 2 giant rock pythons, in the formation, were washed and rebounded by huge waves, spin spells, and water walls. After 7 or 8 rounds, they were finally shaken into pieces of gravel and completely lost their spiritual power. Then, Qin Jue released the water arrow technique and water gun technique to join the formation. After the formation was used many times, every water arrow and water gun had the strongest power in the late stage of foundation building. Swish, swish, swish. 28 water arrows and 28 water guns were all fired at Yin's Haijun. Buzz! However, the bagua diamond emerged again. Due to his multifaceted characteristics, all water arrows and water guns were deflected by him. Fortunately, these water arrows and water guns all originated from the magic formation. After being blocked in the first round, soon Qin Jue continued to increase his output, increasing the number of water arrows and water guns to more than 50. Moreover, the spells in the array are still being fired continuously. After about a dozen breaths, Yin's Haijun's defensive bagua finally began to dim, and the force of each rebound of water arrows and water guns also became much gentler. No, it's impossible. How can your magic array be so powerful? Before, you only combined 3 spells each time, but this time you used so many spells in the spell array. The strength of these water arrows and water guns is even as strong as Lao San's swordsmanship. Yin's Haijun's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't dare to think that his junior brother, who relied on external forces all the way, could actually hide his strength. He is only in the middle stage of foundation building, and he can use talismans and formations to add spells to get to this point. Logically speaking, he must go all out. Even the first round of the finals against Chu Jianqing was over. Now you tell me. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. Can you believe it? Haha, I don't want to do that either, second senior brother. The 4th level spiritual vein is too precious. I have a reason why I have to get it. In response, Qin Jue could not help but raise the corners of his mouth and smile lightly. Immediately afterwards, he insisted on taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Seeing that his defense against the 8 diagrams was starting to show signs of exhaustion, he immediately stretched out his long fingers and touched all the storage bags on his waist. Whoosh! In an instant, the remaining 30 or so second-level high-grade spiritual talismans were also thrown into the formation by him. This moment, the chains, anacondas, water knives, and water birds, under the blessing of the formation, exploded with power dozens of times more powerful than before, and they all rushed towards Yin's Haijun. Boom boom, boom boom. A bright light burst out from the arena. In the end, the bagua diamond collapsed completely, and Yin's Haijun was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of blood, flew out and fell down the ring. What's this? What kind of monster is this? Yin's Haijun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth on the ground. I suddenly asked myself. This was the first time he had seen someone who could combine spells, talismans, and formations at the same time to explode with such great power. Don't these complex energies repel each other during fusion? Even if a normal person learns how he integrates spells and talismans into the formation, he will probably be blown up countless times from the beginning. My fifth junior brother. Not only can it be integrated without any violation, it can even exert dozens of times more power than these magic talisman formations. This kid is truly terrifying. If such a person cannot be used by the Pluto sect, he must not be allowed to grow. At this moment, Yin's Haijun, the undercover agent of the demon sect, couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. He was afraid that people like Qin Jue would become Pluto sect's opponents. When the time comes, when he grows up, he will definitely cause an immeasurable blow to the Pluto sect. Although there are many thoughts in my heart. But Yin's Haijun still tried his best to play the role of his senior brother at this time. A helpless smile appeared on his face. He surrendered to Qin Jue. Fifth junior brother is truly a genius. I lost. Congratulations to junior brother for obtaining the 4th level spiritual peak. Chapter 60. Qin Jue, the leader of the clan, wins. As the notification sound came, many people at the scene realized that Yin's Haijun had really lost. He lost to his 5th junior brother who was in the middle stage of foundation building. Immediately afterwards, there was an extremely enthusiastic noise. He did it, he really did it. Qin Jue really broke into the top 2 and obtained a 4th level spiritual vein cave. Yin's Haijun has always been very strong. He is one of the strongest deacon disciples in the sect's foundation building stage. Even Lin Feng failed to challenge him, and he ended up losing to his junior brother who was in the middle stage of foundation building. I originally thought that the top 2 positions must be taken by Yin's Haijun and Qu Jianqing, but I didn't expect that Qin Jue stopped me halfway. Just now when Qin Jue was fighting against Qu Jianqing, he gave up so quickly. He thought that was the end of it. Who would have thought that fighting against Yin's Haijun would be like beating chicken blood? I didn't expect that the magic array developed by Qin Jue would be so powerful that it could defeat a genius like Deacon Yin in the late stage of foundation building. I used so many spiritual talismans and spell arrays before, but I didn't expect that they were not the strongest. His final burst of power was simply terrifying. Not only did he use 7 or 8 spells at once to form a spell array, but he could even use the array to strengthen the power of the spiritual talismans. This method was left to the end. Could it be that he was preparing to compete for the 4th level spiritual veins from the beginning? The reason why I didn't use it before was because my opponent was simply not strong enough. He is only in the middle stage of foundation building, but he can independently own a 4th level spiritual vein cave. He is really envious of me who has waited for 100 years. Listening to the heated discussions in the square. Although Yin's Haijun looked fine on his face, he felt pain in his heart like a needle pricking a sword. Especially when he heard those who said that he couldn't even defeat his junior brother who was in the middle stage of foundation building, and that he was defeated by his junior brother who had just started training for a few years. He found it even harder to accept. With 2 Tianling roots, he originally thought that Ye Yan's performance was already considered a top genius, but he didn't expect that Qin Jue took a different approach and was even more exaggerated. Now even he is no longer an opponent. Such a flexible mind and extremely understanding Tianligan must not continue to grow. No, I must find a way to get him to the Hades sect. With this thought in his mind, Yin's Haijun took a pill, pretended that he could not hear the sounds around him, and began to regulate his breathing. And after Qin Jue got off the ring, Yi Hongui greeted him immediately. Congratulations to 5th junior brother, I didn't expect that you would receive a 4th level spiritual vein. 5th junior brother, you never told me before that you actually prepared such a powerful spell formation. This is so awesome, even the 2nd senior brother is no match for you. The 5th junior brother is becoming more and more handsome, especially when he activates the magic formation in the ring. Yun Danfenking is really fascinating to watch. Tao, formations, and top-level understanding of spells. Is it true that the fifth junior brother has top-level talents in everything he learns? Yan also stepped forward to congratulate with a face full of shock. 5. Fifth senior brother, congratulations to fifth senior brother for successfully obtaining the 4th level spiritual peak. Fifth senior brother is too strong. You are only in the middle stage of foundation building, but you can obtain the 4th level spiritual veins by relying on the magic array you researched. This fifth senior brother is really admirable. Both are Tianligan. I am afraid that the fifth senior brother and I can only match our cultivation speed. His understanding is too terrifying. I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to catch up with my senior brother in other ways. Yan was subconsciously nervous even when talking to Qin Jue. Third senior brother Chu Jianqing also came to congratulate him. Congratulations to fifth junior brother. Although there was only this sentence, his voice at this time was quite active. I didn't expect that the fifth junior brother could really defeat the second senior brother. The magic array just now was so powerful when it exploded with all its strength. Even I would probably have to activate Qingke with all its strength to win. It's just, when the fifth junior brother fought with me just now, why didn't he use the full strength of the spell formation? Qin Jue pretended not to hear their wishes and thanked them one by one with a smile. At this time, he seemed to feel something in his heart. He turned and looked at the far corner of the square. There is a figure in white clothes standing alone in the snow. Exquisite face and outstanding temperament. It looks like a fairy from a painting. Yan Yunfen looked at his fifth junior brother from a distance, his eyebrows suddenly curved slightly, and a smile bloomed like the scorching sun. It melted thousands of ice and snow and warmed Qin Jue's heart. She was not born a snow fairy, but she had never met anyone worthy of showing too much color. Qin Jue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Yan Yunfen turned around and turned into a delicate ray of light, which disappeared in an instant. At this time, Shi Xingfeng's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Okay, you really impress me. Even's Haijun is no match for your magic array. Being able to have such a wonderful idea and understanding is truly a blessing to our taking sect. Okay Jue, come to the main hall with your senior brothers and sisters to choose the spiritual peak. Subsequently, the disciples who had obtained Ling Feng qualifications went to the main hall one after another. Qin Jue, Yi Hengui and others came to the main hall of taking peak together. See, everyone is here. With a smile on his face, Shi Xingfeng looked at the ranked disciples and spoke. The rankings of the branch conference have been released, from 1 to 17, choose Ling Feng Cave according to the ranking. As he spoke, he raised his hand and saw a three-dimensional light curtain appearing in the sky of the hall. The positions of the 17 spiritual peaks marked on it shone brightly. The two most shining ones are the 4th level spiritual veins. Although there are two 4th level spiritual peaks, there are differences. One of them, which is close to the main peak of the sect, belongs to the core area and has the strongest aura. The other one was relatively remote and had a little less spiritual energy, but Qin Jue found that the location was just close to the senior sister's Fengqi peak. The first place is Chu Jianqing. Naturally, he was chosen first. However, looking at the two 4th order spiritual peaks, he hesitated. He paused for a moment and then said to Qin Jue, I am about to enter the Golden Core realm, so I chose this 4th level spiritual peak brother. In this regard, Qin Jue nodded quickly without any objection. After all, the other party is number 1 and has priority. He is free to choose which one he wants. Seeing this, Chu Jianqing no longer hesitated. Then he chose the 4th level spiritual peak close to the main peak of the sect. The new owner of Ling Feng has to be renamed. Chu Jianqing named this 4th level spiritual peak, Qingjian Peak. Qin Jue naturally chose the other 4th level spiritual peak and also gave it a name. It's called Juefeng. In fact, even if he was asked to choose the first one, he would choose another one after looking at the map. Although this one was a little off, it was close to the mountain peak of senior sister Yan Yunfan, and he himself preferred a more remote one. After all, I have too many talents, and I will have a lot to cultivate when the time comes. There is no need to worry about unexpected variables. After that, other disciples ranked later also picked their own peaks. As for the second senior brother Yin's Haijun and the fourth senior sister Yi Hongui, because they did not get the fourth level mountain peak, they did not make a new choice in the end, but continued to live in their previous caves. The two extra third level spiritual peaks were handed over to the disciples below them. Yan, like Qin Jue, has just started. Therefore, I also chose a pretty good third level spiritual peak as my future training ground. At this point, this branch conference has completely come to an end. Chapter 61. After choosing Ling Feng, Shi Xingfeng called Qin Jue and Yan aside and praised them respectively. Especially Qin Jue, he was full of praise for his ability to delve into the technique of merging spells and formations and spiritual talismans, and successfully obtain the fourth level spiritual peak with this. The pride and joy on his face could not be dissipated for a long time. At the same time, many exciting duels in this branch conference were quickly spread within the sect. For example, Yan relied on his powerful fire spells to defeat his opponents and obtain the third level spiritual peak. Yin's Haijun not only lost to his third junior brother, but also to his fifth junior brother who had just started. Wu Chenjiahu's difficult barrier of earth and fog was broken by Qin Jue's magic formation. There are also Lin Feng and Zhang Chen from the last two competitions, but they didn't make it into the top two this time. These battles or deeds suddenly became a hot topic within the taking sect. Certainly. Among them, the most discussed one is Qin Jue. About how Qin Jue relied on spiritual talismans, and later used strange magic formations to defeat his opponents all the way, and how he successfully obtained the fourth level spiritual peak. Almost every scene has become a hot topic that many disciples talk about and discuss repeatedly. Before that, for the two newcomers to Tianligan of the sect Master Peak. Because the demon sect took action against Yan, many disciples became more familiar with Yan. But after this branch meeting, Qin Jue's name became more famous among most disciples. Even many outer sect disciples have a certain understanding of Qin Jue due to word of mouth among the inner sect disciples they came into contact with. If Qin Jue went to the outer gate now and saw only other people, maybe not many people would be able to recognize him. But once his name is revealed, he will definitely become the center of attention. However, Qin Jue himself had no idea about all this. Because not long after the peak selection was over, he returned to the courtyard of the sect leader's peak, took his daily belongings, and went to his new residence. The fourth level spiritual peak is the peak. Moreover, even if he knew it, he would laugh it off and not have much reaction. Maybe even a little annoyed. After all, his life creed has always been to practice Taoism and practice immortality, and to become stronger and immortal in silence. This kind of publicity is very dangerous. He didn't pay too much attention to external matters. The Spirit Vein Peak is not really just a cave or a mountain. Rather, it is a practice dojo centered on the Spirit Vein Peak. Zhuefeng is a fourth-level spiritual dojo, and it occupies a large area. In addition to the main peak that reaches straight into the sky, it also includes some surrounding hills, palaces, lakes, streams, spiritual fields, etc. In the meantime, due to being nourished by spiritual veins, there are many rare animals such as spiritual grass, spiritual trees, and animals. It is an excellent place to live and practice. This kind of treasure land can only be used as a reward for foundation building disciples in top sects like Taking Sect. In the outside world, most of them are occupied by the powerful Jindan Genren and Yuanying Zhenjun, and it is impossible to become an unclaimed land. Although it is within the territory of Taking Sect, this kind of cave is usually protected by a mountain guard formation. Jue Feng belongs to the 4th level of spiritual veins, and the mountain protection formation even reaches the 3rd level, which can protect against attacks and intrusions by golden elixir level monks. After Qin Jue became the new master, he also received the formation order. As long as you borrow the formation order, you can control all the formations of Jue Feng. It should be a beautiful place with excellent scenery. Although the aura is a little worse than the main peak of the sect, it has surpassed most places in the sect, which is good. The activation order opened the restriction, and Yu Jian entered it. Looking down at the beautiful scenery of the peak, Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh with a faint smile. Land directly on the main peak. There are many attics and palaces here. And the scope is huge. All built by previous owners. Walking through the attics of these palaces, I found that some of them have complete basic facilities and most of them are in pretty good condition. I think it was due to long-term use and maintenance. There are attic residences for practicing and caves and quiet rooms for retreat. There are also 7 or 8 separate and independent halls such as the Alchemy Hall, the Weapon Refining Hall, and the Beast Control Hall. When he arrived at the foot of the main peak, Qin Jue also saw the spiritual field enclosed by the isolation circle. According to preliminary visual inspection, it covered an area of about 10 acres. There are also 2 half-acre lakes, with a Lingmu bridge leading from the shore to the center of the lake, and a pavilion built on it. Yes, it saves a lot of trouble in infrastructure construction. But it still needs some people to take care of it. After walking around for a while, Qin Buletin couldn't help but talk to himself. Generally, a monastery will hire some people to help the owner with daily maintenance. Those with low strength mostly spend money to support some mortals to do these things. But those with high strength, especially those who are direct foundation disciples like Qin Jue, usually invite outer disciples or even inner disciples who have good cultivation. Because the higher the strength of the peak master, the things that need to be taken care of are of higher value and more dangerous. Ordinary mortals cannot touch these knowledge and fields at all. Just like the Lingtian district and the beast taming district in the peak, without any knowledge of cultivation and immortality, one may injure oneself and lose one's life at any time. And these things are very troublesome to do. If Qin Jue allocates his energy to take care of it himself, it will seriously affect his cultivation. Where should I find someone? However, it was difficult to find someone for the time being. Qin Jue, although he has been a disciple for several years, he has been practicing at the sect master peak. Apart from a few of his own senior brothers and sisters, he does not know many other sect disciples. Besides, he doesn't feel at ease with anyone he finds casually. While thinking, suddenly he felt the formation order on his body move. Someone is knocking on the mountain gate. With curiosity, Qin Jue quickly came to the mountain gate. When he saw that familiar and beautiful figure, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The person who came was none other than Yi Hongwei. Immediately open the mountain guard formation to let the opponent in. At the same time, he showed a hint of surprise and said, "Fourth senior sister, why are you here? I just went back to the sect's main peak to pack my things, and I found that you had already moved away. I thought that you had just moved to the new cave house and had to arrange a lot of things. And since you are usually alone, it may be difficult to find the right person to do it in a short period of time, so let's see if there is anything I can help with." As soon as Yi Hongwei saw Qin Jue, she spoke with a smile. The words were full of concern. Regarding Yi Hongwei's enthusiasm, Qin Jue suddenly looked delighted. "Fourth senior sister, you came just in time. I was just wondering where to find someone to help me take care of the cave. Junior brother, I'm here. Thank you, senior sister, for your help. Okay, I'll summon my maid to come here." After hearing Qin Jue's words, Yi Hongwei immediately nodded and started the summons. He did not refuse Yi Hongwei's help. You can borrow her help to arrange it in the early stage. But the follow-up management still requires trustworthy people to stay here for a long time. Yi Hongwei has a cave of her own and is about to condense her elixir. It is impossible for her to stay here to help manage it. Besides, she is still my senior sister, so she is not suitable both emotionally and rationally. Qin Jue thought in his heart. Chapter 62. Got it. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Jue found a person who was more suitable to help him manage the cave. That is Chen Peng. Chen Peng had previously helped him run errands to purchase materials for drawing talismans and sell talismans. He had always done well without any accidents. After so many contacts, I got to know him better. Moreover, he came from a humble background and has been practicing hard on his own. He is not arrogant or impetuous, has a pure character, and is considered upright. No matter how many magic talismans I took out each time, no matter how high the value, I never felt any dissatisfaction. Instead, I thought about myself and tried my best to sell them at the best price every time. Now that the cave has been newly opened, it would be appropriate to ask him to help manage it. Just do what comes to mind. Qin Jue immediately took out the summons talisman that he had established contact with before, and sent him a summons to come to Juefeng. At this time, Yi Hongwei's people also arrived. After asking Qin Jue to activate the formation to let them in, Yi Hongwei began to give instructions. This is my junior brother's new cave. Please help him take care of it. Take a few people to clean the attic first. You guys will clean the alchemy hall and the beast control hall. There is also the spiritual field below. All the weeds have been cleared and the spiritual soil has been loosened. After listening to Yi Hongwei's instructions, the 40 or 50 maids in the qi refining stage quickly and respectfully accepted the order. Then the division of labor was clear and orderly and we started to get busy. As expected of you, senior sister, you are professional in everything you do. Qin Jue couldn't help showing admiration when he saw it, and praised Yi Hongwei. Haha, they usually do these things in my cave, and they have long been used to it. Yi Hong smiled slightly. Suddenly there was a fluctuation in the formation order. It's Chen Peng who has arrived. Seeing this, Qin Jue's eyes lit up and he said, Sister, please make arrangements first, and I'll go pick someone up. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of the mountain gate again. Senior brother Qin. Congratulations, senior brother, for showing off your skills in the branch conference and successfully obtaining the 4th level spiritual vein peak. Seeing Qin Jue, Chen Peng suddenly shouted excitedly. In the past 2 days, he had been listening to people around him talking about Qin Jue's deeds at the branch conference. I was also happy for a long time that Qin Jue could obtain the 4th level spiritual vein. It's just that Qin Jue hasn't contacted Yi Hongwei for a while because he had access to Yi Hongwei's family in Xiancheng. Today I am still thinking about when Qin Jue will contact him again. Unexpectedly, I just received another summons. So he rushed to Juefeng as quickly as possible without stopping. Haha, it's just good luck. Let's put this aside for now. I came to you this time mainly because I want you to help me manage Juefeng. As you know, I am usually busy with my practice, and I basically don't have any extra time to deal with the many chores in the cave. He needs to move here to help me manage the cave. Are you willing? Hear Chen Peng's words. Qin Jue just smiled faintly and didn't talk much about the branch meeting. Instead, go straight to the topic and ask him what he thinks. Only then did Chen Peng react and began to take stock of his surroundings. At the same time, he also felt the aura of heaven and earth. Look at the beautiful scenery in front of you, as well as the rich and vivid aura. He immediately took a breath of spiritual energy and suddenly said with a shocked face, This is the 4th level spiritual peak obtained by senior brother? No wonder it has such a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I do, of course I do. Senior brother Qin, don't worry. Don't worry if you leave it to me. Junior brother will definitely help you manage and take good care of this cave. Are you kidding me? You can't agree? This is a 4th level spiritual mountain. Even many foundation building disciples and deacons don't have the opportunity to own it. Being able to live in it is a huge blessing. Not to mention other benefits, this cultivation environment alone has surpassed that of most inner disciples, not to mention that I am only an outer disciple now. I must help Senior Brother Qin manage it well so that Senior Brother can practice with peace of mind and live up to Senior Brother's expectations. I never thought that I, Chen Peng, would one day live in the 4th level spiritual peak. Senior Brother Qin is truly my noble person, Chen Peng. See his reaction and hear his thoughts. Qin Jue nodded with satisfaction. Well, in that case I won't say much. You know, I usually don't ask for much. As long as you help me get things done, I will never treat you badly. You come with me first, and I will take you to see my senior sister. She is also arranging people to help me with some preliminary arrangements and organization. With that said, he led Chen Peng to find Yi Hongwei. After both parties got to know each other, Qin Jue discussed with them the specific layout of Juefeng. The spiritual field has not been abandoned for a long time. It has only been a year or two. After the spiritual soil has been reorganized and loosened, it is still quite fertile. You can first purchase some popular elixir seeds and plant them to keep the spiritual soil active, and then slowly add more according to demand. Yi Hongwei pointed at the spiritual field that had been almost half cleaned out by several maids using spells. Okay, Senior Sister Yi, I will help Qin, Peak Master purchase some elixirs and herbs to plant right away. Chen Peng nodded quickly after hearing this. That hilly area seems to be a bit deserted without many spiritual trees. Some spiritual bamboos can be transplanted here. Although there are many spiritual beasts nearby, the only thing missing is the spirit turtle. We can get some to keep. There are no other special requirements. Senior Sister, you can arrange whatever you want. At the same time, Qin Jue also pointed at several places and expressed his thoughts. But I only mentioned 2 things I wanted. Yi Hongwei helped him with the rest of the arrangements. Take these spiritual stones first to purchase the first batch of things you need. If you don't have enough, you can ask me for them later. Then Qin Jue set aside 30,000 spiritual stones for Chen Peng and gave him instructions. After arranging for Chen Peng to go out to purchase supplies, Yi Hongwei continued to lead the maid to help Mang Zefeng with various tasks. Moving into Xindongfu is like decorating a new home. If you want to arrange it well, you need a lot of spiritual stones. After returning from the branch meeting, I still haven't had time to draw spiritual talismans to earn spiritual stones. In addition, the talismans consumed before were not small. This time I can just draw a little more. Next, Qin Jue found an attic that had been cleaned out, entered it and started drawing talismans. This time, Yi Hongwei gave me a 3rd level talisman pen to look at the sky, and the speed of drawing the 2nd level talisman was much faster than before. In just 2 days, hundreds of 2nd level high-grade spiritual talismans were drawn. It is comparable to the consumption of the branch conference. Take out part of it and find Yi Hongwei. Thanks to the 3rd level talisman pen given by Senior Sister, my speed in drawing talismans has improved a lot. However, the cost of setting up a new cave recently has been quite high. These talismans should be of good quality. Could you please Senior Sister to help me with them? No problem, our Yishan Immortal City branches are spread all over Jingguo. I'll have someone come and pick it up, and the transaction can be completed soon. At this time, Yi Hongwei was directing 3 maids to plant some spiritual herbs and elixir seeds that Chen Peng had just purchased in the spiritual field. Regarding Qin Jue's request, she immediately said that there was no problem. Then a summons was sent to Yishan Immortal City, and people from branches near Taking Sect came to pick up the spiritual talisman. Chapter 63. While Yi Hongwei and Chen Peng were busy, Qin Jue was not idle either. Instead, he came to the Zongmen Library Hall to study the Mountain Guard Formation and some other books on protective formations. although Juefeng's mountain protecting formation is a third-level formation. But in fact, it is just a general formation deployed by the sect after the former peak master left, and its level is still a little lower than that of the fourth-order spiritual veins. It may be useful for ordinary golden elixirs, but for some powerful golden elixirs or those with more blessings, the safety protection is not enough. Therefore, he now wants to focus on solving this problem first. After spending contribution points to read a lot of books about cave formations and large defensive formations, he quickly became absorbed in it. It is different from the previous research on the fusion of spells and formations. Large-scale defensive formations such as the Mountain Guard formation and cave-related formations are not only more sophisticated and detailed, but also require quite complex and diverse materials. The formations required for some of these caves are not bad. Especially large defensive formations like the Mountain Guard formation. Not only are the material requirements high and plentiful, but the layout often requires the cooperation of many people. Fortunately, with the blessing of top comprehension, it is not too much of an obstacle for him to deduce and understand. After about half a year, he had a preliminary understanding of defensive formations. Some of the simple formation arrangements can even be said to be familiar to you. The only difference is practice. However, large-scale formations, especially fourth-order spiritual peaks like Juefeng, cover a very wide range. The layout can completely cover the large formations, but the things and materials involved are too huge. For a while, neither the materials nor his current experience were enough. Therefore, Qin Jue decided to arrange the attic where he practiced and the secret room where he retreated based on the formation method he had understood. It just so happens that you can verify your newly learned formation methods and accumulate experience. In this way, when the large-scale protective formation is actually deployed, it will be smoother and increase some fault tolerance. After thinking about it, Qin Jue came out of the attic where he had been staying for a long time. However, there was no formation arrangement immediately. Instead, he found Yi Hongwei immediately. I want her to help purchase some materials for the mountain protection formation first. In addition to the magic talisman that she asked the other party to help with before, the money should have been returned just enough for her to directly use it to purchase materials. Since she has been helping arrange various affairs in the mountain peak, Yi Hongwei has been living in Juefeng during this period. The residence is not far from Qin, in another attic next to it. What? Help you purchase materials for the mountain protection formation. But, junior brother, haven't you just been in seclusion for half a year? How quickly did you learn how to arrange the mountain protecting formation? Hearing that Qin Jue came to him and asked him to help purchase materials for the mountain protection formation, Yi Hongwei's pretty face was full of surprise. Asked very surprised. Really or not, you are purchasing materials for the mountain protection formation. Are you planning to rearrange the mountain protection formation on Juefeng? But Juefeng's current protective formation is at the third level. Even if the fifth junior brother learns it, can he really do it? It's only been half a year, but he has really learned the complete mountain protecting formation, doesn't he only know a corner of it? In such a short period of time, even the formation masters in my fairy city could not learn even a corner of a new large-scale formation in half a year. Because Qin Jue told her before retreating that she needed to understand the formations arranged for the cave, which also included large formations such as the mountain protection formation. In her cognition, even for those who are talented in formations, it is common for them to learn large-scale formations such as the Mountain Guard formation for the first time, at least 3, 5, or even 10 years. When Qin Jue came out this time, she thought that Qin Jue had just learned some simple formations. But the result was that they were about to start setting up a mountain protecting formation. It's only been half a year. Did you learn the mountain protecting formation? This is simply too outrageous. He knew that his junior brother had incredible understanding, he had learned Talisman Tao very quickly before, and even developed a combination technique such as spell fusion formation, but this was still a bit too exaggerated. Could it be that he is really good at whatever he studies? I was shocked and amazed in my heart. Yi Hongwei went to gather materials for the mountain protection formation. Qin Jue next found Chen Peng and asked him to give him some supplies that he had purchased before. Then he returned to the attic of his residence and started trying to set up the spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering array he arranged belongs to the second level. The layout is not demanding and does not require many materials. It just so happened that the batch of materials purchased by Chen Peng was very complete. Spirit gathering arrays are also divided into small and large ones. It is no exaggeration to say that a large one can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from thousands of miles around to one place. The small one is a formation that most practice caves will arrange. It can gather the spiritual energy within a certain range nearby. It is an indispensable item for most monks to open up caves. The fourth level spiritual veins are already rich in spiritual energy. If they are blessed by the spirit gathering array, their cultivation will definitely be more effective with half the effort. Arrange various materials carefully around the attic according to your own understanding. Finally, place a medium-grade spiritual stone in the formation I. Boom! Immediately, the spirit gathering array began to operate. Most of the high-quality spiritual energy in the entire Juefeng range quickly converged toward the attic. Yes, the spiritual power is much stronger than that at the residence of the sect leader's peak. Feeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth attracted by the spirit gathering array in the attic, Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh. This is still limited by his own cultivation, and currently he can only arrange the second level. If you have a higher level of cultivation and can set up a third level spirit gathering array, by then, the intensity of spiritual energy will probably be much higher. The large-scale mountain protection formation requires a lot of materials and is very complicated. Even if Yi Tianxian city is behind Yi Hongwei, it will be difficult to gather them all in a short time. So after setting up the spirit gathering array, Qin Jue began to practice in seclusion in the attic that was blessed by the spirit gathering array. This long-term study of the formation method gave him a lot of inspiration. He found that he had too many attributes and practiced many techniques before, which made it too complicated and troublesome. Each time, all attributes must be practiced individually. Not only does it take a lot of time, it is also not conducive to long-term development. The overly complicated techniques made him stop at the late stage of foundation building, and he didn't feel any sign of condensation for a long time. If you follow the previous exercises, I don't know how long it will take to be able to condense elixirs. In addition, his own situation is special. The full-level talents with all attributes are very different from others. It is not suitable for practicing ordinary exercises at all. Not the most suitable either. Therefore, during this retreat, he planned to use top comprehension to combine all the techniques currently practiced to deduce a new technique that is most suitable for his own practice. Moreover, I have been practicing all attributes from Qi refining to the later stage of foundation building. His experience in cultivating immortals is 7 to 8 times more than that of anyone else in the late stage of foundation building. If you include talismans, formations, and swordsmanship, it is even more. This is not too difficult for him. Chapter 64. In order to be able to completely condense the perfect golden elixir, and to go further in the future. Now that the independent cave has been opened, the time is ripe. You can create a unique skill that is unique to you. After retreat, all the exercises he had learned before kept flashing in Qin Jue's mind. The key points of the cultivation method corresponding to each attribute are individually refined, conceived, and deduced. Then take the essence and combine it with your own special meridians and spiritual roots for fusion. The process was difficult at first. However, after several sudden enlightenments, it gradually became like enlightenment. My understanding of the practice has also become clearer. The subsequent deduction went much smoother. Sometimes there are moments of inspiration. That was it until a year later. Qin Jue successfully deduced and created a technique that was most suitable for him. Not only is it faster and easier to practice than before, but the spiritual power transformed is also stronger. Qin Jue named it 10,000 Paths Evergreen Gong. This new cultivation method does not require that each attribute must be practiced separately as before. Rather, it is a peerless method that can cultivate thousands of ways. As long as this method continues to be perfected in the future, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a perfect method that can be practiced until you become an immortal. After switching to the 10,000 Paths Everlasting skill, he obviously felt that his spiritual power had improved to more than one level than before. The enhanced strength brought about by this is very obvious. In the past, because of the many techniques and attributes that were practiced, the combined spiritual power was very strong, 7 or 8 times that of ordinary foundation building in the later stages. But also because the training was too complicated, in order to be able to integrate the spiritual energy into the body without rejecting it and running at the same time, a lot of the absorbed spiritual energy was lost in the process. It's not at all the limit that his all-attribute top-end talent body can reach. Now, after transferring to the 10,000 Paths of Evergreen technique, he feels that the current level of spiritual power is even more than 10 times that of ordinary foundation building in the later stage. At the same time, in the process of deducing this skill, it also consolidated its own foundation. Let the current late stage of foundation building reach an unprecedented peak of stability. Now, it has even reached the point where it can hit the golden elixir at any time. But he was in no rush to try it. Instead, I decided to take a break and relax. Cultivation of immortality and cultivation is not only the cultivation of strength, but also the process of training one's mind. Only by cultivating one's strength and improving one's cultivation can one's mentality and spirit be perfected. Only in this way can we better impact new realms. After all, most people only have one chance to cultivate immortality. He would not take risks easily without being 100% sure. After deciding to leave the country, Qin Jue opened the attic door and walked out. What you see is a fairyland scene. The temples everywhere are brand new, and the fairy light of the rainbow bridge is shining slightly. There are cranes spreading their wings among the floating clouds, and there are spiritual beasts chirping in the jungle. Weeds are removed from the roads, and common trees among the flowing water are transformed into spiritual trees. Many spiritual fruit trees that have just produced tender fruits are planted in patches. Koi fish leap in the lake. Especially the spiritual field at the foot of the mountain has changed from a bare empty field at the beginning to acres and acres of spiritual herbs and elixirs. At a glance, Baoguang is like a brocade of flowers. Looking to the left again, I saw a dense bamboo forest composed of bamboos. Then he came to the beast control hall, where many different kinds of exotic beasts were raised. Going to 2 lakes, you can see many turtles hibernating in them through the clear water. There are many male and female disciples in the Qi refining stage taking care of these places at the same time. After preliminary estimation, there must be more than 30. Chen Peng was leading a few people to be busy in the spiritual field at this time. I've met the peak master. Saw Qin Jue coming. Chen Peng immediately brought everyone to pay homage. Through Chen Peng's explanation, I found out that these people were some trustworthy disciples he had brought over from the outer sect. In addition to helping him, I can also help take care of Chuefeng. It's well done. You really can't handle such a big cave alone. It's normal to need some help. As long as it's someone you can trust, it's no problem. As for the treatment, just take care of it. As long as you help me take care of Chuefeng, you can report to me the supplies you need at any time. Qin Jue affirmed this point. After all, Chuefeng is too big, not to mention Chen Peng alone, even a dozen people may not be enough. Manpower must be increased. He doesn't have to worry at all about these people. Because if there is a difference, he can also know it from his heart. Then Qin Jue smiled and praised Chen Peng. Chuefeng's current layout is very good. I am very satisfied. I can see that you are putting your heart into the layout and management. If you don't have enough spiritual stones, remember to tell me. As for your own cultivation, if you don't have enough resources, you can ask me directly. Chen Peng thanked him profusely for this. At the same time, he still sighed in his heart, following Qin Jue was the best decision in his life. As for the people Yi Hongwei had brought over to help, after completing the preliminary arrangements, she saw that Qin Jue had not yet left the seclusion, so she asked them to go back first. He stayed and waited for Qin Jue to come out of seclusion. After all, Qin Jue asked him to help collect materials for the mountain protection formation. Now that she has collected almost everything, she wants to hand it over to Qin Jue herself. Arrive at the attic where Yi Hongwei lives temporarily. Junior brother, you are finally out of seclusion. The materials for the mountain protection formation that you asked me to help you collect are basically complete and are waiting to be handed over to you. As soon as they met, Yi Hongwei was so surprised that she spoke. At the same time, he handed a storage bag to Qin Jue. Excuse me, senior sister. Taking the storage bag containing the materials, Qin Jue quickly expressed his gratitude. Then he opened it and took a look. It was found that it indeed contained a large amount of materials for setting up large-scale formations, and there were even many types that could be used 3 or 4 times. So many? She is worthy of being the princess of Yishan Fairy City. Several of them still only appear at auctions. Not to mention the collection was completed in such a short period of time, and even exceeded by so much. Seeing these materials, Qin Jue couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise on his face. Feeling emotional about the strength of Xianchang behind Yi Hongwei. Then he looked at Yi Hongwei seriously and said, "The value of so many materials is not low. Are the talismans that junior brother gave to senior sister for sale before enough for these materials? If there is any difference, senior sister must inform me, and junior brother must make up for it." Hearing this, Yi Hongwei quickly shook her head. That's enough, that's enough. The talisman you took out before, junior brother, is of high quality. This time it just offsets the cost of purchasing the formation materials. Although the value of the magic talisman is offset, some of the materials are generally not circulated in the market and need to be auctioned. This time, the fairy city specially took them out of the treasure house, and they were still calculated at the purchase price. This is a special benefit that I specially emphasized that it was needed by the 5th junior brother. Although the words are enough, the inner voice is something else. But fortunately, I didn't directly lose money to myself. Since the senior sister's family was willing to give this favor, it was hard for him to refuse. In the future, I'll draw more high-level talismans and sell them to my senior sister. After listening to the other party's voice, Qin Jue nodded, but in his mind he was thinking about drawing more talismans and selling them to her fairy city. After getting the materials. Next, Qin Jue was ready to rearrange the mountain protecting formation. Chapter 65. The layout of the mountain guard formation. It doesn't mean that you have to push back to the past and start over completely. Qin Jue passed the previous study of battle tactics. I learned that this kind of large-scale formation is usually improved on the original basis, so as to save materials and reduce costs to the maximum extent. Zhuo Feng's original formation was a 3rd-level primary formation. This time he planned to upgrade it 1 level further and arrange it into the middle stage of the 3rd level. Holding the storage bag Yi Hongwei just gave, Qin Jue soon began to move throughout Zhuo Feng. The foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain, the peak, the jungle, the lake, the valley, etc. Every time he landed on a place, he would carefully measure it and then take out the materials and arrange them. Soon, in just half a day, Zhuo Feng's original mountain protecting formation was upgraded from the 3rd level elementary level to the middle level 1. But he didn't stop. I continued to run around Zhuo Feng several times. Successfully deployed a 3rd level primary large-scale spirit gathering array that just covers the entire Zhuo Feng cave mansion, and a large 3rd level primary spiritual locking array. Let the entire peak, including the surrounding caves, accelerate the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and at the same time prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. During this period, Yi Hongwei did not leave and watched Qin Jue busy in the attic. But the more she looked at it, the more frightened she became, and the more she looked at it the more shocked she became. It was even difficult to close the cherry lips that had been opened unconsciously for a long time. Although Qin Jue asked her to help collect materials for large-scale formations before, she was surprised that he learned how to arrange them. But it was only when she witnessed it with her own eyes that she felt the true shock of genius. My junior brother is only at the foundation building realm. Not only can the original third-level primary mountain guarding formation be upgraded to a mid-level one, but it can even be used to deploy 2 brand new large-scale formations. What kind of talent is this? It can be said that he is a complete formation genius. When Qin Jue asked her to help purchase materials, she had doubts about it. I doubt that even if he learned it, he wouldn't be able to successfully arrange it in a short time. It will take at least 1 or 2 years. As a result, after I gave him all the materials, unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. And it's so fast. The whole process went smoothly, as if it had been rehearsed countless times in my mind without making a single mistake. After Qin Jue finished setting up all the formations, he returned to the attic. Yi Hongwei suddenly stared at him with brilliant eyes. "What's wrong, senior sister, is there something on my face?" Qin Jue couldn't help but wonder. In response to this, Yi Hongwei suddenly smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just that your face is so handsome that senior sister can't help but take a second look. 5th junior brother is really an all-around genius. Is there anything in this world that his talent is not as strong as? Not only is he so handsome, making people want to watch him all the time, he is also extremely talented in everything he learns. Well, it still looks so handsome. It's a pity that the entry Peerless Fairy Beauty automatically took effect as soon as it was obtained. Now it is difficult to keep a low profile. Fortunately, senior sister is a person who has achieved great things and knows how to control herself. Otherwise, it would be a bit dangerous to be in contact with her every day." After listening to Yi Hongwei's words, Qin Jue could not help but touch his nose and thought to himself. As for the formation, although it is somewhat difficult. But in Qin Jue's opinion, it is not as difficult as senior sister Yi Hongwei thought. Formation is different from Fu Dao. What mainly depends on the materials and personal understanding of this type of formation. He himself has heaven-defying comprehension, and with the complete materials this time, he will naturally be able to arrange it with ease. If he was given time, he estimated that he would even be able to deploy a third-level high-grade formation very quickly. In addition, this retreat was a success. Although there is no breakthrough in the realm, the foundation have reached an unprecedented level of stability, and the strength has also invisibly risen to a higher level. It will naturally help even more when it comes to arranging formations. Then, Yi Hongwei saw that most of the affairs of Qin Jue's new cave house and Juefeng were almost settled, and it seemed that it was not appropriate for him to stay here all the time. But in her heart, she wanted to see more of her handsome and talented junior brother. So after hesitating for a while, she asked Qin Jue tentatively, "Junior brother, Juefeng's arrangements are quite good now. Do you need help from senior sister for anything else? If not..." Unfortunately, the 5th junior brother's new cave has been decorated, and I have to go back. I'm really sad that I can't see the handsome face of the 5th junior brother often. It would be nice if I could continue to stay here for a while. 5th junior brother's cave is really nice. It has 4th level spiritual veins and now it is so beautifully maintained. A formation has just been set up. Living here, whether practicing or playing, is not very comfortable. Hey, don't tell me, I really have something to trouble senior sister. I heard the other party's words and thoughts. Qin Jue said without any hesitation, nursing the spirit peak requires a lot of spirit stones. It consumes a lot in just 1 year. Senior sister, you have also seen that Chen Peng brings such a large group of people. I haven't even done it yet. I gave them spirit stones. How about senior sister staying here for a while longer, and then you can go back after I draw some spiritual talismans and give them to senior sister in exchange for some spiritual stones. Really? Okay, senior sister will stay at your peak for a while, waiting for you to draw the magic talisman. After hearing Qin Jue's words, Yi Hongwei didn't even think about it and quickly agreed. In response, Qin Jue's face remained calm and showed a faint smile. After all, Yi Hongwei, as her senior sister, has always been very kind to her. In addition, Zhua Feng belongs to the 4th level spiritual peak, and the spirit gathering array and the spirit locking array have just been set up. It is much better than her own 3rd level cave, both in terms of living environment and cultivation. Just after hearing her voice, without much hesitation, he thought of inviting her to stay. In any case, although he is dedicated to seeking the truth and does not want to be tainted with the cause and effect between men and women, he still has a basic heart of gratitude. Yi Hongwei helped him so much. Keeping her here for a while longer isn't a problem at all. Although it is completely possible to draw the magic talisman and then go to the other side's Dongfu Peak to find her. But he won't say it. Yi Hongwei didn't think about this at all at this time. No one said anything and no one wanted to. This prompted Yi Hongwei to continue to stay. After that, Qin Jue continued to chat with her for a few words, then returned to his attic and started drawing magic talismans to make money. Previously, I had been drawing second-order spiritual talismans. This time, because of the creative method, the realm has been stabilized at the limit of the late stage of foundation building, and the foundation has become more than 1 layer deep. He simply began to try the 3rd level magic talisman. After all, according to the price of her fairy city given by Yi Hongwei, 1 3rd level primary talisman is more valuable than 100 second level talismans. Moreover, by practicing the 3rd level magic talisman in advance, you can also have some advance understanding of the golden elixir realm in the future. In addition, if it is successful, it will also truly improve one's own talisman. But the 3rd level talisman corresponds to the real Jindan. When stimulated, it can generally reach the power of a golden elixir's one-hit spell. With his current state of mind, it is very difficult to successfully draw. If it weren't for the 3rd level talisman Pen Wang Tian Linghao given by Yi Hongwei, and the fusion of its own multi-attributes, the spiritual power would be more than 10 times more powerful than the ordinary late-stage foundation building. He wouldn't even try. Chapter 66. The 3rd level spiritual talisman and the 2nd level spiritual talisman are really different. Just give it a try at first. Qin was extremely impressed by the difficulty of the 3rd level spiritual talisman. But he is not discouraged. Sweep away the talisman materials that were scrapped just after 1 stroke. Then take out a brand new one again and continue trying. This time, I got 3 strokes. Then continue to change materials and continue to try. 6 strokes, 10 strokes, 18 strokes. Finally, after a month, Qin Jue finally succeeded in drawing a 3rd level primary spiritual talisman. Water Dragon Talisman. Once this talisman is sacrificed, it can transform into a powerful water dragon, roaring and charging towards the opponent. And as long as the quality of the talisman is good enough, the burst of energy can even reach the full blow of many high-level golden elixirs in their early stages. With the success of the first level 3 Water Dragon Talisman, after that, I became more and more comfortable in painting. The first one took a month, and the second one was shortened to 26 days. The third one is 22 days old. 4, 5, 6. Finally, the time was shortened to a maximum of 15 days. Qin Jue took advantage of being immersed in continuous progress and drew 10 third-level elementary water dragon talismans in one go. After leaving customs, he immediately found his senior sister Yi Hongwei. Facing him, Yi Hongwei's eyes turned red when he took out 10 third-level talismans at once. You, junior brother, you went into seclusion to draw talismans this time, and you drew 10 third-level spiritual talismans in one go. Oh my god! How did you do that? Last time, the ones you gave me were all second-level high-grade spiritual talismans. This time, only about half a year later, they turned into 10 third-level spiritual talismans. Isn't this too fast? Yi Hongwei held 10 third-level talismans in her hand and looked at them again and again. The excitement as he spoke was uncontrollable. Third-level talismans, 10 in total. The third-level magic talisman is already a commodity for high-level immortal cultivators. Even one of it is a top treasure in the fairy city. If I take this back home, my dad will definitely be very excited when he sees it. You know, in the world of immortal cultivation in Jingguo, the strongest monks have only reached nascent soul. The golden elixir cultivator can already be regarded as a giant. The third-level talisman corresponds to the Jindan real-level supplies. Even in the entire Jingguo, there have been no more than 5 third-level talisman masters in recent years. And each of them is an older generation of monks with a distinguished reputation. But Qin Jue is still so young. What does this mean? It means he has a brighter future. Now that he is able to draw third-level spiritual talismans at such a young age, although he is still at the elementary level, with his demon-like talent, is he still far behind in the future to become a mid-level or top-level magic talisman? Wouldn't it be possible to draw 4th and 5th orders in the future? Moreover, due to his young age, this time may not be far away. 5th junior brother, have you already made a breakthrough? Yi Hongwei, with red eyes and an excited face, asked quickly. In her understanding, it is basically impossible to draw a third-level talisman in the middle stage of foundation building, even with the assistance of a third-level talisman pen. Because the drawing of every third-level spiritual talisman requires very high spiritual power from the talisman master. If you don't reach the limit of that kind of spiritual power, you can't even try it. To this, Qin Jue smiled faintly and nodded, saying, this is also the late stage of the breakthrough in seclusion. Seeing this, Yi Hongwei suddenly realized. Sure enough, only in the later stage, with the third-level talisman pen, is there any possibility of drawing a third-level talisman. I didn't expect that 5th junior brother, your current level of cultivation has already caught up with mine. However, even in the late stage of foundation building, there is only a certain chance of using the third-level talisman pen. Generally speaking, the spiritual power required for this kind of third-level low-grade spiritual talisman is at least 10 times the spiritual power of the ordinary late-stage spiritual talisman. Just when Yi Hongwei was having doubts. Sudden. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous thunder resounded throughout the taking sect. The sudden thunder interrupted Yi Hongwei's thoughts and words. She turned to look outside the peak and said in shock, is this, someone going through a tribulation? Overcoming the tribulation. After hearing her words, Qin Jue also looked curious. He has been in this world for so long, and this is the first time he has seen a person going through a tribulation. Yes, it seems that it is still the calamity of the golden elixir. Yi Hong nodded slightly. Golden elixir? Go and have a look. Qin Jue said and stood up with his sword. It just so happens that his realm is now condensed and stable, and he is about to prepare to break through the golden elixir to observe and gain some experience, so that he can be mentally prepared in the future. Junior brother, wait for me. Yi Hongwei saw this and followed closely. The two of them exited Juefeng with their swords and headed towards the direction where the thunder came from. Boom! As the distance gets closer, the sound of thunder becomes louder and louder. At this time, Yi Hongwei suddenly said from the side, this seems to be near the sect's main peak. In this direction, could it be the third senior brother? Third senior brother? He had been stuck in the late stage of foundation building for a long time, and was already preparing to attack the condensation pill. Not long ago, he also obtained the 4th level spiritual peak. With his perseverance and talent, it is indeed time for him to break through now. Qin Jue nodded. Soon, the two of them arrived at Qingjian Peak. From a distance, you can see a resolute figure holding a giant sword standing on the top of the mountain. It is Qu Jianqing. When they arrived, many inner disciples had gathered on the peaks around Qingjian Peak. Because after the heavenly tribulation targets the person who has overcome the tribulation, the entire 10-mile radius will become a lightning field where the heavenly thunder will wreak havoc, so these onlookers do not dare to get close to the Qingjian Peak. Seeing this, Qin Jue and his senior sister Yi Hongwei also chose a mountain top with the best view and landed there. Crackling! Boom boom! I saw a flash of blue and white light, followed by a roar, heading straight for Qu Jianqing below. But he was not afraid at all, and his eyes were full of determination. Bah! An angry shout seemed to be a scolding of Tian Lei. The giant sword in his hand struck upwards. Clang! This raging thunder was chopped into countless electric sparks and dispersed by him. After a few breaths passed, another thunder struck down. Qu Jianqing held the sword with both hands and instantly slashed out 3 extremely sharp sword energies, splitting the sky thunder apart again. After every thunderstorm, the aura on his body became stronger. That's all. As long as a sky thunder appears, he will use the giant sword in his hand to either scatter it or chop it down. Qu Jianqing's golden elixir is also slowly getting closer to taking shape. This is the power of thunder tribulation, it is indeed extremely terrifying. The aura contained in each of them is so terrifying. I feel that with my current strength, I may not be able to survive 3 of these thunders. Third senior brother is indeed a swordsman genius who specializes in swordsmanship. He is so amazing. Seeing Qu Jianqing strike several thunderbolts, Yi Hongwei couldn't help being shocked. The Jindan's realm-breaking thunder tribulations are generally 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations. It takes 36 thunderbolts to successfully condense the golden elixir. Qin Jue was also carefully observing the details of each thunder falling and Qu Jianqing's confrontation, as well as every change of aura after the resistance was successful. Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei, and a group of other sect disciples were watching the battle. Until 7 days later. Only then did Qu Jianqing finally survive all the thunder tribulations. And successfully condensed the golden elixir. Reached the level of the 5th turn golden elixir. Chapter 67. After the thunder is over, a little brilliance shines from Qu Jianqing's danshan. He sat cross-legged and began to carefully condense, compress and rotate the spiritual power that had been changed by the thunder. It starts with white light. Soon it turned into a light golden color. Then the golden color became more and more intense. This transformation increased 5 times before stopping. Looking at the relatively rich golden light, Qu Jianqing slowly restrained his inner connotation. Many onlookers around him burst into exclamation. Gold, this is the real golden elixir. 1, 2, 3. I counted, and the light on him seemed to have changed 5 times from shallow to deep. Senior brother Qu has formed the 5th turn golden elixir. My God, as expected of senior brother Qu, he can actually condense the 5th turn golden elixir. This foundation is too strong. At the same time, many expressed envy. The 5th turn golden elixir, such a high-quality golden elixir, has a high probability of impacting the nascent soul in the future. It would be great if I could also produce the 5th turn golden elixir. It's a pity that I attacked Ningdan before. Even though I prepared for 20 years in the later stage of foundation building and tried my best to survive the catastrophe, I finally managed to turn around. This Qu Jianqing is worthy of being the direct descendant of the sect master. The 5th turn golden elixir is already considered a good level among golden elixirs. Most of the geniuses with outstanding talents in the world of cultivating immortals can only reach the 4th or 5th level in the impact condensation pill. Although in the golden elixir realm, spiritual energy transforms into elixirs and is condensed into golden elixirs. But from the beginning, the quality of the golden elixir produced by each person is also different in quality due to various reasons. The difference in the quality of the golden elixir also determines the gap in practice and strength in the golden elixir realm and subsequent realms. Generally divided into fake elixir, true elixir, golden elixir, and immortal golden elixir. It is extremely difficult to condense the golden elixir itself. Often, among a group of hundreds of sects building foundations in the later stages, only a few can succeed. Most immortal cultivators who don't have enough foundation fall at this step. After failure, not only all the previous efforts were in vain, but also it was normal for them to be annihilated by flying ashes under the thunder disaster. This shows the difficulty of cultivating immortality. Even if some people can barely survive the thunderstorm and save their lives, the quality of the golden elixir will only be in the grey-white fake elixir realm, and they will stay in this realm for the rest of their lives, unable to make any further progress. Only the golden elixir produced after surviving the catastrophe normally can be regarded as the true golden elixir realm. The golden elixir is white in color and has a round and flawless appearance. It is a true elixir. It can be called the realm of pill formation. Only those with higher talents and sufficient accumulation of knowledge can produce golden elixirs of better quality. Only then can you have a better chance of hitting the realm after the golden pill. This is also the origin of calling this realm the golden core realm. The golden elixir is divided into levels 1 to 9. With each additional level, the color of the golden elixir becomes darker. After that, the strength in the golden elixir realm becomes stronger, and there is a greater chance of impacting the nascent soul. This rotation means that during the process of forming the elixir, the spiritual power rotates and contracts. The more it rotates, the more spiritual energy will naturally be condensed and compressed, and the more solid the elixir will be. In the world of cultivating immortals, most golden elixirs generally have 1 to 2 transformations. A stronger 3-turn and 4-turn. Qin can reach the 5th turn golden elixir. It can be said that it has surpassed at least 80% of the ordinary golden elixir realm. This shows that his talent and accumulation are quite good. So much so that many people at the scene were very envious of him for being able to produce the 5th turn golden elixir. And the best immortal elixir. It is the foundation that is solid and truly the most perfect. It is a legendary existence. It has not appeared in the entire Jingguo immortal world for thousands of years. After completely condensing the golden elixir, Qin stood up and looked at the people of the sect watching around him, then returned to his residence from the top of the mountain. Seeing this, other people knew that there was nothing exciting to see, and started to leave one after another. Qin Jue and Yiheng were from the same sect, so naturally they could not leave directly. Instead, they came to Qingjian Peak Mountain Gate to congratulate them. Congratulations to third senior brother for successfully condensing the pill. Yiheng smiled and congratulated immediately upon seeing Qin. At the same time, he said quite excitedly, third senior brother is too strong. He can easily break through such a powerful catastrophe without any pressure. Qin Jue also expressed congratulations to the third senior brother for successfully condensing the elixir, and also condensing the 5th turn golden elixir in one fell swoop. In response to this, Qin, who had always been disdainful, rarely showed a smile on his face, and replied to them, "Thank you, 4th junior sister and 5th junior brother." At the same time, he also said with emotion, "I have been preparing for the impact of the golden elixir for a long time. This time I was able to condense the 5th level golden elixir, thanks to the blessing of the 4th level spiritual peak of Qingjian Peak." Then, Yan and second senior brother Yin's Haijun, senior sister Yan Yunfan, also arrived to congratulate Qin. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Not long after, Shi Xingfeng also came laughing. His face was full of joy, and he looked at Qin and said, "Jianqing, you really show off to me this time. Not only did you successfully survive the catastrophe, but you also condensed the 5th level golden elixir. It is not in vain that I prepared the best crystal elixir for you. Okay, very good. After praising Qu Jianqing, Shi Xingfeng turned to look at Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei, and Yin's Haijun, several disciples who didn't have the golden elixir yet. Encouraged, Jianqing has successfully formed an elixir, and it is a 5th level golden elixir. You guys should work harder. I don't ask you to be able to reach the 5th level. I just hope that you can successfully form the golden elixir of the 1st and 2nd levels. I will be very satisfied as a teacher. As he said that, he turned to look at Yin's Haijun, especially Haijun, you have left all the chores in the sect to others. As the second senior brother, you have only been admitted for 2 years shorter than Yunfan. Now even your junior brother Jianqing de Jindan is here. If you don't work hard, you will be gossiping outside. Yes, it's master. This disciple has been working hard to attack the golden elixir. I believe he will be able to condense it soon. When Yin's Haijun heard this, he quickly nodded in agreement. But when he answered, his eyes glanced at Qin Jue inadvertently. Now that Lao San, the boring gourd, has successfully formed an elixir, he is still a top-notch elixir of rank 5. I am afraid it will be difficult for me to surpass him. Damn it, it's all Qin Jue's fault for snatching away the 4th order spiritual peak, otherwise I would have successfully formed the pill. Qin Jue pretended not to know about this, and even smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. You 25-year-old boy deserves it. If you still want to get the 4th order spiritual peak while I'm here, just think about it. Still want to surpass 3rd senior brother? You won't be able to catch up with me, my 5th junior brother, later. After seeing Qu Jianqing successfully forming the 5th turn golden elixir, he was very excited at this time. Since the 3rd senior brother has already obtained the 5th level golden elixir, I can't let him down. Thinking that I must at least reach the 5th turn golden elixir. Thinking like this, after bidding farewell to Shi Xingfeng and all the senior brothers and sisters, he returned to Juefeng. He called Yi Hongwei to stop. Senior sister, I want to learn how to make alchemy recently. Can you help me buy some alchemy resources and collect materials about crystal condensation pills? Hearing his words, Yi Hongwei subconsciously thought of his spiritual talent and couldn't help but be surprised. Junior brother, you are not gifted with the water attribute. Why do you want to learn alchemy? Qin Jue suddenly smiled lightly. His handsome face was full of seriousness and he said, Senior sister, have you ever heard of water method for alchemy? Chapter 68. Water method for alchemy. After hearing Qin Jue's words, Yi Hongwei suddenly looked surprised. I have heard of this alchemy method before in Immortal City, but isn't this alchemy method no longer practiced by anyone? It is said that water-based elixir refining not only requires high levels of alchemy talent, but also has many restrictions. It is far inferior to the quality of elixirs produced by ordinary fire spiritual power. Junior brother chooses to take this path of alchemy, is it too difficult? Qin Jue smiled slightly and said, no matter what method, as long as I can make elixirs, there is no other way. Who told me to major in water spiritual power? Maybe I can really learn it because of my talent. That's right, Yi Hongwei couldn't help but her beautiful eyes lit up. With your understanding, junior brother, maybe you can actually do it. The 5th junior brother is extremely talented no matter what he studies. Spirit talismans, formations, spells, there are surprises every time. Since he is ready to learn alchemy, I think he is confident. I believe him. Hearing her thoughts, Qin Jue nodded calmly. Although there is water method for alchemy, he certainly will not limit himself to this method. This is just to avoid exposing other spiritual talents besides water attribute. With full level talents for all attributes, you can naturally use whatever alchemy is useful. In that case, I will order someone to go back and help you collect the alchemy materials. I will give them to you as soon as possible after receiving them. Great, I have to help 5th junior brother collect alchemy materials, so I have a reason to continue to live here with junior brother. Yi Hongwei took the list of materials given by Qin Jue, her beautiful face full of excitement and happiness. Qin Jue naturally wouldn't say anything about this. Although my senior sister admires her appearance, she has never done anything impulsive. He didn't disturb his practice either. What's more, living clothes can indeed help her collect some needed things faster. After all, she is the princess of the fairy city. This is very helpful for Qin Jue's plan to quickly cultivate immortality. After that, Qin Jue found Chen Peng again and also gave him a list of alchemy materials. The most important one was naturally the crystal condensation pill, but there were also more ordinary low-level alchemy materials. Soon Chen Peng collected a large amount of ordinary materials and handed them to Qin Jue. The materials for crystal condensation pills are very complex and precious, and it is almost difficult for the sect to receive them. Chen Peng did not receive any of them. After all, the third senior brother Chu Jianking's crystal condensation pill materials were slowly gathered after practicing outside for a long time. One can imagine how difficult it is to obtain. Qin Jue naturally wouldn't blame Chen Peng. After just instructing him to continue to collect attention. So he took a large amount of ordinary alchemy materials and began to practice alchemy in seclusion. Arriving at the alchemy hall, there are many alchemy furnaces left by the previous peak master. He randomly picked a first level one and started trying to make an elixir. He had already learned a lot about alchemy before, and had memorized most of them in books. The first time I tried it, I chose the most common first level elixir. Put the materials into the elixir furnace one by one according to the elixir recipe. After that, according to the alchemy recipe, the fire spiritual power was stimulated to release the spiritual fire and the elixir was officially started. Although the first level elixir is relatively less stressful for him at present, his first attempt still failed. After the time is up, turn on the furnace. The materials inside were turned into coke. He was not surprised at all. If refining elixirs was really that easy, it wouldn't be a hot commodity that everyone in the world of cultivating immortals is eager to flock to. Continue to take out a new material and put it into the alchemy furnace to continue trying. Because of the blessing of alchemy genius. The second time was much better than the first time. After opening the furnace, it did not directly turn into ashes, but successfully formed 3 black elixirs. At the same time, there is no spiritual power in these 3 pills. Keep trying. After opening the furnace for the third time, 5 brown pills exuding spiritual power appeared in the furnace. The first order low-grade elixir is ready. After only 3 attempts, Qin Jue successfully refined a first-class low-grade elixir. When it comes to alchemy for the first time, even those 3rd and 4th level alchemists with good talents will find it difficult to successfully refine the first finished elixir without scrapping dozens or hundreds of materials. But Qin Jue only wasted 3 pieces of materials. At such a speed, if these alchemists who specialize in alchemy see it, their jaws will definitely drop. Then, he refined 10 furnaces of this first level low-grade elixir in one breath. Among them, 9 furnaces were successful. The success rate is 90%. Generally speaking, if the success rate of an elixir reaches 60%, it is already considered as an alchemist of this level. However, Qin Jue directly reaches 90%, making him an undisputed perfect first-level low-level alchemist. But this is not enough. He then refined 10 furnaces of first-order low-grade elixirs at the same time. This time 10 furnaces were opened at the same time and all were successful. The success rate reaches 100%. It was only then that he began to try the first-order mid-grade. Similarly, after using more than 30 materials, it failed only 5 times, which also increased the success rate to 100%. Next is the first-level top grade. It also stopped after reaching a 100% success rate. So far, it has been exactly 1 month. Qin Jue has become a perfect first-level high-grade alchemist. He did not continue to try to hit the second level. Instead, he walked out of the alchemy hall to find Chen Peng and handed him all the first-level elixirs he had refined during the month. You sell these elixirs, and use the spirit stones you earn to help me purchase and collect some materials for the foundation building elixirs. Purchasing the materials for the foundation establishment pill. In confusion, Chen Peng took the elixir and checked it, and suddenly looked surprised. First order low grade, first order mid grade, and high grade? The peak master has become a first order high grade alchemist so quickly. How long has it been? It has only been a month since the last time I brought back alchemy materials. The peak master has already refined so many high grade elixirs. According to his wishes, he wants to try to refine the foundation building elixir next. This day is simply a pill. Taoist genius. The Tao of talisman, the Tao of formation, and even the Tao of alchemy can be mastered so quickly now. Why is he not learning it quickly? Is there anything else that he has no talent for? Haha, is it fast? It's okay, I just happen to be specialized in alchemy. Qin Jue smiled faintly and said, go ahead and remember to purchase as many materials as possible for the foundation building elixir. After saying that, he stopped Chen Peng who was about to leave and said, by the way, you can just continue to call me senior brother in the future. After all, we have known each other for so long and we started at the same time. You have always been the master of the peak. I am really not used to it. Okay, senior brother Qin. Chen Peng was stunned for a moment and replied with some emotion. Senior brother Qin is so kind to me. Even though he is so powerful now and has become the peak master of the 4th level spiritual peak, he is still so approachable and has no airs of being a peak master. Not only can I get the honor of living and cultivating in Juefeng, but the disciples who took care of Ling Feng for me and all before were also given spiritual stones and a very high salary. Following senior brother Qin is really a blessing. I must help senior brother Qin with his affairs and become his most capable right-hand man. Firmly determined to follow Qin Jue, Chen Peng nodded, and left Juefeng to sell elixirs and purchase materials for second-level elixirs and foundation building elixirs. Chapter 69. At the same time, Yi Hongwei also paid attention to Qin Jue who came out of the alchemy hall. He was also found at this time. Junior brother, you are really good at seclusion. No matter what you practice, it's the same. I just started learning alchemy and you can do so for a month. I really admire your perseverance. Senior sister, you also know that seclusion has always been my favorite thing. I'm used to it, haha. Qin Jue touched his nose and smiled. Yi Hongwei also knew this and had been used to it for a long time. He just felt it. Then she took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Jue. Here are some alchemy materials, including first level, second level, and third level materials. There are only 2 pieces of crystal condensation pills because they are too scarce. You should accept them first and use them. Immortal City has already said hello. Once they appear, they will be given to junior brother first. After hearing her words, Qin Jue took the storage bag and was immediately happy. He has become a first-level high-grade alchemist and is preparing to attack the second level. Now it is just right. With so many materials, plus Chen Peng to buy them, he can safely attack the second-order high-grade or even high-quality products. Thank you, senior sister. You really helped me a lot. After looking at the materials in the storage bag, he couldn't help but thank him happily. Wait, don't rush to say thank you, there's more. Yi Hongwei interrupted him with a slight smile, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Jue and said. Here are the spiritual stones of the previous 10 third-level spiritual talismans. All the costs of this material have been deducted. Please check whether there are any mistakes. There is no need to count, I believe senior sister. Hearing this, Qin Jue took the storage bag and subconsciously glanced at it with his spiritual consciousness while speaking. This glance immediately made him take a deep breath. The spiritual stones inside can be described as piles like mountains. He made a preliminary estimate and found that there were a total of 600,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Is a third-level spiritual talisman so valuable? Sure enough, in the world of immortality, the higher the grade, the more expensive it is. He remembered that he had given Chen Peng thousands of first and second level spiritual talismans, including hundreds of second level high-grade ones, and only sold them for a total of 120,000 spiritual stones. Counting 100 second-level high-grade spiritual talismans alone, there are only more than 70,000 spiritual stones. These 10 third-level low-grade spiritual talismans, if you include the purchase of alchemy materials, the price has actually increased by more than 10 times. Although the purchase price is higher than the normal purchase price due to Yihenggui's relationship, the gap is already very large. The third-order ones are so valuable, who would paint the second-order ones? Moreover, the third-level talisman is so expensive. What is the price of the third-level elixir? Pills in the world of cultivating immortals are hard currency. At the same level, pills are worth much more spiritual stones than spiritual talismans. At this moment, Qin Jue couldn't help but look forward to refining high-level elixirs. Not only can it help you to cultivate what you need, it is also a wealth-making magic that is even more profitable than drawing talismans. After accepting the storage bag, Qin Jue couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Then he took out another 100,000 spirit stones and handed them to Yihenggui. Said, "Senior sister, take these 100,000 spirit stones and help me continue to collect alchemy materials. If you don't have enough, you can tell me at any time." Although he knew that his senior sister Yihenggui was good to him, and it was thanks to her that the magic talisman could be sold at a much higher price than the market price, business was business and it was impossible to make it difficult for her. He should pay no less spiritual stones. After chatting with Yihenggui for a while, he went to Lingtian and Zhuofeng to check around. After waiting for a day, Chen Peng also brought back some of the second-level elixirs and foundation-building elixir materials purchased from the sect. Then he entered the alchemy hall again and started a new round of retreat. The foundation-building pill is a necessary pill to impact the foundation building during the qi refining period. The most valuable among the second-level elixirs is naturally the foundation establishment pill. As long as it is successfully refined, there is almost no need to worry about selling it no matter how high the quality is. Therefore, to attack the second-level alchemy master, he planned to start directly with the foundation establishment pill. I chose a second-level alchemy furnace in the alchemy hall, refined the materials for the foundation establishment pill one by one, and kept investing in it. Make a fire to make elixir, open the furnace, put in the materials again, continue to light the fire, continue to open the furnace to check, and continue to start. In this way, the same process is repeated over and over again. Until more than a month passed. It took more than 30 pieces of materials to successfully refine the first low-grade foundation building pill. This foundation establishment pill is indeed a necessary elixir that can improve foundation establishment. Not only is the refining method extremely complicated, but the refining time is also so long. It is dozens of times more difficult than the first-level elixir. Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh as he put the 3 low-grade foundation building pills in the alchemy furnace into the jade vase. Fortunately, after the first success, continued refining was much smoother. After spending another half-month refining more than 30 low-grade foundation building pills, his success rate for the second-grade low-grade foundation building pills reached 100%. Then it took another 3 months to prepare the middle-grade foundation establishment pill and the top-grade foundation establishment pill, achieving a 100% success rate at the same time. However, the most valuable foundation establishment pill is the high-quality foundation establishment pill. There are only high-quality foundation building pills, which are the most sought after by all qi refining disciples. Not only is it difficult for a second-level alchemist to successfully refine it, but even for a third-level alchemy master, the success rate of refining is generally not high. Therefore, there are very few high-quality foundation building pills on the market. Like the previous entry-level disciple competition, there were so many people competing for ranking, and only the top 20 could get it. You can imagine how precious it is. Whenever they appear on the market, they are snapped up by cultivators with profound knowledge. It is completely something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. Moreover, ordinary second-level high-quality elixirs are at most several to more than 10 times more expensive than second-level high-quality spiritual talismans of the same level. Only the high-quality foundation-building pills are different. It is more than 100 times more expensive than the same level of spiritual talisman. After all, a high-quality foundation-building pill can increase the success rate of foundation building by 70 to 80%, which is almost equivalent to having one extra foundation building overhaul. According to what he learned from Yi Hongwei, a high-quality foundation building elixir is auctioned in Yishan Immortal City, and it can easily fetch more than 100,000 spiritual stones, and this is still the lowest price. You know, the 10 third-level spiritual talismans he gave to Yi Hongwei before were only worth this amount when divided. This is a huge difference. Not only is it more profitable than the third-level magic talisman, it is also easier to sell. Thinking of this, Qin Jue immediately tried to refine a fine foundation-building pill. No matter how much material was lost and wasted, he never thought of giving up. With his unremitting efforts, half a year later, finally, 3 fine foundation-building pills were successfully refined. At this time, the second-level alchemy materials were almost used. He chose to leave. After leaving the border, he went directly to Yi Hongwei and Chenpeng and asked them to continue to help him purchase materials. Because it is a second-level elixir, it is easier to sell in Yi Tianxian City and the price is higher. This time, it was not sold to Chenpeng in the sect. Instead, he handed most of the foundation-building pills refined in seclusion to Yi Hongwei and asked her to help him. After taking the storage bag from Qin Jue and checking it, Yi Hongwei's expression changed on the spot. 5th junior brother, you. The blood in her pretty face suddenly surged, and she was rosy and excited. Not only did you become a second-level high-grade alchemist, but you also refined 3 fine foundation-building pills. Chapter 70. This is a fine foundation-building pill. 5th junior brother, how did you do it? When did water method alchemy become so powerful? Such alchemy talents are simply monstrous. Even the great alchemists who are now famous in Jingguo would never have been able to refine high-quality foundation-building pills so quickly when they first started refining alchemy. As far as I know, Yi Tianxian City has been working with a third-level low-level alchemy master who refined a high-quality foundation-building pill for the first time. He also studied alchemy for hundreds of years and succeeded only after being promoted to the third level. Fu Dao and Formation Dao are all top-notch talents. Now even Alchemy Dao's talent is so terrifying. It's really hard to learn anything. Is there anything else that 5th junior brother doesn't have talent for? The 5th junior brother is so outstanding. Not only is he handsome and has peerless beauty, but he also has such comprehensive evil talents. I'm going crazy, ah! After checking all the pills given by Qin Jue, Yi Hongwei's eyes widened. The snow-white face instantly turned red with excitement. His eyes were fixed on Qin Jue's chiseled face, and his delicate body was trembling slightly with excitement. To know. Even for a second-level high-grade alchemist, it is extremely difficult to refine a high-quality foundation-building pill, and the success rate is no more than 20%. Nowadays, most of the high-quality foundation-building pills in the world of immortality are refined by third-level alchemists, whether they are needed internally by various sects or appear on the market. Qin Jue came out of seclusion to refine alchemy for the first time, and he was only a first-level high-grade alchemist. This time out of seclusion, not only were a large number of other low, middle, and high-grade foundation-building pills refined, but even high-quality products were produced. With such speed and talent, how could Yi Hongwei not be shocked? Seeing Yi Hongwei's reaction and hearing her inner voice, Qin Jue touched his nose calmly. He smiled faintly and said, maybe I'm just suitable for water method alchemy. This time I have enough materials, so I thought about attacking the second level high-level alchemist in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After it was completed, I saw that there were still a lot of materials for the foundation establishment pill, so I tried to refine the fine foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, I used up all the materials, and in the end I only succeeded in making 3. As he said this, he shook his head with a hint of regret. It seemed that just successfully refining 3 fine foundation building pills was not enough for him. At this time, Yi Hongwei gradually regained her composure. She smiled and said to Qin Jue, "Junior brother, you have too high demands on yourself. A third-level alchemist can only produce about 3 high-quality foundation building pills once. Basically, I don't have to worry about sales of the foundation establishment pill. This time, my junior brother has provided so much at once. I believe my parents in Immortal City will also be very happy." As she said that, she put away the foundation establishment pill, took out another storage bag and handed it to Qin Jue, and continued, "This contains the alchemy materials you collected for me last time with 100,000 spirit stones. It will probably keep you in seclusion for a while. It's just that we still haven't collected all the materials for the crystal condensation pill. There are still about 5 pieces left. I have asked my father to order Immortal City to purchase it as soon as it appears." "Thank you, senior sister. You are so kind to me, senior sister." After hearing this, Qin Jue accepted the materials and thanked him repeatedly. Next, Qin Jue continued to study other second-level elixirs besides the foundation establishment pill. During the process, more high-quality foundation building pills were also refined for Yi Hongwei to sell to Yi Tianxian City. In just half a year, Qin Jue had more than 3 million spiritual stones on his body. He is like a wealthy immortal cultivator who has succeeded in earning millions of spiritual stones. Moreover, as he continues to produce pills, it is still growing rapidly. At the same time, Qin Jue provided a large number of second-level elixirs and top-quality foundation building elixirs. Business in Yi Hongwei's Yi Tianxian City is getting better and better. Recently, there have been many more monks who specialize in buying elixirs, and they are even more powerful than the other 2 fairy cities. On this day, after studying and learning most of the second-level elixirs, Qin Jue decided to try the third-level elixir to attack the third-level alchemy master. In particular, the crystal condensation pill among the third-order elixirs is his main research direction. After all, it is a necessary item that can help form the elixir, which is equivalent to the role of the foundation building elixir for monks in the Qi refining period. After asking Yi Tianxian City to collect some time ago, more than a dozen materials for low-grade and medium-grade and high-grade crystal condensation pills have been obtained. Of course, his main purpose is to refine high-quality crystal condensation elixirs by himself, and try out the middle and high-quality elixirs, just to understand the refining method of attribute elixirs in advance. After all, high-quality crystal condensation pills are not only extremely difficult to obtain, but the refining materials are also very scarce. Before that, the third senior brother Qiu Jianqing had been practicing outside for several years before gathering all the materials for the fine crystal condensation pill. Only by understanding more can we refine it better. This time I was in retreat for a full year and a half. Only then did he successfully refine some third-level elixirs and some low-grade crystal condensation elixirs. When he took out the third-level elixir and crystal condensation elixir to Yi Hongwei, Yi Hongwei was shocked again. However, with his previous experience of being promoted to the second-level alchemy master, Yi Hongwei looked much calmer this time. That kind of exciting thoughts only sounded in my heart. After that, Qin Jue took the newly collected materials from Yi Hongwei and went into seclusion for another 2.5 years, directly becoming a third-level high-grade alchemist in one fell swoop. A lot of middle-grade and top-grade crystal condensation pills have also been refined. Senior sister, there are only 2 ingredients for the fine crystal condensation pill. I'm afraid it's not enough. Is there any way to collect more? On this day, after giving Yi Hongwei a large amount of third-level elixirs, Qin Jue couldn't help but ask. After several years of attacking the alchemy path, he now feels that his realm has reached an extremely stable state. Constantly suppressing and compressing, the foundation of all attributes is also extremely profound. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to absorb spiritual energy, he already has the urge to attack the golden elixir. At the same time, I could also faintly feel a hint of heavenly power appearing and disappearing on the peak. So he wanted to quickly refine the fine crystal condensation elixir and prepare to officially hit the golden elixir realm. Think about it. Yi Hongwei said seriously, let's do this. I'll personally summon my father and tell him to mobilize the power of panoramic state Yi Tianxian City, spread the word to the world, and take the initiative to purchase high-quality crystal condensation pills. I believe my father should be able to agree to help with this. In the past few years, Yishan Immortal City has relied on the elixirs provided by the fifth junior brother, and its business has grown bigger and bigger. It has surpassed the other two immortal cities by 30%. Most of the monks in the area only buy elixirs from Yishan Immortal City. I believe that my parents will agree immediately after learning about it. Saying this in her heart, Yi Hongwei glanced at Qin Jue quietly, her pretty face secretly blushing for some reason. After all, the fifth junior brother is now the god of wealth in the eyes of my parents. The last time I summoned them, they even sold me as their daughter and asked me to actively pursue the fifth junior brother as his Taoist companion. It's just a pity that the fifth junior brother only wants to retreat and doesn't seem to be interested in the relationship between men and women. Ah, what? Qin Jue heard her voice and was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. What's wrong? Wouldn't it be better to let your father activate the power of the entire immortal city? It's okay. My parents are interested in you now and will definitely agree. Seeing his reaction, Yi Hongwei suddenly looked confused. Collect materials, yes, collect materials. Okay, then I'll bother senior sister and city lord Yi. Chapter 71. Hearing Yi Hongwei's words, Qin Jue reacted, pretended not to know what she was thinking, and quickly expressed his gratitude to her and Yi Tianxian City. He didn't expect it at all. The Lord of Yishan Immortal City, whom he had never seen before, actually had such an idea. This was too scary for him. After all, in his opinion, the love between his children is a scourge that hinders him from cultivating immortality. What's more, it's a Taoist couple thing. Once you have a Taoist partner, you will be tied up by various things and will never be able to practice wholeheartedly. If the Taoist monk stays in his cave every day, that would be troublesome. He is still so weak now and is still far away from becoming an immortal, so he must not go astray. Fortunately, senior sister Yi Hongwei is quite discerning. Seeing that I often retreat, I didn't make that kind of request to myself. Thinking about it, Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh with relief. Soon, after Yi Hongwei returned from the message. About half a month later, someone from Immortal City came and delivered the materials for the high-quality crystal condensation pill. He took the storage bag from Yi Hongwei. I saw a total of 6 high-quality crystal condensation elixir materials inside. Qin Jue could not help but sigh, "Senior sister, your fairy city is so efficient in doing things. It is worthy of being the first among the 3 major fairy cities today. It has received so many materials so quickly. Junior brother is so impressed." Yi Hongwei also smiled, "It's all thanks to junior brother. If it weren't for the talismans and elixirs provided by junior brother in recent years, our fairy city wouldn't have the influence it has now. This is purely a matter of mutual benefit." In response, Qin Jue nodded and did not deny it. After collecting the materials, he then said, "Senior sister, you can do whatever you want, I will go into seclusion to refine alchemy first." Saying that, without waiting for Yi Hongwei's reply, she quickly left the attic where she was staying temporarily. "I'm afraid that if I go slower, something unexpected will happen. Junior brother. Looking at Qin Jue hurriedly heading to the alchemy hall, Yi Hongwei was confused. In such a hurry, junior brother is trying to attack the golden elixir. It seems that I have to work hard, otherwise I will be pulled further and further away by my junior brother. As Qin Jue was in a hurry to refine the elixir, Yi Hongwei didn't think much about it. Instead, her eyes showed determination, and she returned to the attic to practice in seclusion. High-quality crystal condensation pills are different from ordinary top, middle, and low-grade ones. Not only does it take a long time to refine once, it is also more complicated, and the requirements for the details of the method are also higher. After wasting 2 copies of materials, it took almost a year to finally successfully refine one. He used to refine high-grade crystal condensation pills, and he could produce about 3 pills at a time. After the exquisite product was opened, only 1 elixir was produced. One can imagine how difficult it is to obtain a high-quality crystal condensation pill. Only 1 elixir can be made at a time. No wonder it is so rare and valuable. It really makes sense. Qin Jue couldn't help but sigh as he carefully put this exquisite crystal elixir into the jade bottle prepared in advance. But he was in no hurry to leave. In order to be able to perfectly attack the golden core realm, and also to be more sure, he continued to refine. After using up all the materials, 2 fine crystal condensation pills were refined. 3 high-quality crystal condensing pills should be enough. Qin Jue nodded with satisfaction after putting away the last successful crystal condensing pill. Then it took another half a year to refine some auxiliary 3rd-level elixirs, and all the alchemy materials were consumed before leaving the alchemy hall. Come out of the alchemy hall. He randomly selected a retreat cave and began to arrange it. Attacking the golden elixir is a first-class event, and there can be no accidents. Naturally, it cannot be done in the attic where you usually practice and live. There is still a lot of formation materials that Yi Hongwei and Chen Peng collected before. The first is to strengthen the restrictions in the cave. It was originally only a 3rd-level elementary restriction, but it was strengthened to a high-level one. If he doesn't take the initiative to open it, even if the golden elixir comes in the later stage, he can't break in easily. Then there are the spirit gathering array, the spirit transforming array, etc., all laid out one by one, and they are all top grade. By the way, there are also spiritual stones. After setting up the cave, Qin Jue suddenly thought that all his spiritual stones were of low quality. After selling spiritual talisman elixirs to Yi Tianxian City in the past few years, his current spiritual stones have reached more than 7 million. Every time Yi Hongwei sent it before, it was always low grade, and he never thought about changing it to high grade. If you want to attack the golden elixir this time, naturally you can't only have low grade ones. With all attribute talents and the transformation into the 10,000 paths of evergreen skill created by himself, his current spiritual power is equivalent to more than 10 times that of ordinary foundation building late stages. Back then, so many middle-grade spiritual stones and 2 high-grade spiritual stones were used to attack the foundation. This time, the demand will only be greater. He immediately found Yi Hongwei and asked her to help. In exchange for so many high-grade spiritual stones, Junior Brother is ready to officially attack the golden elixir. Junior Brother came out of the alchemy hall not long ago. I guess I have successfully refined the high-quality crystal condensation elixir, and now I have to replace it with high-quality spiritual stones. This speed is really fast. Even those top 3rd-level alchemists want to successfully refine high-quality crystal condensation pills, and it will take them even 2 or 3 years. The 5th junior brother has only been in the profession for less than 10 years, and this is going to hit the golden elixir. He is really outstanding. Looking at the more than 6 million low-grade spiritual stones in the storage bag, Yi Hong was slightly surprised. The heartbeat kept ringing, and the eyes were even more brilliant. Although she had expected it, she didn't expect Qin Jue to be so fast. Looking back now, I realize that it had not been more than 10 years since Qin Jue became her junior disciple at the sect's main peak. This kind of growth rate is not unpleasant. Yes, I feel that my realm has reached a critical point recently. If I don't break through, I might not be able to survive. Qin Jue nodded and said, I have to trouble senior sister again. In other words, we are senior brothers and sisters. As a senior sister, it is only natural for me to help my junior brother. Don't worry, I will ask the Immortal City to help you replace it with high-grade spiritual stones as quickly as possible. Yi Hongwei patted her chest in assurance with a serious look on her face. But, are there too many spiritual stones to be exchanged for? More than 6 million low-grade spiritual stones have been replaced with medium-grade and high-grade spiritual stones. Can the fifth junior brother use them all? Transactions in the world of cultivating immortals usually only use low-grade spirit stones, so many of them can be exchanged at one time. In Yi Hongwei's view, if they cannot be used up, it will be uneconomical for Qin Jue to use them to purchase resources later. But she just wondered to herself in her heart and did not ask any further questions. Since Qin Jue wants to exchange so many spiritual stones, he certainly has his reasons. What's more, attacking the golden elixir is no small matter, so there's nothing wrong with being more prepared. In addition, with Qin Jue's craftsmanship, he is basically the master of the lack of spiritual stones. Even if he uses high-grade spiritual stones to purchase resources, he will lose points, which is not a big deal. Soon. It only took 2 days. Over at Yishan Immortal City, all 6 million low-grade spiritual stones were replaced by mid-grade and high-grade ones and sent to Juefeng. There are more than 40,000 pieces of middle-grade spiritual stones, and more than 200 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. Plus the remaining 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. The Chongguan Lingxi prepared by Qin Jue can be described as extremely luxurious. There are so many spiritual stones, let alone the golden elixir. Even if you tell people who don't know that you want to attack the nascent soul, they probably won't doubt it. A monk who usually attacks the golden elixir. If you can have a few thousand yuan for mid-grade items and a dozen yuan for top-grade items, you are considered wealthy. Qin Jue was stunned that there were dozens of times more. Don't talk about other people, just say that his third senior brother Qiu Jianqing is like this. If he sees it. No matter how reticent he usually is. I'm afraid I couldn't help but sigh at Qin Jue, he is so inhumane. Chapter 72. After getting all the exchanged spirit stones, Qin Jue entered the secret room of the cave where the formation had been laid out in advance. The official attack on the Golden Core realm began. Activate cave restrictions and various formations at the same time. First, he took out a few third-level auxiliary elixirs and took them to ensure that there would be no accidents during the process. Among them, there are those that protect the meridians and the physical body, and there are also those that stabilize the mind. Then he took a fine crystal condensation pill. Once taken, strange movements began to occur in the Danshan. All the spiritual energy flowing into Danshan began to become restless and turbulent. Feeling the reaction, Qin Jue immediately started to operate the 10,000 paths of evergreen technique. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy began to compete to be absorbed into the body. After going through the cycle, it turns into spiritual power and gathers in Danshan at full speed. Soon, in the center of Danshan, a spiritual cyclone appeared. All the spiritual power is stirred by the cyclone, compressed and condensed, and turned into liquid spiritual power. There was no time to attack the golden elixir in the past. After reaching the step of transforming spiritual energy into liquid, these liquefied spiritual powers will continue to flow out of the Danshan according to the Zhoutian and continue to circulate in the meridians. But after taking the crystal condensation pill and running the golden pill stage, the 10,000 paths evergreen gong was achieved. These liquefied spiritual powers still slowly rotated with the Danshan cyclone, and did not continue to flow out of the Danshan. With this rotation, the liquefied spiritual power became more and more solid, until little crystals began to appear. However, due to the full attributes, this speed is extremely slow. Even if the power is exercised for more than a dozen times, only 4 or 5 crystals as fine as dust will appear. There is a huge difference in what is needed to form an elixir. At this time, Qin Jue immediately took out 2 piles of spiritual stones. On the left is a low-grade spiritual stone, and on the right is a medium-grade spiritual stone. One on the left and one on the right, he stretched out his hands and began to absorb spiritual power at an accelerated rate. That's right, it's not used piece by piece, but absorbed in piles. The demand for spiritual power with all attributes is too great. Only in this way can we barely reach the speed at which the spiritual power crystals are transformed in the Danshan. Under this all-round absorption of spiritual power, soon, more and more spiritual power crystallized in the Danshan. Until, I don't know how many days passed, after a large pile of middle and low-grade spiritual stones were consumed, and even 40 or 50 yuan of high-grade spiritual stones were consumed. The entire Danshan was filled with crystallized spiritual power. After being filled with this crystallized spiritual power, the original spiritual vortex in the Danshan became extremely slow. It can't even drive the operation of the entire Danshan. It takes a long time to complete one turn. That's when it is centered on the secret chamber cave where Qin Jue retreats. The sky above the peak also began to move. At noon, not only did the sky begin to darken, but large groups of dark clouds also gathered. The wind began to howl. Things change all of a sudden. At this time, Yi Hongwei, who was in the attic, suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. I immediately walked out of the attic and discovered this situation. Is this a catastrophe? Is fifth junior brother going to start overcoming the golden core tribulation so soon? Why do I feel so depressed and scared? Even the calamity cloud has not yet formed. Why is there such pressure? The third senior brother didn't feel this way when he was already fighting against the catastrophe, right? Walking out of the attic, I saw the changes in the sky above the peak, and the extremely depressing and terrifying pressure. Yi Hongwei's heart palpitated, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. No, this kind of pressure is too terrifying, I have to leave Juefeng quickly. Those working disciples don't know yet, so we have to notify Chen Peng to let them leave. Muttering to himself, Yi Hongwei moved quickly, preparing to leave Juefeng and leave this area shrouded in pressure. Since he is at the highest level and is in the late stage of foundation building that is about to hit the golden core, he feels the golden core heavenly tribulation the most profoundly and quickly. As for Chen Peng and a group of Qi training disciples working part-time, due to their low level, the calamity cloud had not yet formed at this time, and they had no sense at all. However, just when Yi Hongwei was about to inform Chen Peng and take the disciples on Juefeng to leave temporarily, the changes in the sky that had just begun to take off suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Then, in her stunned eyes, it gradually disappeared. Hey, what's going on? Why did the cloud of calamity that was about to form dissipate? Moreover, the pressure that was so frightening just now is no longer there. Seeing this situation, Yi Hongwei immediately stopped leaving Juefeng. It was obvious that the calamity cloud was about to appear, but it immediately dissipated. She has never seen this situation before. In the past, neither my parents nor the records and legends of the golden elixir monks in the sect had experienced such a situation. Could it be that the attack on the golden elixir failed? But that's not right. Even if the attack on the golden elixir fails, it would normally only fail after the heavenly tribulation occurs and the person is unable to resist or goes crazy, right? Fifth junior brother, this calamity has not yet appeared, so how can we talk about failure? She was confused for a moment. Until half an hour later, there was still no change on the peak and everything was as usual. She simply didn't leave. Instead, he found the secret room of Qin Jue's retreat based on the forbidden curse of the cave. Want to see how he is doing? Unfortunately, due to the ban, her spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the secret room and she knew nothing about the situation inside. However, from the outside, Everything in the secret chamber cave looks normal. The confinement is intact and there is nothing abnormal, which proves that junior brother is always inside. Since I didn't choose to leave seclusion, there should be no problem. Junior brother is so talented. Not only did he refine the high-quality crystal elixir himself, but he also prepared so many high-grade spiritual stones. I think there shouldn't be any problems. Perhaps it's because the catastrophe hasn't reached the right time yet. Well, let's take a look at the situation first. Maybe there will be a catastrophe later, and it won't be too late to stay away from the peak by then. Qin Jue thought for a long time outside the secret room where he was in seclusion. I still can't figure it out. Yiheng finally shook her head and returned to the attic where she lived. But she didn't go into the attic to practice. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the open-air porch in front of the attic. Pay attention to the situation in the secret room and cave. Be prepared to react at any time. Actually, it's not that there was no catastrophe, nor did it disappear suddenly. What Yiheng didn't know was, just when she was checking outside Qin's top secret room. In the secret room of the cave, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket was struck, and it hit Qin Jue Tianling directly. It's not that there is no heavenly catastrophe, nor is there no heavenly thunder. But at that time, when he sensed that a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was about to be formed outside Zhuofeng because of him, Qin Jue immediately used blocking the secret of heaven to hide all the changes in the catastrophe. When the robbery cloud was about to appear, he took a preliminary look and found that the movement was nearly 10 times more exaggerated than that of his third senior brother Qiu Jianqing. If you don't hide it, you will definitely alert a lot of people. At first he wasn't sure he could cover it. However, after using Deceive the Secret, I found that it works. All visions from the outside world. All were completely deceived. There is only the heavenly tribulation thunder. As if appearing from another space. Appeared directly in the secret room and fell towards Qin Jue's body.